Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in one dimension, as if symbolizing the beginning of something. After one flash, there were three of them, and it looked like a constellation of stars. Suddenly, a guy appeared in this space, quickly following somewhere. The place where the guy was called the Abyss, and had no boundaries with anything else. This world was very cruel and dangerous. A huge number of monsters wandered the vastness of this galaxy in search of prey. One such creature was the ferocious, seven-headed dragon orc. He was insanely powerful and dangerous. His razor-sharp teeth could easily bite through anyone. For a second, the guy hung in the air to concentrate and release a charge of powerful force. A blast of powerful energy was released from the protagonist's hands and struck the seven-headed dragon in a second. The main character fought this creature with dignity and determination, and was confident that it would not be difficult for him to defeat it one-on-one. Suddenly, the guy heard a loud roar of some kind of animal from behind. He was a little scared and looked in that direction. Right behind him was a huge and ruthless planet eater in this dimension. It was called Vulcan, and now the guy had to deal with several powerful monsters. They were fierce and controlled the territories that belonged to them right here in the Abyss. Suddenly, a strange noise in the wind was heard, which meant that another monster was approaching, but no one yet suspected what kind of creature it was. It was very rare to meet two creatures at the same time in such a place, but all three monsters were already participating in the battle. The boy quickly fell into the trap of a ruthless spider, who instantly enveloped him in sticky webs. When the monster approached the main character, he saw that right in front of him was the ruler of the spatial cave of the arachnids, Adio. The spider quickly began to descend with a loud hiss directly towards the victim and eagerly awaited the killing bite. The guy's eyes lit up like two constellations. He was ready to fight this creature, and a moment later a charge of light was released straight at the monsters. At one point, it seemed to the guy that this fight had taken more than 300 years, but it would have been much easier to deal with them one by one. The huge monsters were defeated. He lost too much time killing them, and now he needs to quickly find a way to return to Earth. As the boy was leaving this location, he received a notification that he had achieved success worthy of the title of Invincible Master of Training, and that the world now resonates with him. His presence became more noticeable here, and as a constellation he became much stronger. When the Earth was first connected with the Abyss, mankind learned that mythology is not just a product of the imagination. The beings called constellations were the closest to what people considered deities. They blessed them and expanded the ranks of followers. But as with any other rule, as the number of followers grows, so does the authority of the constellation. The Earth, with nearly 10 billion souls, was like a gold mine for the constellations, who fought to take followers from each other. But among them were also far more evil constellations, who wanted to take over the Earth not through blessings, but through sheer force. And this man, no, after these battles, it's hard to call him a man. This constellation appeared to stop this, a completely young constellation, Skylar. At that moment, the man was frying meat and carefully watched to make sure the piece did not burn, and he managed to turn it over in time. There was a brilliantly golden-colored frying pan with an insanely delicious steak on it, which was about to be ready to eat. Someone asked where this frying pan came from. The guy replied that it was a frying pan made of adamantine. The goblin was very surprised that it could cook meat, especially the meat of a bear that eats planets. Even the constellations are wary of this. The ruler of the Goblin Kingdom asked what kind of oil it was, because it contained a huge amount of magical power. The guy thought for a second, because this name was on the tip of his tongue. He replied that there was some constellation that looked like a cow, and he let it go in exchange for milk. Then the goblin screamed that how could he fight with a constellation? But at that moment, Skylar just wanted normal food. The guy added that his main top priority was collecting ingredients, since his hobby for tens of thousands of years in the Abyss was cooking. Then the main character took special kitchen utensils with which he made food fresh and added that it was a very valuable ingredient, but it was his first meat in 300 years, so he could splurge. The goblin couldn't believe that when the guy defeated the constellation, instead of killing for territory, he simply took the milk. His master was truly different from the other constellations. He watched as the boy deliciously devoured a juicy steak of meat. Skylar said it was time to eat and invited his friend to taste something so valuable. Cutting off a small piece of steak and putting it in his mouth, he began to slowly suck on it and feel this unusual taste. After the goblin ate a piece of constellation steak, he felt a powerful force literally bursting out of his body. The power of the adamanta was preserved in the meat. With the help of magical power and thanks to the oil from the mystical constellation, the meat rose to a higher level and its magic circle was activated. The old goblin opened a new mana circle and thanked the master for this dish, which was the best in his life. The guy watched all this from the side and couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Apparently, they really say that goblins are very strange. Skylar looked up and thought about how much he missed the ground. These events took place on Earth several tens of thousands of years ago, in the very distant past. In the gym, they asked the guy why he was lifting weights, and whether he really wanted to become stronger than he was now. It was the Korean teacher who reminded Skylar that he needed to be in class now. In the distant past, the protagonist was an ordinary person. These events unfolded before he became a constellation with the title of Invincible Master of Training. The boy was simply obsessed with strength from an early age. Skylar was an orphan with no one to rely on, and he knew he had to train to be strong, and he grew stronger and stronger every day. In the era of the Abyss, a new profession emerged. It was called Hunters, and was very honorable, because they were engaged in protecting people from the dangers of dungeons and monsters. There are cores and items that drop from killing monsters and are highly valued, as well as artifacts from dungeons where monsters appear and attract many people who want money and glory. The main character had nothing to lose, so he became a C+ rank human hunter. Sitting together in the gym, the guy's boss asked him to slow down a bit on the load. But Skylar knew that going into a dungeon with B rank monsters was too much. The boss said that they could barely even handle a C rank dungeon now. He added that even hunters of that rank were suffering losses in those dungeons, so there was no talk of a B rank at that time. When the young guy once again lifted the barbell, he thought about the skills of magic, martial arts, and artifacts that dropped in the dungeons, and that they were all great. No matter how much people used them, they were still too weak. So the guy thought that it was really possible to become stronger just by raiding difficult dungeons. The boss was surprised by these words because does the guy really not care about his life? Does he not have a girlfriend? The guy dropped the barbell and said that even though he was a good guy, they still broke up. Skylar told her that he couldn't go on dates because of training, and she ended up sending him to date the monster. There was no disagreement between them, and it was a peaceful breakup. In one of the locations, one of the monsters was heading straight towards the main character. The guy was ready to fight the ruthless monster, and as soon as he approached him, he crushed all his mighty force straight into him. The hunters who were together in this location sympathized with the guy, because being a master of martial arts is not easy at all. They are hardy, and therefore they make good tanks. But their damage cannot be compared with the damage inflicted by mages. They couldn't fully understand why he decided to become a martial arts master, but while farming, they got a martial arts scroll. And because everyone was only interested in magic, he became useless, and it was from that moment that Skylar decided to start studying him. He cared little about what people said about him, and did not regret starting to learn martial arts. As it turned out, martial arts are simple and not as bright and convenient as magic, but the true nature of martial arts, in which fighters received as much as they trained, was well suited for the main character. In addition, no one has canceled the absence of regrets and desires to achieve greater results in training. The guy trained day and night, but it still wasn't enough for him. He fell into the corner of the room and thought that he had reached rank C+ through hard training. But there were still several martial artists who had managed to become stronger than him. Then the guy decided that he should train more, longer, and more often. Even in his sleep, the guy was training. Maybe it wasn't as effective, but it made sense, because in any case, it was considered spiritual training. Suddenly, Skylar saw a bright flash in front of him and asked who was right in front of him. When the light dissipated a little, he saw the constellation of the abyss of the great magician. Between the two scales of the scales, the virtuous goddess of the scales appeared before him. She asked the guy to calm down, because they had little time left, and she got straight to the point. The main character could not have expected that the girl would offer him to make a deal with her. She said that people who meet the constellation always ask a lot of questions, but the guy quickly interrupted her and replied that he agreed to the deal. The great magician asked the guy in surprise how he could agree so quickly and not even want to ask anything about it. Then the main character asked only one question. Could he gain power by making a deal with her? The great magician replied that perhaps this was enough for Skylar. The guy asked why she chose him, because there are many hunters who have a higher rating and more fame. In response to this, the girl reminded that she is a virtuous goddess of Libra, and she has the ability to see the future. She told a story about a great danger that would befall the Earth in a few years. The evil constellations will begin to attack the Earth in full force, and when that day comes, the guy will think that the current dungeons and monsters threatening the Earth were just kindergarten. The goddess predicted this and added that he was the key to preventing this future. The guy was surprised by her words, because how could he influence the future alone? The girl turned to Skylar and said that she would make him much stronger through long, hard, and inhuman training. The guy was shocked by these words and was at a loss. He did not know what to answer. At this point, The virtuous goddess of Libra did her best to make the guy as scared as possible, because she knew that only a madman would agree to such a contract. The girl added that through long, hard, and inhuman training, he could become her avatar and extended her hand to him. Even the virtuous goddess of scales was unsure, for to offer such a deal to a hunter was unheard of. This contract was completely unfair and illogical by concluding it with the constellation you become an avatar. All this was something extremely complicated due to the fact that the human soul becomes attached to the constellation, and from that moment on, he will have to live in its constant limitation. The gods appear before people and offer powerful strength and magic that will arrive immediately after the contract is concluded and guarantees an instant rank increase. Constellations are very impatient, and there is a lot of fighting to get an avatar, and this is a well-known fact among hunters. The guy was happy when he heard that there was some kind of training coming up. A training facility was prepared for the main character in the Abyss, and the goddess immediately warned that time flows differently in the Abyss and on Earth. He will have to train alone for several decades, even several hundred years. But even if the guy refuses during training, he still won't be able to go back. The main character was very frightened by these words. He immediately imagined one of the rooms in one of his favorite games. Skylar immediately remembered that this was how the hunters became stronger. They signed a contract with the constellation, and it probably wouldn't be fair to become stronger without doing anything. The guy thought that other avatars had also gone through this and became stronger at the moment when they had already made a contract. The great goddess said that she knows how difficult this decision is and demands a lot from a person. She suggested that Skylar think about it for another week and give an answer, but the guy made it clear that he agreed from that moment on. The goddess suggested that he think again, because it doesn't matter where exactly he decides to do this. Then the guy replied that he was not so attached to this world and was just asking to be allowed to leave one letter. If he could become stronger, he would agree to this and even save the whole world as a bonus. At that moment, the goddess began to cry because she was very worried about the rumors that people on Earth were greedy and avaricious. The girl thought that it was a great happiness that her prophecy came true this time. The guy, hearing this, asked her to slow down. Had she really been wrong before? And suddenly a sharp flash lit up in front of the guy. The goddess of the constellation suddenly flew up above the main character, and a bright flash like a star appeared above her head. She asked the protagonist to think about the letter he wants to leave, and the girl will use a powerful force and leave it where he wants. The goddess opened a portal to another world and asked the guy to pass these tests, and only then she would accept him as a personal avatar. The main character had never seen such wonders before, and slowly approached the portal, trying to touch it with his hand. The portal seemed somehow liquid and soft, and as soon as Skylar touched it, the portal sucked him inside like a black hole. After that, the portal immediately closed, and in the room where the guy constantly conducted unrestrained training, there was a letter with a signature for everyone. A few moments later, the guy found himself in another world, where the concentration of magic was at a completely different level. Right in front of him was an abyss. It looked like an ordinary dungeon. Scientists on Earth assumed that the dungeon was a broken-off part of the abyss. The guy remembered that all of this was a training facility, but if that was the case, then why was there nothing here? The protagonist looked at his hands and realized that from now on he could start training right there and began to perform martial arts training. At this time, the supreme magicians were watching him. The girl was sure that this time she interrupted the vision in time. The other gods watched as the protagonist trained mercilessly and added that he really looked like a great candidate for an avatar. Although Libra goddesses can see the future, their skills are not perfect, but if they try hard enough, they can see only a part of the future. The rest is just guesswork and theory. In the future that the Libra goddess saw, Skylar was training in the abyss. He ruthlessly suppresses the invasion of evil constellations. The goddess made a very strong man her avatar, and it was a perfect plan, and it didn't matter how long it might take. The main thing was that he swore allegiance to the goddess. The other constellations began to worry even more, because she was too sure of this, and this gave them a bad feeling. It only remained to wait a little while for him to arrive for training, because she had already prepared everything. The guy noticed how a powerful tornado appeared not far behind him and was moving towards him. It all looked very dangerous for him, but it was the least test that the goddess of Libra could do for the guy. The main character thought that this was a test of the goddess, and that it was impossible to become stronger without facing danger, especially if the task was prepared by her, and it definitely made sense. Skylar immediately entered into a fight with the lightning tornado. Its power was so powerful that the guy felt like his body was being torn apart. But the guy was persistent and said that he had to endure this test, and as soon as he thought about it, a strong whirlwind lifted him sharply into the air. The voice from the tornado said that one can only become stronger by overcoming pain and difficulties, because this is God's plan. After a powerful magical storm passed through, the illusion magic that covered the territory of the virtuous goddess of scales dissipated. But this magic was used as a basic security measure, and before Skylar could figure it out, the magical storm raged again. Even the great goddess could not have foreseen this. The two constellations asked each other why the guy hadn't come to them yet. The goddess should have sensed his presence when he entered the training citadel, but for some reason there was still no news about him. The girl screamed that she had left him 10 meters from the citadel, and he needed to go a little further. Couldn't he find her after wandering a little? Couldn't Earthlings act on their own? The Libra goddess had prepared everything he needed for training, even getting top-notch equipment so he could train safely and effectively. The girl also didn't forget about earthly toys so that the guy could have fun in his free time. All this was the least she could do for a hunter who had accepted such terrible conditions, to prepare a comfortable environment for him so that he could focus on training. Suddenly, a warrior appeared and turned to the lady and reported that he had inspected the perimeter of the training citadel and could not find the person she spoke of. The girl responded in horror that this couldn't be, because she had definitely sent Skylar there. The warrior then suggested that perhaps the magical storm of the abyss had thrown him back. Then the goddess turned to him and asked him to do everything he could to find him and bring this man back. He had to be found and saved, because he couldn't just stay and wander the abyss forever. And the noble warrior accepted the order of the lady and said that he would find him at any cost and went to search through the abyss. The abyss was an endless void, and even the constellations were able to master only a part of this world, and it was simply impossible to find a person who was carried away by a magical storm. The violent flow of mana could simply destroy his body. The guy felt as if he was in the deep sea, although he had never been there. Highly concentrated magical power circulated through his breath, thus strengthening his body. The boy's bones and muscles were strengthened, and his potential increased dramatically. The protagonist wandered in this storm and took it all as a test of becoming an avatar of the constellation. A few weeks later, a storm released the boy and brought his body to the ground. Skylar was barely able to stand, but he was glad that the first training session had gone well and was finally over. He raised his head up and was horrified. It seemed to him that in front of him was the place where the next training would take place. The place where the magical storm brought the protagonist was an empty corner of the abyss, which was not owned by any constellation. Suddenly, a stone monster appeared right in front of the guy, and he thought that the training was that he had to defeat it. Skylar noted that the monster looked like Onyx from Pokemon and was similar to an A-rank monster. The protagonist simply looked at his opponent and couldn't believe that the goddess wasn't overestimating him, since he was hardly a C-rank hunter. But Skylar immediately pushed these thoughts aside and was sure that the goddess had carefully planned everything for him. And at that moment, the guy ran straight at the monster. He had enough time to give it a good fight. The main character put all his strength into one blow, but the monster didn't even notice this, and there was no reaction. The guy couldn't even scratch him. Suddenly, the stone monster uttered a terrible cry that was supposed to frighten the main character. But this didn't stop the guy, and he was going to smash him into rubble and would train until he could knock him down. One day, the protagonist received this book as a bonus at an auction. It was about divine space art with a D-rank skill. Two guys were talking about how martial arts are not popular. Moreover, they are also hard, and no one needed this book. Then one of the guys decided to just sell it. He said that no normal person would buy it. Skylar was sitting next to him and asked if he could buy this book, because he had always been interested in studying martial arts. The man sold the book without any difficulty and said that the boy had strange taste for his age and warned him not to rely on this skill alone. Everyone knew that cultivating strength took a very long time. Even if you thought that this skill would make someone stronger, it was better to learn something else. If mana is the lifeblood of a magician, then Kai is an integral part of a martial artist's abilities. This damage varied depending on the amount of Kai achieved, and so it was natural that a divine space art that slowly cultivated Kai was unpopular. But Skylar was completely different. He had many opportunities to learn other martial arts. He really liked space arts. The guy massaged the stone monster nonstop, because in the divine space art, there is no special way to cultivate ki. However, instead, Kai permeates every movement from a fist to a milky kick and returns back to the body. By repeating this process, a tiny amount of Kai accumulates inside, but each kick and punch slowly increases the protagonist's Kai. If this training is repeated endlessly, then eventually he will become a master of martial arts, of course. All this was about theory, but not everyone is capable of such training. The guy thought that he had no talent, but in fact he was deeply mistaken, because he has the talent to endure fatigue and make endless efforts. That's why he was able to withstand 100 years of repeating the same skill. Thanks to this, he learned the B+ rank skill, the internal destruction fist technique, and then the next level of divine space art. The young man had reached the level of an advanced martial artist and was now a B-rank hunter. Then the guy remembered one hunter who was able to become an A-rank martial arts master. He was a hunter from China, the only martial artist to reach a rank. The young man became an expert in martial arts, or in other words, about the level of a six-circle mage. The girl asked him with great surprise whether he was going to apply for a higher rank and immediately received a positive answer. The guy planned to become the first S-rank martial artist. The main character was not very inspired by this thought, because at this rate he would only be able to reach this guy's level in 1,000 years. At that moment, a stone monster looked at Skylar. The guy asked him why he was looking at him like that, because there was a fair fight between them. The stone snake didn't just ignore him. After the boy had been cultivating ki for decades, it could no longer ignore the damage it received. At that moment, the snake couldn't hold back her tears, because the guy had forcibly chosen her as a dummy when she was just doing her usual everyday things. At one point, the guy felt a little lost and decided to go somewhere, because it was a training ground, so now he can go wherever he wants. Suddenly, the stone snake sat the young man right on his head and moved forward. The main character found this idea funny, because simply walking through the abyss was an incredibly boring activity. At one point, the guy heard the sound he heard 100 years ago when he first fell into the abyss. It was the sounds of a magical storm. The boy regarded this as a gift from the goddess, which would lead him to the second test, but the dragon had a different opinion and believed that the man would simply die. The protagonist kindly asked the beast to go with him, but he was afraid, because even the strongest monsters can die if they get caught in a magical storm. Then the monster suddenly jumped and together with Skylar found themselves in the epicenter of a magical storm, because he had no choice but to agree with it. After reaching the destination point, the monster was exhausted, and the guy joyfully exclaimed that everyone in the abyss really moves so happily. When the boy reached the advanced level, he realized how incredible the magical storm was. It filled his body with mana and made him stronger, eliminating fatigue. All this was an incredible training in restoring the whole body. To control such a powerful constellation is truly amazing. But the guy didn't fully understand that it was just pure luck that he didn't die immediately after the magical storm caught him. Because if he hadn't taken it as a test from the goddess and allowed the flow to capture his body, the storm would have torn him to shreds in 1 second. The young man wandered through the abyss and wondered why there was no food here, since he had not eaten for over 100 years, but he still had no feeling of hunger. The guy wanted to chew something, and the monster kindly offered him to try the stone. The monster said that theoretically he could eat him because technically speaking, the stone of his body is meat. He happily shared a piece of the stone body, but the guy took it as revenge for using him as a punching bag for 100 years. The monster looked kindly at the guy and waited for his reaction, because he had no bad intentions. But Skylar refused such a treat, because no matter how hungry he was, he did not want to eat the monster. In response to his words, the creature happily threw him on its head and threw him into the air several times. From this moment on, the protagonist learned everything he needed to know about the stone snake. At that moment, the boy received a combat insight based on the stone serpent's movements. It was about the stone serpent's fist, strong enough to pierce the ground. The punch was strong enough to pierce the ground, but also flexible as if it was floating through the air. And the advanced level master immediately tried out a new fist technique. After that, he was very surprised, and now the guy is not going to stop using divine space arts because it was quite good. After this, the main character began to understand much more, having received a new level of martial arts and was looking forward to the next training. The guy stood on the edge of the cliff and thought about where the next training session would be. After seeing the photo, the guy decided that the next training would be underwater and ran down. He also ordered his friend to stay on dry land, as the stone could sink. The guy entered the water elegantly, and taking in as much air as possible, dove straight to the bottom. But this was not ordinary water, but poisonous water, which immediately penetrated his body, and the charge of ki that he received from the divine cosmic arts began to deplete. The boy began to be attacked by sea monsters, and if his power ran out, his life would be in danger. But with each attack, his body became accustomed to the poison, and his resistance increased. On the shore of the poisonous ocean, like a faithful dog, the monster waited for its owner. He saw something happening inside the water. It was Skylar, who with a powerful leap from the water, found himself right on dry land. The guy told that the ocean of the abyss is very dangerous, and that at the bottom, he saw something shining and he should get it. Skylar didn't know how he would swim through the poisonous ocean. But if this was all a test from the goddess, then there had to be a way. Then the guy began to think about what he should do and how to act in this situation. He then decided that with the help of divine cosmic art, he would accumulate enough ki power to swim across the poisonous ocean. But the guy couldn't imagine that all this would take a very long time. He was of course glad that he was becoming stronger, but he didn't understand why this process was so long, and he had been stuck here for 200 years. Then the young man saw his friend eating a lot of stones and asked how tasty it was. He also needed to eat something, but thanks to his mother, he was not hungry, but it was hard to live without food, since everything seemed very gray. When the main character was wandering along the shore, he saw in the distance a monster from the poisonous ocean. The guy's eyes lit up when he saw this fish in front of him. All that was left was to cook it properly. The main character decided that in order to eat normally, he had to cook it first. Then the guy went to get some supplies and with great force began to knock something out of the rock. He managed to create his first kitchen utensils, and for a first attempt it turned out pretty well. The guy found a large stone slab and put the fish on it and began to cut it up. But as soon as his knife cut through the head, the stone utensils melted. The main character was confused and did not understand how to cook it further. Brilliant ideas were much faster than his, and he thought that maybe he should eat it raw, just like sashimi. The stone friend could not stand such thoughts and took something out of his jaw and offered the guy to use it. In Skylar's hands was an adamantine. It was a treasure among treasures, highly valued among rock-type monsters. The guy really liked this material because it did not melt when it came into contact with this liquid, and you can even make a cutting board out of such things. The young man was happy about this because now, by training in the abyss, he would be able to make any kitchen utensil. At this moment, the main character remembered the words of the boss, who kept shouting at him that a person should have a hobby, and now he finally understood what the boss was trying to tell him. Now, if a guy can improve his cooking skills after getting the kitchen utensils, he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as he will be able to cook food that will help him in his training. Skylar finally cooked a fish steak and immediately began to taste it, even though he only lived once. On Earth, the main character was not picky about food and adhered to a strict diet. Many of his friends asked what was for dinner today, but upon hearing the answer, they immediately said that they had eaten somewhere else. After the guy finished eating the steak from the poisonous fish, he felt some kind of burning inside his body, and green poisonous smoke came out of all his orifices. Even though the boy had absorbed all the poison, it was successfully removed using the divine space arts Kai. At one point, Skylar realized that the poisonous meat had increased his Kai and his tongue had simply gone slightly numb. The guy came to the conclusion that poison was one of the ways of energy, because until he was poisoned, he could transform it into Kai. Then, the main character decided that it was time to start hunting and he was ready to eat each of them. Thus, several centuries passed. The guy pulled out poisonous fish over and over again and happily devoured them. During this time, Skylar's mind and body changed greatly. During this time, the deadly poison had been successfully expelled many times using the key of the divine space art, and his body now had maximum resistance to the poison. After the protagonist gained resistance to countless poisons, he obtained the A-rank skill, Perfect Poison Immunity. The poison no longer affected him, and moreover, he himself could release and use the poison, thanks to which his skill reached the level of an expert. The guy was talking about how he had gained full resistance to poisons and reached the expert level, something he couldn't even dream of on Earth, and should already be an A-rank hunter. But even A-rank hunters are considered strategic weapons, and this will still not be enough to save the Earth from disaster, and the protagonist proceeded to the next stage, namely, to continue training hard. This was the end of his journey with the stone monster. He thanked his friend for everything, and said that the main character's path would be too dangerous from now on. The guy added that his further path lay through water, and since he was a stone type, he definitely wouldn't pass, and ordered him to return home. Because of his resistance to poisons, the ocean was no longer considered a threat to the guy, and now the cruel sea monsters had no choice but to flee from the hunter. From that moment, Skylar became the emperor of this ocean. As the boy wandered through the ocean, he noticed the source of magical power that he had seen on the first day, and now he would finally be able to look at it up close. But this was not a source at all, but a portal to the place of the next training, as the young man had previously thought. The closer he got, the more the thought of what the next training would be like enveloped him. When the protagonist entered the next location, all of his Kai gates were automatically activated, and the power completely overflowed his entire body, and he received automatic protection from attacks. The body of people who had reached the expert level could independently prepare for battle when they sensed hostility. But even people who are not martial arts experts should be able to sense it upon arriving in this territory. The protagonist came face to face with an insatiable thirst for blood that could only be found in a high-level dungeon. Any attribute of a constellation is the laws established on their territory. One of the monsters asked the guy what race he was, and when he heard that the guy was human, he decided that most likely he was here for the first time. Then the monster offered to explain something, to which the main character was very surprised and thanked him for such kindness. The creature took a huge sword in its hand and shouted that the newcomers should have their heads cut off so that they would know that this land is ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles. Skylar heard about the Lord of Blood and Battles and decided that this training ground had a pretty tough theme, and the battle began between the monster from hell and the guy who accidentally ended up on this earth. After several successful attacks, the protagonist formed a Kai fist, concentrating all his power and released it straight at the monster's head. The other demons couldn't believe it, that some human could defeat their boss on this earth. The guy shouted that he came to take a test and ordered them to attack him, but the demons did not understand what test they were talking about. Then one of the demons suggested that the boy wanted the attention of the Lord of Blood and Battles, and noted that the young man didn't look so bad for a man who looked like a weakling. At that moment, all the monsters and demons of this dimension began to attack the guy to kill him. But the main character was not afraid of this at all, and hit after hit the monsters with crushing force. They could not make him stop using these strange techniques. At one point, the guy realized that he was fighting in too large and open an area and was very heavily surrounded. One of the demons screamed that he looked better than he seemed, but he was still human, and was destined to be dog food. The demon unleashed the dogs straight at Skylar, and they charged straight at him with ferocity. The guy was in the territory under the rule of this constellation, where the main attribute was the second law of nature, which was that a person should always be ready to defend himself. In the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood and Battles, there was only one rule, that all his avatars fought each other endlessly, and the guy decided to find an advantageous position and win. After walking a short distance, he came across an abandoned building and decided to go inside. The guy immediately knocked down the door and immediately asked for forgiveness from the unknown owner of the building. But he was going to borrow this house for a short time. But the young man was met by a rather kind monster who greeted him and offered to try the soup he had just prepared. But it turned out that Skylar walked into the restaurant's doors, and he was shocked that even in such places they exist. The guy felt awkward about the broken door and asked if he had anything to eat, because he hadn't eaten anything normal for a long time. Suddenly, the monster immediately poured a poisonous vat of stew right onto the protagonist's face. Skylar found himself on the floor, and a satisfied monster stood nearby and asked how well the soup was cooked. But unexpectedly for the monster, the guy got up, because there is no longer any poison that can harm him, and he is able to freely control it. The guy quickly stood up and said that there was a good eatery here. The monster could not understand who was in front of him. At that moment, other demons appeared at the door of the restaurant and were able to find him. They had one goal and one thirst to kill this man. The guy quickly built a shelter out of tables and chairs and invited the demons to come to him. Then Skylar picked up a chair and shouted that he could fight them here for eternity. The guy spent several hours fighting monsters and demons using only a chair, and thanks to this he acquired a new skill using chairs as weapons. The main character was happy about this, because the best level of understanding can only be achieved in deadly situations, and he understood why the goddess had prepared such a test for him. At this time, the goddess of scales could not find a place, because there was no news about Skylar for a long time. She also hoped that everything was fine with her assistant too, but he had already flown through a bunch of dimensions and did not understand how he was supposed to find the only person in the abyss. After some time, the main character exhaled loudly. He wondered only one question. How many more times would he have to do this? Due to his mastery of combat skills, Skylar's sensitivity increased, and he felt something supernatural coming from the cauldron. When the boy took the cauldron in his hands, the owner of the building suddenly grabbed him by the leg and shouted that the Lord of Blood and Battles did not want fights to be interrupted by an insignificant death. That here, his power would endlessly revive him to continue, therefore no one could die here. The monster burst into tears like a little girl and asked to have mercy on him because he had gone through all the circles of hell to get this adamantine cauldron. But the protagonist ordered him to shut up because he believed that he got it by beating up other creatures. The guy added that the point is that now the winner takes all. The adamantine cauldron and this restaurant now belonged to Skylar. The young man picked up a huge stone slab because he had heard in a story about martial arts that a retired martial artist owned a small classic eatery. The guy came here only to look for a suitable place for battles, but suddenly acquired a diner that inspired him. The main character proudly walked out of the building, because now it was no longer an ordinary eatery, but a place called the Taste Factory. The amazed monster screamed at the boy not to even think about it, because it was all his. But Skylar didn't care anymore. He offered him a great bet. If he wanted to take the restaurant back, he should beat him, because that's how the rules work here. When the guy entered the kitchen, he was surprised at how often the demon chef kept this place. Right on the table in front of the guy were all the ingredients, dishes, and even a special place. The experiment section should not have any problems now. Then the main character decided to check what kind of food was on this table. First of all, he took some piece that looked tasty and filling and was similar to meat. As soon as the guy took a small bite, he realized that he had taken poison and was not very happy about it. He could not understand where the poison came from in the restaurant. Then the young man began to try one of the strange fruits. As he tried one ingredient after another, he realized that there was poison everywhere in this restaurant, and he couldn't understand why there was so much of it and whether demons really fed on it. The boy resigned himself to this and decided that he should eat everything raw and use his poison immunity to convert it into Kai energy. But Skylar suddenly remembered that the poison had no effect on him, and now he would simply use it as one of the ingredients for cooking. From that day on, the boy fought monsters to gain experience during the day, and he experimented with recipes at night, and all this continued in the diner for several hundred years. The main character was calmly going about his daily business, cleaning the restaurant and cleaning the floor from dirt. But each time the monsters and demons returned and screamed at him to give his restaurant back. But the guy shouted that this was now a pub, not some lousy restaurant, and quickly threw all the creatures out of the building. At one point, the protagonist discovered that he had obtained a new skill. Through countless battles, he had obtained an A-rank skill, harmony of body and mind. Now, divine space arts had become more natural. The man received a surge of wild energy. The circulation of ki in his body accelerated sharply. The skill of harmony of body and mind was a state in which the body moves in accordance with the mind. After acquiring this skill, the body becomes much faster than before. Every martial artist wanted to obtain this skill, but it was very difficult to achieve. Magic skills are popular and used by many, so they are often sold at auctions. Various scrolls with magic spells were available to everyone who participated in this. But because of this popularity, the scroll of harmony of body and mind was difficult to obtain. Some could only crawl through dungeons and hope for a miracle. The protagonist did not understand why, but he was able to achieve harmony of body and mind through prolonged, deadly fights. The guy thought that all the martial artists would go crazy because of this, but there was one question left: when would he return, and whether he would be able to at all? At this time, the Lord of Blood and Battles was pleased with all who received his blessing and continued to wage continuous battles. The demon chief could not believe that an army of monsters could not defeat one person after 100 years. The main character sat quietly on the table and meditated while the monsters did not understand how to open the closed door. This building was so strong and powerful that they could not demolish it to kill a person. By the time the demons realized that their strategy wasn't working, the protagonist also realized that something needed to change. He looked at his hands and realized that he had stopped getting stronger, that his strength was fading with each passing day. Of course, he absorbed some energy through his culinary research, but his progress in martial arts had completely stopped. The boy was still inside. He could no longer experience things like harmony of body and mind. Behind the door, there were screams of monsters who were shouting about adamantine nuggets and fresh meat of the void beast, from which strength would increase dramatically. All of these were unsuccessful attempts by the monsters to lure the main character out. Over the years, the demons had come to an agreement that as long as Skylar was hiding in a dive bar or a pub, they wouldn't even scratch him, and so they tried their best to lure him out. Suddenly, the doors of the pub opened and Skylar shouted that he could forgive a lot, but asked the demons to end this unfortunate performance. The monsters were surprised, because they could not have expected that the guy would actually come out to them. And at that moment, all the creatures flew towards the guy as if they saw an appetizing and tasty piece of meat. All this time, the demonic pub was not only a refuge, but also the cause of Skylar's stagnation. Being isolated in the pub meant he stopped engaging in the death matches that had accelerated his growth. That's why he decided to play along with them, even though the demons' acting was some of the worst. But at the moment of the fight between the demons and the guy, there was a huge and powerful demon, which became a small problem for Skylar. The demon screamed that today would be his last day and that he would no longer have to pretend to be a strong guy who would simply be hidden in this building. In response to this, the main character turned to the demon boss, saying that he was afraid that at this rate he would not advance in martial arts. These words angered the creatures, and they began to attack the guy, but he was so fast and agile that they couldn't even touch him. One A-rank martial artist described powerful strength as a state in which he is filled with confidence. Before this, Skylar couldn't understand this, but now that he had reached the level of an expert, the young man realized that before, in battle, the guy always felt like he was cornered, randomly attacking in all directions with all his kai. The feeling he had of lack of confidence had completely disappeared, and he was now completely calm and full of strength. The whole world told him that he was stronger than all the demons around him. He could dispel the enemy attack with divine space art. The main character easily took the demon by his sword, because now he learned to use the enemy's strength against him. At this moment, he learned the martial art of the samurai, in which the opponent's strength is used against them. After a successful fight, the guy was happy that he managed to get a piece of fresh meat and an ingot of adamanta. Soon the guy returned to the pub again and shouted that he would gladly fight them again anytime if they brought him more gifts. The next day, a piece of meat and 2 beautiful ingots awaited the main character. The demons brought them as promised and offered to fight them again. The guy immediately left the building and was surprised. There was no one in front of him. He couldn't understand where everyone had gone because they wanted to fight him so much. Suddenly, the demons started firing from the air. They decided that the guy specialized in close combat and therefore decided to finish him off with long-range attacks. Skylar successfully escaped this barrage, and thus his body became even stronger after the demon attacks. All the demons were wondering the same thing: when would he finally die? But time after time, they received a direct hit from spells, because now Skylar had received the skill of invulnerability. From that moment on, the more the demons spent their strength, the stronger Skylar became, and each time the gap between them increased. More than several hundred years have passed since these events, but the merciless battles between man and demon continue to this day. A line of demons had already formed to wait for the legendary battle, but when the main character came out, he announced that there would be no fight. One of the demons waited the whole morning to fight under the pub and was very upset about it, but a resourceful guy suggested that next time he take a number for the first fight. The guy warned that he would not fight with those who did not stand in line and would make scenes, but one of the demons calmed the main character by saying that the demons who wanted to fight would obey him, because it was difficult to find a strong man like a human and they were forced to stand in line. As Skylar returned to the pub, the young man thought about how he had somehow become close to these guys, and he assumed it was natural after hundreds of years of fighting. The boy held an A-rank hunter card in front of him. It was a magical item received when first registering with the association, and when the owner filled it with magical kai, it showed the owner's statistics. The guy had long forgotten about this card, and after some time decided to take it out and look at the result of long training. When the boy took the card, he was shocked, because he received so many skills that on Earth he could only dream of it. But one of the last skills seriously interested Skylar. He didn't know what it was and what this skill gave. It had a worldwide resonance. The boy couldn't believe his eyes, because this skill was D rank when he first learned it. He had never seen the rank rise so quickly, but it was all because of the training in the Abyss that had already taken several centuries, and even more than 1,000 years. One of the A-rank skills was perfect immunity to poisons, the ability to freely control poisons and gain kai when absorbing it. The second skill was the harmony of body and mind, the ability to use the body the way the owner wants it. The third skill meant the ability to redirect the opponent's power back, even if it was greater than the main character. The fourth skill was invulnerability, where the skin became harder than steel and was able to block most attacks. The guy knew about all the abilities he received, but then he noticed the card coherence. It was one of the skills he heard about back on Earth. The meaning of this skill was that hunters use mana or kai as a source of power when using the skill, and when the quality of this source drops, it will result in a loss of effectiveness or a failure to use the skill. However, if the user has an unimaginably large amount of pure kai, it will reach a legendary level, creating an illusion of 3 colors during kai meditation. Skylar was puzzled, because this skill was available to hunters who had learned a unique A-rank martial art like the Divine Twilight Art. But the guy didn't know that although the Divine Space Art is weak in terms of growth rate, it allows you to create kai stronger than any other martial art, and Skylar has been training this art for more than 1,000 years. A martial arts expert card meant that the person had the ideal physique to learn martial arts. This primarily meant that they had a high affinity with kai, and most people with this skill received it at birth. The guy suggested that it might be due to the magical storm, since he never had any innate talents. Skylar was grateful to the goddess for this, because she really planned everything and made the magical storm the first part of the training. But the girl still didn't know where he was. Through countless battles, his understanding of martial arts had almost reached perfection, and the boy could flawlessly copy any martial arts at first sight. It was believed that it was difficult to master even one martial art in a lifetime, and this skill would allow him to use different techniques depending on the situation. This skill was really strong, But in the end, the guy saw one of the abilities that didn't even have a rank. It was a world resonance where the world resonates with the protagonist because he is close to reaching the peak of existence. But the guy did not understand a single word and thought that maybe the hunter's card was broken. But at that moment, Skylar did not realize that this is the thing that will make the whole earth go crazy. While the guy was carefully studying the hunter's cards, he prepared a whole vat of delicious soup. At this point, the demons were discussing how Skylar was a strong opponent and couldn't understand how he could be so strong. One of them had been competing with him for 500 years, but he was still stronger. The guy approached the losers and offered to try one of the most delicious dishes of this establishment. The monsters happily tried what the main character had prepared on the condition that after eating, they would defeat this man. Skylar practiced cooking continuously, making changes to the menu, and each time it became tastier and tastier. But sometimes the demons didn't like the food, and they weren't going to eat it, because even pigs wouldn't eat it. The protagonist accidentally poisoned the demon and decided that next time it would be better not to add this ingredient to the soup. Suddenly, someone's voice shouted that a warrior was coming for battle. He was not a prisoner who could be tortured like this. A huge demon was walking towards the guy and refused to play his games and asked the man to fight him. As soon as the demon came within a meter, he immediately received a powerful punch right in the chest and jumped back several meters. The boy couldn't understand what he didn't like about his food and forbade him from entering here even after he was resurrected. After that, Skylar smiled and apologized for this situation and told the demons not to be shy about trying the food. The demons liked the young man's food so much that they offered to serve this dish to their master, the Lord of Blood and Battles. The young man was very flattered and was glad that they liked everything so much. Demons were really different from people. They thought that this food was very tasty, and those who ate until they were full did not come to the pub for more than a month. After such a time spent in the kitchen, the guy received the skill of beginner cooking of the abyss. The main character continued to train hard and intensely every day, and he really wasn't wrong, because his skills didn't improve at all. He could no longer cultivate ki. It felt like his body was blocked due to it being overfilled. His growth was stopped. The boy thought about how his top martial artist was just an expert, and even though he wanted to become stronger, he no longer had a role model because there was no longer a martial artist stronger than him. The guy had to break down this wall, and there was only one way to become stronger. It was to fight a new enemy. With an enemy that is many times stronger than these weak demons, the guy needs to fight someone who is stronger than even him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the pub and asked the owner to come out. When the guy opened the door, he kindly invited me to taste the excellent meat he had prepared that morning. The main character kindly offered the guest to sit down at any free place, and he would bring meat without rice in the meantime. Skylar was a little wary, because in front of him was a completely new demon. He looked at its statistics while showing the table. The demon said that he had heard a lot about him and was eager to see his skills. Skylar knew that this guest was very strong and much stronger than him. He had enormous magical power that was strong even for the demonic race. And at that moment, the main character realized that a new stage of training was beginning. The guy kindly served the guest and brought him the dish of the day, meat without rice. The demon began to slowly taste the main character's food. It was clear that he was much stronger than the guy. When the demon finished eating, he thanked him for the food and added that he had heard that the owner of this place liked to collect valuable minerals. At that moment, he took out a huge ingot of adamantine, which was of a size never seen before. The guy held this ingot in his hands and did not know what to say. He thought that the demon paid him too much and offered him another portion of rice. But the demon refused, saying that one was enough, and everything was delicious. The demon turned to the man and said that his name was Virago. He was the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles, and the one to whom he had given the bloody axe, and he had an offer from his master. The guy was very surprised by this and asked what proposal he was talking about. Then the demon added that all this time the Master Lord of Blood and Battles was watching him, and now he wants the guy to become his avatar. Varagot was sure that Skylar would accept the offer, but despite the fact that he is a wanderer from the outside world, the guy is not crazy enough to go against the will of the constellation. The protagonist cautiously asked for forgiveness, but he cannot accept the demon's offer. Varagot was furious because the boy refused his master's offer. The guy said that he was under a lot of pressure and that he was the strong opponent that the young man had been waiting for so long. The demon did not understand this, because the guy had a talent worthy of praise from the master to not hide his fighting spirit in front of someone who was definitely stronger than him. And this was exactly the quality that the Lord of Blood and Battles desired. The demon screamed about what the guy was not happy with if he rejected such a sweet offer. Then the demon suggested that perhaps the guy was already an avatar of another constellation, but he did not feel the presence of the constellation in him at all. The protagonist replied that he was not an avatar yet, but had already promised the constellation that he would become one when he passed her test. The creature tried to find out, because perhaps the guy was deceived, but the main character was persistent and did not understand what the demon was trying to achieve, because if he wanted to fight, he would be ready for it with joy. The demon asked the guy not to rush and listen to him, because what he was talking about did not add up in his head. Constellations enter into a contract with an avatar because of their desire. No constellation will accept someone unworthy as an avatar. And to be desired by one constellation meant that other constellations from the abyss would also desire it. And so the constellation immediately makes a contract with the avatar candidate so that others do not do this. But if they want to train the candidate, they do it on their own territory. This is all because there are cases where the candidate may be intercepted by other constellations while he is wandering outside, and if this happens, then the constellations will laugh at him for 10,000 years. But the boy shouted that Virago had missed something, because the constellation he had promised could see the future, and the boy was sure that she had chosen this strange method because she had foreseen it. The demon wasn't completely sure, because foreseeing the future is a rare and special skill, but the protagonist replied that this is what proves that his constellation is better than he thinks, because she was able to think that nothing would happen if he trained outside of her territory. After these words, Skylar bragged about the training he had gone through and all the trials he had faced for hundreds of years after he had been caught in the magical storm, and how carefully these trainings had been planned. But the demon replied that this made even less sense, because the magical storm of the abyss is not something that can be controlled, and even the constellations cannot do it. It is a dangerous and powerful catastrophe. The guy was already less confident in his words, and he added that shouldn't at least one constellation be able to control this? The demon said that if it were, it would immediately conquer the entire abyss. He also asked if the guy was sure that it was not the constellation that sent him, but that he simply fell under a magical storm. But the main character did not want to listen to the demon's words and ordered him to shut up. Skylar didn't think Virago was lying, because it was the truth, and now he knew a lot. But he was enjoying the process of becoming stronger so much that he didn't have any questions until this moment. The guy was angry. He didn't understand how stupid he was and why he hadn't thought about this before. At one point, the young man wanted to burst into tears, but he couldn't do that, because every tear would exhaust Key and his courage. Skylar walked out of the pub and headed forward. Now he knew that he was not at a training facility, but simply in another location. And now he urgently needed to return to Earth, because he had wasted 1,000 years. But the demon upset the guy by saying that he could not leave this territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. And at that moment, Varagoth, gifted with a bloody axe, showed his true form, and the blessing of the Lord of Blood and Battles enveloped him. He felt sorry that he had to break such a precious gem like the guy who was right in front of him. He calmed the guy down and told him not to despair, because his master was very generous, and when the main character died, he would bind his soul and resurrect it. The guy didn't understand what kind of nonsense Varagot was talking about. He refused to play their games and immediately attacked the main demon. The demon noticed that the guy had a special walking technique, and he did not feel any magic, and his movements were much faster than teleportation magic. The protagonist demonstrated a technique of divine space art movements using Kai, and it was called the moonwalk. The demon replied that his master was interested in him for a reason, but he did not intend to continue this any longer and ordered him to prepare to serve his master. Varagot used blood baptism. It was condensed mana, and to use such an amount of mana you need to be very strong, and even the invulnerability skill did not allow you to stay under it for long. The demon screamed that now the end had come for man, and the Lord of Blood and Battles was waiting for him. A downpour of crimson mana melted and destroyed everything it touched. This technique showed in all its glory the difference between the power of Varagoth and the power of a human mage. But thanks to the skill of harmony of body and mind, the protagonist's senses became sharper. His Kai consumption was significantly reduced, and the effectiveness of the martial art he used increased. The divine space art had unceremoniously warned him, and it was because Skylar was in great danger. When faced with a crisis situation where the enemy was much stronger than the guy, his mind was very calm, and the discomfort of wasting time due to misunderstandings had already disappeared. It was that similar moment when the guy got caught in a magical storm, where it wasn't the speed that was important, but the feeling of the flow, and then he would be able to dodge. The level of martial arts proficiency was increased, and the guy received an S-rank skill, incredible speed, a technique that allowed him to move in the blink of an eye to the desired location. Vertigo couldn't believe his eyes because the guy completely dodged the bloody baptism. Until this moment, he thought that martial arts were only studied by weaklings and expressed great respect for the man. In the Abyss, magic skills are the most popular. They consume mana, and magic users can take unlimited mana from the outside. On the other hand, martial arts consume the user's internal strength, and compared to magic, martial arts have a limit. After meeting the main character, the demon understood why martial arts were created, because it really amazed the mind. And he told an old story about slaves rebelling in the territory of some constellation. They wanted to resist the law of this world, and once they went against the constellation, they could no longer use mana. However, it was not so easy to suppress the rebellion because of their wonderful skill, thanks to which it was possible to use without borrowing mana from the outside. The guy thought it was about martial arts, but what if he used magic? The demon added that after his body had melted from the bloody baptism, he would have already met the Lord of Blood in battles. And at that very second, the guy flew straight at the demon so that he could see the true power of martial arts. The demon understood that before him was indeed a special person, but he was Vertigo and his master gifted him with a bloody axe. And then the demon used the magic of the bloody axe and dealt a powerful blow to the main character. The guy shouted that with this magic, the fight was miserable, and maybe he at least has weaknesses in close combat, because it couldn't be that magic was capable of everything. For the first time in a long time, the main character was on edge, because he was faced with an enemy who was significantly superior to him in strength, skill, and magic. With each attack he made, he felt himself becoming stronger, and by gathering the required amount of Kai in one point, he created Kai fists. And as soon as he managed to do this, he performed the most powerful fist of space, which struck the demon with such force that Veragut could not have expected it. But even this was not enough, and the demon was amused by the interesting tricks. But this was not enough to completely defeat him. A few skills, such as using speed or dodging, were only good for defense, but the problem was with attack power. To break through the dozens of layers of protective magic with which Veragut defended himself, he had to deliver a powerful blow. Then the main character thought that Ki's fist was the result of Ki compression, but such compression would hardly be enough. But he decided to try anyway. In theory, the Kai fist did not fully utilize the compression of Ki, and it was possible to compress Kai to the point of materialization, and this technique is called Kai materialization. The protagonist's idol, the greatest martial artist on Earth, was the first to be able to materialize Ki, but he could only hold the materialization for a moment because this technique absorbed a huge amount of energy. He could not use it in real combat. But Skylar has long since surpassed his martial arts idol over 100 years ago, and with a powerful stream of energy, he struck Varagoth straight in his heart. The guy couldn't quite believe that he had managed to do it, and that he had destroyed the Blood Shield spell and the Master's Blessing. The protagonist managed to destroy all of Varagoth's defense, but if he uses the manifestation of Kai again, his energy will be depleted. The battle between the human and the demon was still going on, and the lower-ranked demons were wondering when it would end, because at this rate, they would grind this place into dust. Varagot had been fighting the main character for 6 months already, and this man was a legend. So the main character used the Fists of Space. His energy was quickly depleted due to the use of this skill. The scanner was at a dead end. Although he could break through Varagoth's defense with the materialized Kai attack of the Divine Space Art, but he couldn't use this deadly attack due to the huge consumption of Kai. Although his skills quickly restored his energy, he still needed time to use the Cosmic Aura again. Varagot turned to the boy, saying that they had spent too much time on this, and he could no longer restrain the Lord of Blood in battles. And at that moment, a loud noise was heard, meaning that the Lord of Blood in battles blessed the demon with the power to win. The protagonist could barely stand on his feet while Mr. Varagota granted him additional strength. Skylar knew that he was in great danger and knew why the demon had shrunk in size. He did this to increase his speed, to be more mobile and sharp, so that the protagonist could not keep up with his fast and lightning attacks. The fight between the demon and the guy continued. The main character repelled one attack after another, continuing to accumulate energy and trying to defend more than attack. The demon's attacks were so strong that at one point Skylar's invulnerability was broken, and he needed time to restore it. He understood that if he lost concentration, he would die immediately, and there was no way he could relax or stop. From the moment he entered the Abyss, the protagonist never used up all his energy completely. After all, in the Abyss, where there were plenty of dangerous enemies and creatures around, using all your strength was tantamount to suicide, and there was no way to use it up completely. But the main character understood that he was not in a situation where he needed to accumulate energy and spend it in small parts. And then at one moment, Skylar released all the juices from his body, accumulating such a flow of energy that with one blow he cut off the demon's hand. At this moment, the protagonist learned the Cosmic Kai breakthrough. It was a completely new technique that was added to the divine cosmic art. And this art improved. Varagoat felt that even after such a crushing blow, no matter how, he had to defeat this man. Because if he doesn't put an end to this, Skylar will become even stronger and more powerful to the point that he will no longer be able to inflict even the slightest damage on him. Considering the fact that they were in the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood and Battles, there was no way the demon could lose this battle. Varago could not simply stand by and watch as a new constellation was born on the territory of his great master. Suddenly, the demon saw a bright light that slowly began to blind him. He wondered where it came from. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that Skylar, hundreds of times larger than him, was standing in front of him. At that moment, the protagonist realized what it meant to empty all the energy from Kai. The wall that the main character had encountered, the amount of ki that was in his body, all of this was now completely unimportant, because all the powerful energy was inside him. And now if he can take all the energy outside the body, then the world will become his energy. At this moment, the boy had achieved a perfect understanding of the ki materialization skill and was now able to freely use this materialization. The skill of world resonance has increased, and now the world awaits his defeat. The constellation of the Abyss watching the battle showed great interest in it. From that moment on, all the constellations were ready to get the main character as an avatar. The guy finished off his opponent blow after blow, and at one point the demon was able to utter the last words that he had lost this fight to the man. The guy defeated the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles, the Demon King Varagoth, gifted with a bloody axe. The protagonist received power from the whole world thanks to the skill of a master craftsman. The demon was trampled right into the ground and added that the boy had now earned the right to reject his master's offer. Even though the battle was long and difficult, Skylar thanked the demon from the bottom of his heart. Varago added that he should listen to his words because no matter what constellation offered him to become his avatar, he should not accept it from it. The demon advised the boy to become so strong that no constellation could look down on him, thereby becoming famous in this abyss and becoming a constellation. The protagonist looked at the enemy he had just defeated and replied that he understood everything and would definitely listen to his words. At that moment, the demon disappeared, saying that he would look forward to the next battle. The guy looked at the bright flash and shouted for him to come back, because he had to give him what he deserved. The protagonist began to think about words so that he would become a constellation, becoming a master, the level at which he accepted the world as a whole person. Skylar began to feel something that he could not previously. It was the gaze of the constellations watching him, their pressure and how powerful they were. The protagonist decided that he could match them if he became a little stronger. Suddenly, other constellations of the Abyss began asking Skylar to meet with him. The Abyss constellation did not move. They could not do so, as they were constantly targeting each other's territories, and if one of them accidentally left their post, they would fall in an instant. That is why the constellations watched the world without leaving their own thrones, watching the avatars or those who are worthy of becoming them. The guy couldn't believe that someone had been watching him all this time, as if he had been shown on the regional news. After the great battle, the Lord of Blood and Battles placed a bounty on Skylar's head, and every creature that was in that territory hunted him. But from that moment on, the protagonist had nothing to fear, because he declared that he would become a constellation, while others watched his triumph. On the ground in the gym, the men saw a guy on TV who had signed a contract with a star. He said that everyone envies him because they also want to sign a contract with the star, but in reality, everything is not so colorful and wonderful. The guys were surprised by his words, because they did not understand how one could speak about such things directly and openly. The man spoke about the rules of the constellations that connect him, and you are under observation 24 to 7 hours. Skylar heard his friends loudly discussing this guy about how he was handsome and became an avatar, and basically he already had everything. But why was he whining that it was so hard for him? At that moment, the guy realized what the hunter from TV meant. He was obliged to act according to the rules and obey the order of the constellation, but if he disobeyed, then an unimaginable punishment awaited him. Being an avatar that everyone envies means being a slave in beautiful shackles. All the while the guy was thinking, small demons attacked him and tried to avenge the honor of their master. Since childhood, the guy wanted to be strong. Not so that strong guys like them would pay attention to him, he wanted to choose his own path. As strange as it may seem, Varagoat was right, and the guy can't leave his fate to the discretion of the constellation after he's come so far. At this moment, the main character received various messages from the constellations offering to give new skills or those who were simply impressed by the level of his martial arts. All this greatly irritated the guy. Skylar didn't know how to use magic properly, but it was as if it didn't need to be used, and it was better to achieve everything with the help of martial arts. Suddenly, one of the constellations of lava and magma gave the main character an ingot of adamantine and added that he looked like a hipster. Skylar thanked him for the gift, but immediately received an offer from the constellation to receive more valuable minerals in exchange for the contract. But the main character shouted that he was going to become a constellation, and it was pointless to lure him with such gifts. After the battles over the demon, everything was destroyed, and the main character returned to the pub and did not understand why he was considered a hipster, because he did not look like one at all. When the guy came back, he saw that the whole establishment looked like some kind of barn with a bunch of garbage and complete chaos. Among the pile of rubbish, the boy dug up a golden vat in which he cooked food. He carefully wrapped the vat with rope and no longer paid attention to the notifications from the constellations. The guy got ready to set off. The main character left the modest restaurant that brought him so many emotions and went into an unknown world. At one of the locations, a creature with a double head was following the path, when suddenly a voice was heard asking if they had seen a human male here. It was one of the guardian angels of the constellation who continued to search for the guy all over the world and showed what the guy looked like. The creature smiled when they saw who was shown to them and asked what kind of ugly creature was in front of them and why they should answer to some angel at all. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and the same creatures that were in front of the angel crawled out from under the ground. The vicious dogs began to threaten him, saying that he had entered the wrong area and had completely lost his sense of smell. They added that this area is not subject to any constellation and is the most secret and isolated neutral zone in the abyss. The dogs immediately pounced on him so that the angel could feel the fierce claws of freedom. But as soon as the creatures got closer to the angel, they immediately received a powerful blow, after which they flew back several dozen meters. The man then repeated his question, asking if they had seen the guy, and the dogs, horrified, apologized for making such a mistake and replied that they had not seen anyone. After these words, the guardian angel flew away to look for Skylar and thanked the creatures of this location for the information. The angel of the virtuous goddess of Libra continued to search for the man all over the planet. He talked to races capable of speech. He endlessly asked if anyone had seen Skylar. While the angel was wandering through the abyss, he received various notifications from other constellations, since avatars rarely leave their territory and everyone was interested in what was going on. For the constellations sitting on the territory and bound by their own rules, watching the avatars of other constellations was quite simple entertainment. And at that moment, the angel used the skill of the goddess's veil, and now he was hidden from the sight of all the constellations, and one of the observers was furious at the use of such a cheap trick. And the constellations continued to send different notifications, some asking to remove the veil, and some offering various riches in return, just to see what was hidden behind the veil. The virtuous goddess of Libra sent this particular angel on this impossible mission because he will conscientiously carry it out without succumbing to temptations from other constellations, even if he himself considers this mission impossible. Meanwhile, in an abandoned sector on the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles, the main character continued to train. Now, thanks to the master's rank, the divine space art had been perfected, and now the amount of ki did not matter at all, and the skill of a martial artist allowed him to perfectly use all martial arts. But despite this, Skylar continued to practice the powerful punch of the space fist. Just like when he first learned the divine space art, he put his whole soul into every strike. Suddenly, the boy received a notification that since he continued to live as befits his power, his essence had greatly increased. When the protagonist decided to leave the territory after defeating Varagoth, a change occurred in the mysterious skill World Resonance. When he took the card in his hand, it shone brightly, and he read that the world now resonated with him because he was close to reaching the peak of existence, and his title had changed to an invincible training master. At this moment, Skylar realized that when he reached the master level in the divine space art, he had perfected all the skills to the level of flawlessness. And now, in order to become stronger and gain the status of a constellation, he needed to obtain the degree of a master of divine cosmic art. On the way, the guy met demons who shouted at him that he could not escape anywhere, because he was in the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood, and now they would kill him for humiliating their master. But Skylar kept thinking that he should strengthen the essence by following the principles, and the world tells him that this is the way to become a constellation. The guy was haunted by these thoughts, and he walked confidently towards his goal, scattering all the demons that came his way. The only principle he must follow is that of an invincible training master. He must train all the time and never lose. The guy confidently walked towards his cherished goal. It suited him perfectly because he wanted it so much. The main character continued to train and left the corner of the abyss, where the gaze of the constellations could not reach him. And each time he became stronger and stronger. This was the whole power of the essence. In the battle with Varigoth, the protagonist gained 2 new skills related to his essence power. One of these skills was a good giant fighter. His power grew when he entered into battle with a strong opponent. The second skill was called self-control. The power of this essence grows as he lives in accordance with the essence. Self-control is a skill that tells the owner how to live as a constellation. Constellations are the beings that write the rules and are the rules. What if the serpent bearer of plague and darkness used a healing spell? Or if the Lord of Blood and Battle tried to resolve everything peacefully? The power of their existence would weaken, and their strength would be greatly reduced. In order for the protagonist to use this skill, he must fight someone stronger than him. But there was no way he could lose to him even once. It all sounded really complicated, and he liked that it was time to get serious, and at that moment a bright flash appeared in the sky, like a star. Skylar thought that this was another monster, and it looked like it was really huge. The star fell straight into the ground, and the guy hoped that this time it would be much stronger than him. Suddenly, a huge silhouette of a terrible monster appeared from under the ground, flew up, and was ready to attack Skylar. The main character could not believe his eyes. He could not have expected that this creature would appear here at that very second. In front of him was his old friend Onyx, who had been looking for the guy all this time and had finally found him. The boy joyfully threw himself into the arms of his old friend. During this time, he had grown considerably and was much larger than usual. Suddenly, a whole company of people like him appeared behind Onyx. It was his family. The creature warned the boy that it was not safe to be here and wanted him to run away from here. Suddenly, there was a fierce roar, and the ground beneath their feet split into 2 parts. Skylar's old friend Onyx and his family were city-sized monsters, but this monster that just appeared was on another level. The guy saw a supergiant monster that had never appeared on Earth before. It could be classified as the highest rank. The whole world should be on full alert when it appeared. The protagonist felt that the monster was emitting too much magical power, that it gave him goosebumps, and that it was definitely stronger than Varigoth. The guy discovered a hydra, a 9-headed snake, which was at the level of a constellation in strength. All this time, Skylar found the attention of the constellations annoying. There were constellations that became such by watching the adventures of the main character, but most mocked or ridiculed him, and some were even hostile. One such constellation was the Lord of Blood and Battles, whose first avatar suffered a crushing defeat. To all of them, Skylar was a beast that had not yet reached adulthood, so they must do everything in their power to prevent him from becoming a constellation. That's why the boy went to the neutral zone, where the constellations couldn't track him, but the lawless zone was a place where the strongest ruled. It was a place ruled by monsters that were as strong as constellations, and they weren't bound by the rules like constellations. The creature was amazingly strong and used powerful magical power and went at everyone like a bulldozer. If the guy defeats the Hydra, his power will essentially increase significantly. The World Resonance skill now resonated, and the boy received a notification that he was now an invincible training master. The protagonist's skills forced him to fight this monster, but even without them, his choice remains the same. The guy accepted this fight and immediately screamed sharply for this clumsy snake to attack him. Hydra had bullied his friend and his family, and it didn't matter how strong it was, the monster would now regret it. The creature began to attack the main character. It considered him an insignificant creature and was impatiently waiting for his death. It added that even the constellations fell to their knees because of its poison, and its breath would incinerate him in a second. His 9 heads emanated a powerful force that would freeze most opponents due to telepathy and bloodlust. But Skylar was already used to this, because he had already been in many battles on the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. The guy suddenly took off and delivered a powerful blow to one of the Hydra's heads. This blow was so strong that it took off the head in a second, and the Hydra could not understand how this brat dared to do such a thing. But the Hydra restored its head thanks to the divine regeneration skill, and all the guy's efforts were in vain. The monster turned to the boy and said that he was able to cut off his head, but now he had to pay for touching him. The entire body of the Hydra was suddenly filled with the strongest poison, from which neither the hero nor the constellation could withstand. The guy didn't understand why the creature was saying what it was going to do, and why it needed all this. But before him stood a monster that even the constellations of the entire abyss feared. They could do nothing, even if they found out what would happen next. And only the nine-headed Hydra announced the fate of the enemy. The enemy has no choice but to accept the fate that the Hydra has predicted for him. When the monster filled the entire atmosphere with the strongest poison, a bright flash appeared inside this steam. In the distance, the Hydra saw a guy who managed to cope with this poison and survive. The monster could not understand how he stopped their poison. At that moment, the guy felt like his head was about to explode because of that telepathic scream, and if he hadn't had perfect immunity to poisons, he could have suffered. But this feeling was not the same as when he fought Varagoth. It was far superior to the power of divine space art and the materialization of Kai. The boy screamed that he wanted to cut his head off and began to perform one of the most powerful blows he had mastered. At that moment, the protagonist realized that his power of existence had grown significantly because this effect increased as the power of the entity increased. All this was written right in the skill description, and the guy couldn't believe that he now had such incredible skills. The main character was not cornered, and on the contrary, he was able to defeat the Hydra with one blow. But even after this blow, when the Hydra lost several of its heads, the battle did not end there. Despite the fact that the guy knocked off the Hydra's heads with his numerous series of blows, it regenerated them too quickly. The monster wanted to kill this man as soon as possible. His breath was too dangerous that being near him was already fatal. Skylar had an invulnerability skill that should have protected him from any damage. But even in the fight against Varagoth, he was unable to block all of his powerful magic. But the Hydra was many times stronger than Varagoth, and it was impossible to block its attacks with invulnerability. And then the main character decided that he could run along this breath with the help of the moonwalk and get straight to the monster's throat. From that moment on, the guy began to move as quickly as possible, moving faster through the Hydra's poisonous breath. And at one moment, a miracle happened. While Skylar was moving between safe zones repeating the phrase faster and faster, the flame and poison emitted by the Hydra stopped, and time immediately slowed down. Hydra couldn't control his breathing intentionally, but none of Skylar's martial arts had the same effect. And finally, the main character realized that all this was happening for the same reason that his attacks were much stronger than they should have been with his level of martial arts and skills. The power of the essence is not the same as enhancing magic or martial arts. It is the power that allows one to change reality. According to his imagination and desire, he received an insight on how to use the power of the essence because it was a power that could change reality. Now the guy is able to control it as he wishes. As a result of the insight, the skill of the essence's power has increased, and this power allowed constellations and creatures that have reached the peak of existence to rule in the abyss. The constellations use this power to transform the abyss and create a kingdom and bring gifts and blessings to their followers. As long as the constellations have enough essence power, they can do anything. The Hydra was furious. She couldn't believe how the guy dared to do this. The monster screamed that she would not forgive this and would definitely kill him. This being had a gigantic soul and a strong will. With the current power of the essence, Skylar could not shake or change her will. But did he need to do this? Because his goal was to change the power of the protagonist's essence, and not the Hydra. The power of Skylar's essence infused his materialized Kai and became a sharp blade capable of cutting through both the Hydra's massive body and the poison that could seal divine regeneration. And the guy with great speed like a razor blade began to rush through the body of the Hydra. She could not believe that this was possible. The main character remained calm and did not give in to his emotions, because this was also training. And thanks to this power, the Hydra's heads could not regenerate, and they immediately lost to this man. They used Plan B, which was to hide in a cave and wait until regeneration returned to them again. But with so many heads like the Hydra, it was hard to come to a consensus, and someone didn't want to return to the cave with such a body, because it was a great humiliation. Neither fire, nor poison, nor brute force ever had any effect on the monster, but without regeneration, the Hydra quickly died, and for it was a shame, because they lived for 10,000 years and never faced such humiliation. And at that moment, while the Hydra were arguing with each other, a sharp beam of light crashed into them straight from the sky. It was Skylar who bid farewell to the snake with a powerful fighting technique and admitted that she was indeed a strong opponent. After this battle, the main character greatly increased all the skills that were used during the battle, and the world began to resonate with him even more strongly. The main character inherited the Hydra's karma of divine regeneration, and now his invulnerable body is endlessly regenerating from this moment on. The guy noted that life was a strange thing, because being a martial arts master, he never thought that he would receive so many A skills. Now he only had to look at them. Even just one skill like that would make the boy an A-rank hunter, but that no longer mattered once he decided to step beyond being a hunter and step onto the path of the constellation. The guy asked the Stone family if everything was okay with them and how they felt. Everything was fine, and the Stone friend said that the guy had changed a lot. But this was to be expected, because after several thousand years, anyone can change just as much. The main character looked at the monster lying on the ground and asked his Stone friend if he needed meat, bones, or scales, because he had to figure it out somehow. But the Hydra's body emitted a frightening poisonous aura, which required one to forget about it, because even touching the monster's body was dangerous. But this didn't stop the guy, and he quickly began to chop the snake into small pieces. There was so much meat that it was impossible to take it on the road, and he decided to eat the meat right before leaving. At that moment, the Stone friend asked the protagonist to take one amulet as a gift. It was a token of gratitude for protecting his entire family from the Hydra. When the guy took the gift in his hand, he received a notification that in front of him was an artifact of the subspace necklace. Thanks to this necklace, the guy could place all the pieces of the Hydra directly into it. The bones of the Hydra could be used to create various items and weapons, and the Hydra's tough scales could be used to make armor if carefully crafted. The guy was delighted with such a generous gift because he could throw in a cauldron and even unenriched ore, and it was all very convenient. The main character said that during this time, he had accumulated a large amount of adamanta, and even the piece that his Stone friend had given him remained. But the guy still did not know how to process this ore. Skylar already imagined that as soon as he learned how to melt this material, he would immediately make a frying pan and a cutting board. But the gifts from the Stone friend did not end there, and he presented another stone. Ever since Skylar decided to become a constellation, he started seeing messages about other constellations. He could also see the amount of power that beings like Vargoth and the Hydra possessed. The reason he was able to use the subspace necklace was not because he had simply become smarter and more observant, but because he was a being capable of reaching the peak of existence. He could also hear the world talking to him. In his hands, he held unenriched orichalcum. It was a metal that emitted pure magical energy. And then the guy had a eureka moment, because he could make a knife and cutlery from orichalcum, and a frying pan and board from adamantine, and it was just the perfect plan. The Stone friends thought that the guy probably had problems with his head, but they believed that he was a very kind and strong person. The guy held the necklace up and said that it couldn't hold things indefinitely just because it was a storage artifact. The main character decided that there was nothing he could do about it, and all he had to do was eat what was left. Skylar was a generous guy, and so he said that he would be happy to share the food with his friend. He had studied cooking for thousands of years while he was the owner of the Demon Pub, and his cooking skill was quite high. But even despite this, these ingredients were not so easy to handle. It was the meat of a powerful creature that had survived after refusing to become the avatar of the constellations, and in front of him was an ingredient that did not exist in the territory of the Lord of Blood in battles. Consuming abyssal monsters gave power proportional to the consumed creature, but if cooked incorrectly, the dish would be deadly poisonous. But Skylar still refused to back down from this idea. For the guy, preparing dishes from complex ingredients was a kind of training. The main character tried to calm his Stone friend and suggested that he try the dishes and not be afraid of it. The guy made tartare because it can be hard on the stomach to digest, and he thought it would do him good. But Onyx was also a powerful creature. He managed to escape from the Hydra, but it was simply impossible to avoid the terrible poisonous meat prepared by the main character. After trying a few pieces of fresh tartare, the Stone friend immediately screamed from the taste, and bright flashes of light began to come from his mouth and eyes. The Stone friend quickly called the whole family and offered to try it, because it was incredibly delicious, and the guy was incredibly happy that his friend liked it. Skylar decided to share the secret of why there is no poison in the meat, all because the Chief of the Abyss took care of everything, and he could not poison his friend's family. And the guy immediately received a notification that the giant stone of snakes and his entire family decided to trust him and honor him. After this, a bright light began to form in his hands, and he, like a constellation, began to have followers. And at that moment, the power of the entity increased significantly, and the main character felt the energy coming from his snake friends. Skylar finally understood why the constellations wanted to increase their number of followers, because the real reason why the constellation was so interested in the Earth. It was a world with billions of potential followers, and any constellation that took over the land would gain the power of an entity capable of changing the entire abyss. The guy needed to quickly find a way to return to Earth before the future, and what the goddess predicted came true. Skylar sat on the ground and thought about his next steps. At one point, he raised his head and looked at his Stone friend and was horrified. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong, why his body had grown so much. Had he fed it something wrong? He remembered that some foods should not be given to animals. For example, chocolate should not be given to dogs or onions to cats. Perhaps hydra meat is harmful to give to stone snakes and it harms their liver or something else. But Onyx tried to say that all this was not so, but it was all in vain, because he did not understand this language yet. Being close to a friend was cool, of course, but Skylar couldn't stay here because there was no way to stop the journey as a constellation, and this steadfastness in his personality was the reason the goddess chose him. The main character looked around and thought that there was definitely something in this area. On the ground, he noticed a drawing of some kind of creature and could not fully understand who it was. The silhouette looked very dangerous, especially the face that was depicted in the drawing. Then the guy wondered if any demon could cause him any harm, because after he had visited the territory of the Lord of Blood in battles, he had lost all desire to fight demons. But now Onyx was trying to say that there was a demon that was much stronger than Varigoth and the Hydra, and it was here. And if all this is true, then the guy was looking forward to meeting him, and at that time he entered the territory of the owner of dreams and desires. The surrounding constellations were watching him. The avatars of the owner of dreams and desires found out about it and immediately headed towards the main character. The guy hoped that all this was a welcoming party. When all the avatars had arrived, they asked one question. Was there really an invincible training master in front of them? The guy answered that it was true. One of the avatars greeted the mister and added that his master wished to meet him. Suddenly, a notification appeared that one of the avatars had used soul seduction, and the power of the divine space arts key immediately resisted the seduction. The guy replied that it was too rude for a greeting, and the avatar immediately apologized, because they are not able to control this ability. The avatars added that their weak abilities would not work on him and addressed him as a constellation, and this was the most pleasant thing he had heard in a long time. Then the main character asked what would happen if he refused to meet their master. They answered that in that case, they would simply be forced to let him go and swore that their master would not harm him. The guy was still curious about what they wanted from him and agreed to meet with him. On the way to the master, Skylar asked the avatar if she had ever heard of the Earth, of a planet outside the abyss. The girl replied that she had once heard rumors where one constellation fought for the gates leading there. After these words, the guy suddenly shouted at the girl and asked her to tell him everything she knew. The girl added that she heard it from someone who heard it from someone who heard it from someone else, and she didn't know anything else about it, and perhaps her master might know something if the guy was really interested in the land. She was delighted and said that she had heard that there were a large number of souls on Earth, and they would be able to help him in capturing her. But the guy replied that he didn't think of capturing it. He planned to stop the capture of the Earth by other constellations. The avatar was surprised by this answer, because for her the guy turned out to be not only strong, but also noble. The guy knew that they were called nightmares, but they seemed to be good and sociable demons. Even if they couldn't control their seduction skill, they didn't seem dangerous. Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of the main character, who began to shout at him to give up all his wishes. He asked to be let go. He knew that the guy was going to be eaten and asked to share with him too, because these were sweet and pure desires. As the guy walked past this demon, he kept talking about his desire for endless training and strength, and that he couldn't let him go. The protagonist asked what that was just, but heard in response that they are nightmarish creatures that are weak to the desires of other people. Skylar said that it turns out that they live off of other people's desires, but he doesn't have a strong attraction to desires, and he will be fine without a loved one, and he doesn't need tasty food or a comfortable place to sleep. The demon could no longer stand this pure and unwavering desire to train. It was so tempting to her, and the taste was very sweet. The girl promised that she would keep all her desires under control, and the guy had nothing to fear. She asked him to trust her, because she is one of the most beloved avatars of the owner of dreams and desires. After some time, they reached the chamber of the master of dreams and desires, and they will finally see the master as soon as he enters inside. The guy asked if she would go with him, but the avatar was not a significant figure and could not take part in their conversation. The main character said that he was not a constellation, and since the girl told him everything here, he wanted her to go with him to the end. This touched the avatar greatly, because Skylar was the first person who treated her so well. When the main character followed her, he thought that perhaps it would be more dangerous than he expected, and that he would have to use this avatar as a human shield. He was sure that the constellation would never want to lose its own dear avatar. This meeting was on the territory of another country, and many things could have happened despite the fact that Skylar was invited. He did not let down his guard, because the title of Invincible Training Master is not given to just anyone. When they entered the hall, the main character was overcome with the feeling as if he had just woken up, and he was surprised that the avatar suddenly just fell asleep. And at that moment, a voice was heard that addressed the avatar and said that he must be having a good dream about how he devours the desire of the protagonist. The guy turned around and asked if he was the master of dreams and desires. The girl replied that everything was correct and added that he was the constellation that had been putting on so many performances lately and that she had long wanted to meet him. The guy upset the girl by saying that he was not yet a constellation and that he still had a lot of work to do on this. But the little girl immediately replied that the one who has entered the path of the constellation can also be a constellation, since he is capable of the same things as they are. She added that this also applied to the main character, but couldn't he use the power of the essence, like the other constellations? At that moment, the guy had a question why the owner of dreams and desires looks like a child. Then Skylar began to slowly remember what exactly happened when he entered the constellation chamber. Hasn't he done enough since the guy has been wandering in the abyss for 10,000 years already? He refined the divine space art and reached the peak of martial arts and even reached a level that is higher than all existing ones. Does he really need to become a constellation when he should just be enjoying the peace of enlightenment? After these thoughts, the main character asked the question why they try to charm or seduce people and destroy their minds. Then the little child replied that this is the essence of dreams and desires, because the creatures that enter this room embody all desires and find peace, and it is very difficult to refuse such a gift if you are not a constellation. The girl added that the only thing he was not capable of was waking up by his own consent, to which the guy quickly exclaimed what she meant by the word waking up. The goddess of desires said that she was sure that the guy was confused, but she would not explain everything to him at that moment. Then the main character asked what she wanted to achieve from him. The little girl smiled sweetly and said that she would be happy to explain everything if he would join the alliance with them. The main character was not particularly surprised by this, because all the constellations thought about only one thing: well-being and power and who was next to them. The girl was amused by the answer. She laughed and added that the guy was indeed right. All the constellations are selfish and they cannot live differently. She said that selfishness does not always mean loneliness or remorse, but rather allows them to cooperate. Then Skylar guessed that she had decided that forming an alliance would be very beneficial for her. The goddess of desires replied that the guy was right. Mortals looked at them as gods. But it was not easy for them constellations either, because if a constellation showed even the slightest hint of weakness, a strong constellation would attack it without hesitation, and therefore an alliance was necessary for them. Some constellations are not satisfied with a future that consists of survival. The destruction and devastation caused by the constellation's obsession with conquering lands will lead to despair, in which no desire can exist, and nightmares will no longer have anything to feed on. The guy wondered if expanding the territory wouldn't solve this problem, or if they could find slaves to take away their desires. The girl then replied that such an idea of a wish farm could only come from a constellation that was originally human, since constellations cannot enjoy unlimited potential like mortals. The girl turned to the boy, saying that just as he was now unable to feel remorse or complacency, she too could not freely control what was not related to her dreams and desires without the risk of losing the power of her essence and becoming weak. Nightmares require high-quality 3D desires, not those generated by fear and anger, but desires filled with ambition or a sense of achieving a world of abundance. The girl was only a nightmare god, and she couldn't do such a thing in the real world. The guy couldn't believe that they couldn't live without others, and it looked pretty strange. Skylar came to the conclusion that the goddess wanted to create an alliance of weak, altruistic constellations. But he wondered if she didn't think she had revealed too many weaknesses to him, and what if he turned out to be bad and greedy? The girl replied that she had thought about it, but thought that it would be easier to come to an agreement with him than with the other constellations of the abyss. The main character found it very strange to be so trusting in this decrepit world. But in reality, the guy was radiating a huge desire, but none of it was about conquest or power. The only thing they had was continuous training day after day, achieving perfection in martial arts and tasting various products in the abyss. The protagonist still had a few questions, because it seemed to him that all this sounded like a very good deal. The question he asked was what he would have to do if they formed an alliance. What responsibilities would he have? Skylar added that he is quite a busy person and may not be able to help her all the time. The girl laughed a lot and said that he was really an amazing constellation and wanted to learn about the responsibilities more than what benefit he would get from it. She said that as long as other constellations do not attack the alliance, there is no need to do anything, there is no point in duties, and the constellations do not take part in what is not beneficial to them. The goddess of nightmares added that if he had to do something, then let him do it. The battle between the constellations dragged on for so long that sometimes it became very boring. It doesn't matter where Skylar is because they will always have time to come to each other's aid. After these words, the guy agreed to the deal and they both shook hands. He added that he was a newbie who had just started the path of becoming a constellation and was confident that the abyss was full of dangerous and false constellations and that the protagonist really thought correctly. After all, being in an alliance seemed safer than trying to cope with everything alone, and he thought he could get help in returning to Earth. At that moment, the guy saw the name of the alliance, and it sounded like the Alliance of Minor Constellations. The main character didn't like the name much, because he had been away from society for too long. If Skylar didn't keep his promise in the alliance, it could affect his essence power. The girl asked if everything was okay and if he liked the name, but the guy quickly responded by saying that he thought the name was really good. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind appeared behind the girl, which meant that the kitten of lava and magma greeted him with its paw. Kitten said that he would have treated him very well if he had become his avatar, but instead, he had made a foolish mistake by joining the Alliance of Minor Constellations. Then the boy remembered that they had talked earlier about the kitten being a member of the Minor Union of Constellations. Skylar didn't understand why the cat was talking to him telepathically when it was right in front of him. Then the girl said that usually constellations do not leave the territory where they are located, and thus the members of the Alliance arrange a meeting remotely. The guy compared it to a video conference that could take place on the ground and asked if other members of the Alliance should join now. Everyone laughed loudly, but only Skylar did not understand what was being discussed. As it turned out, there were only 2 members of the constellation in the Union. The kitten was angry with what the guy said, because there was nothing wrong with the fact that there were only 2 of them, and he began to threaten the main character that he would not give him the gift he had prepared. The little animal turned to the boy and said that he had heard that he was collecting adamantine and orichalcum and offered to make the items he needed out of them. Then the girl screamed that the kitten was the most famous blacksmith in the abyss. He said that he could make a weapon for the protagonist as a gift for joining the alliance. The boy could not have expected that he would receive a gift for joining the Union, but at the moment, he did not have enough orichalcum and asked to take advantage of this chance when he had a little more. Then the kitten asked the mistress of dreams and desires if she had given him a present. The girl said that she thought that it would be much more difficult to come to an agreement with the guy, but he quickly accepted her offer before she could bring gifts. Kitten laughed that the guy didn't take advantage of such an offer, but Skylar replied that he could still leave their alliance if he didn't receive a gift. Then the girl made a small wave of her hands and added that the constellations are arrogant and selfish creatures by nature, and therefore, before their meeting, they prepared something that might interest the main character. In his hands, the boy held an A-rank martial arts scroll, Kai Vampirism, and several orichalcum ingots. The girl said that Kai Vampirism is a martial art created by nightmares, and she thinks it will suit him even if it has the effect of absorbing magical energy. There is no nightmare that could become a master of this art, unless it is someone like the protagonist who has achieved such greatness. And she added that using magic is a much more effective way than learning martial arts. The guy asked how many days it took them to collect so many materials. It took more than tens of thousands of years to collect them. The guy really liked these gifts. He expressed great gratitude, and now he thought that it was possible to make the things he needed. The kitten of lava and magma excitedly asked the boy what kind of weapon or armor he wanted to create. He added that with this amount of materials, the guy will be able to create an epic sword or shield. Then the cat began to boast that he could create any unique design. He offered to create an indestructible shield from adamantine or a powerful sword from orichalcum. But the boy interrupted the great blacksmith, saying that this was not the equipment he wanted. The main character approached the cat and told him that he wanted kitchen utensils. Lava's kitten asked to answer seriously and could not believe that the guy wanted an adamantine frying pan and cutting board and to make a knife and dishes from orichalcum. But the guy was dead serious, because from the moment he got the first adamantite nugget in the abyss, his dream still didn't change, and he wanted the best kitchen utensils with which he could cook any ingredient in the abyss. After the lava and magma kitten heard this, he simply pretended to be dead and did not want to answer anything. The guy didn't understand what was wrong because it felt like he was forcing him to do something terrible, but a promise is a promise, and the cat fulfilled his request with all his heart. Then the girl said that it was her time to answer his question and tell him what awakening was. Skylar found all this interesting because he was still an incomplete constellation and had only just begun to walk this path. When the boy defeated Varigoth and reached the level of master, he saw a message from the world, which said that his world resonance was becoming stronger, and the world was eager to hear his cry. And the demon at the last moment said that Skylar should become a constellation. The guy wondered if this meant that he was still a human with powerful martial arts and needed to take another step to become a constellation. But the girl replied that he was already a constellation, because there is no such thing as an incomplete constellation or a newbie constellation. A constellation is a constellation. Then the main character asked what awakening was, because she said that he still needed to awaken. But the girl meant that he still did not understand that it was a constellation. Skylar was very surprised by these words. The girl understood that in front of him was a special creature, even among the constellations. But the guy was still tormented by this question. Because what did she mean by the word special? Was it all because of his martial arts? And if so, then the problem was that he didn't know how to use magic. The girl tried to calm the boy down by saying that she didn't mean that, but that mortals very rarely become constellations. Then the goddess told the story of how she was born as a constellation, that the power of existence of dreams and desires was released by nightmares and came together to create her. This was her true form as the mistress of dreams and desires, since most of the other constellations were the same, such as the Lord of Blood and Battles, as well as the Kitten of Lava and Magma. They are constellations from birth, and for a creature that believes that being a constellation is natural, but for a girl, the fact that she does not understand that he is a constellation surprises and irritates her at the same time. The goddess of desires simply asked the guy to adopt the fact that he is a constellation, and that's all. After all, he had overcome such a difficult path to becoming a constellation. Is he really disappointed that there are no more difficult trials ahead of him? And at that moment, the guy acknowledged the girl's words and said that he was a constellation, and suddenly a bright flash of light enveloped the main character. The world resonance was activated. The whole world accepted his cry. As a constellation invincible training master, he can use the power of the constellation. The world asked to see how a new star opens its eyes in the dark depths of the abyss. While the new star was being reborn, a bloody battle was taking place in one of the dimensions of the abyss. One of the avatars tried to fight the monster, but his attacks were too useless to defeat it. But suddenly he saw a notification that the invincible training master was watching their battle. And after that, the invincible training master gave him a blessing, thanks to which he was able to defeat the ruthless monster. The avatar was happy about this and swore that he would never disappoint him. Meanwhile, Skylar was watching the battle, using a small amount of essence power. He gave a great blessing and even sent a few messages. But the girl asked what he was doing with someone else's avatar, because he was now in the alliance. And if it was an avatar of another constellation, he would have problems, and warned the main character to be careful next time. The guy was puzzled by this, because now if he wanted to do something, he would have to think carefully first. Avatars are the most important factor for the existence of the constellation. Any influence on other people's avatars can be regarded as a provocation. Skylar could now get an answer to any question just by thinking about it. The guy thought about the fact that before he didn't even realize that he was already a constellation, and continued to rush from side to side, trying to become the strongest. Even though the protagonist was lost and wandering in the abyss, he accepted it as the goddess's training, and even believed that the magical storm was a convenient way to travel, as well as a training tool. He really didn't think about anything, even if he did. He thought it was an incredible training. But the little girl reminded him not to forget that the gaze of the constellation is distant and incredible. She added that if the guy had an avatar, he could try to concentrate on it. But the main character didn't have an avatar yet. Skylar became curious about where his friend was now, and decided to take a peek at him, and made sure that he was okay now. The dream goddess said that he could also expand the range of vision using the power of essence, and it was also possible to accumulate more essence power than the limit allowed, so there was no need to conserve it. Based on this, constellations can use personal avatars to explore the abyss, the so-called scout avatars, or observe through the eyes of allied avatars, so that vision could be shared between the alliance. And since they were all in the same alliance, they could share eyes with each other. And the girl added that there are places that not everyone can see. These are places where nightmares are contained, and she can hide certain areas if she does not want them to be seen. The guy was very interested in what the goddess of nightmares was really hiding. She gave an example that in order to greet the guy, she sent him one of the best warriors, who had great self-control. Otherwise, it is difficult for nightmares to control their own desires. Then the guy remembered their first meeting and seemed to guess what she was talking about. The main character had no more questions, and he thanked the girl for all the explanations. The girl was glad to meet the constellation, sincerely expressing gratitude. The goddess also warned that since Skylar had only recently become a constellation, he should clash with others less, despite the fact that he fights well. In the fight between constellations, the one with more avatars and greater essence power has an advantage. The guy remembered that he had one last, most important question that he wanted to ask the goddess. Did she know anything about the Earth? The girl slowly began to remember, and it seems she once heard about it, that it is a planet that is outside the abyss. Many powerful constellations are waiting for the portal to open there because there are a large number of souls on Earth, which are very rare in the abyss. Skylar admitted that he only asked the question because he came here from Earth. He thought that everything was not so bad, because thanks to the girl's explanation, he finally understood that the constellations that arrived on Earth were only looking at each other, but did not collide. This is because they would only become weaker if they fought, and some cunning constellation could simply take control of the souls and defeat the constellations that were fighting. And so instead of just fighting, they decided to increase the number of their followers. The goddess said that the guy was really lucky, because when the portal opened, there were relatively good constellations nearby. The girl added that evil and cruel constellations will not come to a common agreement and will simply try to seize power by force even when they have something to lose. But this is their nature. The little girl was sure that he was nervous about leaving his home planet as a constellation that came from nowhere. She added that it would also be nice to have followers in their constellation alliance who are the souls of the Earth. Suddenly, the guy waved his hands up and with a sharp movement cut off the long braids and made the same appearance as before. The reason the boy's hair grew so suddenly was because he became a constellation, and the changes in his essence were reflected in his appearance. The girl asked if he had decided to return to Earth no matter what, and not forget his mortal origin. The guy replied that it was not that at all. It was just that long hair really interfered with training. At the end of the meeting, the goddess decided to give him advice since he was planning to return to Earth. She said that if the portal to Earth was open, and the nearest constellations were watching him, she didn't think it would be a good idea to openly reveal that he was a constellation. After all, even the good constellations are hostile to him. Even if these are constellations capable of fighting for the land, they are much stronger than them, and no matter how good the constellation is, they will not close their eyes to the fact that they can lose the soul they owned. The goddess asked him to hide the fact that he was a constellation and not to use the power of the entity, because then the constellations would not take their eyes off him if they found out that he had returned back to Earth. She suggested mixing with the ordinary inhabitants of the Earth and then quietly and carefully acquiring followers. They will become souls that accept the essence of the main character, and so the constellations on Earth will discover the loss too late. The guy thought about it very seriously because he never thought about becoming an actor or a star. The girl objected, because isn't becoming a hero who destroys monsters enough? The guy replied that they are called hunters, and if you think about it, famous hunters also have fans just like he had an idol, whom he previously perceived as a fellow hunter. Skylar told that there is a constellation on Earth that knows about him. The goddess thought that perhaps it would be a good idea to join him with them. It would not hurt to increase the strength of their alliance. The girl became interested in who the guy was talking about and found out whether he could be trusted and how he found out about him. Then Skylar tried to tell the story of how he fell into the abyss after meeting the goddess of Libra as briefly as possible and as simply as possible. No matter how the guy tried to embellish this story, it didn't help, and the girl considered this story bad. The goddess of fear said that she had heard of this constellation. Then the guy shouted that he guessed that even in the abyss, the ability to see the future is not so common, although it seems that this is not so, but she could have a plan. The girl replied that she had heard that she was a constellation that constantly made fun of her own actions by misunderstanding the prophecy. She added that predicting the future is very difficult, and what is the point of prophecies if you can't benefit from it? And she didn't fully understand whether this constellation would somehow help their alliance. Considering the fact that she tried to stop the evil constellations, it is likely that she is collaborating with others, and this will not be enough to join their alliance. Then the kitten said that even though she seemed so stupid, she could share her visions and they could help her stop them. And then they asked the training master to ask the guy to join their alliance since he was returning to Earth. They were sure that she would help them, but they were worried about how she would react to the fact that the main character had already become a constellation. The guy needed to find a way to contact her, and he asked if his friends knew where she could be. But he could not get an exact answer because no one suspected or knew her name, and moreover, where she was. Skylar has awakened as a constellation and joined a formidable alliance, but he is no closer to returning to Earth. The guy felt that he had to find her personally because she was a key figure, because the more creatures knew about her, the closer he was to the Earth. On the way back to the constellation, one demon flew up and said that she would be happy to accompany him through the owner's territory. She asked if he was planning to return back to Earth, But the guy firmly replied that he still had important things to do here. Lava Kitten was currently making his gear, and the guy should stay here until he was done. The girl replied that she remembered those valuable minerals that the main character had been collecting for so long, and was absolutely sure that if the great blacksmith kitten made it, then this equipment would become legendary. The guy couldn't wait to receive this equipment, which would fulfill his long-awaited desires. The girl asked the constellation where she should take him, because this territory is full of beautiful places. The guy knew where he wanted to go. He told him that he heard from the owner about the Fountain of Enlightenment, about the place for their training to learn to control their own desires. If the main character has to wait here, then he must also undergo training that is only possible here. The girl laughed loudly because these were the words of a true master of training. The demon told a story about how many nightmares used this place in the old days, but since the owner was born, it became forbidden. It was all because it was incredibly dangerous here, and many had heard about how most of the nightmares went crazy during training. Then the guy took the Well of Enlightenment in his hands. The essence of the training was to drink water from the well. However, if this were really the case, then it would not have been sealed. The stronger the desire of the person drawing out the water, the heavier the water becomes. You can try to meditate and get rid of these desires, but this will not reduce the amount of water. If you let go, you can return to Earth. Doesn't the main character want to return to the old gym and touch the old barbells and dumbbells? Doesn't the guy miss spicy chili ramen or what happened in the latest issue of the novel he read or the Batman and Superman movie? Isn't he interested in all of that? Then the girl's voice was heard, that so much time had passed since they broke up, and it did not happen on a good note. But their love had not passed, and they had already stopped hating each other. If the protagonist lets go of this rope, they can be together again. His friends watched this and believed that even if he was a master of training, it would not be easy for him, because this well excites and intensifies desires, and the bucket becomes many times heavier. The kitten asked if the master would be okay, but the girl added that the constellations were on a completely different level than nightmares, and at least he wouldn't just go crazy. The goddess was interested in what kind of illusions were tormenting him, and there was probably something incredible there. But at this moment, the training master continued to undergo tests and hold the bucket of water. When the others from the Alliance looked at the guy, they were horrified and could not believe their eyes at what was happening there. At this time, the main character was training with this bucket. He was working out to strengthen his muscles and doing several repetitions in a row. He used the weight of his own desires and thus got rid of them. The guy was addicted to training, and it is not surprising that thanks to this he became a constellation. They heard the boy ready to do 5 more sets for the workout, and the kitten muttered that this was too much. The essence of the training was that you had to pull out a bucket of water as heavy as your desires, and the one who wanted to pull the bucket out of the well would see illusions corresponding to his desires, and the water would become heavier. The demon added that the constellations say that many nightmares have gone mad trying to complete this training. She asked if the main character had any problems, but he was absolutely fine. He just found a good exercise machine for the first time in a long time. The guy thought that most people couldn't lift a bucket, and it was such a weak temptation. Movies with Superman and Batman were not very good. As for ramen, you need to constantly monitor your diet during training. Starting from scratch with an ex-girlfriend, the guy has long had such a thing as the awareness that if they get together, then nothing will change. All these illusions were too weak, and this machine is simply an improved squat with weights. Then the goddess was ready to swear that there are no creatures without desires, and the constellations are no exception. The girl added that the constellations are weaker in terms of restraining their own desires, and why would an omnipotent being restrain them? This is a constellation that has a good foundation, and that's not counting its fighting skills. Is it possible that only a constellation that was previously mortal has this power? Skylar spent most of the day exercising with the Well of Enlightenment. He could do light cardio if he cleared his heart, and strength training if he gave in to his desires. And the rest of the time he rested and worked on tactics, sparring with a new friend. The girl thought that it would be problematic for the main character to stay here for a long time, but apparently he had a good time here. Then, the goddess added that he was a person who had the potential to grow avatars and found his own kingdom, and the guy was very interested in these words. The girl replied that everything was correct, because first of all he was a master of training and could raise avatars. She thanked the guy for the productive training because thanks to it, her avatar became much stronger. At this time, the kitten of lava and magma lay without strength and screamed that he would not do anything like that again, and now he could take the items. The couple looked at the created objects and were pleasantly surprised. The girl believed that this was the end of his carefree training. The guy was holding an orichalcum knife created by the famous constellation blacksmith, thanks to which he could easily prepare any ingredient, and the sharp blade could also be used as a weapon. Then the main character decided to test the new tool and hit it straight into the ground. And from the impact, there was a powerful surge of energy that blinded everyone. The girl screamed for him to stop, because if he wasn't careful with it, he would destroy everything around. When it was time for the utensils made of adamantine, the girl and the cat were already ready for it. All the dishes were right in the corner, and the guy decided to check them with the accumulated materialized kai. But after a powerful blow, not a single scratch appeared on them. And at that time, the kitten boasted that this utensil was stronger than even magical armor. The protagonist turned to the kitten and said that he would like them to be a little bigger. But the cat replied that it was the fault of the one who provided such materials. But the guy thanked the cat for his excellent work anyway. Skylar's short break in the nightmare world was over. Even though he was human when he entered here, he left already as a constellation. When the boy left, all the demons shouted and asked that he visit their kingdom again someday, and that they would eagerly await him, as well as that wonderful dish. But why did the invincible training master remember the nightmares as a master of dishes? And all because he made some food with the help of new items and offered to try the meat from the Hydra. The first time the guy decided to demonstrate his culinary skills, his friends didn't believe that they were about to try Hydra meat. The main character suggested calling another nightmare, because he had so much meat that he made as much as he could, and making it in portions like in a cafe was incredibly difficult. The owner screamed that she could run away if she thought she couldn't eat it, because hydro meat contains a deadly poison, and there was no need to expose the body to such danger. But when the girl tried this dish, she was incredibly happy. Because it was incredibly tasty, she felt how every spoonful of the dish warmed her. And at that moment, every nightmare wanted to try this dish. The obsession caused a little fuss, and the situation was resolved thanks to the intervention of the hostess. The guy could practice cooking, increase the power of the essence, but he was a little uncomfortable, because in the end, because of him, the hostess's avatars staged this ugly scene. The main character thought that apparently ruling a kingdom is not so easy. At that moment, the guy entered the territory of the serpent bearer of plague and darkness. He realized that this territory really suited him. Then the guy decided to use a little bit of essence power so that this gloomy guy wouldn't bother him, and hid the essence from the whole world, and immediately disappeared from the visibility of the constellations. Once he did this, he realized that the world had become so quiet and calm, and he couldn't believe that he was being blown away by a stream of messages from the constellation, because he couldn't do something so simple. And at that moment, the serpent bearer of plague and darkness ordered all the avatars to find the invincible master of training, and when they find him, not to fight alone if they could not defeat him at all. Suddenly, the main character met a skeleton who approached him, said that he had entered the territory of his master, and such impudence would not go unpunished, but his master was magnanimous, and he offered to become the avatar of his master. If the guy joins him, he will forget about this disrespect and recognize him as a valuable subordinate. Then the skeleton turned once more to the training master and said that if he refused this offer, then his master would come and deal with him. But the guy only heard the smell of rot around him, and he asked this owner to show himself right in front of him. He shouted loudly so that the messenger of plague and darkness would stop hiding behind the avatar and show himself. The main character did not understand why the skeleton was still here, what it was doing here, and why it could not call its owner. Then Skylar decided that since he wasn't showing up, he would force the skeleton to do it and punched him with a powerful blow. The guy continued to insist that the serpent bearer of plague and darkness show himself to him and stop hiding behind a weak avatar. And if he didn't show himself, he would consider him a coward who couldn't even protect his own territory. The owner and the cat were stunned that the main character decided to start a war between the constellations. They tried to stop him, saying that it was madness. Then the boy remembered that they could be watching him, and the mistress said that challenging a mid-ranking constellation to a fight was reckless. But Skylar did it because he had to get back to his roots. After all, even after he fell into the abyss, the guy was never a force to be reckoned with. Being a weak man, he always fought against hostility. From the point of view of the powerless, he did everything he could. However, after he became a constellation, nothing changed. He always hid from the older constellations and, like the last coward, remained in neutral territory away from the prying eyes of the constellations. The protagonist has lost the meaning of fighting and must now follow his own path, living like a constellation, putting his own life on the line and fighting the messenger of plague and darkness. The fact that his opponent was a constellation didn't change anything. Skylar's friends screamed loudly because the main character's opponent actually heard him and came to fight. The Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness came to the protagonist at his request, and the kitten screamed that it was too late to run. A mid-rank constellation, the messenger of Plague and Darkness, came with an army of skeletons. He appeared before the avatars, and those doomed to die. The messenger of Plague and Darkness thought that his opponent was more insane than he expected. The messenger did not understand why a constellation much weaker than him challenged him. The constellation turned to the guy and said that if he was defeated, he would be completely destroyed, and even if he got involved in this battle, nothing would come of it. But if he lost, he would lose a lot. However, if the messenger of Plague and Darkness does not accept his challenge, then his status and reputation will greatly decline. The creature approached the protagonist and asked how he dared to challenge him. But Skylar, without further ado, despite being the first to challenge, did not let down his guard, and immediately began the first battle with the constellation with a powerful blow. The guy understood that the difference in strength between them was too great, and he had to end it quickly, using all his power. But if the fight dragged on, he would definitely lose. In one blow, he put all the power of the Cosmic Fist and added a little bit of essence power. This blow was truly powerful. No one could have expected such an outcome of the battle. Born as a constellation, he felt pain for the first time, as if his essence was being torn apart. Other constellations, including the messenger of Plague and Darkness, rarely fought personally because it was too dangerous. The messenger did not understand what kind of technique this was, why this magic was so crazy, and how it could even be called magic. Skylar kept throwing punches. His attacks were working, and he couldn't pass up this chance to win. The main character did not understand why the messenger pretended to be weak, perhaps in order to attack unexpectedly later. Everyone around watched the bright flash in the sky, because it was a battle of the constellations, although the glow looked more like the end of the world. No one understood how such a pitiful constellation could resist their inimitable master, the messenger of Plague and Darkness. Even though the guy had carried out a large number of successful attacks, he still smelled the rot and knew that things weren't going to be easy. But as soon as he got closer to the constellation, he heard it loudly start shouting that it surrendered. The skeleton began to repeat that he had lost this fight and was asking the main character to stop. But the guy couldn't believe that he was actually giving up and continued to deliver crushing blows. And then the constellation swore that his territory and all his avatars, he gives everything to him and swears by his own life. Skylar's partners were very surprised by this. They could not have expected such an outcome of the battles. The kitten joined the conversation and said that he was really giving up, because constellations cannot lie about swearing their own lives. But the main character did not understand what he meant and why the constellation would give up. Then the guy decided to end it and finish the fight. The messenger of Plague and Darkness swore his own life and submitted to him. Several skills were activated, and the protagonist's power increased incredibly, and he realized that from this moment on, he could continue to fight. After all, his martial arts work even on constellations. And at that moment, the guy began to see and feel rivers of pus and buildings of rotten tumors, a kingdom of plague and darkness. He felt each avatar, his new kingdom, and new avatars were waiting for a new king. But the guy wasn't very inspired by all this, and he said that he was giving the kingdom back and asked him not to thank him, because he didn't need his kingdom, because the fight with him was enough for him. The Herald of Plague and Darkness was confused as he watched Skylar walk away. Battles between constellations are very dangerous, both sides are at risk, and the winner takes absolutely everything from the loser. This is done to prevent any future threat from the loser, as the complete erasure of the loser's existence was common practice. But he spared his life and left his kingdom with the avatars. Although he was glad about it, there was a feeling of loss. The kitten turned to Skylar and thought that leaving the kingdom and the avatars was a big mistake. But the main character didn't care, because he wouldn't be able to rule it anyway. Through training with the Nightmare, he learned a new technique that allowed him to get so close to the enemy that they could not use magic and not give them a chance to use the power of the essence, and then defeat them. And at that moment, the guy realized how strong he was now, because he could fight with a constellation even much stronger than him. And the main character began to visit different territories, and the feeling of fear of the new enemy completely disappeared. One of them told the main character that he would not be defeated so easily as a rotten weakling, and asked the guy to prepare to face his entire kingdom. Right in front of him was a mid-level constellation, the one who turns back time. At that moment, the good giant fighter and martial arts master skill was activated, which was what Skylar had hoped for, and vowed to defeat him with all his might. Hearing rumors of what happened to the Herald of Plague and Darkness, they prepared for all sorts of scenarios. In other words, Skylar now had to fight all the avatars of the kingdom. It took the guy 200 years before he stood before the constellation and won. Some constellations already knew Skylar well, and in a battle with them, warned that there would be too little sense and offered to find a compromise right away. But there was no talk of any deal, because the guy wanted only one thing: victory over the Avatar. And after 150 years of battles, Skylar emerged victorious. Many mid-level constellations said that the invincible training master was sinful, but the guy didn't want to hear it and immediately went on the attack. In this battle, the Unshakable Alliance destroyed him thanks to the power of the lava kitten and magma that complemented him. Skylar defeated him in 6 hours. The joyful goddess and the cat were relaxing carefree and did not envy the battle constellations and other high-level constellations. The girl was sorry that she still hadn't found a way to return to Earth, but it seemed the guy was in no hurry to do so. He hadn't been on his own territory for a long time and continued to improve in the field of cooking. Cooking in the Abyss had turned from a mid-level skill into a high-level skill, and his essence power had increased incredibly. The boy thought that if he met a constellation, he would fight it, but if he met a monster, he would immediately eat it. The guy was sitting alone and thinking about when he would be able to return to Earth, and suddenly a portal opened in front of him. It was a gate that accidentally appeared in the Abyss. For Skylar, it became a way to meet a new opponent, but who knows? Maybe these gates led straight to the ground. It's like any lottery. If you don't try, you won't know. When the guy entered the portal, he immediately found himself among massive mountains and green forests. The main character could not believe that he actually won this lottery and ended up on Earth. Skylar thought that this was all true, and he decided to find people first and noticed a village in the distance. It didn't look like some big city. But when the main character came to this village, he was surprised, because goblins stood in front of him. Then he thought whether it was possible that during his absence, people disappeared and goblins appeared. Then the kitten said that although it looked like Earth, it was not it. He was on the planet of goblins. This planet was called Ephesus, or otherwise Goblin Paradise. Even though the guy saw goblins in the dungeons from time to time, he thought they were just monsters. But contrary to his expectations, they were able to create a real village. Although the Goblin Kingdom looked like Earth, it was much closer to the Abyss, which meant that portals appeared here much more often. The Ephesian goblins had been fighting the monsters from the Abyss for much longer than the humans, and so the system for fighting monsters was much better than that of humans. But this system only worked when they encountered normal monsters. And suddenly, their world came to an end, because before them stood a wolf devouring planets. The appearance of this monster was commensurate with the power of the constellation, and the dwarves immediately screamed that the end had come for them and Ephesus would be destroyed. But the goblins were brave and tried, despite the fact that it was dangerous to get closer to the enemy, because their king was the strongest magician of the hilt. And the brave Goblin King, who was sitting on his tame dragon, was rushing straight towards the formidable enemy, and if he did not fight him, then how could he look his own people in the eyes? The goblin was no coward and would never run away from his duty. He was Odaigon, the Goblin King and the strongest magician of the hilt. He shouted that even if this was the end for the hilt, the goblin would at least leave a scar on it that the beast would never forget. But suddenly a bright blue flash appeared above the beast. Odaigon could not understand who it was and where this light came from. Skylar surprised everyone with his spectacular appearance. He only had one chance, because in terms of combat power, this wolf is comparable to a mid-level constellation. But it is not a constellation, since its existence is not focused on one thing. He had the opportunity to stop him right now, this second, and he used everything he had. And indeed, the attack was so powerful and strong that the planet-devouring wolf was immediately defeated. The protagonist was glad that, fortunately for him, everything went according to plan. Several skills were activated, and his essence power was significantly increased. Skylar always felt a sense of crisis when faced with constellations and monsters comparable to him. Powerful creatures that mortals dare not confront have an incredibly low pain threshold. The kitten said that such strong creatures have practically no experience in fighting opponents equal to them, and he praised the guy for using such a strategy. The protagonist thanked the cat and said that if he had withstood his last attack a little longer or had been prepared in advance, then this battle would have lasted for several centuries. At that moment, the main character saw surprised goblins in front of him, who stood and looked at him in surprise. The guy hoped that they would not attack him, especially after seeing this battle. Then one of the goblins got much closer to Skylar, and this made the guy panic a little. But the goblin fell to his knees before him and said that when the other constellations were busy and doing nothing, he was the only one who came here and helped his people. He bowed low to him and said that he was now his god and his master. From that moment on, the Goblin King Odaigon swears allegiance to him, and all the goblins who were there bowed their heads before the main character. Thanks to this, the goblin kingdom of Ephesus was now under his control, and his constellation power increased depending on the number of souls that worshipped him, and the world began to resonate with him. The power of the constellation was increased. The power of the constellation was awakened, and the boy obtained the skill of the constellation of the territory belonging to the invincible god. And now he has become a middle-rank constellation. The kitten of lava and magma told the boy that he was so filled in his own mind that it would be nice if everything happened the same way with the Earth. But the guy didn't think that people would be so simple, because the Earth is different from this planet, where there are only a few hundred goblins. After all, if Skylar defeats the huge monster on Earth, he will simply become famous. And that will be all, because people are not like goblins, they will not obey. Because the reality is that they are constantly trying to destroy and subjugate others. As the boy was leaving the scene, the Goblin King caught up with him and shouted that he would go with him and would always stand by his side. The main character addressed the goblin by name, and he was very grateful to him for remembering his name. Skylar said that he was going into the abyss and that it would be difficult for mortals like him to follow him. But the goblin was not stopped by this, and he would follow him even into the darkest depths of the abyss. Odaigon added that he was the king of the goblins, and was not like the dwarves who broke their own promise because of difficulty. And if he and his people did not repay the savior, they would live with even greater regret. The protagonist noticed that magical power surrounded his entire body. Even compared to earthly hunters, he was a powerful force to be reckoned with. The boy agreed to the goblin's offer and said that his abilities as a magician would be very useful to him, but warned him not to regret it later. The goblin asked what his master wanted to find in the abyss, and then the guy told him about a planet called Earth and asked if he had ever heard of it. But the Goblin King heard this name for the first time. They set off on a long journey because they must arrive on time, because most likely she is too far away. This story has been up until today about how Skylar became an invincible training master and how the Goblin King became his subordinate. The goblin and the boy looked at the meat and thought about what to do with the large pieces of animals. But there was no more room in the spatial necklace, and then the goblin suggested using spatial magic. At the moment when Skylar was unloading huge pieces of meat, the dwarf turned to the owner, saying that a strong magical storm was starting nearby, and they should find shelter. The guy looked at the storm and said that he had been waiting for it for a long time in order to move a long distance. The protagonist added that he had spent too much time fighting 3 monsters at once, and now had to use the storm to move faster, a thought the goblin didn't really like. They were standing right in front of a magical storm, and the goblin was ready to do anything for his master, and would go where his master would go, even if he died. Odaigon looked at the continent-sized piece of land that was destroyed in an instant. Although a magical storm was not that rare in the abyss, but this particular one was very strong. The goblin asked the guy if he had ever traveled using a magical storm, and the protagonist replied that if done correctly, it was a very fast and good way to travel in the abyss, and also very convenient. Odaigon said that even the constellations avoid it, but he will follow it to the ends of the earth. But suddenly, the magical storm began to disappear. The magical power began to concentrate and transform. Since the size of this magical storm was too big, it would produce a lot of byproducts and disappear. But the guy didn't understand what kind of byproducts the goblin was talking about. Odaigon then revealed that many of the places in the abyss were actually byproducts of a magical storm, and that this magical storm would leave the dungeon. A dungeon is a part of the abyss that has special rules, and some dungeons are connected to other places. The monsters of the abyss appear exactly there, and if you don't deal with them, they will simply wipe everything off the face of the earth. One such appeared in Nevada, USA, in the Mojave Desert. This dungeon is called the Mirror Illusion of Chaos, and had an entry limit of about 10 people. There were 2 weeks and 11 hours left before the new monsters would come out, and people had no information about which monsters would appear again. It was the sacred right of humans to name things. But since when did they have a dungeon with monsters and constellations? According to the Federal Dungeon Analysis Department, this dungeon was ranked C. Fortunately, this dungeon rank was quite popular. If this dungeon rank is popular, then B rank hunters will appear and the danger will be significantly reduced, and the rewards here were quite large. It was at this moment that a team of hunters named Gangster received permission to enter the portal and were already on their way. The team of hunters named Gangster was recently created by the son of the founder of the Parker Foundation. It was the most controversial team. Since the magic and monsters of the abyss entered the earth, people's lives have changed greatly. The core of monsters with magical power has become the most environmentally friendly way to obtain energy on Earth. and thanks to the connection of the Earth with the abyss, humanity has received a new environmentally friendly way to obtain energy. In addition, other parts of the monsters were also very useful, and thanks to all this, the level of biology and other sciences rose greatly. With these many opportunities, the Parker Foundation quickly began to develop, and a pharmaceutical company specializing in artifacts from major players in the abyss industry, all of which were owned by the Parker Company. And the leader of the gangsters was Richard Parker. He was a B-rank hunter and was also the youngest son of the second chairman of the Parker Foundation. When his team arrived, they immediately began an attack on the dungeon called the Mirror Illusion of Chaos. The young men began to check the list of participants and said that they saw that there were 8 people on his team, but only 10 could enter this dungeon. One of the participants on the list had an E+ rank, which meant he was only a newbie. But the guy was too confident of victory and said that he had 7 C-rank hunters, and with such a B-rank hunter, it shouldn't be a problem. No one was against it, and they continued on their way. E-rank hunters can only use 1 or 2 circles of magic at most. They won't even be able to cause any damage to monsters from the C-rank dungeon. The dungeon with this rank contained large rewards, and if one was lucky, one could obtain items worth tens of millions of dollars. Usually these rewards were not given to E-rank hunters who did not make a significant contribution to the battle. After the final roll call, permission was given to enter the Mirror Illusion of Chaos, and the team was warned to make their final preparations. One of the newbies had high hopes for the leader, but the leader asked him not to worry and just do the job he was hired to do. The guys thought that he must be a porter for the leader, and he just hired him for money. The newbie won't get a reward until they return from the dungeon. And the whole squad, one after another, began to pass through this portal. At the moment when the squad had fully entered, the status of the dungeon changed to the fact that there were currently battles taking place there, and the countdown was temporarily suspended. When everyone entered, suddenly there was a loud explosion, and a powerful stream of energy came from underground. All the workers and soldiers were shocked by this phenomenon. One of the workers shouted that most likely monsters would crawl out now, and it would be the end for them all. But as it turned out, it was just that the dungeon had grown in size. And then the scientists assumed that there must have been an error in assessing the dungeon's rank, and it was not a C-rank dungeon, but an A-rank dungeon. The workers wondered what would happen to the gangster team now, because they were now in complete danger, but it was too late to do anything, and they did not have time to do anything. When the team went inside, they found that they were in a ruin-type dungeon and were very happy, since last time they were in a swamp-type dungeon. At this point, the man ordered that a report be sent to the dungeon control team, and added that after someone sent the report, they should call the Parker Foundation and report it just in case. But they understood that even if they followed the instructions and informed everyone, the chance of saving them would be minimal. At this time, in the dungeon, a newcomer pointed out to his leader that he noticed some creatures in the distance. It was a huge horde of monsters that were running towards the squad. The first day of the raid of the group of hunters in the dungeon was very suspicious, because it was very good, much better than the dark and slimy underground tunnel. This location resembled a temple that had been destroyed. Then one of the soldiers suggested finding the exit first, while the others would try to find the boss. The team captain warned his soldiers to be sure to look between the ruins, as monsters could jump out from around the corner, and allowed them to use enhancement magic to scout out the area. One of the soldiers reminded the captain that there were 2 exits from the dungeon, the first connected to the outside world, and the second to kill the boss guarding the center of the dungeon. And in C-rank dungeons, instead of looking for an exit, it's better to find the boss right away. When one of the soldiers was looking for a way out, he unexpectedly found a monster that was located not far from the squad. The squad captain ordered them to line up and not to get nervous, because their movements would be very easy to predict. But in front of them were F-rank monsters that weren't worth a dime. The monsters surrounded them from different sides, and one of the soldiers shouted that the magic of the second circle would be quite enough for them. The flaming arrows attacked the monsters, but they continued to advance and advance. The fighters were confident that they could handle them, because they were ordinary ghouls and could be stopped with just a couple of area of effect spells. After several shots towards the monsters, the fighters' mana was depleted, but the monsters continued to advance towards them. One of the fighters turned to the captain and said that if this continued, they would not last long, and at most they would be able to throw a couple more flaming arrows and that would be the end of it. But the guy told me not to worry, because he would take care of it himself. C-rank dungeons can only be cleared if there is at least 1 C-rank or higher hunter in the party. With Richard Parker, a B-rank hunter, it was a piece of cake. However, the gang members realized that something was wrong, and this time it would not be easy. In the same location, a bright flash of light appeared, and at that very second, Skylar appeared along with his new friend Odaigon. After such teleportation, the goblin suddenly felt sick, and he apologized to his owner and immediately cast a spell against nausea. The Goblin King was greatly surprised that after going through all this and moving through time and space, the main character remained calm, as expected from his master. As soon as they landed, the guy smelled something rotten and assumed that there were ghouls nearby and ordered his partner to check if this was true. The goblin shouted that magic is a really convenient thing, and if the main character needs to learn it, he will gladly help him with it. The guy asked Odaigon to check the area he had just flown over, and thanks to the fact that the constellations can see through the eyes of their own avatars, he could see what his partner saw. The guy asked to check one of the places, especially check in the shadow of the building right in front of the goblin and examine everything carefully. As he got closer, the goblin noticed the dungeon food rations for C-rank hunters, but warned the owner that there were some symbols there and that it all looked very unusual. The goblin added that if you look closely, you can tell that it was used to wrap a special magical weapon, most likely made by the same tribe that built this temple. Suddenly, Odaigon shouted out that the master was seeing this, because he was circling right above a huge horde of ghouls. There were several thousand of them. The Goblin King suggested using the 7th Circle's area of effect spell to wipe out the pathetic ghouls in one fell swoop, turning them into ashes, so they could take care of the boss who was hiding somewhere. But the guy asked the goblin to calm down, because if there were ghouls crowding there, doesn't that mean that they surrounded someone or something? And Skylar immediately rushed to help, to save those who were trapped. The protagonist thought that if his intuition was correct, then those inside would probably lead them to the ground. When the main character discovered the monsters, he deprived them of their heads with powerful blows per second. He added something that they found in the square, it was earthly food, and asked Odaigon to transform into something with the help of magic, because if he appeared in this form in front of those who were stuck here, they would have a lot of problems. Not all goblins in the abyss appear to be adequate creatures. Hunters from the earth have already become accustomed to meeting goblins in the dungeons. Odaigon couldn't believe that he could be considered a dungeon monster. But despite this, the Goblin King fulfilled Skylar's request and used the magic of the 6th Circle, polymorphism. And right in front of the guy, a handsome and tall guy descended from the sky. The guy could believe in such a power of transformation. Odaigon didn't want to brag, but he added that among the goblins he was known for his incredible beauty. The guy said that now he looks like a perfect person, but his outfit was like a wizard's. The main character was surprised because the monsters simply surrounded the hunters and did nothing to him. It was interesting what kind of boss was in this location, and maybe he was hiding somewhere nearby. But the goblin reasoned that perhaps this was not so, and if he had intelligence, he would not have simply surrounded them. Perhaps constantly sending ghouls was all that the boss of this location could do. There was a possibility that these ghouls were not controlled by a truly powerful black magician, but by a monster called Tarun. In the abyss, they are known as the Ghoul Kings. He looked like a monster made up of thousands of ghouls. Those who see only ghouls and try to find the one who controls them risk suffering from a surprise attack. For most, ghouls do not pose a particular threat, but those whose skills are at an average level can be overwhelmed by numbers. At this time, a group of hunters found themselves inside a cave. The only food they had left was gloves and boots. It was the 28th day of the raid on the Dungeon Mirror Illusion of Chaos. As soon as they arrived on the first day, they lost some of the necessary provisions. But they found shelter underground, where they were able to hide from the evil ghouls. They were forced to leave all their food and quickly get to a safe shelter. They had the opportunity to seal the passage so that no one could get inside. The squad captain was in deep despair, because fortunately for him, there was no other way in, and the gangster team spent a whole month without being able to do anything. One of the soldiers turned to the guy with the lowest rank and noticed that he had a very large backpack on his back. The guy didn't want to show what was in the backpack until his commander-in-chief gave the order to show all team members the contents of the bag. The commander allowed them to look and take what they needed, but in such a situation there was still little that could help them from there. And no one could refuse such a generous offer from the captain. But from the large backpack, all they could find were a few bottles in French that were intended for skincare. Then one of the soldiers shouted that it was all because of the group leader, that they had found themselves in this situation, and now he should answer for this misdeed. The second most senior gentleman refused to give any comments and said that they should do whatever they wanted to him, since he would not take anyone's side. He added that in this situation, internal conflict is a direct path to the death of the entire group, and everyone needs to calm down and focus on surviving until the rescue team arrives, and that's all that can be said as the second in command. But one of the soldiers reminded that there could be no rescue squad, because only 10 people could enter this portal. And all because their leader took a useless porter, The rescue team can only consist of one person, but even one person can't defeat all these ghouls. Suddenly, a rebellion occurred in the squad. The soldiers wanted to throw out the ghoul leader and force him to clear the way for liberation, and at the same time look at the actions of the B-rank soldier. But the commander replied that they were simply sucking up to those who had money and power, and they would never be able to force him to do what they wanted. But it seemed like he had no choice, since there were 6 C-class hunters against him. Suddenly, their boss started to use a high-speed ice bullet. It was a spell of the 5th circle that would attack the enemy with ice bullets at a certain distance. At this point, the guy was determined and offered to fight if they wanted, and he would kill the first 3 who attacked him right away. The guy asked his colleague why he hadn't said anything yet, since they had said so much and thought so much about him. But the man replied that they wouldn't even listen to him if he said anything. He added that he still considered him a decent person, and it seemed that after this he would be able to change. But the commander asked not to praise him, because until the very last moment, he did not understand what was happening here. He had no hope, and he thought that he would die here anyway along with these bastards. And after all, they had already held out here for almost a whole month. Even if a rescue team arrives right after he surrenders, won't he regret it? The guy added that if someone really comes for them, he will give them all the wealth he has. And at that moment, the commander's words were interrupted by a powerful explosion. Skylar came to their aid, who was ready to help them. When he went inside, he immediately asked if there was anyone from Earth among them. When Skylar entered, he saw 2 men standing in front of him and asked them if they came from Earth. The commander did not know how to react and responded and looked at the guy in surprise. The team that was behind was delighted, because they thought that there was a rescue team in front of them. After a few seconds, everyone began to rejoice and be happy, because after a month, they were finally rescued. But the second commander said that they were idiots and that they should better prepare for battle. The soldiers were outraged by this and thought that their commander had gone crazy. But he added that the soldiers should not dare to discuss the orders of their superiors. If he told them to jump, they would jump. If he told them to fight, they would fight. He pointed his finger and asked if there was a 1-person limit to entering the dungeon. Then how could 2 people be here? The main character looked thoughtful and asked if there was a limit per person and apologized for this misunderstanding. He said that he got to this place not through the entrance to the dungeon, but the frightened people asked if not through him, then how? And the guy said that they got here through the abyss. After the portals opened, accidents often occurred when many were pulled into them or into the dungeon, where they disappeared. Most people did not return, but there were lucky ones who did. But the squad didn't want to believe it at all. For them, they could be either monsters or illusions. It was hard to believe that they were really from the abyss. Then the guy replied that it didn't matter whether they believed him or not. But did they have a choice left here? One of the commanders thought about this situation. 2 energetic individuals of unknown strength level who could have come to this place from the abyss and exhausted conflict-torn hunters who had been starving for a long time, otherwise ordinary hunters below rank B. And he agreed, because even if they don't believe, in such a situation they have no other choice. The main character addressed everyone and asked them not to be too suspicious of the saviors, because in any case, all the people of the earth in this was true. After Skylar was convinced that the people came from the ground, his body became covered in goosebumps, and he suddenly began to tremble a little. The commander noticed this reaction and thought how many emotions this guy had. Apparently, he really was lost in the abyss. Then one of the guys shouted what to do with these ghouls now. But the main character calmed them down by saying that they were all dead and the way was clear for them. Skylar remembered the plan for returning to Earth, which he shared with his allies, so as not to attract the attention of the earthly constellations and quietly expand the number of his own supporters. And instead of attracting excessive attention, he was going to carefully scout out the current situation on Earth. The team asked who the second guy was standing next to the main character, whether he was also missing, but the guy replied that he had an even more tragic story than him and that he had lost his memory. Odaigon didn't like this very much, because at such a young age it was difficult to lose memory, and he didn't want these nobodies to feel sorry for him. One of the commanders said that even if he was a mage, they wouldn't be able to defeat all the ghouls on their own. Even if 2 people were incredibly strong, it was still impossible. But the guy added that he uses martial arts, and at that moment a deathly silence fell, and the eyes of all the soldiers looked only at the main character. The team began to whisper among themselves various questions, such as how he could use martial arts, since this was the first time they saw it, and how long ago he fell into the abyss. Skylar decided to ask why they were staring at him like that, but it turned out that they hadn't seen the martial arts master in a very long time. The main character said that when he got into the abyss, martial arts masters were not held in high esteem at all. But he asked what year it was and heard in response that it was 2039, and by earthly standards 30 years had passed since the guy had been in the abyss. The soldiers began to remember what the longest record for being in the abyss was, and remembered that one man had stayed there for 28 years, but now he is in a mental hospital. Then Skylar said that now talking about martial arts and dungeons is not so important. He asked Odaigon to give him a little fire, and he replied that he would do everything as the master said. And Skylar immediately reminded him that he had told him not to call him Sir, but only by his first name. The guy immediately began to chop up one of the large stones, which was located right at his feet. The group of soldiers saw something like this for the first time. They watched in amazement as the guy skillfully juggled with the stone and thought it was incredible. The main character was surprised by this. If this was the first time they had done this, then apparently they really didn't have martial arts masters, and he gave everyone a plate. The guy carefully laid out several pieces on a plate, but the soldiers were confused because they didn't know whose meat it was. Skylar said that in one TV show, Survive at Any Cost, he saw that a person can eat almost anything, and he recommended others to watch the show because it can be useful in life. He placed the delicious steak on a stone plate and added that it was thanks to this transmission that he survived in the abyss. The main character began to fry the meat in a frying pan and reassured the boys that everyone would get food, because there was enough meat for everyone, so let them be patient for a little while. A few moments later, each piece of delicious meat was on a plate, and the guy offered everyone to try it. At first, people doubted whether they should eat this meat that the one who returned from the abyss gave them, but the enchanting aroma of the meat quickly convinced them. For those who had been on the brink of starvation for a month, this was a real feast. The guy was very surprised that they were very quiet, and perhaps they realized that Skylar gave them low-grade meat. But when each soldier tasted this meat, their eyes filled with tears of joy, because it was incredibly delicious. One of the soldiers suspected that this meat was unusual, and his mana began to replenish. Normally, if he used a few flame arrows, he would collapse from magical exhaustion, but now he felt like he could use a whole dozen of these spells. The soldier was grateful to the boy for giving them the special meat and thought he was a very generous man. But the silence made Skylar disappointedly decide that they looked so hungry that they would eat anything, and next time it would be better to throw away the low-grade meat. The dungeon was designed in such a way that the ghouls were not only ordinary monsters, but also a crowd that formed the boss. And if they took them all out, they would clear the dungeon. So in order to get out, they had to finish off the rest. The guy was asked how he knew all this, but he replied that it was all because he had seen all sorts of things in the abyss. The situation became tense among the soldiers, and the lead captain separated from the detachment. Skylar suggested that while they were locked up, they had an internal conflict and apparently tried to kill each other. Odaigon added that internal conflict during a crisis situation was unimaginable for the goblins of the hilt, and considered the humans to be pathetic. Then the guy reminded him that he was also a human and asked the goblin if he really didn't know about it, and he replied in horror that he didn't want to offend him and asked for forgiveness. One of the squads of hunters who rebelled against the commander said that Odaigon was a very beautiful name. Apparently, they found another leader to take charge and said that they would take care of the remaining ghouls. A group of people tried to suck up to the man who could take them to dungeons and higher-level rewards and were very sympathetic to him because he had lost his memory. And if he didn't mind, they swore that they would be useful to him. But Odaigon quickly suspected their cunning plan and decided that he would let them do what they wanted because the master asked him to talk to them carefully. Skylar asked what they were doing, and one of the commanders replied that it was hard to find a strong hunter who could lead others into a high-ranking dungeon. The soldiers were very polite with the guy because he was their savior, and since he had been here for more than 30 years, he was also an elderly man. But the main character suggested taking into account only the earthly age of 28 years. Skylar knew that humans were trying to put on a better show of relationships in front of stronger hunters, but he was just curious why they were only picking on Odaigon. The guy asked, even though he was a powerful magician, why they didn't approach him. But the commanders had mixed reactions and said that the reason was that he was a martial arts master. Even among the martial artists, there was an A-rank hunter. The guy did not understand why they were treated so badly, because every martial artist was incredibly strong. When the men found out that Skylar was talking about Master Lee, they grabbed their heads, and the guy did not understand why they were reacting like that and what was wrong with his master. In 2009, just when the guy fell into the abyss, there were the same hunters who chose the path of martial arts, although it was believed that martial arts were inferior to magic, and most of these hunters went to China, the place of their greatest concentration. Although the martial artists were weaker, with the involvement of a large number of disciples, the revival of the martial arts era was possible, and there was also a living legend who had reached A rank, which meant that martial arts had a bright future. At least that's what they thought. The shocking news came out that Master Li was involved in a rank manipulation scandal. In 2011, similar scandals were revealed in various countries. Hunters bribed judges and changed ranks. C ranks became B ranks, B ranks became A ranks, and built incredible heroes. Master Li was also considered an A rank hero of China, but he was actually a B rank hero and a fake. The guy couldn't believe these words because he even bought his photos and posters. How could he be a fake? The commander added that after this scandal, the reputation of martial artists suffered greatly, and many abandoned martial arts with the thought that it was impossible to achieve a high rank in this way. Today, no one uses martial arts because after the incident, this tradition disappeared, and there are no more students in schools where martial arts are taught. Skylar couldn't quite believe that his master had lied about this, and he began to calm down, because he needed to calm his ki energy, because sadness could cause muscle atrophy. Then the guy asked another question, whether everything was okay on Earth, but he was not quite understood. And he added that there was not an invasion of various constellations on the Earth. Then they asked him how he knew about this, because he was talking about the incident in 2011, when there was a disaster. But he was already in the abyss. The main character was upset, because while he was disappearing into the abyss, the goddess's prophecy came true and he was late. In the fall of 2011, when the case of rank manipulation was uncovered. That day, everything was not as usual, and a bright flash similar to the sun was approaching the Earth. It was a portal that was different from the normal portals in the dungeon, and the monsters were intelligent. It was an army with a purpose, an army that followed orders and acted according to a strategy to take over the land and lay the souls of Earthlings at the feet of their constellation. The guy started shaking the man hard and demanded that he tell him what happened on Earth next, whether the Earth had been seized by evil constellations, and he was late. But the man asked the main character to calm down, because where would they be if this happened, and he replied that they fought back. The man said that there were a large number of victims, but they were able to stop them. All the countries of the Earth mobilized some of the best hunters who stopped the invasion. These words made the guy start to choke because then he didn't need to do anything else, and why was he wandering through this abyss? After Skylar went into the abyss, 2 years passed, and evil constellations invaded the Earth. And yet the hunters of the land fully mobilized to fight back and succeeded. The protagonist did not know what to do next. Was the goddess's prophecy wrong, or did she just miscalculate? It was all rather strange, because it wasn't just a small skirmish, but a full-fledged invasion of the constellations. And even if the mortals had sent all their forces, was it really possible to stop them at all? The girl added that it was not just a matter of different levels of power, but that the constellation and mortals were completely different, and even if there were many hunters, they were just like small insects to them. Skylar clarified that they stopped the invasion, but how, and the hunters said that it was more like a truce. They were not sure that they needed to expand the territory they occupied, and the people would suffer too many losses if they tried to regain the lost territories. And they were worried whether the truce would last, but it still continues, and probably because of the constellations that promise to protect the Earth. The girl immediately understood that if there were constellations here initially, then this makes sense, because even if the Earth is captured by new constellations, they can transfer the power of the Avatar and make them fight. She added that unlike Skylar, the constellations rarely fight, but against him, they will have to go out and fight personally. Then the boy understood why the truce was still going on, because the invasion of the constellations changed the hierarchy. This is what caused the connection of the abyss with the Earth, and in order to avoid a full-scale war, a compromise was reached to restore the balance of power. The truce was possible because they either didn't want to fight or didn't want to lose their own avatars. Otherwise, he had no business here. The guy added that in order to stop the invasion of evil constellations, he went into the abyss but returned too late. But the kitten replied that this was not true at all. Although they are a couple of decades late, the situation is not yet over. The truce cannot last forever, for there are so many other constellations in the abyss that may still decide to invade the Earth. The kitten immediately warned the boy to be extremely careful with any new constellations, as they were unlikely to honor the truce agreement. This meant that if the situation worsened, the Earth would turn into a battlefield where the constellations would fight for dominance over the Earth. At this time, Odaigon was praised for his magnificent shots and admired for his wonderful magic. One of the soldiers praised the guy, saying that he had never seen anyone use first circle magic so well. This really irritated the guy because all he heard was people admiring and praising Odaigon's magic. The soldiers were expecting that if they returned to Earth, it would be simply amazing, because he was at the level of B rank or even A rank. They discussed the guy and realized that he had lost his memory, and the soldiers were going to convince him to leave this Skylar and join them. They had one goal, to take the place of the main character, and then they would no longer have to obey the commander-in-chief of their squad. Skylar looked at Odaigon and didn't understand if everything was okay with him because he looked like he was eager for a fight. But he was even more frightened by the commander-in-chief of the detachment because he also looked as if he wanted to fight with someone. Then the main character asked directly if he wanted to fight these guys, but he waved his hands sharply and said that it was all wrong. Skylar didn't mind at all if he fought them because he was in such shock, and even if fighting each other in a dungeon for hunters was a crime. The boy began to fear that perhaps his thinking had become abnormal after being in the abyss for too long. But his friends warned him to be careful, because on Earth it was not enough to simply hide the power of existence. They added that a great battle between the constellations could break out on Earth, and if the protagonist did not properly hide his identity as a training master, it could provoke a conflict. But the guy swore that he would be careful. Then he asked one of the commanders what was happening to the people who had returned from the abyss. The man said that they were undergoing a medical examination where they were asked about their experience, and one day one guy told about a giant-sized cat with a giant smile. The man also added that after the invasion of evil constellations, most countries banned becoming avatars of evil constellations. The guy was surprised by this and replied that after the war people became very strict, and this was true. The fighter said that in any case the procedure is not that complicated and asked what country Skylar is from. He replied that she is from Korea, and then they will offer him new citizenship. He also added that most likely everything will be fine for the guy who lost all his memories. The protagonist turned to Odaigon and said that he had received enough information about the situation on Earth, and now he was also interested in what the skill level of the hunters was and whether there was a way to find out. Kitty suggested that there was a spell called Level Assessment that showed the level and characteristics. This would be enough and suggested using it on them. The kitten asked why he asked Odaigon to do this, but the boy replied that he couldn't use magic. But that wasn't the reason. Because the guy was a constellation, he didn't need to use magic to see the power level. He wouldn't need to use his own essence power to do this. Any constellation could easily do this. And at that moment, the main character used the Eye of Sauron and looked at the commander-in-chief of the squad. The guy revealed the whole essence of Richard Parker. He saw his level, strength, agility, magical power, and intelligence. The kitten added that if he mastered this ability, he would be able to see much more information, and he could also train this skill. Suddenly, the soldiers saw that the dungeon, the mirror illusion of chaos, had been cleared. And it will soon close, and the main character will finally head to Earth. The soldiers were very happy about this, because they would soon be at home on their native soil. The main character looked at the frying pan made of adamantine and saw that the kitten of lava and magma had tried hard, and it was much easier to cook complex dishes on it. Due to Skylar using the Eye of Sauron, his life force increased as he used the ability. At this time, a problem arose on the ground near the portal to the dungeon. Strange phenomena began to pass near it, and suddenly the dungeon became dangerous and unstable, and it was impossible for reporters to enter here. People saw and could not believe their eyes, because an entrance to the dungeon appeared there, and this meant only one thing, that it had been successfully cleared. A bright light formed, in which stood a team of hunters, as well as the main character with his partner. When Skylar appeared, the first thing he was surprised by was how bright it was here, and how beautiful the earthly sky looked. In a group of hunters, the gangster managed to clear the dungeon mirror illusion chaos in the Mojave Desert. The final dungeon rank became C rank, and the commander was furious, because it seemed impossible to him since there were 1,000 ghouls in there. The man said that he received help from a qualified magician, and that F-rank monsters alone were not many, and they knew this very well. The dungeon prank was determined by the strength of the main boss. They looked at the test stats, and that's why it was rated C instead of F. In any case, the sheriff congratulated him on his safe return, and added that his father was very worried about him. Since the Earth didn't know about the Ghoul King Tarun, they didn't know that they had passed the A-rank dungeon. The protagonist held a magazine in his hands and was wondering why the commander of Parker's group was a real celebrity and why there were so many paparazzi around him. At that moment, doctors entered the room and announced that Skylar, based on his test results, was completely healthy. The girl was very surprised because she had never seen such a perfect body, as if God had given it to him. The guy replied that the only thing he could do in the abyss was to train. The doctor added that he was also mentally stable and he was really lucky. After all, 30 years have passed and now he will have a hard time with rehabilitation, and if he wants to move to another country, they will be happy to help him. But the girl acted as if she didn't want him to stay in this country. On the contrary, several men asked Odaigan not to worry about the fact that he had lost his memory and that the American government was on his side, since America was the richest and most powerful country. Only high-ranking magicians received such treatment. With martial arts masters, things were completely different. But the guy was firm and replied that he would always be the same, and no matter how many offers came, he would always follow Mr. Schuyler. People tried to find out what happened to this guy in the abyss, that he was so devoted to the main character, but the guy did not reveal all the secrets and answered that he met him when Odaigan had already lost all his memories. Then people started to speculate that it might be because he was the first person Odaigan met after losing his memories. They also approached Schuyler and asked him if he ever seriously considered moving to another country that they would help him with anything he needed. But he replied that there was no better country for a hunter than America. At this time, a group of people were quietly talking to each other using a simple telepathic artifact. Odaigan suggested that he could easily get inside using magic and tell them what they were talking about. The guy agreed to this proposal and immediately heard them say that he would stay here even when he received a green card. That now he was saying no, but he would soon understand that America really was better, and they were still worried about it. There was also talk about a magician named Odaigan. They were sure that other countries would try to find out everything about him, and for this, they would place spies near him so that others could not get close to him. As soon as the guy heard that they would be spying on them, he asked Schuyler if he could get rid of all the spies right now. But the main character asked him about the unheard situation, because he should understand what is happening here. There were several other procedures that a returnee had to go through to get a Green Hunter's card, and one of them was a test. The protagonist was asked to take part in one survey for 30 minutes and was warned to be careful that the electrodes did not fall while they were conducting the examination. When the guy started the test, he read the first question, which asked if he had ever made a contract with the constellation warrior of madness and blood. It was necessary to write a fragment in which this warrior was ridiculed. Perhaps it might seem childish, but it is the most effective way, because a servant who has made a contract with a constellation will never be able to mock the master. This was the best way to determine if someone had made a contract with an evil constellation. They adopted this method after contacting the constellations. Next, the guy was asked to measure a certain amount of mana into a crystal ball, as much as he could. After the main character began to measure the amount of mana, the ball turned yellow and immediately began to collapse, and the measurements ended there. The guy thought that in order to move around here more freely, he would better get a higher rank than 30 years ago, because he was probably an A-rank hunter. The amount of mana contained in the measuring crystal ball was much higher than that of the average hunter. When hunters passed the exam, they filled the ball with their own mana to increase their rank. The crystal ball changed color to determine the total amount of mana. It was a little unusual for the main character to control his own strength, but it was not his fault that in the abyss he only encountered strongmen, and perhaps revealing his true strength was still a mistake. His partners watched him and did not understand whether he did it on purpose or not, because you can't attract unnecessary attention. It can reveal his essence. The earth is not like an abyss. There were its own rules there. In the abyss, he can find strong opponents at any time and fight them as much as he wants. But on Earth, this happens under strict control. The opportunity to rise to rank A is given only to hunters of rank B. Rank C cannot skip a step. In order to reach the rank of a hero and become famous as planned, you need to grab any chance and increase the hunting rank to the maximum. The doctor turned to the guy and said that all measurements had been taken and the results would be ready soon, and he could wait in the dorm. Schuyler really hoped that he would be given at least a B rank. As soon as they left the laboratory, the doctor immediately picked up the phone and made a call to one clan and said that he called about a case they were interested in. When the boy started looking at the cards, he discovered that his friend was given a B rank. He was surprised at how well Odaigan hid his abilities. But when the main character opened his own card, he couldn't believe what he saw, because he was awarded the rank C+, and his age was indicated as 57 life years. He couldn't believe that in 30 years, the average amount of mana for a hunter had increased so much, and at that moment, the clan commander approached them from behind. Schuyler asked why he came, but the guy reminded him that he said that he would definitely reward him for saving his life, because he returned after 30 years and must have nowhere to settle. And the guy offered to stay at his house and be there as long as he wanted. On the way home, Odaigan asked if he found it suspicious that the guy had suddenly become so polite to them. But the main character immediately recalled how he repelled the wolf's attack and said that he would not forget it either because the goblins gave him a warm welcome and promised to repay him for saving him. He told how they prepared a bath of acid slimes for him and offered to gladly accept the children of their nobility as sacrifices. But the goblin could not believe that all this caused him inconvenience. But as it turned out, it was all about the difference in culture. In any case, this guy might also have wanted to repay for saving him, but Odaigon had a different opinion. He believed that the race was annoying and incapable of magic, and yet gratitude was alien to them. The main character was surprised by these words, because in fact he was also a human, and the goblin remembered this and immediately asked for forgiveness. Skylar approached Richard Parker. He introduced himself to him as a very famous person in business circles, and then the guy added that he was looking forward to him giving him all his fortune. The main character said that he heard someone in the dungeon promising to give up all the inheritance for saving the commander. But the guy screamed in fear that this did not happen. Skylar said he was joking and replied that he didn't need much. He asked for a place where he could settle down temporarily until he could settle down somewhere himself, since he had been in the abyss for too long and was still not getting used to the ground. But Parker replied that he could live in his house as long as he wanted, something he could easily give to his savior. Odaigon decided that the guy was being too arrogant, having borrowed only some house. Suddenly, one of the sports cars stopped Parker's entire motorcade. The sudden braking caused everything inside to get mixed up, and no one could understand what was going on. Parker's driver said that someone blocked the way with a car. The main character immediately thought that perhaps this was an assassination attempt, and some evil constellation learned of his essence. At this time, Odaigon opened the door and asked the master to sort out this situation. The guys got out of the car and decided to first see what kind of psycho blocked their way. Skylar never thought he would see a car like this in the middle of the desert, but all that could be said about it was that it looked very American. A man got out of the car who was dressed very stylishly, and Skylar, along with Odaigon, felt that he was different. He was still mortal, but he could not be put on the same level with people. The man was very strong. When the man came closer, Richard Parker immediately recognized that in front of him was Sam, nicknamed the Dragon. Richard introduced himself to him, and Sam immediately recognized him as the youngest son of the Parker family. The man said that he heard that his father had a lot of worries because he became a hunter and advised him to do what he wanted. Then the man turned to the guy and said that he had lost much hope. But in front of him was the real Skylar. The main character couldn't believe it, but in front of him was the leader of his clan. The man heard rumors that they were here. A lot of time had passed, and they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone stood in a stupor, and Richard couldn't believe that the dragon knew Skylar, but it was all true. All the guards ran out of the car and were surprised to see an S-rank hunter, Dragon Sam, standing in front of them. They were talking about how they had heard that he had gotten married again last month, and it was his 19th wedding, and it was all too confusing. After all, was it really this man who stood before him, when in the distant past, he suggested that he take his time, since their strength was not up to a B-rank dungeon, and now he is the leader of the most famous clan. In 2011, attacks by evil constellations suddenly broke out all over the world, and the city of Seoul was no exception. That period was called the Seoul Disaster, at which time all the hunting clans located in the city responded, and the leader of the clan of the Great and Incomparable was one of those who tried with all his might to save the country. Thanks to the dedication of hunters like Sam, the Republic of Korea was able to somehow eliminate the threat of occupation. They did everything they could, protected everything they could protect, and were true heroes. All those fighting the threat were called heroes, and, as expected, they received nothing more than the title of hero. At this time, in the hospital, the guy turned to one of his partners because he still couldn't pay off the debt, because healing magic was not included in the insurance. And even the compensation for the hunter's treatment did not help him. He did not fit this article because he did not receive a shrapnel wound from a monster. And after that, Sam moved to America because the attitude towards hunters is much better here. He talked about how he got support, hunted monsters, started his own company, and even appeared on TV once. And that's how things gradually came together. The guy asked how much money he had, and even the rich son couldn't object to him. Then Sam asked him if he knew where he lived now, in Hunter's Hills. But the guy didn't know what kind of area it was. But as it turned out, it was the richest area in Los Angeles. He jokingly called the guy a brat and said that as before, you couldn't get the word out of him with pliers. After all, who else is capable of disappearing, leaving only a letter on one pitiful page? The man suspected that he was crazy about training, but he didn't think that he would go to such madness. Perhaps he should have been taken to the hospital earlier. Sam added that some even wanted to announce his death, since only a few returned from the abyss alive. The guys were even going to hold a wake in this honor. But when the man found out that he had been discovered, He was very surprised that he was on the list of those who had returned from the abyss. Sam then turned to Parker and finally asked what he was doing in his car. The boy was frightened and said that he had saved his life, and as a sign of payment, he was with him. The man was very surprised by these words, because he had already thought that he was taking him to the family estate for an autopsy. At this point, the destination was changed from the Parker's house to Sam's house. The guy saw how the world had really changed in 30 years, and all the city streets were now teeming with machines. After the gates opened in Los Angeles, rich and famous hunters began to flock to the city. All of their clanmates, rising stars who wanted to join them, and people who viewed hunters from a business perspective. It was currently the most densely populated city of hunters on Earth. Sam continued that from the moment he arrived in America, he asked to be informed of the latest news of who had returned from the abyss and threatened that if even one name was missed, he would leave for another country. It was funny to watch the FBI and CIA report with stony faces. Otherwise, he would have quickly changed his citizenship and the government would have suffered huge losses. The main character looked out the window and said that he had a very cool house and that this house was the size of an Olympic stadium. But Parker interrupted the guy and said that these buildings were for hired workers and servants, and the real home of Sam the Dragon was located further away. They immediately approached the real house, past fountains, palm trees, and beautiful parks. As the motorcade passed along the streets, the main character saw hunters standing in line for tickets. He didn't understand what these coupons were for, because this wasn't a bank. But Sam replied that in order for them to see him at least once, they needed to get a coupon. But Skylar couldn't fully understand why they needed this and what it was all for. But these people came to ask to give them a chance. The guy asked what kind of chance they were talking about, but the man said that they would still have time to discuss all this. When they went inside, they saw beautiful pandas. The guy couldn't believe that pandas were in America. Did he really steal them? But as it turned out, it was a gift from the Chinese government. They then begged on their knees for him to come and send it to him. The protagonist asked what was troubling the Chinese government that they made such a generous gift. Then the man remembered that the guy was in the abyss and knew nothing, and then he urgently gathered all the secretaries in one place. He ordered to select the best teachers for him in politics, economics, culture, and other sciences, so that Skylar could be taught everything. At this point, Parker's driver said that there was a great chance to meet the dragon at the moment, and that some people had been waiting for months for the chance to see it. But the guy continued that their last name was clearly not Parker, and why should he beg for this chance? Besides, he had the feeling that next to him he was getting a year older with every minute. At this time, one of the secretaries asked if there were too many teachers and too much information, and if he could find out the real reason for this commotion. But as soon as the man introduced himself to him, he immediately heard that he was fired from that very second, because he hired them for a lot of money in order to entrust them with troublesome work. Sam's words and requests did not sound like a joke, and he did not ask not to answer stupid questions. Then the man turned to the sixth secretary and asked where all the models who were supposed to be at the party were, because he clearly remembered that he had missed one and ordered her to work faster. After Sam gave everyone their assignments, he turned to Skylar and said that they could now calmly think everything over. The guy couldn't believe that the man had changed so much in such a short period of time, because such situations were not a reason for dismissal. But the man objected, saying that he did not know how much he was paying them, and quickly ordered the seventh secretary to come to him. When the secretary approached, he said that in 2 weeks he had received about $230,000. But the main character still couldn't understand how the size of the salary was connected with being fired on the spot. Then Sam replied that when he hired them, he clearly warned that he was paying the highest salary. But in return, one mistake, and the employee is fired, and they all know about it. But Skylar was very disappointed with this approach, and then Sam decided to leave the seventh secretary. The guy turned to Sam and asked why he didn't become a role model, as a true clan leader should. In one of the audiences, a Stanford University professor who specialized in the science of artifacts and caves spoke to the main character. She also had experience as a manager of 2 B-rank hunters and 1 A-rank hunter. These words really surprised the guy, and he decided to surprise her in return and told her that in high school he once lifted a total of 500 kilograms. The teacher decided to briefly explain what had happened over the past 30 years. And after 30 minutes, the guy screamed loudly in the audience. He couldn't believe that evil constellations occupied China, North Korea, Europe, and Latin America. South Korea was not captured because it was one of the countries that resolved the situation relatively quickly. But after that, many Korean hunters went abroad, because America seemed especially profitable to many. Also, clan leader Sam also moved here at that time. His leader was so kind. What did he have to endure? He was the kind of man who was dumped by women every day and who discouraged him from going into a B-rank dungeon. But suddenly, he became the Dragon Sam, an S-rank hunter with a lot of money, who at 70 years old has married 19 times. The Lava and Magma Kitten said that everything worked out great and that this hunter could be a great avatar. Could this person really not be trusted? He could be trusted. Then Skylar went to Sam and told him everything about how he suddenly went into the abyss to prevent the end of the world. And while he was trampling there for a couple of decades, he suddenly became a constellation, and whether he wanted to come under his wing and become an avatar. The man was very surprised by the guy's words, and he replied that they don't dabble in drugs. The Kitten of Lava and Magma said that there was no need to do that, and that he could and would understand everything if everything was explained to him in detail. But something still bothered the guy. The leader had not given up for 30 years. Trying to find him, the guy thought that he was the one who could be trusted, because there was training equipment here like a gym in the backyard, and the guy did not want to just drag him into the affairs of the constellations. When the guy came to the gym, he said that it looked more like a concert hall and that he must have invited various pop stars to parties here, but Sam replied that there was a cooler place for that. The Kitten of Lava and Magma exclaimed in surprise, because it was the magic of the inside of the world. But the guy did not understand why he was so surprised, because it was not complex magic. The kitten said that it was rather a very popular magic among the constellations and that mortals did not know how to use it properly. Sam said that even if you get injured in the other side of the world, they will not be reflected in reality. Roughly speaking, it is magic, something like super advanced virtual reality technology. But this constellation was used to train their own avatars. But the kitten said that most often the constellations use it as a playground to relieve boredom. The guy wondered if the magic of the underside of the world had taught the constellation. But Sam exclaimed that this magic was known to many, and the constellation had nothing to do with it. But if you think about it, there was a possibility that this technology was originally given to someone by the constellation. All this is some kind of evil plan. Skylar said that with such training equipment to prepare for war, all the hunters on the planet would be fully armed. But the man did not understand what kind of war he was talking about. He replied that all these devices were only for sports training. Then the main character exclaimed that they really use this magic to play football. Then the man snapped his fingers and said that all this was so last century, and now he would demonstrate everything. Currently, the most popular area at the forefront of the entertainment business is hunting sport. It was a competition where 6 hunters would form a team to test their strength against a rival team, and there would also be monster extermination, time attacks, death matches, and more, with a ton of rules. When one of the teams successfully kills the weekly boss, they are awarded 5 points for the victory. It all looked very interesting, and the main character entered the underside of the world. The protagonist had to limit the power because the underside of the world could be destroyed. He thought that since magic was created by people, it could not fully correspond to a being of the constellation level. Then the guy's strength, agility, and health were severely limited, and he immediately felt as if a bunch of weights had been hung on him. In the conditions of a battle with limited strength on the reverse side, the constellation increases its own real strength. It all looked like a real workout, and he was even a little happy about it. The Lava and Magma Kitten suggested that this was a great chance, since other constellations couldn't see Skylar in the dungeon and the underworld, and so he could use all his abilities to his heart's content. The kitten meant for the protagonist to reveal his own essence to the leader and make him an avatar. But the guy didn't want to do this because he had a great life, and he didn't want to drag him into this again. The main character believed that he was not suitable for the role of a leader who controls avatars, because he was more accustomed to playing the role of a fighter and participating in battles. But the kitten added that in the competition with other constellations, there will definitely come a time when he will need avatars, because it is not in the spirit of the constellation to personally enter into battle. Sam asked why the guy had become like a pillar, because half an hour ago he had looked completely different. Skylar thought that the underside of the world made the hunter's training seem like it was happening in reality. But the man reproached the boy, saying that it wasn't training at all. Everything that happened there was only about sports, and the most popular sport in the world. Skylar asked if the hunters didn't train in a dungeon and just fought each other, but Sam replied that that was the point of competitive sports. The protagonist asked why people liked watching it so much, as if it were football or baseball. The man replied that it was simply ridiculous to even compare them, and added that the most that could be compared was fighting with each other, since that was also a sport for hunters. The strongest hunter is chosen through one-on-one fights, and once you watch this, other sports fights will start to seem incredibly boring to you. But no matter how much Sam hoped to surprise the guy with this whole story did not stir Skylar's blood. He was confused and worried that the Earth was now in danger. The guy spent all his time training and was afraid to find out that he was already late. He was constantly overcome with anxiety while he tried to find his way back to Earth. And in the end, the hunters of the Earth became sports stars, and Skylar did not understand at what time they were catching monsters. Then the kitten added that this world and fighting with each other is quite usual for the constellations and for the god of training, who does not take avatars under his own wing. This may be new, but for the constellations with an army of avatars, this is like an indirect war. The kitten suggested that this could be related to the spread. The protagonist thought that in that case, they shared it on purpose to find candidates for avatars, and Sam added that recently there were many hunters who had never even cleared a dungeon. The guy didn't fully understand then why they became hunters, but the answer was one: only for money and fame. All that was needed was to choose the type that a person liked, and having succeeded as an athlete, he was able to earn money that he would never be able to spend in his entire life, and the line in front of his house was just waiting to get this chance. After Sam finished, he asked what had happened to the guy during this entire period. What bug bit him that he fell into the abyss during training or was deceived? But it seems the man hit the nail on the head, and Skylar replied that it was a very long story. But before he explains everything, he will have one small request. The guy asked to increase the power of the backside because his strength is too limited and it is very annoying. But the man didn't believe it because this room was aimed at A-rank hunters, and he asked what rank the guy had. Skylar replied that he was a C+ rank and that he had not had the opportunity to fully demonstrate his combat skills since he had simply broken the internal energy measuring device, and even that was not enough. Sam couldn't fully understand why he was still assigned to rank C+, because it couldn't be that someone paid for it. It seemed to the man that the guy had become much stronger, since he was uncomfortable being here and everything was exactly like that. Sam again asked the guy to tell why he went into the abyss, and if it was a long story, then let the main character tell it more simply. But to put it simply, Skylar went there with only one mission. It was all for the sake of protecting the Earth. The man could not believe these words. Could it be that he wandered through the abyss and became a constellation, and now he returned to protect the Earth? Sam was very surprised. Then it turns out that he is older than him in age, but all this was unimportant. Then the man yelled at the guy because it was hard to believe, since many people who returned from the abyss had gone crazy. But since Sam couldn't believe the words of the main character, Skylar decided to demonstrate all this with his own strength. That's why the guy asked to lift the restriction, and he didn't give a damn about the others, but he wanted to share it with him. The man then took off his jacket and replied that no matter how strong he had become, he had never encountered an S-rank hunter before. Sam talked about how he had crossed paths with various opponents many times, and that on his last breath, he had gotten an A+ rank skill and leveled up through death. The guy laughed, because the man loved fantasy novels so much that he ended up becoming one of the main characters. Then Sam flew into the air and shouted that the little rascal hadn't gone far, and that it was not for the fans of fighting novels to talk about it, and immediately offered to wrestle for a while. The man asked the boy if he had ever heard of artifacts in the form of tattoos. Suddenly, Sam started shooting out magic projectiles and shouted at the guy that he would be able to dodge them now. But the main character didn't see any danger in this, and didn't see any point in dodging at all, and released a powerful stream of energy from his hand. This blow surprised the man, and as the first champion in one-on-one combat at the time, he understood that the opponent in the ring must be forced to focus on defense, attack first, and not give him time to catch his breath. Sam activated the 6th circle magic, which was called the Path of Lava, and turned to Skylar and asked when he learned this type of magic. But in response to this blow, the guy activated a protective Kai barrier and easily stopped a powerful shot of lava. When the man saw this, he screamed, "Is it really because of this skill that false rumors started in China?" The main character did not understand what was being discussed and added that there was a viral fake video with a similar skill to his. The guy was very surprised by this. He couldn't even guess that they could even fake something like this. It really shocked him. Unfortunately, his barrier has consumed a fair amount of energy, and at this rate it will soon be empty, and apparently there is no other way, since he has limited powers here. The guy had to control all his power to make sure he didn't destroy the reverse world. And that was a pretty big headache, since it had been a long time since he had fought like a real person. And then Skylar decided to show the absolute maximum and concentrated all his power into one magic ball. This ball was so fast that Sam didn't even have time to use fast teleportation, and his magic was destroyed, and after hitting, he received a lot of damage. He was shocked that it was cancelled even before it was activated, and how the guy could use those skills so quickly. But Sam didn't give up on this. He had no choice but to strengthen his own body with magic. But the guy literally found himself next to the man in a second and quickly used several techniques. Sam had great hope when he tried to switch to close combat against someone who uses martial arts. His friend admitted that he quickly became confused because he usually never dealt with martial artists and found the guy to be quite assertive. Sam asked the guy how martial arts levels work and how he reached the highest level in martial arts. The protagonist replied that it doesn't quite work that way because he currently has the highest level, and if he steps a little further in development, he can go beyond the mortal boundaries. And at that moment, the man realized that in front of him was a real constellation. Sam replied that he couldn't imagine how ridiculous it sounded. But what did sound ridiculous was that Skylar's honest and kind-eyed friend had changed for the worse. And the men began to argue about which of them had become more successful, and then Sam asked what he wanted from him. Skylar started by saying that he wanted to ask him for help, and then went on to explain the situation in detail. Although the constellations have agreed to a truce, the treaty is only temporary, and new constellations may emerge from the abyss at any time. And those constellations that have made a truce may be plotting to seize the land right behind their backs. As for the other constellations, they already had many servants on Earth, and in general, there are a lot of them. But on the other hand, the guy has to start from scratch, so he is now at a disadvantage. In these words, the man heard that the guy was not going to ask for his help. After all, he lived his own life, and that's why Skylar didn't want to drag him into trouble. The man couldn't believe that the youngest of the clan had been defending the land by fighting in the abyss for 10,000 years, and he was just trying to be cool just because he was older. Sam loudly slammed his fist on the floor and shouted that why the hell was he worried about him? Because he should be worried, not the other way around. And who could help the main character if not his old friend? The man added that he would help him and that he was in no position to refuse the offered help, and he was absolutely confident in his words. At this point, the lava and magma kitten sent a message that he was quite pleased with how the guy was negotiating. The kitten thought that he had really lured him brilliantly to his side, but in any case, these were the sincere feelings of the protagonist. He didn't want the man the boy knew to be caught up in the battle between the constellations, and it didn't look like Sam was going to back down. And the man was faced with a choice, whether he would agree to become the main character's servant and serve under his command. The man did not think for long and decided to obey someone younger and let it be as it will be. And at that moment, he became a servant of the invincible avatar of training, and his soul was tied to the constellation. And if it disobeys the orders of the constellation, it can be subject to severe punishment. The young people had a delicious breakfast in a cozy establishment, and Sam still could not believe that he would enter into a contract with the constellation. After all, making a deal with a constellation was tantamount to selling it your soul. He was interested in everything. If he makes this agreement, he will be able to follow the main character and his clan whenever he wants. But if it will be too stressful, then the guy can simply not do it. Skylar's plan was to first hide the fact that he was a constellation, as it would be a huge problem if he was discovered. Sam thought about it because it turned out that the constellation needed to hide its own power. The guy said that in any case, he was going to continue to increase the number of servants while hiding the fact that he was a constellation, and he would need them when he encountered other constellations. The man replied that he could be trusted. Then Skylar asked if he could defeat the great demon one-on-one. But Sam clarified that didn't the guy fight him in the abyss, because hunters always act together and it is completely pointless to try to defeat the monster one-on-one. There was a certain uncertainty in the man's words, and for a second, the protagonist thought that he might lose. Sam added that whether it was the inside-out world or a one-on-one fight, a solo or team game, he was absolutely sure that he was not afraid of any of it, and he didn't care if he had to fight against the constellations or anyone else. But the guy knew very well that the magic that is often used in sports called the magic of the inside out, the constellations also often used it, and it is very strange that people participating in hunting competitions used this magic. The whole reason was that this magic was very widespread, and was connected with the fact that the constellations fought in a similar way, when the servants of the constellations went to the inside out to fight each other. There is a very good chance that the constellations intended to make hunting competitions like one-on-one combat so popular that it would be easier for them to choose servants based on their strength. The guy wondered if this was too much for such complex speculations, because did the constellations really look at such nonsense? But everything was correct, and the kitten of lava and magma added that one should not underestimate the boredom of the constellations. Even now, most of the constellations are fighting with each other in the train car out of boredom. In any case, if the services fight as they do in the hunting competitions on the ground, it could be a great help to Sam, because he has participated in such battles and is a champion hunter. The number of servants the main character would have depended on all of this, because he had to become the object of their envy. He himself understood what he was talking about. He understood that the guy needed to become famous as a hunter and become one of the strongest hunters on Earth. With such hunters, everything is always very interesting. As soon as a Class A portal opens, the government of the country will be on its knees begging them for help. And despite the fact that people claim that their country's hunters are the strongest, everyone knows in their hearts that this leads to their faith and devotion. Sam certainly understood everything, because Skylar certainly has incredible power. Another thing was how they would demonstrate his power in the game. Then the man said that he would introduce him to the clan, but the guy didn't even suspect how many groups of clans Sam was responsible for, because it wasn't just one clan, because the profit of the company's clan groups went beyond this world. All the cores and items in the dungeons are purchased by the company, including support, bonuses, and other things, and with just loyalty, Skylar can be generously rewarded. But the main character still didn't understand why Sam was telling him to join the clan, because he could do it on his own. Then the man menacingly replied that he was going to hide the fact that he was a constellation. So why did he need all this if he needed to hide his own power properly? However, the protagonist decided to limit his own power to the maximum possible level, and so far he has been able to control it, and he can fight a monster or an S-rank adventurer. The man would send the boy to a clan that accepted the best candidates, so he recommended him to look for some nuggets there, because he could take them as servants if they proved themselves useful enough, and this was a pretty good idea. Skylar wondered if they would mind if he joined their clan, since his rank was still C+, which specializes in martial arts. Sam replied that they definitely wouldn't like it, and suggested that the guy just raise his rank, because as soon as he becomes an A-rank adventurer, he will immediately be listed as a strategic weapon controlled by the state, because only those who have achieved high results can get S rank. If you think about it, it sounded pretty cool that the old man had an S rank, since less than 10 people in the entire world had received that rank. He shouted that it was enough to sit around and it was time to do everything they could, and they immediately went to the qualifying round for the competition. The guy clarified what qualifying round Sam was talking about, but he added that the main character can't even imagine how many hunters want to participate in this competition, because he needs to pass the qualifying round and win in order to be accepted as a professional in the league. The next preliminary round will be in exactly a week, and during this time the guy can get a little more comfortable here. The guy didn't understand what he needed to get used to and what he needed to do. Then Sam took his phone out of his pocket and asked him if he knew what a smartphone was and showed him. This phone is used for almost everything, including watching the news. The guy carefully took the smartphone and did not fully understand how to use this thing. But one thing was good, that now he could calmly watch Korean news anywhere. Sam was in the office and called a few workers. He asked the hunter department to bring him the evaluation equipment right away, because he needed to re-evaluate someone. Then he thought that they would need another reliable manager. But when he looked at these guys, he realized that they were not suitable for him at all. The man asked what his daughter was doing now and began listing that she was not the 10th or even the 8th, but let them call him the 11th, who had the worst character. He ordered Laura to be brought here immediately, but he was not entirely sure that she would show sympathy towards Skylar, since he was also not easy to deal with. At this time during training, the man could not believe that he had lost control of the third circle magic. Laura turned to him and said that he had a lot of mana, and that did not mean that he could handle high-level magic, and that he should have first studied first circle magic more thoroughly. The guy then shouted that he was a C+ class hunter, and had already received an offer from the other close-ups, and how could she force him to repeatedly practice just first circle magic? When Laura was returning from the training class, she turned to one man and said that the guy did not deserve to be trained, and that the girl no longer wanted to study with him, and ordered that they take care of him on their own from now on. When the manager entered the classroom, he immediately started kicking him with his feet, because this stupid idiot didn't even guess who she was, because she was not just an ordinary manager. Miss Laura was a B-class hunter and a renowned A-class manager. She was the type of person who turned worthless rookies into diamonds in any clan. He didn't say anything because she didn't like it when her identity was revealed. But he had just let down his own boss and didn't realize what an idiot he was. One fine day, there was a great deal of excitement at the stadium where the competitive fights were taking place. When Skylar approached this place, he was surprised that this qualifying round would really take place here. Some hunters arrived in luxury cars. They enjoyed great popularity and fame. The main character was not surprised by this, because then and now the habits of hunters have not changed, but in order to get into the professional league, you had to become the winner of this tournament. One of his representatives also said that this was a qualifying round for the C rank league, but many D rank or E rank hunters would also take part in it, and in any case, there would be a chance after that, and it was necessary to take this as a new experience. At this time, Odaigon was so engrossed in playing games on his smartphone that he didn't even pay attention to what people around him were talking about. The guy shouted at him to stop playing these games already, and the competition would start soon. The main character didn't understand how he could play these games all day long. Were they really that addictive? When Skylar came to the stadium's recreation area, he saw that there were journalists and cameramen around, and it seemed to him that this was all a way of recruiting into the clan. One of these journalists scratched his head and could not understand what kind of incredible hunter had to show up in the selection round to be sent so early in the morning. At that moment, an operator approached him and completely agreed with his words and suggested waiting until the majority dropped out. He thought he had seen this journalist somewhere, but it turned out he was a scout from the Gambit clan. The man hoped that this time the damn appraiser hadn't fooled him and had told him the whole truth. After all, they said on the phone that it would be just a bomb, because the guy even ground the measuring device into powder. The journalist had been studying the main character's dossier for a long time. He learned that the guy had gone into the abyss for 30 years, and that everything was fine with his head, and all the tests had passed the check, and no deviations were found. The men decided that if he lived 30 years ago, it was understandable why he used martial arts and suggested sending someone to recruit him. At first, the journalist couldn't believe that it was possible to break a measuring device, and no one could pay them to talk this nonsense. There was no way they could just ignore it, because the money had already been received, and they would hardly have contacted them if this guy was useless. The boss ordered the worker to personally check everything, and if his mana was in excess, then try to offer him to master magic. But the guy didn't understand how he should make him master magic, but that was already his concern, because the journalist gets a salary for it. Skylar's tryouts began, and he was invited to enter the center of the stadium. When the guy entered the inside of the world, he needed to limit his power, because otherwise the inside of the world could simply collapse. But the main character should have limited the power much more, because in Sam's house this thing was level A. Skylar successfully entered the inside of the world. He limited his strength, agility, and endurance. The guy could also use hand-to-hand Kai, but with limitations. This did not stop the main character, because the more difficult the situation, the higher he rose, and this sounded logical. A bald guy at the stadium asked Skylar what the psycho was muttering under his breath, but the guy replied that he thought it was a good experience. The man was inspired by this when he saw a new rival and decided to immediately leave him in a smashed state. The referee shouted that they would be instantly disqualified for fighting without giving a signal. The rules were already known to everyone, but reminded that any skills could be used without restrictions. Also, if they want to surrender or are no longer able to fight, the fight will be stopped. There weren't as many people in the stands as we would have liked, but there was still a live broadcast of the qualifying match for this competition. For the viewers of the broadcast, this was very interesting, because they had not seen a martial arts user for a long time. In their eyes, Skylar was no different from a living fossil. The journalist read his profile carefully and decided that he was worth a look. But when they read that he was a martial arts user, they couldn't believe that they still existed and had already forgotten the last time they saw them. The bald fighter met a man who possesses martial arts for the first time. He decided that as soon as the battle began, he would immediately increase the distance and use second circle magic, and then release enhanced magic projectiles. As soon as the referee signaled the start of the fight, one fighter immediately flew into the air, and for a second, it seemed to him that he was much faster than his opponent. But it only seemed that way to the man, because Skylar's fist was already a few centimeters from his face. Everyone who watched the broadcast and was in the stadium was very shocked, because a few seconds after the referee gave the signal to start the fight, it was already over. Skylar was too surprised by this, because he did not believe that the fight ended so quickly, and that the opponent was too weak. The referee climbed onto the podium to announce the winner as the other fighter was carried away on a stretcher. The journalist couldn't believe that the guy managed to deal with his opponent so easily, and he immediately reported it over the phone. On the phone, the boss heard that the appraiser had not made a mistake, and they had found a simply amazing diamond that would immediately become their driving force. He still couldn't believe that there was a treasure to be found among martial arts users, and even though it was difficult to expand its boundaries, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to try and recruit the guy. And the journalist decided that he would achieve success at any cost if he did not want to lose this job. While Skylar was resting in the waiting area of the stadium, other fighters were performing. At one point, a journalist entered the room. He turned to the hunter and asked him to ask a few questions, but the guy immediately realized that a clan scout was in front of him. The journalist was flattered that the guy immediately realized that he was in front of a clan scout, and he replied that the guy was fundamentally different from today's hunters. The man added that although the guy already knew, the current hunters in the past were not fit to hold a candle, because in a real fight, they could not even be called hunters. Skylar replied that he thought so too, but he thought that things weren't that bad, and it made absolutely no difference where you trained if your strength would end up being the same. The man carefully asked if the guy knew why he was here. Skylar replied that the scout had come to recruit him, and there could be no other reason. The journalist introduced himself as a representative of the Gambit clan, and he really came to hire him. The man hoped that the boy already had an idea about this clan, but the main character replied that he was hearing about them for the first time. Skylar said that he had recently returned from the Abyss, and that not much time had passed since his return, and he simply could not hear about it. The man began to gesture with his hands and convinced the guy that most likely he was having a hard time getting his bearings in the current situation, and was overcome with anxiety about what to do next, and which team to join. But he didn't even have to worry about that, because their clan would help him at all. And the journalist began the greatest presentation about their clan, that they provide great support, that training is only for top-level hunters, and most importantly, they guarantee a share of 1.5 people in percentage terms in dungeon expeditions. But Skylar wasn't particularly inspired by his speech, and replied that since he was used to fists, he should look for a clan with martial arts users, and laughed loudly. Then the man began to be pressured by the fact that his potential was at the level of a C-rank hunter, and that increasing his rank was not such an easy matter. But the guy was firm and refused to sign the contract for the second time, and the journalist shouted that he would greatly regret it. The main character was touched by this phrase, and he asked why, and asked several questions. He reminded the man that he had only seen him in the selections, and that his clan was not too generous to him to offer such fees and such impressive distributions. Then the boy counterattacked and shouted that this was the reason for their clan's strength. It was courage. But Skylar replied that it looked more like a trick than courage. The journalist did not understand what kind of trick they were talking about, and the main character added that if, for example, they had obtained information about his abilities in advance. After all, the guy knew that this had often been done in the past, when clans would hold back novice hunters by bribing an appraiser. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and an announcement was made for Skylar to prepare for his next fight. The journalist wished him luck and said that he would support him in his next fight. The main character was at a loss as to what to do in this situation, but he gathered his will into a fist and decided that he should first show what rank B is capable of. When the guy entered the ring, he put 90% of his internal energy into speed and limited the power of martial arts, and with this, a new B+ rank martial art was successfully formed. The system asked Skylar to name the new technique, and since it was incredibly fast as light, he decided to call it Light Dispersion Mastery. The protagonist's strength steadily increased, but the speed was too slow and there were few ways to fix it. But the lava and magma kitten thought it was nonsense and said that a good solution would be to recruit avatars and prepare a constellation temple or increase the number of believers. The idea was simply brilliant, but first the guy needed to sort out the qualifying rounds and then continue the main mission. Before the fight began, Skylar became curious and decided to check his power level and saw that he was close to rank C and was specialized in close combat. But he didn't fully understand why an opponent who specialized in close combat would hold a bow in his hands. As soon as the referee counted 3 seconds before the start of the fight, the opponent immediately took the bow and arrows and began to make the first attack. But the guy barely had time to release the arrow from the bow. Skylar was already next to him, and with a powerful push pierced him straight into the body. The man did not believe where such speed came from, and decided that things would not go any further, and decided to move straight to close combat. He unleashed the full force of his blows with numerous fists that were aimed straight towards the main character. But the guy dodged these blows without any problems, using well-honed fighting techniques. All the people in the stands jumped up and shouted that this was a martial arts user's step technique, but such a close fight with Gregory was very dangerous. Skylar immediately counterattacked, and with a powerful blow threw his opponent back several dozen meters. The operators couldn't believe it. They were photographing this fight and were completely amazed by this monster. No one could understand where this hunter came from. It was not for nothing that they said about him that he returned from the abyss, and from that moment it became clear why no one had seen this martial arts user. The journalist understood at that moment that he could not miss this chance, and he had to sign a contract with him by any means necessary. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain anything to his clan. The spectators were impressed that the guy finished all the fights with one punch, but since these were C-rank qualifiers, there was nothing surprising about it. The news quickly spread throughout the city. People were confused and did not understand who this guy was and whether he really was the one who returned from the abyss. People did not understand why hunters do not study martial arts, because they look very cool. All this was fine, but among the participants of the competition, there was one hunter, a newcomer of the Star Clan, who specialized in one-on-one fights and therefore never went on raids, but competed exclusively against people. Scanner continued on his true path to first place and defeated one participant after another. Even the newcomer from the Star Clan was no exception for the main character, and he, like the others, was carried away from the battlefield on a stretcher. And now the long-awaited finale has arrived, and one of the rivals from the Rainbow Clan has entered the battlefield. He knew that the protagonist's movements were too obvious, but he couldn't block him. And a few seconds later, the final whistle blew, signaling that the fight between the opponents was over. The referee shouted loudly that there was a winner of the C-rank elimination round among them, and it was Skylar. The spectators in the stands could not believe that the martial artist had won and won the final. But only the main character knows that he has been practicing combat for about 10,000 years in the abyss alone, and his level allows him to determine the enemy's tactics just by his breath. All hunters seemed like a mere trifle to Skylar. When the guy received the long-awaited cup, he walked back along the red carpet, where the entire audience rejoiced and congratulated him on his victory in the qualifying round. Even though it was a win in the C-rank qualifier, beating all the participants was a significant event, because in the eyes of the constellations, Skylar began to look like a real treasure. After these events, the constellations came out to Skylar, and the kitten of lava and magma said that this is why he advised to hide his power. The warrior, shrouded in madness and blood, warned the kitten that the constellation, which had no earthly agreement, should not interfere in the affairs. But the kitten replied that the avatar contract had nothing to do with the agreement, so he could do whatever he wanted. But the warrior warned him that he could attack a constellation that did not have an agreement at any time. The kitten did not agree with the warrior's words, and a squabble of constellations began between them. Despite the fact that it was only an exchange of messages, the pressure was simply deadly, and the kitten answered the warrior with such confidence because no one knew where his territory was. The warrior warned the cat that he would never forget this, and that in one moment he would wash himself with the blood of his avatars. At this point, the guy added that he had no intention of signing a contract with a loser like this warrior and ordered him to get lost. The constellation could not stand such impudence and responded that all arrogant mortals would face inevitable punishment. The boy shouted back that the constellation should not be proud of the fact that it managed to cheat death. It cannot even commit atrocities in front of other constellations and still continues to be called a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Other constellations admired the main character's words and noted that the guy was very confident in what he was saying. The protagonist added that he doesn't know what concerns the rest of the mortals, but at some point he will enter into battle with him, because Skylar never saw any particular need to stand on ceremony. At this moment, the lava and magma kitten was greatly impressed by the mortal's answer and handed him 10 soul fragments. The rest of the constellations were in shock. The main character was very surprised by this, but it was only part of the kitten's strategy, and he asked to accept them. Soul fragments act as currency among the constellations, and now the kitten has given them to Skylar on purpose to provoke the other constellations. The guy needed money if he didn't want to be looked down upon. Up until that point, he only cared about strength and didn't even think about money. At this time, in one of the city buildings, one of the workers approached Sam. He apologized and said that at the moment, an additional investigation was being conducted to catch the appraiser. Sam couldn't figure out which clan this bastard came from, and his protege suggested that perhaps the Gambit clan was involved. Although the Gambit clan was considered an influential clan, it was no match for the Dragon clan, because the Dragon clan was endowed with the powers of the government at that time. The Gambit clan was just a newcomer that was just starting to gain strength. The man did not understand what they were planning, because they all knew that in their current situation, it was dangerous to deal with him, and they still went for such a provocation. At that moment, the secretary knocked on the door and said that the results of the selection round were known and that the winner was the hunter Skylar. The man turned to the boss and said that he would immediately call the assessor to assign a new rank, and if any problems arose, he would take full responsibility for it. Skylar's ability was being measured, and the man gave him a clear B rank. The boss shouted that he was blind, since it was at least B+, but the man replied that this rank was also worthy of admiration, and they also knew that martial arts users were inferior in real combat, and it would be better to start with rank B. The man was about to attack the appraiser, but Skylar stopped him in time and asked him to stop. He whispered quietly to him that he should be careful, because the constellations were beginning to show interest in him, and there was nothing wrong with moving slowly. This answer stopped Sam, and he agreed that rank B also satisfied the basic conditions, but the guy exclaimed, "What conditions were we talking about?" The man said that he had gotten him into the Icaros clan, but if he was a C-rank hunter, he would be looked down upon. Sam added that it didn't matter who he was, because in any case he would be able to show a bunch of weaklings what abilities he had. At one point, the man threw down his bag and said that he had one good weapon in his collection, and he decided to give it to Skylar. The guy didn't understand why he needed a weapon. After all, was Sam really afraid that he would be humiliated? But it wasn't because of that. It's just that the main character would look really cool with this weapon. From his bag, Sam took out the Sacred Moonsword, which was an A-rank Chinese artifact. The guy asked where he got such a relic, but the man replied that the Chinese government gave it to him as payment for his help. At that time, China was on the verge of destruction due to the invasion of evil constellations in the north, and several extreme problematic dungeons were discovered at once. 3 A-rank monsters burst out of this dungeon, and the man went to help and received this as a gift. In the end, the guy had a hard time believing this story, but he accepted the gift. But that was not all, because Sam wanted to introduce Skylar to the manager. He shouted that in their time, even a dog and a cow had managers. He asked not to worry about the abilities of this man, because it would be his daughter, and Skylar was very surprised by this. One quiet evening, everyone was in the house and doing household chores. Skylar chose the offensive tactic and cooked dinner for Laura. The guy cooked Laura's favorite dish. It was Texas barbecue, when hefty pieces of meat are marinated in spices and then smoked for a very long time. But this spicy brisket turned out to be much tastier. There was actually a special magical taste that couldn't be compared to other tastes and aftertastes. And unlike her dad's food, the meat that Skylar gave had a fundamental difference in ingredients. Odaigan asked the guy if he had cooked the rotten meat again. Otherwise, why was she shaking and silent? Suddenly, the girl shouted loudly that the guy should become a cook. She immediately suggested that the guy open his own restaurant and she would even become his investor. But the main character did not even think about it, because he prefers Korean food. Skylar pushed forward a small bowl of rice and offered to try it, since he had prepared it just in case. The rice was incredibly delicious. Every grain of rice was cooked perfectly and had a very strong magical taste. The girl ate this dish with pleasure, even though she didn't eat any carbohydrates at all. The guy laughed and replied that so much food definitely wouldn't harm her. The girl was very worried that she would gain weight, but nevertheless her plate was completely empty. After a delicious dinner, she got back to business and said that she would now be his manager, and her responsibilities would include monitoring his schedule and movements. This graph showed what level the hunter's abilities were and what was needed to make him stronger. Although this analysis was the responsibility of a first-class manager, she was a top-class manager. The girl liked the confidence with which he led a real fight, and she and her father thought that they needed a real team to go through the dungeons. She said that there was a huge profit to be made from this, because the government had given this city to her father's clan, and the world was now such that somewhere there was even a guild that had received an entire country. Laura added that in any case, the Icaros clan is full of psychos, but their abilities are quite consistent with the payment they receive. And if the main character is going to join them, then he must undergo special training to match them. She left her personal number, and if the guy needed anything, he should call her immediately. When the girl left the room, she agreed with her father's words that the guy looked too normal to have returned from the abyss. Even though he was overconfident, he should have been taught how to resist magic users first. He will soon have to face monsters from the B-rank league. At this time, in the gym, Odaigan turned to the owner and said that if there were any psychos in that clan, he would gladly grind them into dust. The main character turned to his friend and asked him not to call him master anymore, but added that there were enough psychos among hunters, and the word master would no longer embarrass anyone. Skylar asked that if he wanted to kill someone, he would first ask his permission. At one point, the guy put aside all his sports equipment and decided to conduct a test. The protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated on meditation. This meditation allowed him to join the broadcast of the constellations. All this was done in order to study in advance the countless number of constellations that we would encounter in the future. The guy continued sending signals, but the lava and magma kitten said that only constellations on the same level responded. A battle of constellations is when 2 constellations choose an avatar and compete. The loser pays the corresponding price, and naturally the constellations must be at the same level, and there is no reason to accept a fight from a constellation from which there is nothing to take. Then the guy decided that all he had to do was declare his mighty power and collect avatars, because he still lacked a lot. Suddenly, the main character remembered why there was no news about the virtuous goddess of Libra. He became worried, because something could have happened to her. The next morning began at the Icaros clan's training base. Individual training rooms and dormitories were located here. There were too many individual halls here, since everyone had their own set of abilities, and they all trained differently in any case. If a guy needed something, he could always ask for it. Skylar said that he planned to head to the training hall first and asked Odaigun what he would do. But the answer did not take long to come, and he showed that he really enjoyed the game of Golden Escape and was going to kill the boredom a little. And the main character went to the gym for physical strength training. But when the guy came in, he saw that someone was already working with a 5-ton weight. Most likely it was a strong, close combat hunter. It turned out to be a very strong girl who turned to Skylar and said that she was seeing this newcomer for the first time. The protagonist replied that he was simply amazed by her training, and the girl replied that flattery would not work with her. She introduced herself as Eliza and extended her hand to the guy, suggesting that they try to get along with each other. Skylar happily extended his hand in response and added that he was very pleased to meet her. But as soon as their hands touched, Eliza felt a powerful energy that forcefully pushed her away from the guy. She was very surprised, because for the first time, someone much weaker than she was standing right in front of her. The girl asked if he was also a melee mage, but the main character replied that he was more of a martial arts user. Eliza was very surprised, because it was very rare to meet a B-rank martial arts user here. Then Skylar revealed that he learned all of this while wandering the abyss for 30 years. The girl confidently said that martial arts are not so useless, and she is capable of mastering everything that can be used. Then Eliza began to willingly show all the techniques of jiu-jitsu, wrestling, Muay Thai. She studied all the necessary types of arts, because it is not very pleasant when monsters breathe right in your face. At one point, the girl realized that Skylar didn't know her at all and bragged that she was from the ranked league and was in 19th place. After that, the girl shouted for the guy to follow her, because now she was going to check what martial arts were really good at. They came to the Hunter's training hall, where other fighters were already training, who looked at the newcomer with disdain. One of them asked who the guy was standing next to Eliza, and she proudly introduced that he was a new rookie martial arts user. Then a guy approached the couple and introduced himself as Anthony, and added that despite all this, he was already familiar with him. But Skylar did not understand who was in front of him. Anthony couldn't believe that he hadn't heard about his achievements, because the guy had cleared the dungeon and set a new record for night raids, and in the shortest time rose to rank B. Then the girl screamed that Skylar had just returned from the abyss, and he knew nothing about it, after which Anthony asked Skylar to stay to clarify something. The guy added that he is the ace of this clan, and the rules of the clan are very simple for the main character. You just need to trust him and obey him in everything, and then all the problems will be solved. Skylar thought the guy was some kind of psycho, but Eliza reassured him that he was always like that and advised him not to get involved with him. After numerous dialogues, the couple finally decided to fight each other. They entered the main arena of the training camp and stood facing each other. Eliza was looking forward to the fight and was excited to see what martial arts techniques Skylar had. The protagonist decided to teach her the first lesson and started with the first rule that she should never go near a martial arts user. Much to the guy's surprise, she had a very good reaction and repelled his first blow. But no matter how fast her magic was, it was still inferior to the blows of a martial arts user. The girl had no intention of sitting back and defending herself, and immediately launched a powerful attack and delivered a sharp blow of magical power. The blow was really fast and powerful. The guy was surprised that she performed quite a good attack speed for a magic user, and it would be good to recruit her as an avatar. And at that moment, Skylar delivered his favorite move called the Milky Blow, which knocked the girl off balance. Eliza's only option was to use defensive magic, but as soon as she thought about it, Skylar had already punched her straight in the stomach despite the protective magic circle being activated. The girl couldn't believe it, because she was sure that she had activated magic. But the thing was that the guy used a different force to strike, which was significantly different from the muscle enhancement of magic. Eliza didn't want to admit such a loud defeat and, taking the guy by surprise, suddenly screamed that she wasn't finished yet. But Skylar was ready for this and easily repelled her blow. He asked if maybe now she felt what martial arts are. After these demonstrations and abilities, the guy could recruit her into avatars. But something told him that this would require several stages. But despite all this, the girl was not satisfied, and each time she tried to attack the main character in order to hit him at least a little. But each time, the next attempt was a failure, and she again lay in the ring of the training camp. Once again, the girl stood up and told the guy that he really was different from everyone else and suggested that they try one last time. Skylar replied that she had chosen the wrong opponent and that she would not be able to fight to victory. The main character liked such persistence from the girl, and he happily accepted her attempts to attack. A few minutes later, the girl turned to the guy and suggested that they finish this training for today. But Skylar had already gotten into the swing of things and asked if the girl was showing any weakness of character, since now the most interesting part was about to begin, and suggested that they have another full-fledged training session. After the training, the girl turned to the guy and said that she had not been so tired during sparring for a long time. But Skylar added that this training was not enough for him and asked what she now thought about martial arts. The girl was persistent and replied that she would put him on his shoulder blades with her own strength and would continue to train until she became stronger. The guy didn't quite understand her answer, because with the help of martial arts, she could remove all unnecessary shortcomings. But for Eliza, it was a matter of pride. Pride was in not allowing herself to be trained by an enemy, because from that moment on, Skylar was her enemy. Of course, they would greet each other when they met, but she would never accept help from the guy. Eliza turned around and said goodbye to the guy, saying that she needed to go about her business. The Magma and Lava Kitten said that the guy should take better care of his opponents. But Skylar did not accept these words, because he could not lose to her on purpose. The next day, in the training room inside the imagination, Skylar was one of the first to wait for all his partners. Among all the hunters, Parker came to training, which greatly surprised the main character. It was too suspicious, because the guy joined Icaros, and it was too strange a circumstance, because didn't his family have their own plan? One of the men asked if everyone was here. It was the clan mentor, A-rank hunter Ernest. The man introduced himself as the mentor of the Icaros clan and greeted the new faces, adding that he hoped that among them, someone would become a worthy hunter. Ernest asked those present what the most important weapon of a hunter against monsters is, and Skylar immediately answered that a person. And this was a completely correct answer, because unshakable faith in one's own strength, without it, nothing would have happened. And thanks to this faith, with which anyone can become stronger, Skylar also lasted for many years in the abyss. The main character's partners laughed at his answer, because for them it was considered a great mistake. But the teacher made it clear that the main character's answer was correct, and then one of the students shouted that last time he said something completely different. Odaigon believed that a strong creature capable of helping him would be the hunter's main weapon. Parker thought hard, but soon responded that it was teamwork. And this was also the correct answer, because the hunter's weapon that can fight off monsters is not magic or an item, but the most powerful weapon is unity, because even a rank S hunter will not go into a dungeon alone. The mentor added that even if he was awakened or had a high rank, humans were inherently weaker than monsters, and no one knew what might happen in the dungeon, so one should be prepared for anything. Suddenly, the teacher drew lots and announced that there would be a pair training session today. Bright rays of light connected the students with each other, and they saw who they would have to train with today, and the main character thought how good it was that Odaigon was next to him. But looking a little more closely, he saw that his beam had connected directly with Anthony, who turned to the guy and asked if he was nervous, and asked him not to worry, because his body, with the help of magnificent magic, would solve any problem. Skylar couldn't understand one thing: why he, as a constellation, had to be paired with this weirdo. After each pair confirmed their readiness for training, the teacher began it with the art of illusion at the highest level. Right behind his back, a wyvern formed, which was the strongest monster classified as rank B or higher. This monster made all the students hold fear and look at the wild beast with horror. The teacher noticed that the newcomers didn't even hesitate, and he came to the conclusion that the chairman wouldn't recommend just anyone to join this clan. A few seconds later, the teacher gave the students the task of dodging the attacks of a wild monster. One of the couples was very terrified, and their tactics did not coincide with each other's opinions. Anthony decided that despite the wide radius of the breath, his magic would allow him to dodge and use the third-level acceleration. Skylar noticed this and decided that since they were connected by magic, he would be dragged after him, and it looked very presumptuous. The main character didn't think long and immediately accepted his own magic, which was many times stronger than his partner's. Thanks to the actions of the protagonist, they successfully dodged the powerful attack of the wyvern. The teachers took notice and believed that the pair were superior to magic in terms of speed and evasion, and that this guy was the most outstanding martial artist he had ever seen. The power of Skylar's skills was incredible, regardless of rank. Such a hunter was strong even in real combat. And the man understood why the chairman liked him so much. At this point, Anthony shouted what the main character was doing and why he wasn't following his actions. but in response, he heard that the guy was too slow for this training. The guy kept yelling at the newbie to listen to him and kept reminding him of it. The teacher's first task ended, and he ordered everyone who could not pass the first stage to leave the site. All the participants were expecting the second attack because it could come from anywhere, and only Skylar suspected that a monster would attack them from below. Literally, in 1/100th of a second, the guy jumped out of the air with a sharp leap, grabbing his partner, who would clearly have been too late. Suddenly, an ancient sand monster in the shape of a worm, a stone eater, appeared from underground. Such monsters hide in the ground and, upon catching the vibration, immediately attack and devour the prey. They are a terrible predator living in dungeons, rank B and above. The other hunters started shouting that the stone eaters right after the wyvern were too tough a test, and that you wouldn't even find something like that in a B-rank dungeon. But the trainer was persistent and shouted that if they couldn't even react to this, then they had no right to be called hunters, and that instead of grumbling, they would be better off concentrating on training. Suddenly, Skylar heard a question directed at him. He immediately turned around to see who was asking it. Ahead of him was a B-rank hunter, Morris, who asked the guy how he guessed that the monster would come out from below. Skylar replied that he heard a sound. The guy became curious that this was all martial arts. The protagonist offered to help Morris since he was so interested in it, but the coach immediately shouted for the guys to get ready for the next stage. So the clan's training continued. The next was evasion by 3, training in resisting magic, and restraining comrades who had fallen under the influence of illusion magic. Each of the hunters was very exhausted, and then the trainer shouted that the warm-up was over, and they could rest a little before going to clear the dungeon. Skylar couldn't believe that they would actually go into a dungeon, but Morris replied that in their time, a dungeon could be simulated in the inside of the world. The main character pretended to be surprised and asked if it was some kind of sport for hunters. Morris answered that everything was correct and said that since the guy came back from the abyss, he must have seen a lot of things and asked what team he supported. Then the main character remembered and named his favorite baseball team, and Morris laughed loudly in response because he was hearing about it for the first time, because for him, the sport was considered to be where there was a team of 6 hunters. Skylar remembered that baseball and football had completely lost popularity and that hunting was the dominant team sport, with other sports existing only nominally. At one point, the guy decided to study the personality of the new opponent and saw that he was also a close combat fighter and was much stronger than the main character thought. Morris turned to the main character and asked if his new friend could really teach him martial arts, because in their time, few hunters would agree to share their own knowledge. Skylar thought it was useless, because even if he trained him, the guy wouldn't achieve anything without effort, because out of 100 people, about 1 succeeds, and he suggested that Odegan go have a drink. The guy added that, in addition, it would take at least 100 years to master the highest category, which was too slow for Morris. When the guy caught up with the main character, he told him that as a child he was a fan of martial arts. Skylar asked why he hadn't studied them back then, but Morris replied that in his time, almost all of the first-generation martial arts users had retired, and there was nowhere to study. Then the main character got the idea to teach the guy and become his personal mentor, and maybe after that the prestige of martial arts will rise to a higher level. Sometime later in the training room, Skylar continued to slap Morris in the face so that he could feel the flow in his own body. He asked the boy to hold his pose and asked if magic users didn't use mana to strengthen their own body. But Morris replied that it wasn't done through the body, but by using their own mana, they attracted magic from outside. Then the protagonist figured out how it worked, but it was still a bit difficult for him because he could just start the circulation of his own mana. The guy reassured Morris by saying that in any case he shouldn't rush, and even if he couldn't control her, he could restrain her, although this could lead to rupture of blood vessels and viscera. In the end, Morris decided to trust Skylar and mana cultivation occurred, which meant performing martial arts with mana, and the higher the user's understanding, the lower the chance of failure. The main character decided to take a risk using this chance, but fortunately for him, everything worked out. Morris's mana consumption was simply enormous, but it was the best way for a magic user to master martial arts. And there was nothing wrong with such a high consumption, because the main thing was that the blow was done correctly. A few seconds later, Maurice received the skill of the Shrouded Mana Strike, and Skylar's plan really worked, and everything worked out for him. The guy's feelings were completely different than from a simple blow. All of this was great, of course. The use of mana in martial arts was cool, and it was very good that Morris mastered the technique, but his skill level was too low. A short time later in the indoor training hall, the coach announced that the break was over and that the participants should prepare for the next training session. When everyone had gathered, he briefly explained what kind of training awaited them. The rules were that 6 would form one group and enter the dungeon, and their task would be to quickly and safely clear it. Each of the participants wanted to succeed in this training and definitely make it into the first team. Morris said that in their clan, only the first team participates in real battles, and if you show good skills in training, you can easily get there. The guy replied that, unfortunately, he is not a member of the first team, he is not assigned to it, but he quite often takes part in real fights. Skylar added that he doesn't see anything terrible, and there's no need to be ashamed of one's own weakness, because all of this can be compensated for with great efforts. Then the coach snapped his fingers and said that he was starting to form groups and ordered them to find members of their own group and start training. O'Digon noticed that he didn't intersect with Skylar in any way, and it was a mystery to him whether it was intentional or not. The protagonist saw that Eliza grabbed her head and said that this cleanup team was doomed to failure. He replied that with such an expression on her face, she was greatly offending him. Her team included Skylar, who had recently returned from the Abyss, a rookie hunter named Richard Parker, and a guy who had absolutely no team spirit named Anthony. A sneak and the only sane person, the girl had never been pushed out of the first team, but this time she should have been worried. Morris asked if anyone was okay with Anthony taking the leadership position. Skylar added that if he liked to dictate, then he was totally fine with it. The guy asked Eliza how things were going with his abilities, and she replied that he liked long-range fights, but he was also good at close combat. Despite his rather strange character, he possessed some rather rare skills. The protagonist didn't plan to recruit him as an avatar, so he wanted to skip it, but it's better to test his skills as an opponent. The more Skylar used his vision to study his opponent's personality, the greater his power became. But at this time, Anthony was running around the field, waving his arms and shouting for everyone to just trust him, because in front of them was a real captain, and Skylar thought that there was a real psycho on his team. The power a hunter uses can be honed through specific training, and Anthony had 2 skills: mind protection and narcissism. Apparently, both skills were aimed at maintaining mental control. Suddenly, Javier joined the conversation, saying that he was looking for friends and asked them to take care of him. But everyone reacted very negatively to him and asked him to just leave there and not even hope to join them. Skylar couldn't understand his partner's reaction, and Eliza said that this guy only knows money and divides people by profit. Javier said that he is not so bad, because everyone knows the principle of mutual concessions and others simply cannot accept it. But if you get something, you have to pay an equal price. Morris didn't want to listen to this and reminded him that when he was in the first team, Javier pretended to be a good guy. But when the guy dropped to the second team, he immediately threw him on the blacklist. Even though the guy was a B rank, he was a really valuable doctor who could heal anyone at the right time. He asked to team up with him, and then Javier would help during training. But Skylar didn't need this at all, because he was already good in combat, and Javier could only wave his arms. He warned the main character that the guy could help him once, because he was using magic anyway, and when he really needed it, his services would cost twice as much. And at that moment, Javier left. He understood that Skylar still hadn't realized reality after so many years of wandering through the abyss. But soon, he would understand everything. When the team found themselves in the dungeon of the Crossroads trial, they had not even heard of this name. The rules were to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible and avoid fighting with the opposing team. The provisions of essential goods were enough for 2 weeks, and Eliza suggested dividing them among everyone and carrying them. But Anthony did not agree with this, because his body should be concentrated on magic, and there should be no luggage on him. The guy didn't want to listen to anyone and moved forward. He wasn't afraid that he could be attacked, because his body could cope with any such trifle. But the girl was a master of close combat, and she could not allow the guy to go ahead of her, because Anthony was much inferior to her in this fighting technique. The man added that he was better than her in any case, and that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, and that the mere possibility of comparison with him made her a great hunter. The guy insisted on his own and went forward and ordered the others to stand behind him to help. But Morris interrupted the guy and said that his words had already been ignored, and one of them had simply gone forward. Ahead of them was a stone chameleon, which was very dangerous for the rank of this dungeon. Anthony screamed for Skylar to stop, and he would cover him with powerful magic of anger and chaos. The monster was very smart, and thanks to its unique ability to blend into the landscape, everyone lost sight of it except Skylar. Thanks to the powerful acceleration skill, he found himself right in front of the chameleon in a second and delivered a crushing blow. In his hands was the sacred moon sword, which was a national treasure of China. The main character upgraded the subspace necklace he received from the Onyx and attached it to his belt, and thanks to this, he could get the item he needed at any time. When Anthony approached Skylar, he shouted that the monster was his, since he was the one who discovered it first. But the guy replied that shouldn't he save his strength for a meeting with a stronger monster since he was such a master. This turned out to be perfect logic for the guy, and he asked to be given the opportunity to catch him with his own hands when he showed up. The whole team went straight after Skylar deep into the dungeon. Along the way, the guy encountered several of the same stone chameleons, which he successfully dealt with alone. The whole team was taken by surprise because the main character dealt with them single-handedly so quickly that they only had time to reach them. At one point, Anthony realized that his body had a powerful force and it would not lose. He approached Skylar and said that the guy was determined and offered to show him the ability of his own body. And at that very second, the two of them rushed off somewhere, and their team was left behind and did not understand what they were left to do. Eliza thought that in this regard, only Anthony was bothering her. But who would have thought that there would be two psychos on the team? At that moment, the trainer and his team were watching all the actions of the participants in the operations room. They were discussing whether they were going to keep Anthony in the first team. After all, if you look at all this objectively, the guy has outstanding all-round developed abilities, but he is seriously lacking a sense of team spirit, and with his participation, the team game will simply collapse. The man noted that his progress had slowed down significantly. It was clear that he had no desire to give it his all in training, but his transfer to the second team could have had the opposite effect. The man asked to observe him a little longer, and later he would personally make a decision if there were no changes. Then the guy turned to Ernest and told him to look carefully at the screen. They noticed how the boys began to get along with each other. They turned to each other and did everything together. The guys carried out joint attacks and were willing to give up several kills due to their cooperation. They actively helped each other and covered each other from both sides. The teacher watched all their actions carefully and could not believe his eyes, because what was happening on the screen was called teamwork. Eliza couldn't imagine that with such a team, the cleanup would go like clockwork and everything would be done cleanly and in a commanding manner. Anthony agreed with her and added that Skylar secretly thought it was a great idea to trust him with his rear. After a few hours of wandering through the dungeon, the girl suggested making a stop since they still needed to restore their mana. Morris offered to stand guard, but was immediately interrupted by Skylar. Everyone stopped abruptly, and the guy shouted that the enemy had surrounded them and that they should prepare for battle. Suddenly, Anthony shouted for everyone to move because couldn't they hear the enemy approaching, and Eliza couldn't believe that he had started listening to the others. The guy got to the main character and told him to look at him carefully, because now he would show him what he was really capable of. Anthony added that Skylar shouldn't be discouraged. He certainly fights well, but he's still a long way off. And at that very second, the main character dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Anthony said that he could have easily dodged it, but Skylar insisted that he was not familiar with this monster, since it was a stone gargoyle in front of them. The stone gargoyle was a demonic-looking chameleon monster with immense strength and endurance. This opponent was quite troublesome with its ability to completely blend into the rocks. The guy added that they have nothing to worry about, because they are very cowardly, and at the slightest thing they immediately run away and have already retreated. The entire training staff watched the actions of the main character with pleasure and wondered where this guy came from. The teacher looked at him and thought that he was a natural-born leader, powerful, a worthy recommendation of the chairman. The only thing he didn't like was that the guy was a martial arts user. Skylar's team quickly passed the dungeon, and the headquarters was sure that they were not doing it thoughtlessly, and besides, the destruction would also be a lesson for them. The Crossroads Trial is one of the secret dungeons that China hired A-rank hunters to storm 17 years ago. Despite the fact that the dungeon's monsters did not exceed B rank, its complex structure with many pitfalls is worthy of a high rank. The mentor understood that soon everything would start and the team would have a hard time coping with the new trap. Suddenly, Skylar was attacked by a gargoyle, and he immediately blocked its swift blow. Ernest watched all this and was shocked that the guy managed to block the blow, and apparently he knew what kind of monster was in front of him. The man came to the conclusion that perhaps the boy had dealt with them in the abyss, because his reaction showed experience. One question tormented the teacher: how many years had he been there? Eliza said that it was most likely a trap, and maybe it would be better for them to set up camp now, and instead of going straight ahead, explore the area a little. Skylar said that it all sounded good, even though they were exposed on all sides. But if things didn't work out, they would have an escape route, and besides, they wouldn't have to worry too much about the gargoyles, since he would be able to sense them if they got close. The main character asked not to be surprised, because if you don't lose your calm, then you can easily deal with the monster, because their strength does not exceed rank B. At that moment, Eliza thought that judging by the level of difficulty, they were simply sent to their deaths, and whether anyone would be able to survive at all. When the guys put the tent together, Skylar was very surprised, because before they had assembled everything by hand, and he asked if it was really a car assembly tent. The girl looked at the guy and showed him the drone, and said that it could be set as an alarm. The probability that it would work on the gargoyles was small, but still it was better than nothing. At this time, Javier used a barrier that would detect the life energy of the approaching creature. He demonstrated magic and tried to show how useful he was to the team, but Eliza upset him by saying that if a guy only used magic once, it didn't make him an important member of the team. But despite all the guy's merits and opportunities, the girl left him on guard duty, and all three of those who were in the rear of the battle remained at the post. In this team, the guy was perceived as a money-obsessed psycho, a guy for whom only money and just trash exist. No one could understand why Javier was so open with Skylar. Perhaps it was all after he saw his value during the hunt today. Today's hike allowed everyone to feel who played the biggest role, and the main character was Skylar, who led the team on the front lines and is the martial arts user who returned from the abyss. Javier asked the protagonist not to build iron walls and asked what he liked. The guy didn't think long and answered that his favorite activity was the bench press, but he especially loved raising dumbbells through the sides. When the tent was set up, everyone went together to eat specially prepared food. When Skylar took this bag of food in his hand, he felt ashamed. At the same time, the other hunters were amazed at what they would have to eat now, because they believed that this was the most delicious dungeon food in the world, and this food was not suitable for such an ideal hunter as them. It tasted disgusting, but it was hard to make a trip without food, and besides, it contained beef. Then the main character turned to everyone and said that since they couldn't eat it, he would cook something now. Morris turned to the guy and said that this was unrealistic, because there was not even food here. But Skylar was surprised by this, because they got so much food today. As soon as the team heard that the guy was going to cook stone chameleons, they were horrified. They understood that he had been in the abyss for a long time, but eating them was somehow too much. But the main character calmed everyone down and said that it was edible and proudly took out the branded dishes. At this time, in the instructor's operations room, the head coach was approached and warned that the other teams were also approaching the center, and the gargoyles were slowly starting to move, and the other teams would need to find a way to stop them. Several teams were destroyed, a couple more participants were half destroyed, and they immediately began to retreat. Ernest felt that he had chosen too high a difficulty level because it all looked too harsh. One of the assistants said that since the rest of the hunters were retreating, the remaining ones would have a hard time, especially in the other team, which surprised him greatly by the fact that they were doing something strange. The whole team watched as Skylar began to prepare the food. They thought it all looked pretty good. The participants got closer to the homemade cauldron and began to guess that they were in for risotto or paella, but then came to the conclusion that in Asia, rice is the main dish. A few seconds later, Skylar invited everyone to try his signature dish. No one could fully believe that the guy actually cooked meat from monsters and decided to prove to the guys that it could be eaten. Anthony was too confident in himself and therefore had every right to eat, and besides, he highly appreciated Skylar's cooking skills. When the main character gave him a bowl of food, he thanked him and said that it was really tasty and wished him a pleasant appetite. Due to the dish containing a high amount of mana, it was immediately replenished, and he couldn't believe that this was possible. At one point, Skylar assumed that the other side of the world was a virtual reality, and maybe the used products could be restored back, and then decided to use more of everything and fry the rice together with the meat. After some time, everyone had already given up on saying that they didn't want to try the monster, and immediately asked to try a bowl of delicious food. The main character replied that everyone should just come and take food, because there is enough for absolutely everyone. At this time, everyone at the training headquarters was in shock, because they could not understand what they were doing there, how they could set up a cafe right in the dungeon. One of the employees asked if they should be stopped, since it was unknown what kind of poison was in this food. But the teacher calmed his partner down and said that they would not eat something that was unfit for food with such an appetite. If there was poison there, they would have already spat it all out, and he was sure that the guy had a rare skill for cooking monsters. The man thought that he must have acquired it while wandering through the abyss, because there was absolutely nothing to eat there. The abyss was simply teeming with mana, so there was no particular need for food. After a hearty dinner, Skylar heard someone sigh behind the tent, and there was Richard Parker. He came out of the tent and said that after he mastered martial arts, he only needed to take a little nap. The main character asked if something had happened while he was on guard here. The protagonist turned to Richard and asked him if he felt depressed, being surrounded by hunters who were stronger than him. Skylar calmed the guy down and added that this worries every hunter, and he should not fill his head with thoughts and instead focus on training. Richard was touched by these words, because such words had never been said to him, and on the contrary, in his family he was called a genius. At that moment, Skylar took out a Chinese sword and ordered Richard to wake up all the boys. The people in the tent heard that the attack was beginning, and, with difficulty opening their eyes, began to come to their senses. The main character warned his partners, and said that apparently there were not only stone gargoyles here, and that someone much larger was approaching. The stone gargoyles led the dungeon boss to them, because they had excellent intelligence, and apparently realized that they could not cope with this team alone. The boss of the dungeon was a stone predator. It had the form of a huge worm, and this monster had a power an order of magnitude higher and was able to break through the earth and stones. Its main food was stones, but it could easily tear hunters to pieces. Ernest watched all this from headquarters and said with regret that it was quite annoying that this training would have to be ended, because besides, the gargoyles did something to bring the boss right to them. As the gargoyles got close to Skylar, he used Moonwalk to quickly and suddenly attack several monsters together. Richard Parker didn't want to stay away, and also started to use Ice Bomb magic when suddenly the scanner screamed that something was going to burst out from below. The main character barely saved Richard Parker, and when they landed on the ground he screamed in horror that there really was an onyx in front of him. All of Skylar's partners were shouting at him to get out of there immediately, because there was a dungeon boss in front of him, but he didn't think about it, and instead entered into a fight with this monster. At one point, the protagonist thought about whether it was worth catching him without using the sword's aura, because he was still a B-rank hunter. But then he thought that the sword's energy would also be useful in this matter. A few seconds later, powerful sword blows cut through the monster's stone flesh. The team couldn't believe that these were the abilities of a B-rank hunter. Skylar never doubted the monster's strength for a second, and decided to end it all with one powerful blow. When the headquarters watched all this, they could not believe that Skylar was far from being some kind of uncut diamond, but could already be called one who had reached the perfect limit of a hunter, and they could not understand how the chairman brought him to them. A few hours later, the chief of staff came to visit Sam right in his office. The men were not very surprised by his visit and asked how he liked the boy's abilities. The teacher said that he had recruited an A-rank hunter. The man added that this might cause some trouble with the government later on since they didn't report the A-rank hunter. But Sam said that it wasn't their fault since the government overlooked it. The teacher said that it would be troublesome to confirm the A rank, but it was only a matter of time. But he was worried about whether a hunter of that level would continue to work for Sam. But Sam calmed him down and said that he didn't even have to worry about that and asked him to trust him. At this time, a list of names of the first team, which included all the members of Skylar's group, appeared in the lobby of the clan building. The other hunters couldn't understand why martial arts users were in the first team and how well he demonstrated his skills, since he was most likely just dragged through. Anthony overheard this conversation and said that since they themselves lacked abilities, there was no point in denigrating others. How could a hunter think so narrowly? Anthony walked around campus and believed that the newcomer Skylar was his only worthy opponent, and the guy decided to help him in a friendly way in honor of joining the first team. At this time, Skylar was riding in the car with Javier and O'Dagon, and he turned to the guy, saying that he immediately recognized his abilities. O'Dagon lost the game on the phone again, and Javier's mouth didn't close, and he kept telling boring stories that no one wanted to listen to. The guy didn't pay much attention to the main character's partner, but wanted to maintain good relations with Skylar by any means possible. A few days earlier, in the strength training room, Javier discovered Skylar had come there to train. The main character was glad that someone came to see him, and decided to immediately start training with leg presses, but Javier did not come for this. But the guy was already doing the bench press and was yelling at Skylar to stop training him. Then Skylar yelled that he understood what he wanted and suggested they do deadlifts and start with 30 warm-up sets. Between breaks in the approaches, Javier found a moment and asked if the main character would like to ride around the city with him. After all, he had recently returned from the abyss. But the guy didn't care at all and he only thought about training. In the end, the guy agreed, and now Javier was telling about this city of hunters, where there is literally everything connected with them. He told them that they were considered aces of the Icaros clan, which meant that wherever they went, they would be welcomed with joy. Skylar thought that being a hunter didn't give one any special status, but in their world it did, since they were the aristocrats of the time. At one point, the car stopped and Javier got out and told me that Chinatown starts at this line, and it is known here as a black market. The protagonist could not believe that the government here simply turned a blind eye. But Javier replied that the main thing was not to sell abroad, and then the government would not touch anyone, even if the organizations trading on the black market lived by the law. First of all, the guy noted that the main advantage of the market is the ease of obtaining very dubious artifacts. When the boys were standing near the bench, people in hoods were watching all this. They could not understand how this worthless man could boldly humiliate their master, and they decided to wash away the shame with his blood. And all this was revenge for the constellation of a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Javier met the guys with large bags of food, and Skylar replied that they would meet the same fate as the dish they tried in the dungeon. The guy shouted that they should hurry up because soon they would go to the auction and they should go underground. Odigon noticed that there was serious magic here, which had a high level. The guys were greeted with pleasure, and Javier told the two newcomers to rent suits. He told them that here they should observe the basics of etiquette, and besides that there are a few more rules: not to talk about them outside the walls, not to confess even if caught, and not to make noise, and these rules must be followed. The guys entered a luxurious hall, which was made entirely of marble. They had to wait a little before the auction began, and Javier suggested passing the time at roulette, because he, as a true master, had never lost, and would show what it was like. One of the guards saw that 3 of the Icaros clan had arrived, and immediately reported it to his superiors. He also added that among them there are 2 newcomers, one of whom won the qualifying stage of the fights and debuted in the Major League and is a user of martial arts. One of the schools that was currently running the illegal auction was a representative clan of Chinese martial arts, and even in the era of martial arts decline, they had steadfastly maintained their position. And in such a situation, they could only admire the Icaros clan hunter, martial arts user Skylar. One of the men asked if it was possible to approach this hunter and ask what martial arts he used, but the second calmed him down and said that it was better to stay where he was, because no one wanted to find out who was running this auction and suggested starting it. A few minutes later, the auction host came out and began presenting one lot after another. One of the lots was sold for $50,000, and Skylar couldn't understand how this spear, which looked cool on the outside but had absolutely no effectiveness, was sold for such a crazy amount. When the next lot was brought onto the stage, the main character could not believe his eyes. He saw the Thunderflame dagger with various skills available that were very necessary and useful for Skylar. When the guy looked in his wallet, he only had 1 bank card, which he had received from Sam, and he didn't know if he had enough money. Sam was very generous and gave away this unlimited black card so that Skylar could spend the money on what he needed until he got money from the clan. But the guy decided that he wouldn't need the money anyway, and then the man ordered him to take the card, because he was trying to be good and it wasn't necessary to refuse it. At this time, the bids at the auction continued to rise, and the lot amount reached $7,000. The protagonist did not understand why no one was giving more, but Javier replied that this thing was not very good, and that mostly people with a keen eye or those with the appropriate skill gathered here. Javier tried to dissuade the guy from buying it because the auction was overflowing with other cool items, but the protagonist was determined and took a number to raise the price. There were a few seconds left before the deal was completed, and at $8,000 Skylar raised his hand and won the lot. Despite all the reproaches from Javier, the guy felt calmer when he had such an artifact in stock. Suddenly, someone put a hand on Skylar's shoulder. He looked in that direction and saw a man in a cloak with a hood. The madman turned to the boy and said that he really thought he could escape unharmed after insulting the master warrior shrouded in madness and blood. When the security saw that some kind of battle was starting at the auction, they immediately moved towards them and shouted at them not to move and to stay where they were. Skylar thought that the warrior did not act rashly and sent people to avenge that incident. The warrior grinned and said that now the guy only had to survive if he could. But considering the fact that he was hiding behind the warrior, he was a complete coward, and the main character decided to use this chance. He shouted loudly that in the name of the constellation of the invincible god of training, he was challenging him to a fight, and as an avatar, he would deal with him in an instant, that very second. Odigon was shocked that the guy would resort to such deception. But the warrior ignored the guy's words because he had never heard this name. The protagonist added that he was really afraid of a one-on-one battle and sent the killer like a cowardly chicken. Then the warrior immediately replied that he would accept the battle of the constellations if the guy survived it. Suddenly, the lights went out in the auction hall and all the people were frightened by this and immediately shouted to be thrown out of here. The warrior was infinitely glad that he was now locked up with the guy and he would finally have a feast on his blood. The protagonist grinned and replied that he was the one locked up with him. Odaigon took out a mighty staff and shouted that they were all locked here with him. Of course, Skylar was pleased that his partner stood up for him. He thanked Odaigon and suggested that he save his strength. At that very second, the protagonist used a milky finger strike, the force of which collided with the powerful defense of the warriors. After this blow, the guy immediately ran at the enemy, took out his sword, and dealt a crushing blow to the warrior. All the people in the auction hall were surprised because they saw martial arts, and at the highest level. As Skylar approached the warrior, he felt someone take his hand and tell him that they would take his blood. The protagonist wondered if it was only blood, dreams, and desires that had awarded him this right of the great law of absorption. With this skill, he could use this power in reverse. And the guy did it. And literally, in a second, the main warrior was no longer there. Skylar destroyed him in front of everyone. The other warriors started shouting for him to be stopped, but it was too late, because they were already the next target for the main character. The warrior could not look at this any longer and gathered all the power of the avatar and concentrated it on one avatar. A few seconds later, the warrior descended to the ground and was already independently controlling the killer. He collected the splattered blood and immediately increased the avatar's power. Skylar thought that controlling an avatar by inhabiting his body seemed rather cruel. In terms of mana collected alone, he was superior to a rank A hunter, and even if he was left alone, he would self-destruct, and the best option would be to avoid the fight. But in that case, the people present at the auction would die. The guy immediately activated the Good Giant Slayer skill and received a notification that if he did not avoid the avatar and fought him in battle, his strength would be increased. And the battle between the avatars began. The skill of Divine Space Art helped the guy perfectly repel the enemy's attack. But no attacks could penetrate Skylar's defense, and he destroyed the enemy with a powerful blow. The protagonist saw a message that the warrior acknowledged his abilities and thus accepted the battle of the constellations. He pointed to Skylar as the avatar who would take part in the battle of the constellations. At this time, the kitten of magma and lava said that everything was going according to plan. Perhaps everything looked reckless, and Skylar first needed to become a top-level constellation and then enter the battle. But the kitten said that everything was fine. One of the organizers ran up to the guys and asked for forgiveness for this incident, that they did not check and allowed strangers to enter. But the guy replied that everything was fine and he would keep it a secret. But before letting the guy go, the man asked to ask him a couple of questions about martial arts and to spend a little time if the main character didn't mind. After the men moved to another room, Skylar approached him and said that it was difficult to meet martial arts users lately, and could he find out why he started studying them? The guy apologized again for such a tactless question, because he was just happy to meet martial arts users. But suddenly, an elderly man appeared from behind the guards and asked the guy if he had ever heard of a clan called the School of Masters. Skylar replied that wasn't this one of the Chinese clans that was famous 30 years ago, as famous as Master Li. At one point, the guy jumped up and shouted that he couldn't believe his own eyes, because was it really the real Master Li in front of him? The man replied that everything was correct and thanked him for remembering it. The main character didn't think long and immediately tearfully asked the master for an autograph. The guy was surprised by this, wondering if he couldn't ask his childhood idol for an autograph. But that wasn't the case, and he could take as many as he wanted. But the man wasn't the one signing autographs, and Skylar was thinking about how it had taken 10,000 years to meet him in person and even get an autograph. There were hunters from the School of Masters present in this place, and there was some business with the guy. An elderly man approached Skylar and asked for permission to learn all martial arts from him. China was merciless to hunters who did not obey the government, and the Great Invasion became a reason for many hunters who dreamed of self-affirmation or revenge to leave China, and the School of Masters gathered such hunters under its wing. They were determined to become stronger in order to return. But the reality was not so simple. The founder of the School of Masters lost an arm and a leg during the invasion, and what's more, martial arts began to decline. It was already too late to switch to magic. They had to go with martial arts to the end. The students had the task of reaching the level of the great, but they did not know how to reach it, because even Master Li was unable to rise to this level. But at that moment, Skylar appeared, and all the elders came running to the noise and could not believe their eyes when they saw this guy fight. And the masters immediately ordered that this man be brought to their hall immediately. The old man said that the boy was the strongest martial artist they knew, but the protagonist was wary of this, since the master was the only one who had reached the perfect level. But this turned out to be a lie, after which the number of martial artist users noticeably decreased. The men began to wonder if he was by any chance the avatar of the constellation of the invincible god of training and what he needed to do to reach his level. The lava and magma kitten told the boy that he would help them and lead them personally, and that someone like the god of training was quite closely related to martial arts. The guy replied that he could help them, and immediately his faith in the god of training increased, and his strength was greatly increased. The main character became interested in whether other constellations get their power in the same way. It was quite invigorating, but he didn't know anything about it, and then the magma kitten answered that this road begins with the first step. The old man added that they were not just asking for training, but in return they were promising unconditional loyalty. The old man's words made the guy very wary. It was too unexpected a proposal for him, and he replied that he would think about it and give an answer later. The masters replied that they would wait for an answer from Mr. Schuyler and said goodbye to him. The next day, the guy came to Sam, as he wanted to know if he had managed to fit in with the Icaros clan. The main character replied that everything was fine and that there were quite a lot of strange guys there. Schuyler decided to ask Sam if he remembered a clan called the School of Masters. The man replied that perhaps it was that ancient Chinese clan of martial arts users. They were defeated during the first wave of the Great Invasion, when all of China was in an uproar, and later Master Li falsified his rank and was defeated in the second wave, and most likely the rank falsification was the work of the government, because the master would not have done that. Sam wondered why the guy suddenly remembered this, whether he had finally decided to go looking for this master, but Schuyler replied that he had met him here. The man said that there was no news about him, and he decided that the master either disbanded the clan or died, and he was in the city all this time. But the guy replied that for the master of this city, his awareness is not very good. Sam then pointed to the large stack of reports he received every day, in which he addressed important American political issues and reports on other major developments and pressing city problems. The man told how he had dinner with the American president the day before yesterday, and even went to the sauna together. But the guy had a hard time believing it. Sam advised the protagonist to use the master if he needs it, and if not, then just drive him away. The guy also said that he had agreed with the warrior about a battle, but Sam said that since he was his only avatar, he was not ready yet. The guy said that it was okay, because no one knew that he was a constellation and therefore would personally take part in this fight, to which the man thought that in front of him was a cunning and calculating bastard. The next day at the Star Game, the god of training accepted a warrior's application for a constellation battle. The type of competition must be fair, because all the constellations guarantee the fairness of this fight, and the god of training proposed a one-on-one duel, and the avatar that the god sends will be Schuyler. The warrior joyfully announced the battle to the other constellations, and the observing constellations exploded with joyful cries. The warrior has placed a bloody fortress on this battle, and if Schuyler wins, she can get it. It was the land of the orcs, so vile that the boy did not even want to get it. But the kitten of lava and magma admired the high value of the land, and only a constellation of at least a high level could possess this territory. But in response to such good possession, the protagonist had absolutely nothing to bet, and he decided to bet everything he had to match these scales. The guy put divine space art, voice from the depths of the sea, and the one who turns back time, all three of his most important skills. The two constellations came to an agreement and the treaty was successfully drawn up, and if one of the parties loses, its influence will be significantly weakened. The kitten said that he should be able to easily defeat such a trifle, which Schuyler completely agreed with. Suddenly, the warrior put forward an opponent with whom the boy would have to fight. His name was Akarat. He was a berserker and had high magical defense. With powerful regeneration, he would be good even in close combat. He was surprised that the god of training turned out to be stronger than he expected and subdued the other constellations. But they were all weaklings, and his avatar, although he fought well, was barely above level 300 and would never defeat Akarat. The warrior ordered the avatar to destroy the boy, take his life and trample his corpse. He will show all the constellations watching the battle his strength and power. At this time, the plague messenger was relaxing in a swamp pool and musing that he was simply in despair when he was defeated by the god of training. But everything turned out not to be so bad, because the guy turned out to be quite magnanimous since he did not take away his avatar and did not start demanding land. And at that moment, the messenger saw a message that if the god of training was defeated, he would become the avatar of a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. The messenger turned to Schuyler and said that this was not how it was done, and if he had decided to fight, then he should have been called too, because he could have lent him several avatars. But these avatars interested the guy the least. Moreover, they even scared him a little, and he would not be able to borrow them. the constellation realized that he would only find more problems if he entered into subordination to this monster. The battle between the avatars has begun and will continue until one of the sides admits defeat or dies. The berserker began to attack mercilessly, attack after attack, not giving the slightest chance for the boy to start a counterattack. The avatar was very surprised that the guy was able to dodge all of his attacks and still remained on his feet. As soon as the berserker began to approach the protagonist again, he used the divine space art skill to reflect Akarat's magic. All the constellations who watched this merciless fight admired the skill of the main character and complimented this scene. But Akarat was a very strong warrior and quickly restored his health by using the Scarlet of Resurrection. At one point, the guy realized that the more he hurts him, the stronger he becomes, and if you compare him to a hunter, he has a rank S, although given the complexity of the situation, it is possible even higher. Berserker used a 6-tier magic skill and collided with the protagonist's milky finger. Their blows were equal and no one could hit the opponent properly. Then Skylar decided to use the Great Law of Absorption with this skill. He began to absorb Akarat's mana, and at that moment, all the constellations began to say that this plan was too reckless, and the warrior laughed and added that he would die from an overdose of power. But at one point, something went wrong and Skylar could not let go of his hands from the berserker's body. But it only seemed that way to Akarat, because the main character suddenly absorbed all of the warrior's mana and received the blood mineralization skill. Skylar thought that this was a very dubious skill, because when the blood boiled, the mineralization process started, and he lost his mind. But his combat skill increased rapidly. The berserker turned to the guy and said that if he was going to kill him, then let him finish him off, because he was a great soldier and would never admit defeat. The guy didn't know what to do with it, because the fight could only end after he finished him off. Then all the constellations agreed with Skylar's words and accepted the fact that the battle was over and offered to finish it with dignity. Eventually, the warrior declared defeat and the battle of the constellations was over. All the constellations began to praise his courage and sent soul stones as gifts. One constellation expressed respect for his battle, and another offered to become his avatar. Skylar received a notification that the bloody fortress that the warrior had erected had come into his possession, and since he had survived the first battle of the constellations, he was included in the ranking of the earthly constellations. The main character was surprised when he saw the rating of the constellations, and did not realize that at the moment he was in 127th place. The guy saw a notification that the virtuous goddess of Libra was inviting him to her own domain, and he was happy because it meant she was still alive. And so negotiations began between the union of medium and small-sized constellations on the topic of what to do with the goddess. The kitten of magma and lava asked to speak out and said that he was warning us to be careful with stupid constellations. The mistress of dreams and desires said that she completely agreed with this because the goddess clearly lacks intelligence. The girl added that one should be very careful because the absence of malicious intent does not mean that she does not pose a threat. And if everyone suffers losses from the connection with the goddess, then it is better to forget about the alliance. But the guy thought that there was a very high probability that the goddess would guess his true nature, and it was worth trying to lure her away, at least for the sake of the future. The main character told about how he was included in the rating of constellations, and whether they both knew anything about it. And then the kitten suggested asking the goddess about it, and the owner confirmed the cat's words. And the guy immediately went to the goddess's domain, and he did not fully understand why his partners did this. When he arrived at the place, he did not understand where all the avatars and subordinates had gone. The kitten thought that perhaps it was a trap, and the owner assumed that the goddess's affairs were going well. Skylar suggested not to rush to conclusions, because the absence of subordinates does not indicate a deplorable situation, and there is a high probability that they may simply be busy with something. When the guy entered the center of the hall, he saw a goddess standing in front of him, and he did not know what to say at this meeting. But at that moment, the goddess began to scream that the main character should forgive her, and she should send him straight to the tower. The girl was upset that she didn't drop him off right at the training tower, but Skylar calmed her down and said that everything was fine, and it was long in the past. The goddess asked if the invincible god of training knew about this visit here, and the guy decided that she thought he was the avatar of this god. He replied that God was very generous and kind and gladly allowed him to meet her. But in fact, there was another reason for his visit, because his master wants to cooperate with the goddess of Libra. The girl began to reason that the god of training had recently arrived on Earth from the distant lands of the abyss, and perhaps that was why he had suggested something like this. The guy was surprised by this train of thought and asked what she meant. Then the girl said that she had been badly burned out. Once she was a strong constellation among the constellations of high and highest level, and even other constellations, wanting to know their own future, bowed their heads before her and sacrificed untold wealth, and each such time significantly increased the power of her influence. But this story is already in the past, and now the goddess is having difficulty maintaining the level of a lower constellation. It all happened because she kept losing in the battle of the constellations. And this is a terrible thing, and even strong constellations can lose a level in the blink of an eye after a couple of losses. The goddess sent the strongest angel to search for the main character, and because of this, she always lost. And when she realized what the problem was, it was already too late. But Skylar said that his master, with a strong constellation, still prefers those he can trust. The goddess was touched, and at the same time felt jealous, and asked if this constellation had any traits that she would not like, for example, a bad character or strange habits. The guy told that his master is an ideal constellation. He is grateful and takes care of the avatar, and is also impeccable in battle. The goddess was not against it, but she did not know what the god of training really needed from her, and was very worried because she might suddenly disappoint him. Besides, her ability to foresee the future was now greatly weakened. Skylar reassured her and said that it didn't matter at all, because his master wanted her to give instructions regarding participation in the battle of the constellations, and moreover, even though she was weakened, she still had the ability to look into the future. The girl rose from her knees and said that in that case, she would gratefully accept his offer. The constellations have been arguing over the Earth ever since the first passage opened on this planet, and about 10 billion souls became a real treasure that could not be obtained anywhere else. However, the dispute of the constellations could not be resolved so easily. In the end, under the leadership of the strong constellations standing at the origins, new rules were introduced, and since the strongest constellations took an oath, putting their own existence at stake. The rules, incredible power, and they cannot be broken under any circumstances. In other words, this rating distributes the constellations located on the Earth according to their locations. The guy asked if the constellation that took first place would become the owner, but the girl replied that the first place was still empty. This was not the only condition, but the other constellations were also not very informed, and one could only assume that for this one would need to have incredible power of influence. But the goddess also could not know who was in second place, but she could guess who it could be, the master of laziness and silence. This constellation is powerful and evil, which captured the northern lands of China, and the guy could only think how many battles he needs to win to rise to second place. Then the guy asked what place the goddess was in, and she replied that she was at 198, and Skylar added that the rating was not that important. Finally, the girl decided to share her own rules with him. The goddess wanted the boy to accept them as an apology for everything that happened to him. And the girl touched the main character, and he immediately received the powers of a goddess and learned the skill of predicting the future. When the guy was returning back, he asked what his colleagues from the Alliance thought about the goddess. They thought that she wasn't so bad, as the constellation goddess had existed since the Drains, and besides, she had the gift of seeing into the future, so she was more trustworthy than they thought, and most likely she was too stupid, so she wouldn't be capable of betrayal or trickery. Kitten said that he thought the goddess was not at all liked by the unrivaled god of training, which surprised Skylar greatly. But it was obvious, because he took the man whom the goddess planned to make her own avatar, and it was not a hopeless situation. Maybe that's why she didn't say anything. The girl added that in any case he found an advisor, and asked him not to forget that he needed to increase his faith and consistency, because they were very far away, and would hardly be able to help in a difficult situation. The guy asked why they shouldn't also take part in the battles of the constellations, because the nightmare would be enough. But his colleagues from the Alliance pretended that they hadn't heard anything. When the main character returned back to Earth, the first thing he did was go to Sam, who was certainly happy that the guy was alive and well and had won. He patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he believed in his result, and asked him to tell him everything in detail. Sam listened carefully to all the details of the fight and asked what Skylar would do next. But the main character decided to check what he got for the fight, and then build up his strength and prepare for the next fight, which would clearly not take place anytime soon. Then the man asked to borrow his strength, but the guy asked what had already happened to him. At that moment, Laura burst into the door and screamed why her father wasn't picking up the phone. Sam got nervous and said that he always answers the phone, but the question was not addressed to him at all. Laura said that she tried to call the guy so many times and reproached him that if he didn't want to work with her, then he should just say so and not ignore her calls. But when the guy took out his phone, he saw that its battery was completely discharged, and he simply forgot to charge it. The girl returned the phone, calmed down, and said that she called about the fight schedule. She added that he had passed the qualifying competitions and was now part of the main team, and of course he was included in the fight schedule. But the guys weren't thinking about that at all. Then Sam shouted for Laura to wait, because he wanted to ask him for a favor too. But the girl was persistent and asked him to forget about it, because Hunter Schuyler is now busy with his career, and asked him to bother someone else and nothing will happen to it. When the main character left, he asked Sam to call him if anything happened, but the man remembered that he didn't even really use the phone. That same evening, Laura and Schuyler arrived at the port, where a luxury cruise liner was moored. All the servants greeted Laura with joy. The main character was surprised by the size. He was brought here simply to have dinner. The girl said that she usually comes here when she needs to talk in a quiet environment, so that no one disturbs her. She introduced the guy to a haute cuisine chef and wanted the protagonist to appreciate his skills, which were top-notch. But at that moment, Schuyler spied on the dormant skills of an ordinary person, and his power of influence increased, because the more he improves the vision of the constellation, the greater his power becomes. When the guy carefully studied all his skills, he was pleasantly surprised by who she invited. The girl laughed and asked if he had ever heard of him. The main character added that he realized this when he looked at his posture and the girl's energy. It surprised her, and she thought that he used martial arts here too. But that was not the case at all, and the guy added that it was just intuition. When several dishes were brought to the table, Schuyler began to try one after another with pleasure in order to taste them and come up with a new recipe for his own pancakes. The guy was surprised why she didn't eat this food, because everything was prepared very tasty and the proportions were ideal and the taste was excellent. Then Laura leaned over to him and whispered that it wasn't that at all, but that there was absolutely no manna in these dishes. The girl added that if the guy had cooked this dish, she would have eaten it with greater appetite. Then the main character offered to feed her next time, but the girl refused and said that it wouldn't work because they had to stick to a working relationship, and if the manager allowed the hunter to treat her, it would immediately be disqualified. After all these words, the girl decided to move on to work and talk about the battle schedule, because usually newbies rarely participate in them, especially for hunters who have not yet managed to become famous. But Schuyler couldn't understand why he was involved in all this then. The girl asked the guy not to be angry, because at the moment there are opinions among athletes and fans that his rank is rigged. She meant that he has abilities that can compete with rank B, but deliberately hides behind rank C+. But Schuyler wasn't surprised at all by this, because he was no longer at the age where something like this could confuse him. Laura said that the guy has the innate character of a star. The main character agreed with this and even suggested trying to become a star, which the girl did not even think about, and that this could interest him. The girl then showed a short interview of a hunter who insulted Schuyler and said that he didn't have the courage to participate in the B rank qualifiers, and so he decided to take the easy way out and rise from C rank. The guy challenged the main character and threatened him that if he rejected his offer, the whole world would know that he was a coward, and it would be better for him to accept the challenge and accept defeat. The main character asked if there were many elves on Earth now, and Laura answered that after the passage opened, they could be encountered quite often. Schuyler said that the elf's words did not offend him at all, because he understood that when he met him, he would tear him to pieces. But now there was no need to be angry. Laura liked his words and said that it was an absolutely excellent idea, and that a bastard like him should be beaten half to death. And the guys came to a decision to schedule the fight within these 2 weeks, and by that time Laura would collect all the information on it and send it to Schuyler. A week later, Schuyler was already standing in a beautiful tuxedo and did not understand what he needed to do next. The girl explained that the guy should come out, listen to all the questions and answer in moderation, provocatively drill each other with their eyes and pose once for the camera, and that would be enough. When Schuyler sat down at the table, the host announced that people could ask questions in the order of the established queue. The protagonist received various questions, some of which sounded like he was thinking about whether a martial arts user could last in the B rank league, or whether he thought he could beat the 21st ranked hunter. Questions from journalists kept coming in, but the guy answered them briefly and concisely. One of the journalists asked a question about him deliberately lowering his rank and measuring it again after winning the qualifiers for the C rank league. The main character thought that it was not his fault, but only that he was measured incorrectly and that this should be asked not from him, but from the one who did it. At this time, the elf took the microphone and said that he was a shameless asshole and looked down on the league because he had rigged his own rank. The guy challenged him to a fight because he left evidence of rigging and is going to punish him personally, and this match will not be a test for Schuyler, but a sentence. Then the guy told him that if he was so unhappy, he could have found him a long time ago and beat him up, instead of pouring out his anger after he waited for the match schedule to be set. The main character immediately suggested fighting here and now and not in augmented reality. But the elf couldn't hit Skylar because it was against the rules, which greatly disappointed the protagonist because he continued to be angry, but still followed the rules. Suddenly, Skylar stood up and shouted that he gave him a chance to fight. But this idiot chickened out and ran away, and he doesn't even have experience in clearing a dungeon. If he were in such a situation, he wouldn't show his nose. Regional channels broadcast the main character's words so that everyone could come boldly if they doubted his abilities or were unhappy with something, because Skylar was not going to evade or run away. But the guy wasn't going to fight them in the other side of the world, but wanted to fight only in reality. After Laura heard Skylar's interview, she decided that the other side would also try to trample him, and he had to win at any cost by any means necessary. They hastily began to look for someone who could help them in this situation, who could put up an equal fight and be at least similar to a level 21 fighter, who would be faster and more agile. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Skylar apologized for the interview and suggested that it would be better if they didn't schedule a practice match. The guy understood that this match would not help him in any way, and he would only waste his time. But the girl asked him to think again, because he had a lot of experience in battles, and a fight with a hunter was a completely different level. When the main character left, he thanked the girl for having such an understanding manager working with him and promised that he would train alone until the match, and if he was needed, just let him call. Laura's team didn't understand why they let him go so easily, because going into the arena without a training match with a hunter of a similar type was already doomed to failure. But the girl calmed everyone down and asked them to trust him. There was little that worked in this situation because she couldn't even stop him and make him listen to her opinion. This man was completely different. When the protagonist returned to the Icaros gym, he was immediately met by other hunters who were delighted with the way he conducted the interview and that it was a cool provocation on his part. Skylar asked what Anthony was doing here and if he was really waiting for him here, but the guy grinned and replied that he wasn't even going to help. He just decided to give a couple of tips for good growth. Anthony added that in any case, he is the best, because he can reproduce all the fighting methods of the future opponent as they are. But Eliza screamed that he is an asshole, because he did not even fight with him, and she was able to defeat him. The protagonist overheard their conversation and warned that he planned to train alone until the start of the match. When the guy entered the ring, the guys asked him what he was doing, but it turned out that he had turned on his own imagination. The image he had drawn in his mind was successfully transmitted to another, and the power of the constellation increased by a step. And the principle of spiritual training was also learned, and an A-rank skill, spiritual training, was obtained. The girl was very scared by this because she did not understand what it was and why she could see it too. And from that moment on, the guy began training right in the training room with the terrible monster. The clanmates stood there the whole time and were amazed at how the main character was conducting such training. They were just silent and were both amazed by it. The day of the competition has finally arrived, where the long-awaited battles will take place at the Hunters Stadium. Before the fight began, Laura gave final instructions on whether Skylar had a good breakfast, because you can't skip breakfast even if you're afraid that it won't be digested. She asked the guy not to be nervous and assured him that everything would be fine, but the main character's gaze showed absolute calm and confidence in the fight. When the main character walked out to the center of the stadium, he thought that in the past, hunters died in battle with monsters, but now they have become celebrities. The people in the stands were booing Skylar and yelling at the cheater to get lost because he belonged in the C League and how dare he use tricks. But out of the whole crowd of rude and angry fans, there was someone who loudly shouted for Skylar to go forward and that he would succeed. It was one of the members of the Master Clan who wished him luck and shouted at him to show the true power of martial arts. The main character was really encouraged by this because he hadn't even signed the contract, but someone was already rooting for him, and he decided that today he would show what martial arts mean, and today's match would be a signal for the revival of martial arts. The host of the fight loudly greeted all the participants and spectators because this fight was very long awaited, and today they will be able to see the match from different sides. The commentators began introducing the fighters and speculated a little about whether Skylar really had rigged his own rank, since after all, this guy had returned from the Abyss after 30 years. After spending so much time in the Abyss, it's not surprising that all sorts of complications will arise, and there may also be some strangeness with the rank measurement. And in the end, if the guy wins, it will be proof that he was right all this time. The hosts greeted the guy because for the first time in a long time, a martial arts user was entering the arena, and everyone was waiting for it with impatience. When the guy went inside, he was very surprised because he saw ruins that actually implemented virtual reality inside. The elf was determined and was sure that he would definitely emerge victorious and that this village from the abyss had no place here. A few seconds later, when the fight began, Skylar almost caught up with his opponent, but he used flight magic and ended up in another place. He was very surprised by this and did not understand where the guy got such speed from, because a little more and he would have already grabbed him if he had not immediately taken off. Skylar just stood there and waited for the enemy to take action, and then powerful magic arrows flew towards him. The protagonist thought that his ability had excellent penetrating power and also had a homing function. All of this seemed like the constellation bow was too fraudulent, and immediately used the divine space art skill, which allowed him to reflect all the arrows. After the elf saw how the guy easily blocked the shot, it made him very angry, and he immediately started to make the next shot. But the main character was already prepared for this and quickly figured out his location and immediately rushed straight to him. The main character turned to him and asked what else he could do, because he was ready to repel all his attacks. But unexpectedly for the guy, he fell into a trap with thousands of arrows that were about to fall on him from above. But these arrows were too slow for the main character, and they lacked a little agility. The guy deflected the entire volley of arrows, and thanks to his high self-control, remained safe and sound in the same place. The elf couldn't believe that he had succeeded because he had already used up all his mana. But luckily for him, the first round was over, and the B-rank competition begins, which is where the rounds come in. The elf was furious because he thought this guy was just a monster, and he used a trick in order to check him. His trainer tried to defuse the situation and asked him to listen to him carefully. From now on, he had to forget about the bow and keep his distance and focus on restoring his mana reserve, which was already less than 10%. The man recommended forgetting about the magic of the 4th and 5th circles and buying time with the help of the 1st and 2nd, but against this guy, everything seemed unrealistic. The man thought that this was a better way than to lose the fight, because without victory, he was nothing. But the elf shouted at him to shut up immediately, because the constellation had chosen him as an avatar. And then the bell rang that the second round was about to begin. When the elf heard the bell, he immediately rushed away from Skylar, using acceleration. The guy wasn't satisfied with this game of catch-up, and he suggested ending it all before he was completely disgraced. But his opponent was not satisfied with this, and then Skylar decided to catch up with him and convince him again. The commentators couldn't believe their eyes, because they had just seen the steps, one of the movement skills in martial arts. They couldn't believe the speed that the guy had developed. When the main character finally caught up with his opponent, he immediately dealt him a crushing milky blow. The elf lay unconscious on the floor 100 meters from the guy. The commentators couldn't believe the outcome, as Skylar finished the hunter in the second round. Commentators added that now the top 10 hunters should start worrying, because they have a new rival who has outstanding martial arts. The host came up on stage and handed Skylar a microphone to ask him how he felt after a perfect match where he didn't take a single hit and finished the second round with a knockout. Skylar surprised the host, because for him it was a normal fight and his opponent turned out to be too weak. Suddenly, all the people in the stand started chanting his name and rejoicing at his success. As crowds of people chanted his name, his essence power increased greatly. All this was implied by gaining popularity, and his essence power definitely increased. And suddenly, the guy's skill of predicting the future was activated, and he did not understand why this skill had started working now. The main character saw Las Vegas, which was engulfed in flames and evil monsters. They all escaped because they failed to clear the dungeon in the limited time, and a disaster occurred. At that moment, Sam was watching an interview with Skylar in his office and laughing loudly throughout the entire office, because he hadn't had such a good time in a long time. Suddenly, one of the workers came to the door and warned that there was a call on his personal phone. Sam thought it was his ex-wife calling again, and he was ready to give her pocket money without asking questions. But he was interrupted and told that there was a man there who introduced himself as the Korean hunter, Chwan. The man immediately understood who they were talking about, because he had had a fight with him when he moved to America and they had not contacted each other for a long time. On the phone, he immediately heard a question about why he hadn't warned that Skylar was back, but Sam replied that he didn't remember them being too close, especially after he had scolded him just before leaving. But Chwan was not bothered by this answer and asked to pass the phone to Skylar, but Sam said that he was not around and next time he should call him personally on the phone. Sam was expecting an apology for what the man had said to him when he left for America, and then he might help him contact Skylar. But the man didn't want to apologize for anything, and then Sam replied that from that moment on, he was on his blacklist. When the guy and Laura were walking to Sam, the girl was arguing that he couldn't deprive her of her managerial rights even if she couldn't determine the client's ability. She should have trusted Skylar more. The guy asked the girl what chances she gave him of winning, and her answer beat him, because she gave 9 to 1 of losing. On the way, the main character was met by students of the School of Masters. They immediately fell to their knees and asked him to teach them martial arts. Skylar didn't understand, because they had a teacher and why they needed him, and then they told the story. The events took place in the main residence of the Master's School. The students honed their fighting techniques and recorded every movement that the Master showed. But as soon as they made just one mistake in a word, the Master immediately scolded them and said that they were shameless people who did not even know the basics. At that moment, they realized that they wanted to learn martial arts, but the elders' teachings were too outdated and they begged Skylar to teach them. For the protagonist, this was a chance to solve their problem and at the same time increase his faith and his own authority, and he immediately agreed. The guy replied that he, as the avatar of the invincible god of training, would teach them martial arts and those who would become followers of the god of training. The students were very happy with this answer because they loved martial arts. The next day, Skylar decided to visit the bloody fortress that he had received in a duel with a warrior shrouded in madness and blood, and this place turned out to be too disgusting for him. These possessions were obtained after the Battle of the Constellations, and he will enter the territory of the orcs for the first time. But since the guy was too busy, all the affairs were entrusted to Odaigon. But at that moment, Odaigon was tearing and throwing all the orcs because they were still fools who could not learn an easy spell, and it seemed that he was not very good at dealing with them. Skylar suggested that if learning magic wasn't producing any results, then why don't they just learn martial arts since they all had axes? But since everyone had little understanding of the true art of wielding an axe, the protagonist took the axe in his hands and showed how to use martial arts skills and showed the technique of the green dragon axe. Then the orcs asked a few questions about where they should jump forward or backward and how to swing the axe from the right or left. And then the guy realized that there was nothing he could do, and since they didn't understand with words, he would have to master everything with his body. And one by one, the orcs were trained in the technique of the green dragon axe, and at this time, the power of the protagonist's essence only increased. But one of the orcs was no longer up to training, but Skylar continued to insist that he learn and complicate the fighting technique. And from that moment on, the orc territory forgot about a quiet life under the rule of the constellation of the god of training. When Skylar took a closer look at the place, he realized that he wanted to build a training base for the orcs here. Odaigon also warned the boy that the construction would take a long time, and if he wanted to get the building quickly, he could visit the constellation shop where various deals would be available. When the guy joined the star game, he began to carefully study the constellations that sold the buildings. A young guy saw one constellation saying that he was selling a beautiful building, and he immediately wanted to look at it. Immediately in front of him, there was a girl who was a little drunk. She was ready to show a special building with pleasure and invited the guy to take a good look around. When the scanner began to examine all the buildings, it saw that it was catastrophically short of funds. It seemed to it that it had earned a lot of soul stones, but this was not so. The guy apologized to the constellation and said that unfortunately he wouldn't be able to buy any of this because he simply didn't have enough soul stones. The constellation was satisfied with the answer because she believed that the main character simply did not like the buildings that were built. The guy also added that he really liked the pond with life-giving alcohol and asked if she could wait until he got enough points. The girl was very happy about this and as a token of gratitude gave him a magnificent rice vodka of 8 sins, one sip of which was capable of healing all wounds. The main character was very happy with this gift because he received it from a very unusual constellation as a sign that he had fought with a warrior. A few moments later, the girl disappeared, but the guy's problem was not solved, and he began to think what to do next because his glasses were hardly enough to buy. Suddenly, a traveling merchant selling fates appeared and asked Skylar if he was looking for something. The guy was only too happy to buy something, but he didn't have enough soul stones. But the traveling merchant told him not to worry because he was looking for everything necessary for constellations from the highest to the lowest rank. And then the merchant opened his cloak and immediately showed several boxes with a random building of low, medium, and high level. The guy was too surprised that the boxes were random, but the traveling merchant swore on his name and reputation that there was no deception here. The main character decided to test his luck and bought several boxes, and the traveling merchant wished him to use these goods for a long time. Skylar didn't quite understand what to do with this box, but when he found himself on the ground, he immediately threw the cube straight onto the ground, and then chaos broke out of the box deciding his fate, and it was a model of a small temple, an ancient warrior's sanctuary. If installed, all inhabitants would receive the skill of the ancient warrior's strength. But because the building was too old, it would collapse in 30 days. The guy thought that everything wasn't so bad and decided to open another box with a building. And in front of Skylar there was a luxurious temple of the Shining Elf. And if installed, the guy had the opportunity to learn the skill of the Shining Elf bow. The main character thought, because it was most likely the building of that elf from the duel. And his shining bow was the magic that the elf gave to his own avatar. The guy didn't think long and decided that he needed to install all of this right now and placed everything on his own land. But the kitten said that there was a huge problem, that among the subordinates of the god of training, there were no people capable of mastering the shining bow of the elf. But the main character thought that it would definitely not make things worse, and that it could be used a little later. And he also decided to tell his friend Sam about the future. When Skylar returned back to Los Angeles, he immediately came to Sam, who greeted him happily and asked the Star of Fists in Korea to give him an autograph. The main character asked what kind of nickname this was, and the man said that now everyone calls him that. Sam asked the guy not to relax because there were 10 of the best real strongmen ahead, who were avatars. Skylar was at peace, and now, first of all, he was a constellation, and he would somehow definitely figure it out. Between words, Sam said that Chuan had recently called him, to which the guy was very surprised. The man did not like this reaction because he feeds, helps, and acts under the name of Skylar's avatar, and also provides him with financial support. The guy was very surprised that Sam had become so petty, but he asked him to just not hang out with him because Chuan was such a bastard. And then Skylar said that he was here for another reason and told him everything in detail that the gift of the goddess had shown him. The guy told about Las Vegas, which was drowned in fire and the invasion of rock drakes, and he himself was very surprised by this because he could not believe that all these events took place in Las Vegas. Then Sam almost let it slip and said that there was something you couldn't do in Las Vegas. The man replied that this territory was not under his jurisdiction, and he did not decide anything there. All they could do was go there and explain the situation and try to convince everyone. But the guy didn't get it, because Sam recently told how he went to the sauna with the president, and now he has no influence. And then the man suggested that it would be better for Skylar to go instead of him, because in his appearance, they would not see sincere thoughts, unlike the guy. The guy exhaled and said that he would try to sort everything out and go to Las Vegas and talk to them. In Las Vegas, the guy immediately came to a large clan that controlled an entire city called the Black Cactus. He was met by security and asked what he needed. The main character said that he was from the Icaros clan and he needed to see the head of the clan. But he was told that he could not come here on a whim and see the head, and first he needed to make an appointment. The men didn't like the guy's insolence and asked him to introduce himself first. Skylar then said that he was a B-rank hunter and a member of the Icaros clan. The man from the clan could not believe that in front of him was the same fighter who had wiped the elf's nose in the duel. The guy said that this fight was just killer, and he really regretted not attending this match, and immediately added that the security had nothing to worry about, because even if he wanted to do something, they still couldn't stop this guy. Skylar asked again if the clan leader was in the building, and the man replied that he was inside, and that all sorts of scum often visited him. They said over the phone that the head of the clan could receive the guy, and he would now be kindly escorted to him. When they went inside, the guy saw how the hunter was being loudly and severely scolded. He was surprised, because he could not understand that the head of the Cactus clan was really a girl with such a character. The guy thought that perhaps it was worth measuring her level. And indeed it was the head of the Cactus clan, Roxana, level 288, who asked what the man from Icaros was doing here. The girl asked the guy to skip the formalities and get straight to the point, and then Skylar told them that their clan would lose to the monsters, and he was here to offer help. The girl was very angry at these words, and she asked to repeat these words because couldn't they clear the dungeon? A B-rank or higher dungeon explosion will soon occur in their vicinity. If the dungeon was not cleared within the allotted time, hordes of monsters would pour out from it, and the released monsters were nothing more than a natural disaster for human society. Roxanne asked if the guy had found out about the appearance of a dungeon that they didn't know about, and the guy added that he used the latest magic from Dragon Industry. The Icaros clan had no intention of destroying the dungeon and ignoring the clan located in this city. The guy asked in return to simply allow him to watch all this from the outside so that he could react in time if an explosion occurred. Just one mistake could lead to the death of many people. The girl said that the guy returned from the abyss and stayed there for 30 years, and now he can be considered a first-generation hunter. She meant that most of the first-generation hunters were considered heroes, and they were always on the side of the people. The guy was ready to intervene if they couldn't shut him down, and not just watch from the sidelines. The girl stamped her foot and added that she would believe him, but threatened that she never forgave those who lied to her. She will be ready to follow even to hell to punish this person if someone deceives her. When the guys were walking along the streets of Las Vegas, Skylar asked if the dungeon was B rank. Then the boss was B rank, which meant the clan leader should intervene, and how things were going with her abilities. Then the guy replied that his sister Roxana was the best in this business, and immediately let it slip about their relationship and asked not to tell anyone, and if this information leaked out, it would be the end for him. Suddenly, someone radioed that a dungeon had been discovered and that all clan members needed to gather. The portal opened in an abandoned building right on the outskirts of the city. The hunters were happy that the guy from Icarus told the truth, and they were incredibly lucky that they quickly found the dungeon. As soon as they noticed it, they realized that with that amount of mana, it was definitely not rank B. As soon as they got a little closer to the dungeon, they saw a message that it was called the Thicket of Endless Predators, and they had 6 hours and 11 minutes left to clear it, and the entry limit was 1 person. The hunters encountered something like this for the first time, and only 1 warrior could enter there. At this time, an emergency situation began on the streets of Las Vegas, and an evacuation order was issued. It was necessary to close all hotels and casinos and clear an area 10 kilometers long. Skylar noticed a strange thing, that all the people did not run anywhere, but on the contrary, continued to flock to one point. People, on the contrary, were looking for where they would have the best view of the combat spectacle. When the main character asked why they weren't evacuating, he was immediately told that he was apparently some kind of coward, because there was no difference in all this, because they would all be broken anyway before it became dangerous. The lava and magma kitten, when he saw this, irritably advised him to abandon all these idiots, but the guy couldn't let them die so easily. Then Skylar couldn't stand it any longer and approached the couple again and ordered them to get out of here quickly. People rushed away from this weirdo in horror and fulfilled his request at that very second. Then Roxanne intervened, declaring through a megaphone that if they did not want to evacuate, they would kill them before the monsters did. The guy was surprised that there were too many people here who just stayed to gawk, but this was a common occurrence, since many people in this city were into hunting monsters. It was all because people had become too accustomed to the dungeons during this time, because in the old days, everyone was on their toes trying to get away as quickly as possible. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from underground, and the walls began to shake. There was a frantic vibration all around, and all this was coming from the dungeon. Roxanne immediately shouted for them to turn the screen and launch drones to check for monsters so as not to miss anyone, and also activate the thermal imaging system. Monsters suddenly began to run out of the building, and 5 red poisonous raptors were discovered rising to the surface. Much to the clan's surprise, there were far more monsters than they thought, and they were unable to find the main boss. The lizard mage used an artifact from the eroded thicket, and until the lizard mage is caught, no one will be able to get out of this thicket. And at that moment, the whole city was surrounded by rigid bars, through which it was impossible to break through. Not a single car could enter these lines, and all this was because of the monster. The head of the clan decided that they could not do anything with the people, and that everyone who did not have time to evacuate would die. At that moment, Skylar came up and asked if his help was needed, since it seemed that their headquarters had been noticeably reduced due to the barrier. But the girl replied that without an agreement between the clans, everything could end in a lawsuit, and recommended that he go somewhere safe. The guy turned to the main character and said that it was quite annoying because he wanted to see his martial arts. And the battle between the clan and the monsters began, and Roxanne screamed loudly for everyone to run and attack. The first to appear were the C-class monsters, who immediately felt the magic of the Chaos Spear and Ice Arrows, and killed him in that very second. But there were 4 more ahead, and Roxanne decided to deal with them as quickly as possible and used the magic power boost. The girl temporarily increased her own magical power, and thanks to the fiery whip, struck several more monsters. Her blow was truly on point, because no one expected anything less from the clan leaders. Exactly 6 monsters were approaching from behind, and the girl decided that it was time for them to leave, and that was enough talking. She turned to her brother and shouted that he was now the hunter from Icarus. If something happened to him, they would have a lot of problems. But when they looked around, Skylar was not near them. And at that moment, the main character bravely and ruthlessly defended ordinary people from monsters. They were delighted that the guy protected them and saved them from death, and next time they will definitely obey and leave immediately. People immediately rushed to their new idol and shouted that he was now their new hero and thanked him for saving them from such stupidity. The main character approached the girl and asked her not to worry, because he would take care of the problems on the other side. Roxanne thought that with his abilities, he could be one of the strongest hunters in Icaros, and with a guy like that, she could turn a blind eye to what happened. The girl thanked him for his help and, as a token of her gratitude, allowed him to officially thank her. But Skylar decided to leave all this for later, because there were still many monsters here that needed to be killed. The guy came to the conclusion that judging by the movement of the monsters, someone was controlling them all, and in that case, someone must be behind this. Roxanne thought that this idiot of the clan was completely reckless and could not understand where they even found such a monster. There were monsters ahead on the left and at the crossroads, and the guy ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But unfortunately, all the hunters missed, and then the guy decided to engage in close combat and hit one of the monsters. On the streets of the city stood a huge monster that was capable of trampling any person located underneath it. The people stood in a stupor and did not understand who was in front of them, because the scale of this monster was comparable to the dungeon boss. Then Skylar remembered that it was him he saw in that prediction, and that such a monster was under someone's control, the owner must be somewhere nearby. On the roof of one of the buildings, he noticed the dungeon boss, a small lizard with a staff in his hand. The main character immediately approached the lizard and cut off its head with a powerful blow of his sword. At this time, the clan's hunters simultaneously began to attack the huge monster, and Roxanne incinerated the monster with powerful magic, which left him no chance. The lizard mage was defeated, and the corrosion forest artifact was successfully destroyed and immediately disappeared. The news reporters reported that the barrier was destroyed in a very short period of time, and people finally started to come out, and now they will continue to explore the situation. The guy started to wonder how many people died, and if there were any survivors. Some people said that they thought it was the end for them, because the sky suddenly changed color, and monsters started pouring out from everywhere. The man was surprised, because he definitely heard the sound of an explosion, but as it turned out, no one died, and it was all a hunter with chestnut-colored hair. People started saying that an Asian hunter with a sword saved the entire nation and that he was a real hero. Journalists asked Skylar to give some comments because people believed that he was the one who made an invaluable contribution to closing the dungeon. The protagonist replied that he was not trying to save people, but got rid of the monsters before they started killing, and so it might seem to everyone that he saved the city. Skylar didn't like that he was considered a hero, and he denied it, and immediately shut the journalist's mouth and hit him lightly, because the guy didn't want them to try to make a hero out of him, because he couldn't stand that more than anything. He couldn't appear to be a good person in the eyes of people, otherwise he would be criticized immediately if he didn't help even once. The girl's brother from the clan immediately wanted to be like the main character, but she asked him not to talk nonsense, because this only happened because it was Skylar, and his existence was unique. Martial arts masters are extremely rare these days, and the strength that has reached its highest point as a result of persistent training and enormous combat experience can make him an absolutely unique person. Roxanne thought about how after meeting him, she no longer understood why there were so few martial arts users left, and the thought occurred to her that it was worth getting closer to the Icaros clan, and there was nothing shameful in it in order to become friends with the hunter Skylar. At this time in the office, Sam was reading the news about how a hunter attacked a journalist in Las Vegas and laughing loudly about it. Then Skylar reminded him that he once hit a journalist too. Sam told them that this time they had properly divided the reward for going into the dungeon, but the main character was not very interested in this. The guy didn't run a multi-million-dollar company, and he was least interested in how much money he brought into the account. Skylar was more interested in when he would get a rank up, but that was very difficult since any rank above B was limited to clearing dungeons. Then the guy decided to leave the office and go teach some guys martial arts. Sam thought about him training the Icaros clan hunters and thought he was a good guy. The guy brought the students straight to the training field, which was controlled by the Icaros clan, and asked them not to worry about anything here. To the guys, all this equipment looked super cool. Before that, they had only trained in dilapidated gyms. Skylar said that from now on, they can train here as much as they want and use the center to its fullest. Unexpectedly, among the guys, there was a girl who introduced herself as Iris and represented the young hunters from the School of Masters. But as it turned out, she was the daughter of one of the most famous masters in China and was the best among all the students in the school. The guy was very embarrassed because he could not expect such a person to come here. The girl apologized and said that she didn't want to embarrass him and asked when they would be training. First of all, the main character started doing squats with a barbell and thought that since everyone here was a hunter, it shouldn't be difficult for them. Then one of the students asked when people use one of the advanced techniques and pointed to the cool modern exercise machines. But the guy had no plans to take them there, and they lifted weights for several hours, hoping that they would finally be able to work out on modern exercise machines. The next exercise began with a squat, and they had to feel their own strength of internal energy and muscle strength. Thanks to the guy having the title of training avatar, his subordinates received an additional bonus during training and became stronger at a rapid pace. Little did they know that the training they were going through was an amazing opportunity for them, because no constellation would suit them as well as Skylar. The guys trained like madmen and showed no mercy to the body and trained like no other martial artist. But everything the coach told them was just a normal workout. After a few exercises, all the students quickly became exhausted and could no longer exercise. And then the main character approached them and said that they could move on to the main training, and they were done with the warm-up. The next training session was held in the training room of the other world of Ikaros. There is nothing better for martial arts training than to use the terrain. Suddenly, the students found themselves knee-deep in a swamp, and it was simply impossible to move here. In the distance, they saw the silhouette of some kind of doll. This silhouette seemed familiar to them because there was something similar in the hall too. But suddenly, this doll flew at them at breakneck speed and delivered several powerful blows from its knee. The goal of this workout was to fight against a dummy because they first trained their muscles in the gym, and now they have to go through this step to move on to the next workout. The main character left the arena and said that if any of them could handle this guy, then let them come out and tell him about it. The students had no choice but to simply defeat him, and they immediately pounced on him as a team. Meanwhile, in the Ikaros Clans lounge, the guys were sitting and discussing Skylar's excellent work in Las Vegas. Anthony added that despite the great victory, the main character was still far from him. But Eliza disagreed and said that he could never have done better. Then Skylar told them to stop and asked which of them wanted to learn martial arts. The guys sensed a catch, but the guy said that he was not going to force anyone to do anything in return, and if they didn't want to, then let him say so. Eliza replied that she didn't mind, and in return would be happy to teach him some magic techniques. The protagonist's entire alliance was not against him learning something new, and everyone agreed that it was a great idea. When Skylar accepted their offer, they immediately began recommending their own magic. Eliza suggested learning defensive magic, and Anthony suggested ranged magic. But when the guys heard that the guy wanted to learn healing magic, they were a little shocked. But judging by their reaction, the main character realized that none of them knew how to use it. Realizing that no one would help him here, the guy left them. He thought that it would be a good idea to ask the constellation goddess for a few training lessons, since she probably had some healing skills. At this time, in the territory of the constellation of the goddess, the girl was sitting at the table and dozing slightly. The boy approached her and asked her to teach him healing magic. The girl was very happy with this offer. It seemed to her that the training avatar could not teach him this, and she happily agreed. And at that moment, the virtuous goddess of scales began to grant the protagonist the divine healing of the fifth circle. The main character was surprised because it is not so easy to immediately master such a rank A power. The girl apologized because at the moment she did not have enough strength to give him a more powerful force. The goddess continued to feel guilty because it was she who had to teach him everything and immediately began to look for something else. But the guy calmed her down and said that everything was fine and thought that next time it would be better not to ask her for help. The next day, there was a big meeting in the main hall of Icarus where the head coach gathered all the hunters in one place. Unexpectedly for everyone, the dungeon of the Endless Tower was created. The hunters could not believe their own eyes because it seemed like sheer madness to them. But for the main character, it was not so famous, because he heard about it for the first time. A couple of decades ago, a dungeon of such complexity appeared that it broke an infinite number of hunters. And if on the first floor there lived F-rank monsters, then as they ascended, their strength increased and it was an A-rank dungeon, which subsequently simply exploded because not a single hunter could clear it to the end. The head coach announced that the winner of this training session would be the one who would get ahead of his opponents and reach the highest floor. And he immediately warned that this dungeon is much more difficult than its original. When the trainers left, the hunters immediately began to think about how they would defend the dungeon and perhaps form groups. As it turned out, this dungeon had too terrible a reputation because there were reasons why no one could completely clear the dungeon. No one even went there as a team. There was talk that it was because the more people there were, the higher the difficulty of the floor. For a second, the guy began to admire this dungeon because it looked amazing, but the kitten of lava and magma asked him not to admire such things. The protagonist suggested that in any case they should go in a group, and despite the fact that the difficulty would increase, he believed that by clearing the team, they would gain an advantage in battle. Anthony was sure that no one would want to team up, and everything would be as he said. But Eliza was happy to try her luck on the team, and as soon as Anthony saw this, he screamed loudly but still joined them. Suddenly, in the crowd, Skylar noticed a girl who was wearing student clothes and looked like a schoolgirl or a student. When he looked at her through the essence, he saw that she was currently a servant of the constellation, and he could not see her fully. The girl noticed that the guy was carefully examining the stranger and added that judging by her clothes, she was made of ivy, which surprised the guy greatly. Then Lisa explained what she meant, because recently there are a lot of private schools that teach awakened ones. Among them, one of the most popular is Ivy. At this point, Anthony said that he saw no need to hide it, since he also graduated from an Ivy League school, although no one asked him about it. When the boys were talking, they attracted the girl's attention, and she quickly approached them. But as it turned out, the girl did not speak English at all, and they began to communicate using a special skill. The guy didn't tell her that thanks to the power of the constellations he understands her. Then he asked if she knows other languages, and the girl answered that she knows Russian. But because of the contract, she can't speak it, and also speaks a little Korean. The guys from the clan stood to the side and could not understand what language they were speaking, but nevertheless they looked very happy. When Skylar decided to ask what constellation the girl served, she couldn't tell him because of the contract with him. The main character said that they were currently forming a team and invited her to join them, to which the girl happily agreed. The guy added that it would be inconvenient if they couldn't communicate with the others and suggested switching to Korean. But the girl didn't know it very well, but thanks to the translation device, it was possible to communicate. Suddenly, Skylar's old partner overheard the conversation and said that if he didn't go with them, then who else would? As it turned out, there were more people than the main character had planned. At this time, in the territory of the training avatar in the Fortress of Blood, Odaigon continued to train the orcs. Skylar approached him and said that he needed help with something, and the goblin happily agreed. He was infinitely pleased, because finally the owner needed him. He thought that the guy must have had a big crisis. Once Odaigon found out that they were going to go into the dungeon, he was very surprised by it. The guy saw the fight as Skylar fought with the big boss, and he is next to him, and Odaigon suspected that everything would be like this. All his teammates took him for a pretty boy, and no one saw what he had been doing during the previous training session. Skylar introduced him to the team and said that he would be replacing another person in the squad and would act as a healer. The goblin was very surprised that he would be a healer, because he knew a little about how this magic was used, but he mainly specialized in something other than it. Before the whole team decided to enter the dungeon, Skylar wanted to show them something, and offered to take the books that he received from the owner of the training avatar as a gift. Each took a book and began to study it carefully, because the gift from the constellation turned out to be too priceless for them. No one understood why he had to teach them martial arts as if he had no other business in the world. As soon as everyone entered the first level, monsters immediately appeared, and the guy suggested keeping them under his own control and distracting them. And everyone immediately began to attack the monsters in order to move to the next floor as quickly as possible. When the main character looked at the schoolgirl, he saw that destruction was much easier for her than he thought, and she was no slouch at all. It all happened so quickly that some of the team members were even left without work and simply watched from the sidelines. On the second floor of the tower, a herd of wild boar monsters awaited the team, and everyone did not understand what this type of monster was doing there. Then Odaigon decided to demonstrate what he could do and used a great illusion of deception, which instantly destroyed all the monsters' minds. As soon as the boars saw the formidable demon in front of them, they immediately stopped and fell to the ground. Using this time, Skylar immediately rushed between them and destroyed each of them. But as it turned out, these monsters were Class B and had the status of special wild boars, which were not so easy to deal with. Unexpectedly for the main character, they rushed past him and headed straight for his team, and the girls decided to stop them together. In order to activate the magic, Eliza needed a little time and decided to start with the basic sword technique. And a few seconds later, she finished off the merciless boar on her own. After the fight ended, the girls were pleasantly surprised that the martial arts had a very powerful ability and were so good that they were too easy to use. On the third floor, the team was met by blue lizardmen, who were cleared out after a few minutes. On the fourth floor, a Class B monster, an ice wyvern, was waiting for everyone. Some of the participants were greatly frightened by this, as how could an ice wyvern, which was a B-class monster, only be on the fourth floor? And at that moment, the monster made a lightning attack, and no one had time to react and put up a magical defense in time. The boys were very surprised why they did not receive any damage, but when they turned back, they saw how Odaigon healed them with the help of magic. The guy used an ancient magic circle that was very different from what ordinary people use. Skylar then shouted for everyone to quickly focus on the attack and immediately attack the wyvern in one moment. The main character ordered not to stop and to go further to the 5th floor and continue in the same spirit. But his partners did not understand how they were so quick to protect him, because it seemed to them that the guy was some kind of monster. On the 5th floor, another monster was waiting, and as soon as they stepped onto this floor, they immediately felt some strange sensation. A banshee suddenly appeared, and since she was a spirit, most attacks did not work on her. The team was terrified, because the banshee was a Class A monster, and for them it seemed like real madness. But only Skylar thought that today was a great training session, and today they were in for a great battle. This monster was known for the fact that its scream was capable of bursting all eardrums in a second, and no one could withstand it. Skylar asked Odigon to use the cure, and in the meantime he would buy them some time. Thanks to his excellent footwork, the protagonist used a sky jump and found himself behind the monster in a second. And then he struck me in the back with a sword. But as the boy suspected, she needed to be finished with just one blow, and the first was not enough. While the guy was trying to heal his partners, he heard Skylar screaming for help. And at that moment, he immediately dropped everything and ran to help the owner, and the guys could not understand how he could just stop using his own restoration magic halfway. But some miracle happened, and the magic was still working on them. It was a shock to them that the guy could use such a high-level recovery magic on the go. When Odigon came running, he heard the instruction that he should use the enhancement magic directly on the main character, so strong that it would work on the banshee. And the guy immediately used the Spirit Strike, the glowing sword and the illusory clone, and the main character's damage increased significantly. Now the magic was so strong that the protagonist could fight it without any problems, even with restrictions, because the enhancing magic turned out to be much stronger than he thought. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the dungeon was cleared and the alternate world ended, and no one could understand what was happening here. When everyone returned back, they were unhappy that there were only 5 floors, because the name had another meaning, namely the Dungeon of an Endless Tower. The head coach announced that the hunters who had passed were preparing to go to New York because a plane was already waiting for them. They received a new task as a new dungeon appeared, and the clan responsible for it failed, and now it was time for Ikaros to try his luck. Everyone was incredibly happy about this, because despite the fact that they would be in a real fight, they were also in the first squad. When the clan arrived at the site, Skylar noticed that there were too many people near the dungeon. The trainer received information that the dungeon was originally a B-class dungeon and allowed for 300 people, when 23 were already inside. Suddenly, Skylar's clairvoyance skill activated, and he saw that the other hunters were shouting to someone that there was a traitor here. He saw the constellation of the demon god with the crazy bastard who made a contract with him, and it was all a trap, and everyone was screaming for immediate evacuation. Then the guy realized that someone who entered the dungeon had made a contract with the constellation of the demonic god, and the kitten of lava and magma asked him to be careful. After all, if the guy goes into the dungeon, he won't be able to help him in any way. After all, such were the rules that if a servant entered the dungeon, then the constellation could only watch him, and this worked even with the strong constellation of the demonic god. The kitten asked the main character to be extremely careful, because even the constellations were worried about all this, and the guy asked not to worry about him, because today, the constellation itself was entering the dungeon. Eliza suddenly came up with 2 glasses of beer and offered to have a drink before entering. Of course, Skylar immediately refused, because he was afraid of losing his own muscles. But few people understood his humor, and he simply wasn't a fan of alcohol, but he certainly wouldn't have refused a protein shake. At that moment, a girl approached the guy and asked if these people were really going to come up with some kind of plan. But the guy replied that he was nobody here to teach them how to act correctly in battle. At this moment, the main character had an epiphany, because now he really thought about the fact that perhaps Alea could be a servant of the constellation. After all, she could just as easily make a contract with the demon god constellation, even though the clan's scout had checked her. The main character invited the girl to join them and go to the dungeon together, and the girl was very surprised, although she clearly did not expect such a question. The entire city watched as the Ikaros clan entered the dungeon. Other hunters also watched all this and believed that whoever cleared the dungeon first would win. When the clan entered inside, they found themselves in a place called the Sanctuary of Defeat and Laziness. Suddenly, a strong wind of chaos blew, which soon separated all the clan's contenders, and this was not very good news. At that moment, Skylar realized that he was completely alone in this strange place. A few meters away, he saw a hunter lying on the ground and asking the protagonist for some water. The guy immediately reached into his bag to get a bottle and helped the unknown hunter. He immediately approached the guy, carefully lifted him up and advised him to drink slowly, since it was dangerous to drink quickly in such a state. Then the young man said that he was one of the hunters of the New York Lights squad. After that, the guy asked if Skylar had seen other hunters from his clan, but the main character replied that he had not seen anyone. A few seconds later, the young hunter realized that standing in front of him was Skylar, the most famous Korean hunter and martial arts enthusiast from Las Vegas. But the main character suggested that it would be better to tell about what happened here because it was completely incomprehensible. The guy said that the first one who entered the dungeon was also separated like them just now, and while everyone was looking for their clanmates, they were the first to be attacked by a monster. The hunter unfortunately lost his weapon and broke his leg when he fell. Then Skylar started thinking about what kind of monster it could be and came to the conclusion that it was most likely a two-headed chaos hound, and after that it was quite difficult to teleport. The main character also added that he did not see the New York Lights rescue team from the outside, and no one outside had any idea what was really going on here. Suddenly, Skylar rose above the guy and shouted menacingly that now he had nothing else to do. The hunter tearfully asked Skylar not to kill him and not take his equipment, but the protagonist was going to heal his wounds, and besides, he had nothing to steal from him. The young hunter couldn't believe that there were people so friendly as to do such a thing. First of all, the guy checked where the bone was broken and began to heal it. After he successfully did this, he decided to use healing magic, but he needed to concentrate because he was not that good at it yet, and asked the guy to be quieter. And then the healing of the goddess happened. Skylar managed to heal the man, and his power instantly increased, as did the healing power of the goddess. After the hunter got to his feet, he couldn't believe that Skylar was able to heal him so quickly, and it seemed impossible to him. The boys said goodbye, and the hunter continued to think that Skylar had simply used high-level healing magic on someone he had just met for the first time. The guy couldn't miss such a moment, and immediately asked Skylar to join him. Besides, he knew quite well about the monsters and the territory where they were located. At this moment, the main character decided to contact Odaigon, who immediately answered the owner and asked if everything was okay with him. He told that he had already found other Icarus hunters, and the main character asked how quickly he was able to do this. But since Odaigon trusted few people, he marked all their things with magic. Skylar said that he was going to go deeper into the forest and asked Odaigon to bring the entire clan to him. Suddenly, the main character heard some kind of roaring of dogs, and he immediately shouted that there was a two-headed chaos hound next to them. When the hunter turned around, he saw a huge two-headed monster standing behind him. The main character, without thinking twice, used the magic of the heavenly finger, and immediately after that pounced on them and cut them with his sword. When the hunter saw all this, he considered the guy too strong. Skylar shared with him that if you know how to defeat a monster, then everything will not be so difficult, because you only need to calculate the attack, parry, and counterattack. The young hunter watched in horror as the guy butchered the monster, but the main character calmed him down and said that they needed food anyway, and there was absolutely no poison in this meat. Of course, the guy had heard that being in the Icaros clan meant knowing something like that, but for them to eat monster meat was too much for him. Suddenly, the main character heard someone's speech and rushed in that direction, because it seemed to him that hunters were gathering there. After several dozen meters through the dense forest, they discovered a clan of New York Lights. When the hunter saw his teammates, he immediately screamed and ran towards them. They could not believe that their fighter was still alive. The New York Lights clan was not very happy about the approaching hunter from the Icarus clan, but their brother from the clan told them that he saved and healed him. The other hunters didn't believe this because for them, it was some kind of nonsense that someone would help a hunter from another clan. At that moment, Skylar felt his existential strength increase because someone bowed to him, but he couldn't figure out who it was again this time. Right in front of the main character stood the same hunter who stood up for him and shouted that the guy used magic to heal him, although they were not connected to each other in any way, and called his clan scum. The main character didn't like it. The hunter defended him so vehemently and asked him to just keep quiet. But the guy didn't stop doing this, and then the main character had no choice but to simply hit him and shut him up by force. The others in the clan didn't understand where this madman came from and started beating another hunter in front of everyone. Then everyone remembered that this was the guy who had fought with the reporter. The main character wondered why so many people had gathered in one place, and then he was offered to look at the reason for this. Not far from this place there was a golden hourglass, which hung in the air and attracted with unusual energy. Skylar could clearly feel the summoning magic. The people told him that the sand had been falling since they arrived. Most likely some boss will be summoned here and they will gather here to kill him. There was a high probability that the demon god constellation and the person who had made a contract with it were right here. The main character decided to try to look at all this with the sight of the constellation, and even it could not help or advise him. Then he decided that they would show who was who when the time came. The demon god constellation that made a contract with the ambitious hunter was a traitor with a poisonous dagger and was called Eunice. This constellation was not very strong, but it was much stronger than all ordinary mortals. Eunice mistakenly thought that his master was one of the strongest in the abyss, and he wanted to make his master happy with him. As soon as the grains of sand in this hourglass run out, a boss was supposed to appear, and then the main character would have a chance. The guy was very worried about the martial artist and made him seriously nervous. One of the clan's hunters offered Skylar to join their team for a while, since wandering around the dungeon alone was tantamount to suicide. Despite the fact that the guy was very confident that he would be fine and in general he didn't care at all, he agreed to this proposal. The hunter was kind and offered Skylar some food and took some dungeon food out of his backpack. At this point, everyone was too hungry, as everyone tried to rationally eat their own lunches. Then Skylar reached into his bag and said that since they had met, he would be happy to feed them a little. He took out the meat of the two-headed chaos hounds and offered it for dinner. The guy said there was too little meat in it and that there were monsters nearby, and they had just recently seen some red-horned turtles in the swamp. But no one was going to cook the turtles, because the most delicious thing they had was that the eggs had quite useful properties. A few seconds later, as much as the hunters didn't want Skylar to go after these turtles, he immediately appeared in front of them with eggs and meat. Since the main character had all the ingredients, he decided to start cooking, and for this he needed a little bit of spices. The hunter was very surprised by this, because it was the first time in his life that he saw a spatial artifact. Then, using the magic of pure fire of internal energy, the guy began to fry the meat over the fire. Few people understood why a guy who uses martial arts would use magic to cook. After some time, the main character prepared a delicious meal, which consisted of monster meat and turtle eggs and looked really appetizing. As soon as the guy took a small piece of food straight into his mouth, his pupils immediately dilated and he was enveloped in a feeling as if he had replenished all of his own magical power. The hunter was very pleased with such delicious food and asked for more. Skylar couldn't resist such a compliment and happily offered another plate. And at that moment, the main character fed the whole clan. And it was not an invention of the Icaros clan for preparing such dishes, but just Skylar's usual hobby. After a delicious lunch, all members of the clan began to communicate with each other and discuss tactics for the next battle. Suddenly, a man approached the main character and introduced himself as the leader of the Ambidus clan and offered to unite with him into a clan, because the other guys didn't even have a person who would heal the fighters. The clans began to argue with each other, because the ability to lie and represent their own clan was their main trick. Skylar suggested that everyone calm down, because this was not a way out of the situation, and killing each other's clan was clearly not the best idea. Then Eunice approached the clan commander and suggested that they needed another hunter, since there were a lot of other clans here besides them. At that moment, the last grain of sand in the golden hourglass fell, and time ran out for all clans. The clock rose sharply in the air, because soon the night of laziness and defeat should appear. All the fighters began to actively prepare for the battle and wait to see what would happen next. From under the ground appeared a knight of sloth and defeat. He was majestic, and in his hands he held a huge sword. All the clan hunters were incredibly surprised by this appearance, because they had never seen such a monster and did not know what to do with it. As soon as the knight rose above them, he immediately turned and asked who wanted to pass his test first. This knight was a servant of the constellation, and although the dungeon was called the Sanctuary of Sloth and Defeat, there was a possibility that it was a trap of the constellation of the demonic god. Although it took a huge amount of existential power to create the dungeon, only a strong constellation could do that. One of the clan leaders did not wait to see who would be the first to pass the test, and immediately used the magic of the fifth circle and sent all the fighters into the attack. But the monster easily detonated the magic and didn't even move, and everyone thought it was an S-class monster. The monster added that only one person could take the test at a time and immediately chose him. He pointed at the hunter, but he was completely unprepared for this and used a forced teleport. The magic was so strong that none of the hunters could withstand this test, and time after time the hunters lost. No one understood what this monster was actually testing, but fortunately everyone remained alive. When the boys were asked what happened to them, they answered that as soon as his sword touched them, they lost all strength and could not move. This monster was much stronger than they all thought, because if they attacked him, he would force them to pass his test and try to find a better way out. At that moment, Skylar shouted that he would go to him, and everyone was suddenly surprised, because no one expected such persistence from the main character. One of the hunters he saved screamed at the guy not to do that, because that hunter was just lucky and he could die. When Skylar approached the monster, he immediately asked him if he was ready, and the guy confidently answered that he was. Then the knight took out a huge sword and announced that he was beginning the test. As soon as the sword was pointed at the protagonist, the knight used the power of limiting laziness, and Skylar was immediately bound with chains. And the guy at that very moment understood how the knight takes away the will to fight from others, because the hunters immediately want to rest, sleep, and just do nothing. These were the restrictions that are difficult for mere mortals to avoid. But Skylar was a constellation of an invincible training avatar, and his properties were completely opposite to this constellation, and he could not lose. Once the protagonist began to think that he always wanted to become stronger than others, it gave him additional strength to get rid of this trap of chains, and he was freed. After this, the knight announced to the boy that he had successfully passed this test. He added that it is quite difficult to free oneself from laziness, and this test shows the subject's desire to fight it. And since the main character passed this test, he will allow him to meet his master. And at that moment, the power that supported the sanctuary suddenly disappeared, and the dungeon will soon be closed. Skylar thought that everything couldn't be happening so quickly, because it was too easy for him and something was wrong here. Suddenly, the protagonist felt dozens of two-headed monsters rushing straight at them, and it turned out that these monsters were also part of this test. The knight raised his sword into the air and shouted that he could already feel the presence of his master, because everything would not be as simple as they thought. A huge horde of monsters ran straight to the place where all the clans were located. The guy understood that they would be here soon, and he had to protect all these people. But the other hunters did not feel this. They were happy and laughing, because now they could calmly return back, and this was the long-awaited moment for them. The protagonist activated a skill that would greatly increase his existential power if he protected the weak. At this time, sensors noticed monsters several kilometers to the east. All drones were destroyed, and thermal sensors detected medium-sized monsters to the south. The hunters were very surprised because they thought that they had already cleared the dungeon. But since it was a special dungeon, they had to hold out until it disappeared, and they immediately prepared magic for battle. Suddenly, the main character shouted for all the hunters to gather in one place. The guy added that although this could provoke the monsters, they were coming here anyway, and if everyone wanted to live, he asked them to listen to him and gather in one place. This was a very important part because the guy had reached a peak level, and he didn't know what martial arts he could use at that level. And then he decided that he was sure of only one thing. He needed to get all their attention. When the guy ran up to them, he started using the techniques of the heavenly finger. He managed to defeat several monsters, but the rest were too fierce and immediately began to catch up with him. The other hunters couldn't understand what was going on there because they had never seen such a dungeon expedition in their lives. One of the guys shouted that they needed to help Skylar immediately and not just stand there. Since the monsters were in one place, it was decided to use area magic. But if they start using magic and don't stop, Skylar might die. But the boy shouted for them not to worry about it and to continue attacking the monsters. One of the hunters shouted at the boy to be careful because there was another huge monster right behind him. The main character managed to dodge his attack and immediately began to counterattack. The boy shouted for them to attack with everything they had and use their magic to the fullest. Because the martial artist was much stronger than they thought, he distracted all the monsters and they could calmly concentrate on attacking. Skylar took his own sword and flew straight at the terrible monster, and with a powerful blow knocked him to the ground. The guy modestly exhaled and dreamed that this was already the end and that it was all over for him. But suddenly he heard shouts and chants of his name. Suddenly, several hunters came running to him, shouting that the martial arts master was really cool and admired him in battle and recognized the guy as the best. But only one hunter stood aside and thought that he should kill as many people as possible before the dungeon disappeared. Otherwise, its owner would simply go crazy. But all this will not work out until he gets rid of the main danger, and he looked towards Skylar. Then the guy found a moment and, while no one was looking, took out a knife to suddenly attack the main character. He attacked from behind, and it seemed too simple and uncomplicated to him. But at one point, Skylar sensed something was wrong, turned around and grabbed his opponent by the arm when he stabbed his own hand with a dagger. He ordered the boy to kneel down and put the dagger on the ground, and if he was an accomplice, he would spare him. But the guy didn't want to listen to the main character because he had no idea who his master was. But even with all this, he couldn't do anything in this situation. The man turned to him and said that for him, everything was just beginning, because he was just a pathetic hunter who was not good for anything. He had no choice but to scream to the whole area that Skylar had attacked him and thrust a dagger straight into his hand. The other hunters did not understand what was happening there and who attacked whom. Then the guy showed his hand and shouted that Skylar attacked him with a dagger and asked him to come closer to look at this weapon. The protagonist screamed that the guy was an idiot and tried to attack him, and the dagger got stuck because he fought back. But the hunter denied it all because he could never have pulled something like that off if he had actually attacked him from behind. Then the man turned to the chief of the clan and asked for help, but he doubted his words because he believed that Skylar would never do such a thing. But no one believed these words. Everyone thought that the guy, despite being a whiner, simply attacked Skylar because he was jealous of him. Then the guy started asking if they really believed him because the main character gave them some meat. But in response, he heard that he was the one who ate more meat. Then the hunter realized that he would no longer gain trust here, and he decided to go with Plan B and shouted that he was releasing a poisonous fog. The other hunters were glad that he was bad, because now they could deal with him. But Skylar warned that no one should approach him. The protagonist said that he most likely made a contract with the demon god constellation and should not be underestimated, but it was too late. The boy used fourth circle magic, the fang of a wavy snake, which headed straight towards the other hunter. Despite the fact that the man had a protective artifact, he was unable to save him, and the guy fell sharply to the ground. The man couldn't believe that the B-rank hunter was writhing in pain after his attack, because at that time, he was a C-class hunter, and he was glad that he chose this constellation. Skylar interrupted another attack and shouted that he was the only one who would die here now. But the guy didn't believe it and laughed and used the cursed dagger spell directly on the main character. Skylar reached the peak of light martial arts and used the full stance and activated the perfect martial arts body. He realized the perfect understanding of the principles of martial arts and the state of perfection. Thanks to the guy being able to combine all of this together, he obtained the master sword technique and created a new martial art, and his strength increased significantly. He easily deflected the numerous blades that flew towards him. This turned out to be impossible for the guy because this skill was given to him by the constellation. The protagonist came closer and said that he shouldn't rely so much on the constellation and used the Soul Origin Palm Strike. But despite this blow, the trader's magical power protected the hunter's body and he was able to avoid instant death. He stood up and added that he would take as many hunters from here as he could, and he would not just leave everything here. And immediately after these words, he used a poisonous cloud of life force transfer. Suddenly, from afar, Skylar heard the voice of Odaigon, who was running straight towards him with joyful cries. He began waving his hand furiously and shouted that he was sorry, that he was late, and now he would take care of everything. Odaigon carefully studied what the hunter had used and cast a detox rain spell, and a huge rain cloud hung right above the poisonous one. The guy couldn't believe that everything would end for him now, but unfortunately it happened that way. The guys defeated him. The main character asked why they were walking for so long, whether they had met huge monsters, but Odaigon replied that this was not the case at all, because no one was listening to him. Each of the clan responded that a doctor could not be a leader, but Eliza believed that she could lead the clan perfectly well because she was a close combat fighter, and the third girl did not trust anyone at all. After these words, Odaigon tearfully asked Skylar to never leave him with them again. All the hunters successfully cleared the dungeon and were heading to the place where they came from. And since the main character passed the sanctuary test, he was given a dungeon reward, which was given to someone who fulfilled certain conditions. It wasn't just compensation for survival, because this time Skylar was the only one who received it, and he chose the reward of the goddess of defeat and laziness, and received the power of the said constellation. And then a beautiful girl appeared right in front of the guy. She turned to her successor and said that quite a lot of time had passed since the last awakening. The guy ended up in her dimension, and the girl asked him not to be too surprised by this, and now she will teach him everything he should do as a servant of the constellation. But the main character interrupted her and said that he was already a constellation. The constellation thought that there was something wrong with her ears, because only mortals can enter the dungeon. Then she understood everything and screamed that all this was terrible and why he did it. But Skylar replied that all this was for the sake of deceiving other constellations. And the girl added that whatever the reason, the guy definitely had big ambitions, and for her, he was a real, charming constellation. Skylar wondered if this was how constellations usually found a successor and granted them powers, and wondered what kind of place this was. Then the girl replied that this place had too long a history, and long ago she had obtained the strongest kingdom of the abyss. But despite her desire to lose and be lazy, she simply continued to win time after time, which led to an increase in the work placed on her. Eventually, any person gets tired of victories and power, and after some time, the girl got tired of all this and sealed herself. The goddess added that since the guy was pretending to be mortal, he was involved in all of this and he too could not be called an ordinary creature. when the girl added that in any case, she could not have imagined that her successor would be a constellation, and she considered that there was no need to chew anything further and suggested awakening the power independently and increasing it. Then she began to watch TV. The main character didn't like that she tried to dump her own responsibilities as a constellation onto someone else, because he still had a lot of questions. He wondered because it was said that he received power, but his existential power did not increase, and what happened? But it turned out that the whole point was that the girl didn't have much existential power, and he got it in the amount that she had. The girl added that the most important thing is power, and he can get any power whenever he wants. But the main character did not agree with this, because he was an avatar of training, and how could he get the power of defeat and laziness? Then the constellation gave an example, because it seemed to her that her successor did not understand something, and said that victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin. The same applied to training and laziness. For example, if a guy loses to deceive someone, will it be considered a victory or a defeat? Or, for example, someone decided to take a rest in order to become stronger. Will this be considered training or laziness? The main character was a young constellation, and he needed to train according to his characteristics. Many constellations spend time increasing their existential power and waging wars. But in the end, the most important thing for constellations is to awaken the power of their own particularity. And at that moment, it was as if a revelation had dawned on the guy. Because he came to understand the characteristics of the constellations and his existential power increased, and now the enlightenment skill had no limitations. The guy thanked the girl for explaining everything, but she wanted to continue watching her favorite TV series as soon as possible. Skylar asked if he, as her successor, could call the girl when he needed her. At that moment, the goddess replied that of course she could, but since the guy was kind, he wouldn't do it. But the main character resolutely replied that he would call her anyway if he needed her. Then the goddess of laziness began to beg him not to do this too often. And the main character understood the essence of all things, because before he would have devoted all his time to martial arts, but now he tries to cook, learn magic, and much more. When the main character left the goddess's space, he returned back to Earth, where reporters and a journalist were already waiting for him, who was eager to find out what happened to the last survivor. Skylar could feel it instinctively, that training wasn't just some part of life. Anything a person could go through in their own life could be considered training. He came to the conclusion that he needed to think bigger and train without any restrictions, and then he could still become stronger. The main character visited the alliance of smaller constellations, and the girl was surprised that the guy was here. She said that as soon as they left the dungeon, they immediately lost contact with him and were constantly waiting for him. They began to reason that if he had a real demon god constellation contract and a sloth constellation contract in front of him, there was nothing wrong with it if he made good use of it. But the main character still could not understand how he could use the power of defeat and laziness. The girl suggested that the guy try defeat, but the main character thought that there was no point in this and asked if they had learned anything about the traitor holding the poisonous dagger. The goddess replied that he didn't seem like such a strong constellation. Judging by his constellation war rating, he was somewhere on the same level with him, and the guy shouldn't worry about it. But there were bad rumors about this traitor, because he specialized in deceit and tricks and could be annoying, and servants and subordinates could suddenly attack. And now Skylar's name and the name of his constellation began to flicker in the game of constellations. The lava and magma kitten added that something had happened to the warrior of madness and blood in the dungeon, which had inevitably led to attention from the constellations, and now one should be careful. The next day, the Icarus clan bus arrived at a public parking lot. The main character could not understand why they had to eat here, because they could have eaten anywhere. But the guys from the clan convinced him that they were in New York, and they had to try the food at this restaurant called Hunter George. Hunter George was one of the few restaurants in the world that served monster meat. When the guys came in, they saw how one of the guests was unhappy with the food, because in his opinion, the steak should be fatty and the fat should flow out when you bite into it. No one understood why he decided to complain here, because of all the places he chose Hunter George and did something stupid. This young man recognized the people who had just entered, for he had heard of the Icarus clan. The guy asked Skylar about what happened in the dungeon and wondered what was wrong with the food. He said that he asked them to repeat the monster dish that the main character made, but no matter how much they tried, all attempts were unsuccessful. The restaurant owner and Chef George came out and asked if it was he who had prepared that very dish. This chef specialized only in monster dishes because the skill of cooking them was very rare. For the man, the existence of someone capable of preparing monsters other than him was something that caused excitement, and he immediately asked Skylar for one favor. He asked the protagonist to teach him how to cook that dish in the dungeon. The guy didn't understand what he was doing in the chef's kitchen because he was supposed to be a student, not a teacher. The man looked like he was crazy, waiting for a miracle, but the main character warned him that he was not a chef and asked him not to expect too much from him. On the cutting board was minotaur meat, the finest piece that could be found in the entire city. The protagonist poured internal energy into it to make the meat soft. It was his personal recipe for meat, honed in the abyss. The man was surprised by this, because usually they spend hours pouring mana into it. But Skylar added that the method is indeed similar, but he uses martial arts for cooking. Then the main character took out a knife and began to cut the meat into perfectly even pieces at such a speed that they literally flew into the air. The main character used everything he needed in this kitchen, and he had no restrictions for this. To light the fire, the cook used magic to give the meat a unique flavor. Skylar did the same, but used martial arts. After all this, he turned to the chief and showed that there was nothing wrong with it, and they completely agreed with him and added that he was simply excellent. When the dish was served again to the guest, he shouted that this was exactly the taste he had experienced again. Anthony added that it was a wonderful dish. The restaurant's chef thanked Skylar for learning so much from him. And as soon as the chef acknowledged his culinary skills, the protagonist's existential strength increased, and at that moment the guy realized what was happening. When the main character came to Sam, he told him how everything happened and he smiled slightly. After all, he remembered how just recently the guy ate chicken breast with chicken breast and didn't understand how he became like that. The main character told what happened in the dungeon, that he was attacked by a servant of the constellation of the demonic god, but he was not so strong. The man found it difficult to talk to the guy because he answered him in 3 lines, which really irritated him. But he added that in any case, he called him at the right time. And then President Thomas from the Dragon Artifact walked through the door and Sam kindly began to introduce them. Sam asked if the guy knew what the Dragon Artifact did because he had clearly heard about what a monster core was. The man said that it was something like a clod of monster mana, and now many companies are developing an energy business on them. He added that now they even create artifacts from them, and one of the best companies in the field of creating artificial artifacts is the branch of the Dragon Artifact. The protagonist continued to not understand why he needed this acquaintance with a person, but Sam added that there is nothing wrong with meeting people, and the production of artifacts always needs hunters to help with tests. The man added that he wanted to introduce them to each other in the hope of fruitful cooperation, and the guy quickly agreed, which even surprised Sam a little. When Skylar left with the president, the man was very happy about it, because one day he would make him the president of the company. The protagonist asked what his role would be in improving their artifacts, but the president replied that research and development were important in this business. But because so many people are interested in it, we must not forget about what is happening behind the scenes. And the help consisted of finding the researcher. One of the researchers named Ronald was outstanding in the field of artifacts. He managed to put the new magic of the third circle into an artificial artifact. This meant that he had all the superior technology of the current ones. The president added that their company had tried to sign a contract with the man, but unfortunately, they had lost contact, and it seemed to him that another clan might have gotten to him. Among them, the most suspicious was the production of myth artifacts, because it is owned by the Parkers, and they are quite authoritative in this field. The man wanted Skylar to enter the myth and take the researcher Ronald from there. Then the main character waved his hand and said that it wouldn't be too difficult, and that he would be back soon. The man asked if he was really going to go alone, and then the guy remembered that he had fighters who would benefit from taking advantage of this opportunity to train. That same night, near the Myth Research Center, Skylar and her team decided to begin the operation. The main character said that the goal of the training was to get inside and take the man. The guy couldn't take everyone, so he decided to take those who fit certain conditions, namely, he was confident in speed. 2 people raised their hands because they had no problems with speed, as well as with stealth. The guy added that he was not forcing anyone, and they could stay, because he did not need loyalty that would put their lives at risk. Then the girl replied that everything was fine because they were doing it because they wanted to. The other team members did not understand how they were going to slip through because the myth is the most impregnable and hoped for a clever plan. But at that moment, the alarm went off and the red lights came on. A voice behind the fence said that someone was on the other side, and the guy ordered to stop first. He decided to go into a trance and use telepathy to see what was on the other side of the fence. The guy saw several men shouting that there were people who had signed a contract with the Master of Perverted Illusions, and that they urgently needed to run after him. The Master of Twisted Illusions was a powerful, evil, divine constellation that had taken over Mexico, and the kitten added that in order to take over a country on Earth, it had to be in the top 20 constellations. The guy decided to ask the goddess of laziness about this, because he is in 127th place and it will be difficult to deal with him. At the moment, the goddess was in unbridled joy. She was eating chips and watching her favorite TV series for several days in a row. She turned around and asked reproachfully if he shouldn't call her once every 1,000 years. But the guy replied that he would call her as long as he needed and asked for information about the Master of Illusions. The goddess responded emotionlessly that it was that brat, but the guy didn't understand how a constellation from the top 20 could be a brat. When the girl was active, she was very worried about the opinions of other constellations and followed many of them, and this guy was too willful a child and was constantly with the Master of Slowness and Silence. It was one of the most famous evil divine constellations on Earth, although it did nothing of the sort. But during the Great Invasion, it took over northern China with stunning speed. The boy thought that the Master of Illusions must be quite strong if he was the subordinate of the Master of Slowness and Silence, and wondered what about the Master of Silence. But the goddess replied that the Master of Illusions was what was important to him now, and advised him to concentrate only on him and finally leave her alone. But Skylar added that he would most likely call her until the battle was over and asked her not to go anywhere. When the main character returned, he told his colleagues that someone was fighting the Myth Hunters and they had time to take Ronald. Then the guy decided that it would be easier if he took each of them by the arm and ran with them together. According to the president's data, the prisoner was in one of the towers, and Skylar immediately rushed at the speed of sound straight there. The speed was so high that he could easily climb up the building with his feet, and his team screamed in horror, because carrying such a speed was a high load. As soon as they reached the right floor, the guy broke the glass with his hand, and they saw a man. The man asked who was there, and the guy replied that he was from the dragon artifact and was looking for Ronald. The man joyfully shouted that the dragon artifact had come to save him. Ronald didn't understand how they could be here when there was still fighting outside, but he was immensely grateful to them. But as it turned out, it wasn't their people outside, and the man was asked if he was going to sign a contract with the dragon. As soon as Ronald gave his consent, Skylar shouted that they would get him out of here right now. Soon the man remembered that his friend was in the next room and asked to save him too. The main character could not refuse help and immediately destroyed the wall with a powerful blow of his sword. In this room sat a guy a little younger than Ronald, who was also tied up and could not see anything. The man ran up to the boy and shouted that these people had come to save them and that he should get out of here as quickly as possible. The main character found the young man too strange and decided to scan him and found out that he was a C+ rank hunter. Skylar didn't think for a second and immediately threatened him if he didn't tell him about the purpose of his stay here. The guy was very surprised by this and began to prove the opposite, that he also came here to save Ronald. The main character was wary of this because he could be an industrial spy, but he did not believe that Korean clans had such, and it seemed surprising to him. Then Skylar suddenly shouted to everyone that they needed to get out of here. And at that moment, the walls suddenly shook and it seemed like the floor beneath them was about to collapse. When everyone looked out the window, they saw a bright flash and destroyed buildings. It was the eye of the radiance of illusions, which meant the arrival of the servant of the master of perverted illusions. When the eye got a little closer to the building, it saw a target for destruction. It immediately rushed to kill Skylar, but he managed to take out his sword and thrust it straight into it. The main character managed to repel the attack, but the blow was so destructive that the building began to collapse. Skylar yelled for everyone to follow him if they wanted to get out of here. The guy grabbed everyone by the arms and, using his strong legs, went straight down to the bottom, where the guards were already waiting for them. The men asked who they were and what they were doing there. But instead of fighting them, the guy had another plan, and he shouted to them that now they were being threatened by the servant of the constellation, and they were here to help. But they had no idea who was standing in front of them and were negatively disposed. And then Skylar decided to deceive them by saying that there might be spies among them. The guards believed the main character's words for a second, because although he looked suspicious, he spoke quite confidently. As it turned out, this thing appeared because the guys unexpectedly performed a summoning ritual, and it suddenly appeared in the air. The cat added that the summoned servants would not last long, and the guy was sure that after some time it would definitely return back. The only question was how long it would take. The eye would occasionally lower itself down and purposefully approach the guy, and he didn't understand why it treated him like that. The cat assumed that he was probably being kept under control, since Skylar was a servant who had been receiving a lot of attention lately. And besides, he was too interesting to the constellation. The eye wanted to know what Skylar was capable of, and if he was capable, it was going to ensure his place among the lower servants. The guy then gave the order that his team should protect Ronald while he dealt with him. Skylar immediately rushed to the eye to certainly defeat it, but it was not so easy, because the stone possessed a powerful force that was on par with the main character. As soon as the eye felt that it was weaker, it immediately rose into the air and released magical chains that immediately enveloped all the people. The protagonist asked the goddess what skill he had just seen, and she replied that it was power that made others temporarily betray their own allies. And after a few seconds, zombie people who were already under the power of the eye were approaching the guy. The zombie people began to sharply attack their colleagues, and they did not understand what was happening because they were fighting in the wrong direction. The protagonist gave the signal to the team to come in, and at that time, he activated two powerful skills to fight these zombies. Skylar immediately began to protect all civilians from this crazy attack. He flashed between them like lightning, striking everyone, and no one had time to hit him. The team from the Master Clan was incredibly surprised by this, but they did not understand how long the boy had trained to reach such a level. When the eye saw Skylar fight, it was delighted with his abilities and said that the boy was good enough to become its servant. Skylar was not very interested in this and replied that he would take special care of his master during the Battle of the Constellations. The main character decided to pierce it with one blow, collecting all the energy of the ball. But this was not successful, and the eye managed to activate a protective circle of magic, and there was not a single scratch on it. The octahedron replied that this attack was not bad at all, and immediately decided to demonstrate the power of his master in the form of a red hallucination. The main character did not understand why he was given this unexpected gift, and octahedron said that they would have to say goodbye. The guy didn't understand what all this just happened, because the eye simply said what it wanted and simply left. All this was observed by people in black hoods, and they were furious, because the guy had driven away the servant they had tried so hard to summon. Then one of the guys told them not to worry, because almost all of Pavel's hunters had died after fighting each other, and now all that was left was to finish them off. And the people in hoods immediately rushed forward and were confident that they could cope even without the help of the servant of the constellation. Then Skylar ordered everyone to form a line behind him, and in that moment he trained and led the mortals and awakened a new power that opened up the skill of sword formation. It was a construction skill in which the power of mortals was gathered in the name of the training avatar. All people believed in it, and in addition to the skill, they also received additional bonuses. And so began a merciless battle where Skylar's team acted as a single fist. They were able to easily counterattack the enemy because they did not understand what a strange combination the guys used. One of the leaders shouted for everyone to retreat, but there was no time and nowhere to retreat. And the girl from the clan of masters finished off the enemy with a powerful blow. After all the events, many people who had something to do with this place gathered at this place. One of the men thanked the hunter for his help and was glad that they all came to help Richard Parker, and announced that he would give them a reward later. According to their calculations, none of the teams suffered a single loss in the battle. The man did not believe this and asked to double-check, but this information was reliable and people simply fainted and no one died. The man thought that all this looked more like some kind of aimless rampage because he could not believe that the hunter did not kill anyone, and yet everything was fine with the team of masters. At that very moment, Parker appeared in front of them and asked if everything was okay. He was surprised to see Skylar and asked what he was doing there. The man added that the guy had a great friend, because he came here to help, because he found out that there would be an ambush here. But Parker didn't really believe it, because a guy from the Ikaros clan couldn't just come to help. Then Parker suggested that the main character step away for a second to talk about something. In a quiet garden, a guy grabbed Skylar by the collar and started shaking him and screaming that he was completely crazy. But the main character did not understand what was wrong, because the other guys kidnapped him first. Skylar didn't fully understand what the problem was, as if a war had broken out. But Parker replied that the whole point was that this task was entrusted to him by the chairman, but not by Sam, but by his father. Parker's father was a very influential man. He asked his son what he had achieved with the help of force during all this time, and was sure that nothing. He suggested that the guy stop doing all this nonsense and return to his family, because a place had already been prepared for him a long time ago. And his father warned him that this would be his last chance to improve. The main character asked why he should stay in a family where they think so badly of him, but it wasn't that simple. Then Skylar gave Richard advice that if he couldn't stand firmly on his own feet, he would soon reach the limit of his strength, and if he wanted to break all ties with his own family and stay in the clan, then Sam would help him. Parker thought it was very funny, but the main character suggested thinking about it carefully, and now they were returning home. When Skylar's car left, the guy was left standing on the street and thinking about what to do next. The next morning, the director of the company, the dragon artifact, stood on the porch of the building. Suddenly, a car drove up that turned out to be very familiar to him. When the limousine door opened, Ronald stepped out, and the president quickly and happily walked towards him. The man said that it was disturbing because of the appearance of the demon god's constellation servants. But Skylar replied that everything went smoothly and that his guys from the master team helped him a lot. Thomas was incredibly happy that everything had happened this way and suggested that everyone here take a look around in company. The guy happily agreed to this offer, and when he went inside, he saw where the artifacts were created, and it looked like some kind of forge. The kitten was looking forward to seeing the human blacksmiths, as he was an outstanding blacksmith who had made Skylar's equipment. The man took the people to the laboratory where they were creating prototypes. Many scientists worked there, and only the best technology was there. But the guy wanted to throw one of the artifacts closer. The main character couldn't believe it because he thought that only blacksmiths worked here. But it turns out they use robots. The cat almost went crazy as soon as he saw this, because for him this was not a forge at all. For him, a forge was a place where blacksmiths worked right in front of a scorching flame. And he did not understand how vile humans dared to use robots, because all this was completely wrong. Then the kitten said that he would show these people what a real forge was. The kitten of lava and magma added that he would help them, and the guy decided that this could be an interesting solution in creating artifacts. Skylar asked Thomas if he could come in and try to create an artifact, but the man was too surprised and didn't understand why he should do that. The main character added that he always wanted to try it at least once, and it would be great if he allowed him, and the man could not refuse such a persistent guy. All the scientists who were in the laboratory chuckled a little because it was so easy for them to create artifacts, and decided that the guy was pretending to be like that only because he was a hunter. The protagonist began to mercilessly use his fists and hit the artifact that was in the center of the machine. The scientists immediately began to stop this madman, but the guy added that you shouldn't worry, because if he breaks anything, he will compensate for everything. People were shocked that the guy used martial arts to create artifacts, but the kitten exclaimed that martial arts are very useful, because a fist imbued with internal energy is stronger than any blacksmith's tool. The main character managed to create a small blade, and the kitten suggested filling it with some attributes. He suggested adding laser iron stones that had an ice attribute. For this, the guy needed to use martial arts with ice energy. And soon, the boy managed to create a short blue ice sword that could be used with the ice energy storm blessing skill. Thomas approached the guy and asked if it was his first time doing this. But the main character waved his sword right in front of him and asked him not to be surprised and to check his characteristics first. But when the director picked up the ball and looked at it, he immediately realized that there was no need to check it. Everything was clear anyway, because the sword was simply incredible. The man handed the sword to the specialist and asked him to tell him everything after his assessment and to make it as detailed as possible. Suddenly, the man received a call on the phone, and he answered that the guy was right in front of him and was inspecting the company. On the other end of the line was Sam, who asked the guy how he was doing and whether he was worried about the amount of money their company was making. But the guy wasn't particularly impressed, and the man added that he received an invitation from Alex Parker. The protagonist was surprised that the chairman of the Parker group needed it, but none of them really knew why. The guy suggested that maybe he wanted to take revenge on him for the incident with Ronald. Sam didn't think so, because they kidnapped him first, and all this was no longer within their competence. The next day, in the Icarus clan, the guy was leaving the campus in a chic, expensive suit and no longer looked like he did in everyday life. A limousine was already waiting for the guy near the road, and a gorgeous girl greeted him and told him to get into the car. Skylar asked Sam if he hated the Parkers and if Alex Parker was really that evil, but the girl couldn't answer. The girl said that all rich people are greedy, heartless, and cold-blooded, and perhaps the man invited him only to find out what he was capable of, because rich people hate to feel curiosity. The guy didn't have to worry because next to him there would be a gorgeous girl who would teach him all the manners in a rich society. When the guys arrived at the reception, they saw very successful company presidents, but their names and faces meant nothing to the guy. Suddenly, someone snuck up behind them and asked if Hunter Skylar was in front of him. Butler Parker greeted the guests and asked them to follow him because his chairman wanted to see him. As they moved towards his office, the guy did not understand why he had so many hunters and guards. It seemed too much for him. When the boys were brought into the office, the man asked them to wait a little longer. Skylar was very surprised because he felt a similar level of magical power from an ordinary person, which seemed incredible to him, and he clearly had no problems with artifacts. One of the wards said that in this case he should be trusted and thanked the chairman for the reception. As the man passed by Skylar, he looked at him and saw in him the power granted to demons of contracts and desires, as well as the power of a traitor holding a poisoned dagger. The guy was very surprised that the man had made a contract with two evil constellations, and it was very exciting. Skylar also wondered why he saw right through him, because shouldn't his information have been hidden by the mask skill? But all this was thanks to the goddess of laziness, who helped him in those moments when she was busy with incredibly important things. The chairman invited the boys to sit down and Skylar happily agreed. The man said that Skylar had recently been dubbed the first star of Korea, and he had called him here to thank him. After all, the main character not only saved his research laboratory from the attack of the demonic god constellation, but also helped save his hunters. The guy replied that he really did deserve some thanks for that, but the girl knew that it was he who had broken into his lab. As a token of gratitude, they rolled out a large divine sword that was durable and strong in attack. Thanks to it, one could use the skill of the divine sword path, and when the user did what the sword wanted him to do, his magic power would instantly recover. The protagonist said that he had heard about this artifact and that it had been used by Chinese hunters before. The chairman confirmed his words and added that this was how he expressed his gratitude to him. Laura knew that if the guy did not refuse this gift, he would immediately become a puppet in the hands of Alex Parker. But unfortunately for Laura, the protagonist gladly accepted this gift, since the chairman decided to give it away. The man was glad that the boy liked his gift, and in that case he had one more request for him. The girl said that Sam was cheating on him, and the guy was very outraged by this. Even though he was an amazing person, when it came to his future boyfriend, he should be more cool with him. The man took out a core that was obtained 20 years ago thanks to a revolutionary purification technology and offered the guy to look at it because its frequency is 88%. The company that did this received endless offers to buy it, but all were rejected. The following year, they would introduce a technology that would allow them to achieve 89% frequency, and a little later they would reach 90%. But ultimately, they would go bankrupt. And ultimately, this core is here and people from all over the world are actively looking for it right now, but no one has any idea what will happen to it tomorrow. The man led this dialogue to the fact that the guy should choose a place where he is more appreciated. Skylar was interesting to him firstly for the development of martial arts users, because the man wants to raise numerous users of this art. The chairman believed that martial arts were very useful, and one of the biggest advantages was that they could be used everywhere. And if he established a monopoly on them, he would definitely reap huge benefits from it. There was less and less time for talking, and the chairman added that in any case, he hoped that the guy was thinking it over carefully, because it would bring him unprecedented benefits, and Skylar replied that he would keep this in mind. Laura was incredibly upset that the guy was going to move to another camp, but he had no intention of doing so. The guy replied that if he had rejected his offer straight to his face, then all negotiations would have ended there, and he needed to give him at least a drop of hope. The girl was furious. Going to play games with such a person was very dangerous, but not for Skylar. Suddenly, the kitten began to urgently call the guy, all because the main character needed to prepare for the battle of the constellations. And this time his opponent was a traitor holding a poisoned dagger who challenged him to battle. Skylar didn't understand why there was such a sudden battle of constellations and why he was called to fight now. But the goddess of laziness added that she was simply angry with him because it was the main character who had pinned her intermediary against the wall. The battle of the constellations must be fair, and all the constellations of the Earth guaranteed this. The constellation understood that it was impossible to engage in a frontal attack with this guy because it would be beneficial to the training avatar. And the traitor decided to create a conspiracy of traitors, which meant a battle of the constellations, where victory was determined by the ability of the constellation to convince its own servants to betray them. The traitor created a private battle of constellations, and therefore other constellations could not simply watch it, and all the constellations began to insult him with dirty words for this. The protagonist thought about this proposal, because convincing the enemy's servants to go over to his side was very strange. Then he remembered that the people who had directly made a contract with him were only Sam and Odaigan. But more importantly, he already knew the person who had made a contract with this constellation. Skylar agreed to this proposal and immediately put up the blood strength as a bet. The constellation was very surprised that the guy agreed to this and considered him a real idiot. Because did he really think that the conspiracy of traitors could be defeated by force alone? The traitor knew he had an easy victory ahead of him and set up a repository of faded relics as a stake. The protagonist was surprised that he left the territory, but the contract had already been concluded, and in case of defeat, the existential power would be significantly weakened, and there would also be a chance to lose the constellation title. Suddenly, the traitor contacted Skylar and thanked him for accepting his offer, since the betrayal of his minions was predetermined in advance. At this time, Parker's servant was returning from the mansion, and he was impatiently waiting for the old man to kick the bucket. Suddenly, on the highway, the car stopped at a police post and said that they were speeding and asked to get out of the car for a while. When the security guard got out of the car, she immediately turned menacingly to the employee and asked how he dared to stop him, since he didn't know who was sitting inside. The security guard grabbed the police officer by the shoulder and said that he was making a mistake and asked him to tell him his name and place of residence. But as it turned out, the guys made a mistake and immediately received a powerful blow from Skylar. The guy got into the car and immediately ordered the driver to drive off. The man shouted that the main character would regret this because he didn't even know who was in front of him. But the guy replied that if he didn't know, would he be here? The guy didn't like making so much noise and lightly slapped the man to finally shut his mouth. When the car drove to a more secluded place, Skylar asked to stop. The man did not understand what the guy wanted from him. Then the main character asked why the man betrayed his own constellation and made a contract with another. The man was very scared and asked how he knew about this and whether a traitor had sent him here. But Skylar denied it. And not even a demon of contracts and orders, but a guy came here to recruit this man to the constellation he serves, namely the invincible avatar of training. The man heard about this constellation for the first time and said that it was an amazing and very powerful constellation and he had no choice. After all, if he refuses, he will kill the constellation he serves, whoever it may be. The man guessed that the boy knew that he served 2 constellations at once and accepted the offer to trust the training avatar. Suddenly, Skylar felt his existential strength instantly increase. The protagonist added that most likely, killers would come for him due to the sudden change of sides, and therefore he would take care of his protection for a while. Suddenly, the guy received a call from an unknown number, and the voice on the other end of the line said that Skylar really doesn't want to take everything that Sam the Dragon has. The guy realized that this was the traitor's constellation. Apparently, he called him without knowing that he was a constellation. After all, the only known servant of the training avatar is Skylar, and that is why the traitor constellation called him to force him to betray his own avatar. The traitor constellation will never guess that Skylar is the training avatar. The guy was asked to think about it because great wealth awaited him. Then the main character replied that his master said that the battle of the constellations was over, and for a second, there was silence on the line. The man asked not to bluff and asked if the training avatar had asked to tell him this. But according to the rules of the constellation battle, which all the constellations swore to abide by, the training avatar won and declared victory, and the constellation battle was over. The traitor could not understand how quickly he managed to do all this and how he could lose everything. The main character immediately received a reward for the battle with the constellation, which went straight to him, and he decided to open it a little later. Skylar was surprised that the constellation was so weak, because after his victory, he only moved up 2 places and now ranks 125th. The traitor was indignant. He thought that it was impossible after all. How could the guy have figured out who was who? Otherwise, it was impossible. But the guy decided not to reveal all the secrets and simply asked the constellation to get lost. Suddenly, Skylar noticed how orcs worked on this land, who were harvesting crops with the sweat of their brows, and he couldn't believe that this was once a terrible fortress and that Odaigon had really done a good job. When the orcs saw Skylar approaching them, they immediately ran up to him and joyfully began to greet him because their master had finally returned to his homeland. They thanked the protagonist for the fact that now they could collect stalks of grain with one swing of the axe, and it was just great training for them. The orcs were willing to work even harder to make more land and collect much more grain, and at first they were not very trusting, but now they began to train so hard. The guy made them happy and said that they would increase their sowing and harvest even more crops, and all this would be training for them. But first, Skylar decided to test this rice in cooking. Suddenly, one of the orcs approached the main character with a request to raise animals in this area. They said that Odaigon had once said that his race fattened and killed cattle for food, and that they would like to try that too. Skylar thought that if they wanted chickens and cows and such, then this could be a good experience for them. The main character promised that he would get a couple and bring them to them. And for the orcs, the owner's kindness knew no bounds, and they once again swore allegiance to him. The guy was still worried about the chest. He was interested in what was inside, and he had a great desire to see it. When he removed the seal from the relic, he immediately saw a sacred object. It was a sacred necklace containing the power of light. The goddess of sloth told that the sacred object was created for the servants of the constellations so that they could use their powers and similar artifacts as they contain part of the existential power of the constellation. The girl added that the constellation does not think as much as it may seem, and it is likely that he simply stole it and was not noticed. Then the guy decided to take this necklace and do something with this territory, and take something for the orcs. Skylar decided that he would bring cattle from the land, and immediately decided to check the soul stones, and it turned out that he had exactly 8,200 stones on his account. Although the traitor constellation did not put many soul stones, but he did not understand where such numbers came from. All this money was gifts from other constellations, and the guy decided to return what the goddess gave him, because she was already quite poor. Then the guy decided to give the orcs buildings so that they could use them. Suddenly, a traveling merchant selling destinies appeared and asked what the main character was looking for. The goddess was very interested that this guy was still in business and always appeared at the right moment. The girl said that she knew him a little, because it seemed to her that he had stopped doing business because he had made too many enemies. But apparently she was wrong. The guy said that he had already made a deal with him in the past and thought that everything would go well. The protagonist asked what he had for him this time, and the traveling merchant recommended him a decent box of servants that he had just received. But Skylar said he needed a building, and then the merchant replied that he just needed servants who were good at building buildings. The boy thought it was a great idea, and he didn't see anything wrong with it if a servant who could teach orcs how to build buildings would help him. But it was really so, thanks to the power and the avatar of training, the orcs enjoyed farming, and it was truly incredible power. But the main character was a little short of money, and he carefully asked for a small discount. But the merchant was a little confused by such a question, and asked if he had just won the Battle of the Constellations and what discount he wanted. Skylar said he couldn't give her more than 7,000 for it, and the merchant was shocked by such shamelessness. And the traveling merchant replied that he was providing such a service only this time, and Skylar thanked him for such great generosity. When the main character successfully received the coveted chest, he immediately began to open it, and, opening the door of the chest, he saw bright flashes along with smoke. Right in front of him appeared a golem of a wonderful mountain, which was several dozen times larger than the main character. The kitten immediately suggested calling him Rocky, but the guy thought that even the most devoted servant would hate such a name. The protagonist decided from that moment on to call him the Heavenly King of the Weatherkeeper. This meant that he would be the Heavenly King who guarded the weather. The golem was greatly touched by the name given to him and began to float a little. The golem was able to control stones, and the boy asked if he could teach the orcs how to build buildings from them. The stone servant was slightly taken aback by the idea and asked if he really wanted him to train the orcs. But the guy was completely serious, and the golem was not ready for his idea, but he had no choice. The next day, the boys were sitting in a cafe inside the Icarus clan building, and Laura congratulated him on Skylar being promoted to B rank. The girl was curious why the guy wasn't happy at all, but he replied that with age, you stop being happy about promotions. Laura found this amusing, as it was strange to hear such a thing from someone who looked so young. The girl also added that a request for a match appeared, and this interested the main character. It was about hunter fights, and this time it seemed to her that the guy would be able to refuse it. The thing was that this time the hunters just wanted to get even for the previous fight, and this time the main character's opponent would be a hunter who had signed a contract with an elf of an ambitious color. The opponent was Christopher, who had the rank of Hunter B, but was not included in his rating since he had received it relatively recently, and this fight could be refused since it was offered suddenly. For the protagonist, this was not just a match. He also wanted to take the opportunity to promote martial arts. This was all Skylar's plan, because before the fight he would tell people what skill he was going to use in the arena, and then use it to win the fight, and this would make people excited and interested in martial arts. But Laura thought that while it sounded great and might increase the interest of the crowd, there were also many people who might analyze his skills, and that should be taken into account. The girl understood that in any case the guy would not listen to her, but she would still prepare everything he needed for him. She asked if the guy could train alone and if he had someone in mind, and the main character, with a smile on his face, replied that of course there was. At the Icaros Training Center, Eliza was happy to help Skylar with his training. But it wasn't just a training session, but a promo video for advertising purposes. But the girl was still happy with it, and they decided to go into the ring. Eliza asked the guy to take a close look at how much she had been training all this time. The protagonist immediately realized that the girl had done a great job and realized that she would be severely beaten if she were to close the distance too much with a martial artist like him. The girl was not going to close the distance, and then the guy decided that he would go into battle first. Even so, Skylar was too fast, and she was lucky that she was able to block the attack, but the impact was still too strong for her. The girl decided to calm down and start the magic counter in order to soon increase the blow and deliver it. But even this did not help to deliver a powerful blow, and since she did not have time for magic, all that was left was to transform the remaining magical power into martial arts. And as soon as she did this, her sword almost cut off Skylar's head. Despite this, the guy managed to block the blow and said that it turned out quite well. But a counterattack quickly occurred from the main character, and the girl was already a few meters away from him, since she did not have time to return from the kick, and the alternative world was closed. As she sat in the break room, she was sure that she would definitely win this time. The protagonist carefully examined her card and saw that the girl's martial art had changed from F rank to B rank. The girl was flattered that the guy saw progress in her skills. It seemed to her that it was all due to the fact that she had reached some level in martial arts. But she did not know that Skylar used the eyes of the constellations. Her target was filled with respect for Skylar, but she hid it for the sake of her own pride. The main character did not believe that he was hearing this too, and that this was what it meant to be a constellation. Suddenly, the future rival appeared in the room, greeted Skylar, and added that he was very glad to meet under such circumstances. The man introduced himself as Christopher, and the boy asked if he had permission to enter the clan's private territory. The guy replied that since they were fellow hunters, there was no need for that. This seemed insulting, because he believed that he could do whatever he wanted if he was a hunter. But the guy shouted that he was a nobleman with dignity, and this was the pure truth, because he was from the United Kingdom and was an earl. But the main character was persistent and replied that in any case, the hunter from Great Britain should not be here, because the United Kingdom is one of the places where the constellation of the demonic god refuels. Then the boy replied that the boy might be glad that his master wished to see him in the role of his own servant. The hunter understood how surprised everyone was now, because they most likely thought that they were unworthy of his master, who was chasing beauty. Skylar replied that he already had a master he served, and that was the invincible training avatar. But his master didn't care at all, and the guy didn't ask, because he was really asking him to betray his own constellation. But it was possible to have two owners, of course, if no constellation was against it. But due to Skylar's previous battles, the constellation liked his fighting aesthetic and decided to go that far for him. And all of this was true, because the martial arts that he had honed for over 10,000 years were of the highest quality, and the light elf, who appreciated this beauty, noticed them. The protagonist wondered if he could gain anything from the help of the light elf, and the goddess of laziness added that there is no useless power from the constellations. Skylar then decided to accept the offer, which greatly surprised Christopher. And the guy immediately added that he couldn't become his servant right now, because first, he needed to show his true beauty in a battle with him, which would happen soon. Nobody understood what the guy meant by the word beauty, because perhaps he asked to beat him half to death, as the main character had done before. As soon as the guy decided to leave, Skylar immediately asked him for help with filming. At this time in Korea, in the Office of Mixed Martial Arts, the head of the company was watching a video. He watched the hunters who couldn't coordinate their actions and didn't understand what to use in battle against their opponents and simply swore at each other. The man did not understand how this could be called a team, because these participants did not have any teamwork. Suddenly, he saw a popular martial arts basics video where Skylar was the author. When the man opened it, he saw the main character addressing everyone and saying that he would like to take the chance to tell people interested in martial arts what it is and how to practice it. His opponent was Christopher from Europe, and they immediately started with basic brush techniques. The man was horrified because he did not understand how they could really teach this for free, and he was furious that the head of the clan was committing this lawlessness. At this time, Sam was furious when he saw Skylar posting a similar video for free. But his daughter Laura replied that what was done, and there was no going back, and it would become part of his advertising image. But despite all this, the comments were very positive, because modern selfish hunters were not even close to the hunters of the first generation, and Sam thought this was pretty good. At the press conference, Skylar was asked about the martial arts video he released just before the fight, whether it meant he was confident of his victory. The journalist added that he was surprised that Hunter Christopher also appeared in this video and whether they knew each other. The guy replied that Christopher was looking for him to help him with the video, but the guy completely disagreed with this statement and was slightly surprised by the protagonist's answer. The journalist also asked why Christopher chose the hunter Skylar as his opponent, since he had a huge choice. The guy was very confused by this question and did not know how to get out of this situation dry. Skylar then decided to take control of the situation and replied that he just wanted to learn from him. The whole room was in shock, and no one could have expected such an outcome of events, and the journalist demanded a comment from the hunter Christopher. The problem was that Christopher couldn't answer anything, because his constellation really wanted Skylar, and the guy wanted to start a fight with him as soon as possible. The next day, a huge crowd of spectators gathered in the arena of hunter fights, cheering and welcoming Skylar's main favorite. The guy couldn't understand why there were so many people there if this fight was announced at the last minute, but the girl made him happy that he should be happy, because it speaks to his popularity. And at this crucial moment, the guy felt huge fluctuations in loyalty, and in case of his victory, he would be able to maintain it. This was Skylar's advantage over the other constellations, as he could gain loyalty from mere mortals. Laura wished him luck and asked him to do everything as usual, since in any case his opponent didn't really know anything. When the main character entered the arena, he immediately saw Christopher, who was eagerly awaiting the fight. At this time, someone in the stands was discussing the video that Skylar had uploaded to the portal, and some even tried to repeat it after him, and for them, it turned out to be too easy. The guys discussed various techniques and where they could use them to defeat various monsters. They didn't understand why the guy opened this up to the entire public, but Skylar did it out of love for hunters and humanity. And finally, the judge gave the final count of 3 seconds, and no one could relax, and everyone was focused only on the fight. Christopher waited impatiently for the protagonist to pass his test and began to use the power of the light fragment. After all, he was given the power of the constellation and a mighty force that was difficult to fight. Suddenly, the guy began to be attacked by a whirlwind of bullets of light, which caught the main character a little off guard. Everyone in the stands admired Christopher's incredible attack, because it was a completely new technique that proved that the guy was really strong. Then Skylar decided to counterattack and immediately pounced on Christopher in response. But this speed was not enough to hit the enemy, and now the hunter was on top, because this speed was not enough to try to strike. The problem was that Christopher had borrowed the powers of his own constellation, and Skylar's powers were limited, so he was fighting this battle with interference. After a few seconds, the hunter said that it was now his turn. Powerful energy began to appear from numerous portals, which was directed at Skylar. The main character was interested in what kind of power the elf constellations had, and now he saw that it was quite complex and had a number of applications, and he performed much better than the warrior. The guy suspected that there might be some small problems with it, but since it wasn't magic, it was borrowed existential power. The protagonist used force to compensate for the power of the light bullets. Christopher was very impressed by such quick thinking in a dangerous situation, and he praised the guy for it. Then he decided to switch to close combat and see how well he could pass this test. And the hunters touched each other already in close combat, and Skylar understood that the sword of the constellation was very powerful. And in the abyss, he had had enough of such battles. And thanks to his experience and accumulated strength, the guy delivered a powerful blow straight into Christopher's face, which instantly knocked him down, and he fell to the ground. The hunter couldn't believe it. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with him, and at that moment he realized how powerful martial arts were, and the light elf added that it was beautiful. When the guy got up, he noted that it was incredible, and he would never have thought that he would win so gracefully. The main character thanked him for these words and dealt the final crushing blow. But Christopher was not ready for this and asked the guy to stop, because the fight was already over. When the guy got up, he immediately said that he didn't remember anything and didn't understand why his body hurt so much. But all this was expected for the main character. And then Christopher added that his master recognized the beauty of Skylar's fight, and he successfully passed this test. The people who gathered in the stands were delighted with this match, and the guy's existential strength increased. At the end of the battle, the Elf of Light granted the boy the skill of the nobility of light, thanks to which he became stronger in using the power of light to protect his own beauty and dignity. Skylar was amazed by such generosity, as he had given him an A-rank skill. The next morning, something strange happened in Sam's office. He called his daughter to talk because Korea had contacted them. The girl assumed that the Korean government asked for Skylar to be returned to them, but that was not the case at all. But rather that they asked for sparring. During the Great Hunter era, countries decided to work closely with each other. America and Korea became so close that they even held international clan sparring matches. But all this was not so easy and simple, because they could not just take and reject their request, because there was another reason for that. Then the girl added that if there is a reason for it, then why not just go ahead and accept the offer, because sparring is needed so that both sides can learn something from it. But Sam was very afraid that the guy would get too close to these people. Sam warned the guy on the phone not to get too close to them, and the main character understood everything and was even happy about it for a second, because he hadn't been to Korea for quite a long time, and it would be great if someone went with him. He began asking his clan colleagues if anyone would like to join him, but Eliza immediately declined his offer, saying that she was busy honing her new skills. The second one really liked Korea, but this time he couldn't, and Anthony was out of the question. And for the main character, it was very unexpected that no one was found. The guy was extremely unhappy that the main character didn't even ask him, but Anthony was ready and wasn't even going to refuse. And moreover, he was ready to demonstrate the results of his martial arts training. Then a new girl from the clan overheard the conversation and asked to take her to Korea and forget about this annoying person. The guy thought that taking Leia was also a pretty good idea. Besides, she spoke a little Korean. On the plane, the girl asked him because the sparring was supposed to take place in Jeju, but they were flying to Seoul, and the guy replied that he needed to stop somewhere first. Upon arrival in Seoul, the guys visited the National Cemetery in Seoul. The main character really needed to meet someone here. He approached a large monument that was dedicated to the hunters who died during the invasion. The guy thought that most likely, if he had not gone into the wasteland, he still would not have saved them, but their death would forever remain a heavy burden on his heart. When he put the flowers down, he saw that someone had also come here, because there was a bouquet of fresh flowers nearby. When Anthony turned around, he couldn't believe it, because in front of him was a first-generation A-rank hunter, an Iron Blood Ice Emperor. When the man came a little closer, he saw Skylar and immediately recognized him. The man said that quite a lot of time had passed and suggested to drop the empty talk and asked why the guy had come to Korea. It was incredible for Anthony to see the Iron Blood Ice Emperor right there, and he wondered if he was Skylar's friend. Anthony added that he still clearly remembers the blow that killed the demon during the invasion, the most beautiful blow in the history of hunters. The man thanked the guy for such loyalty, but asked to talk to his old friend, whom he had not seen for a long time alone. At that moment, Leia remembered that she was supposed to prevent the conversation with the Ice Emperor of Iron Blood when they met. The main character was surprised that the man was there and asked if he was really expecting to meet him, but the man replied that it was a coincidence, and he didn't think the guy was in Korea. The man asked the guy if he had thought about returning to Korea, but the main character was not sure about it and had not thought about it yet. And then the man added that if he changes his mind, he should not even come back. The main character did not understand what this meant and asked a question. The man then replied that since he was doing well in America, there was no need to return to Korea, and added that with the power of the current clan leader, it would be much more comfortable to live in America. But in response, Skylar said that he would come to help in any case if it was needed. The man thanked him for this and said that in any case, he hoped that the sparring would go well, because his martial arts would be a good experience for the Korean hunters. After this meeting, the protagonist's plane headed to Jeju Island. When the boys arrived on the island, no one understood what they were supposed to do at the international battle, and only Anthony was shocked that they had never participated in it. He talked about how usually each clan or their hunters share a video of one of their dungeon runs, and they can choose to show their skills or not. But most just show a small part, and there have been many cases where important skills were hidden, and then negotiations came into play. Negotiations involved using things like money, artifacts, and skill information that could be exchanged for whatever you wanted. Unexpectedly, at the airport, the guys were met by a guy named Lee, and he seemed very familiar to the main character and somewhat similar to his old friend John. Skylar asked if he had any connection with the hunter John, and as it turned out, it was his father. The guys were very surprised by this, because the guy looked a lot like him. Lee came to the airport just to say hello to him, even though his father asked him not to do this. The main character suggested having lunch together and invited the guy to go with him. In one of the cafes, Skylar went into the kitchen and began to look around to see if there were all the necessary kitchen utensils for preparing lunch. He offered the landlady a large sum of money so that she would borrow her own kitchen for a short time, and would be very worried about whether everything would be okay. To make a delicious soup with a deep taste, it was necessary to cook it for a long time. But the guy did not need this, because he used martial arts. Next, rice, which was grown by orcs, was put into cooking. While the main character was busy eating, there was complete silence at the table. There was an awkward silence between the guys, and everyone was impatiently waiting for Skylar to return. After some time, the main character returned to the guys and filled the table with delicious food, and everyone was very grateful for this. The guy asked if he was so hungry that he thanked him so generously, but he replied that it was not at all the case, and he was simply thanking him for the food. As soon as Lee tasted one spoonful of rice, his hair stood on end, and he was ready to scream from the taste. The guys really liked this food. They found it too excellent, and for this reason they could come here again. The hostess in the kitchen was curious about why they were making so much noise, decided to check the ingredients, and poured herself a small bowl. And at that moment she realized that in such a long life she had never tasted such delicious food. Lee thanked the guy for preparing such a delicious meal, and the protagonist replied that he could consider it a normal lunch with his nephew. Suddenly, the boys felt an increase in strength, And for Skylar, it seemed impossible, because they received the blessing granted by the land of learning. The protagonist realized that it was because they ate the food he made from the rice that was grown by the orcs, and their abilities grew from eating the food. At this time, the goddess of laziness suggested that all this was the power of the constellation, and it was common for things created by constellations to influence others, and added that the power of the constellation had no limits. The guy said goodbye to the guys because he had business in his own clan and he left, hoping that they would see each other again soon. The guys stayed in the same place and planned where to go next. Suddenly, Skylar's clairvoyance activated and he immediately saw terrible events in the future. He saw an underwater dragon monster that would cause great damage to the coast of East Asia after breaking out from the sea underground. It was a wild monster that wreaked havoc, and it was at least B-plus class, with the size of A class or higher. People were screaming about an emergency, that a dragon had appeared near Jeju International Airport, and were screaming for help from a hunter. But the radio waves were not working well due to the weather changes near this dragon, and no one realized that this huge monster was heading straight for them. The guy decided that first of all, he needed to let his friends from Korea and Sam know about this, because it simply couldn't be ignored. At that moment, Sam read a message that an underwater dragon would soon appear, and he asked to start preparing for it without causing unnecessary panic among them. The man didn't understand what the underwater dragon was doing there, because he had sent him to an international battle, and what was going on there, and why the guy was sending such important information in such a simple manner. At this time, in one of the city's restaurants, hunters were bragging to each other that they could clear out as many as 15 dungeons. When the main character passed by these people, he realized that the hunters were arguing, and he saw nothing new in this. The guys immediately found out that Skylar had come to them, because he had already become famous thanks to his hunter fights and his videos using martial arts. A fairly large-built B-rank Chinese hunter greeted the protagonist. This hunter was a professional close combat fighter who was famous in these parts. After a strong handshake, the guys realized that each other had more than enough strength. Unexpectedly, at this place the main character met Lee and asked if he knew what the international battle would consist of this time. But the guy couldn't answer because first the clan leader had to say something, and they came to the conclusion that it could be climbing the mountain. When the other hunters heard about this idea, they immediately laughed, and for them it seemed too funny and found it complete nonsense. They ridiculed the hero with this phrase and said that if this were really so, they would climb this mountain naked. Suddenly, an A-class hunter, the Azure Dragon Sword of Korea, who was the leader of the team that was holding the international battle, entered the hall. This man was known for being an artist in battle, as he used dozens of types of magic with his sword to tear monsters to pieces. Then Skylar remembered that he had met him in the past, because he was the man who had wet himself right in the dungeon. Next to him was a girl hunter who had received rank A at an early age. There was a feeling that she had been seen somewhere before, and it seemed that the twin sister had fought in the B-class Hunter League battles. The man greeted everyone and thanked them for participating in the international battle and began to explain the events that would unfold in this battle. The man asked everyone to pay attention to the mountain that was outside the window and was called Sankal. It was a beautiful spiritual mountain of their people, and so it was until the gates appeared and the mountain was influenced by the abyss and began to appear strange. Climbing a mountain has always been a great workout, and so the man wanted to declare it the first event. The hunters thought he had gone crazy because they thought it was crazy to climb the mountain. Then the main character turned to the hunters and reminded them what they needed to do with their clothes before starting the climb. When the boys started to leave to start their journey, they met a girl. The girl approached him and said that Skylar knew who she was. The guy only assumed that she was an A-class hunter, but the girl didn't mean that. The girl was very surprised that the guy did not know who was in front of her. Anthony noticed that the guy was very worried, and apparently he did something to her. The main character asked her what her mother's name was, and the girl answered that it was Emily, and asked not to make any further assumptions, because she wasn't even 30. This girl's name was Emily. She was a hunter and also Skylar's ex-girlfriend. The main character remembered her last words before she left him. Because she was the first to confess her love to him, he continued to drink a chicken breast cocktail. She thought it was too much. He asked if it was she who left flowers on her grave, on the grave where he had also been recently. When she was little, her mother died, and it was very sad to hear about it. But the girl added that everything was fine, and there was no need to talk about it, because she just came to say hello to him, since her mother talked about him a lot. Anthony turned to the main character and said that he certainly didn't really understand this situation, but it seemed he was a little mistaken. The guy asked Skylar if she was sure that she was definitely not his daughter. The main character was haunted by this thought, but he was absolutely sure that this was not his daughter. although until the end he did not know what Emily told her about him. At this point, the guys asked if Skylar could really climb that mountain, and if it was difficult, they would take a rest. The entrance to this mountain reminded the guy of an abyss, because he could not believe that it had turned into such a state. Skylar ordered everyone to stay alert and continue following him. At this time, from the control room of the international battle, Emily's daughter was keeping a close eye on Skylar. The man asked if she knew him because he had seen them talking at the hotel. The girl replied that she had a feeling that the man was familiar with him and had seen him in the past. When the man laughed loudly and added that he knew him a little and had met him a couple of times in the dungeons, Jane became incredibly curious about this man and asked to tell her more about him. But the man remembered him only as someone who was hanging from constant training. He said that the guy had always been a hunter who put all his efforts into whatever he took on and had a really good character. Jane liked it because it was similar to what my mother had talked about. She often praised him for taking care of his own body. Then the girl suggested that since they knew each other, they should meet and talk together and tell the guy what was good about her and everything else. At this time, on the mountain, Anthony felt that the path they were walking on was much worse than the one he had found. The main character thought that it would really be better, and at that moment someone flew in the sky right above their heads, and it was flight magic, which using here was not exactly a good idea. Because there was strong space magic here, the hunters who were in the air immediately fell to the ground, and this was too predictable for Skylar. Then the guy took out his sword and chopped small stumps from the trees, which later served him as heavenly steps. Thanks to them, he began to move through the air and be at the level of the air steps. It was one of the highest level martial arts whose user was able to walk on air, but Skylar simply used the infinite internal energy to fly in the sky, and it was walking on air. Thanks to this, he flew up, grabbed the hunters, and carefully landed them on the ground. He warned them that the competition was important, and they should refrain from using flight magic in such unstable places. The boys were grateful to the guy for saving them and asked if he had really used the air stages right now. Skylar replied that it was something else and asked not to say anything weird about it. The other guys thought it was impossible, because they didn't believe that the guy could use the air stages and that such a thing was possible for a person who had reached a level that was incomprehensible to them. The hunter asked the boy to step aside and not interfere with them climbing the mountain. Then the boys turned around and said that they had arrived just in time. The guy was horrified because he realized that they were forcibly getting rid of the other teams. And it was absolutely so, and the hunter finished him off. At this time, one of the hunters that Skylar saved was walking next to him and lost a significant flow of mana. The guy said that it was better for him to rest, because it was just a friendly competition, and getting injured here was completely unnecessary. The hunter agreed with these words and asked if he was Skylar by any chance, since he constantly hears a lot about him and sincerely thanked him for everything. After these words, the boy's skill of submitting to the strong and helping the weak increased, and his strength increased, and the skill of dignity of light was activated. He received more light power, and at that moment he understood what it meant. The kitten said it was a creation skill, but the boy didn't specialize in that at all. The main character took the sword in his hands and decided that it would be difficult to make it right away and decided to put light on top of the sword's energy. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had a problem and that someone was fighting upstairs. When they ran upstairs thinking there was a monster there, they saw a clan of hunters lying on the ground. Skylar assumed that they were Japanese hunters, since he didn't think that monsters were the cause of this. After all, having lost to the monster, it was simply impossible to survive, and most likely they fought with Chinese hunters. The guys tried to figure out who their opponent was, and Skylar saw the wounds left by martial arts. Luckily, one of the hunters was conscious, and he confirmed the main character's words that they were attacked by Chinese hunters, and suddenly went against them. Anthony thought that it was quite clever to eliminate competitors in this way. The main character couldn't just leave them and decided to provide first aid using his healing magic. The guy had a normal fracture, and using the goddess's magic was too much, and so Skylar simply decided to set his arm back into place using force. The hunter shouted something in Japanese, and the main character decided that he thanked him and immediately offered to help him with his leg. After these manipulations, the hunter lay almost unconscious. Then the guy looked at the rest and said that now they were next. But the hunters shouted that they were fine and that nothing hurt at all. But Skylar didn't believe it, because he noticed how their arm was bent and said that he just wanted to help them. At this time, the hunters were glad that now there was no one better on this trail than them. Suddenly, one of the fighters shouted that the man had appeared again. It was Skylar and his team, and it seemed to the guy that he was using air stages to move through the air. The main character was a man who started his own training with the tornado of the abyss, and some space magic could not stop him in the air. The hunters did not understand what he was doing, and shouted that they needed to run after him urgently. At this point, Skylar's team landed near a small crater where no one had ever reached before. The team heard that it was usually always dry, but today the crater was somehow filled with water, and it was probably due to the influence of mana. Suddenly, some bubbles began to appear from under the crater, and Skylar ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Right in front of them appeared a huge monster, Argo, which was rated as Class A. As soon as the dragon appeared, he immediately began to use flames to destroy the entire team. Skylar then began to use his own magic in response to prevent any damage. The guys were shocked that he could use it too, and shouted that they should retreat from this Class A monster. Then the guy realized where he came from. Even though it was unexpected, it was necessary to stop him here so that civilians would not be harmed. The protagonist confidently said that they would kill him, but Anthony replied that he was crazy because there were only 3 of them. At that moment, Skylar calmed him down and said that he would use the power given to him by the constellation. Anthony was surprised that the guy would use the power of the constellation and shouted that he would also fight and was not going to retreat. Even though it was dangerous for him, once they had the power of the constellation that Skylar served, he began to be filled with curiosity. And at that moment, the guy started using spells to destroy the huge dragon. When Skylar headed towards the dragon and dealt him a crushing blow, the guys did not believe it, because it turned out to be too powerful and too simple for the power of the constellation. Then the girl suggested that Anthony look at his mana reserves, and they shocked him, because only A-rank hunters could have such reserves. At this time, Skylar was fighting, and it seemed harder for him than he thought. But there was nothing he couldn't kill. With his advanced martial arts and internal destruction techniques, the boy could ignore muscles and armor, and this technique Skylar learned to survive in the abyss. Then the monster Argo summoned an ice storm and a huge whirlwind, and the weather in this location became simply terrible. The protagonist realized that the monster was trying to destroy the surrounding area and return to the sea to recuperate, and this had to be stopped. And Skylar began to use the existential power of the constellation to capture the territory of the invincible avatar of training. Thanks to this power, this world changed, and a place for one-on-one combat was created, where no one could leave until the battle was over. Then the guy turned to the monster and suggested that he try the same thing again, but here. At this time, the organizers ran straight to the mountain, and Jane asked the man why this particular test. But how was he to know that there would be an A-rank monster hiding at the top of this mountain? It was too much of a problem for them, and they didn't think that a couple of Ikaro's clan hunters could stop him. He knew that the scanner would not escape and would fight to the end and wanted to help them as quickly as possible. But when they arrived at the place, they were surprised and did not understand what was happening there. At this time, the girl was filming everything on her phone and asked him to stand in some way differently so that the photo would turn out more beautiful. The main character stood right next to the monster and posed for the best shot, because all this was for a long memory. The organizers couldn't believe that the main character was taking a photo against the backdrop of the huge monster Argo. They didn't believe that they had defeated Argo, but Lee replied that the hunter Skylar had done it all alone. The protagonist admitted that he borrowed power from his own constellation to win this battle. The organizer couldn't believe that the guy had defeated an A-rank monster all by himself. Skylar said that he would definitely tell everything, but first he needed to butcher the beast himself. Everyone around was in shock, and it was very surprising for them that even in the abyss the guy succeeded in this. It turned out that he was also a professional butcher of monsters. When the guy was cutting up the monster, he saw a small soul stone inside and thought that the constellation had put it there. The soul stone can only be used by the constellation, and thanks to it, it could control Argo, and the stronger the monsters of the abyss were, the more difficult it was to control it, and most likely someone was going to use this monster somehow. But in the end, they abandoned it. The guy would come back to this later, but for now he would finish cutting up the monster. And after a few dozen minutes, a huge skeleton of a monster lay in front of him, with fresh pieces of meat nearby. The main character decided that he would gladly feed all those who worked hard for this. When some hunters were going to the top, they saw those scumbags who attacked them. The hunters were surprised at how quickly their opponents recovered and decided to break everything once again, since they had not understood it the first time. But their argument about who was stronger was stopped by the smell that came from the top of the mountain, as if someone was frying meat. They immediately decided to postpone the fight for later and check where the smell was coming from. When they ran to the place, they saw Skylar frying huge steaks right on the fire. Skylar was glad that more people had come here, because there was enough meat that he could share it with everyone. The main character said that there was a monster here, and this was his meat, and offered to eat a few pieces. The man held a large plate of monster meat for the first time in his life and was afraid to taste it. While some were thinking, others were already gobbling it up because it was too good. When the man tried one small piece of this meat, He could not believe that his strength was restored so quickly, because it melted in his mouth and the taste was incredible. When the chairman saw all this, he could not understand what was going on here. All the hunters were having fun, eating meat and dancing around the fire. Just recently, they were all fighting with each other like dogs, and now they have made a truce to eat, and as soon as they return, they will most likely fight again. Still, the man found it incredible and asked if he could have a couple of pieces. The guy happily agreed and asked to pass it on to his daughter Emily and tell her to strengthen her own body with this. When the guys were returning back, they were already at the international airport and thought that this time the international battle was very interesting, even though a monster appeared unexpectedly. But everything ended very well. Right at the airport, the guys were met by a man from the hunting bureau in Korea who offered to talk to Skylar for a bit. The man's goal was to clear up the misunderstanding, but the boy couldn't figure out what the misunderstanding was. The man then added that they knew Skylar hated Korea and he was here to talk about it. The man was referring to the Great Invasion in the past, and because their country did not take any serious countermeasures, the other great hunters left from that side. At that time, the government acted very badly and there was no justification for it. The man continued that the system had already completely changed, and from that moment on, everything would be different. But Skylar could no longer believe it. The protagonist apologized, but he didn't need anything. Of course, he was sad to see his former clanmates die or be denied compensation. But at that time, he wasn't even in Korea. The man didn't know how to persuade the guy, because he needed to resolve any misunderstandings and build a good relationship with him. But he didn't even hold a grudge. The main character asked that if that was all he had, then he would go, since his flight would soon be announced boarding. Skylar was surprised that he met such a strange person and could not understand how he managed to rise to this position. When the guy returned back to Las Vegas, Sam immediately met him in the office and asked how he liked Korea. He replied that overall it was pretty good and some things had changed, but some things remained the same. But Sam was more interested in the question of what happened to the monster Argo. The guys decided that the monster was sent by the constellation of the demonic god, and this version turned out to be the most likely, and they decided to figure it out as best as possible. Later, the man added that one hunter wanted to meet Skylar, and the guy was not at all against this meeting. At that moment, the door opened, and a man entered the room and introduced himself as Mackenzie. He was a B-rank plus hunter from the United Kingdom, a promising and top-notch hunter ranked 4th in the B-rank Hunter Fight League. Sam decided to leave the two of them alone so that the boys could get to know each other better. Mackenzie said he had been watching Skylar for a long time, and that's when he pulled out the ticket and said the guy probably knew what it was. It wasn't just a ticket, but the right to challenge the B-rank league champion, Glenn. If we talk about hunters who adore America the most, then he will always be at the top of this list. The fighting arena is a place where fights take place only by agreement of both parties, and in order to fight him, you need to be the chosen champion. The guy added that due to special circumstances, he could provide him with this ticket. The main character did not understand why he needed this, and Mackenzie replied that the guy was aiming for rank A, and if he used this chance and became a champion, it would greatly help in achieving this rank. Skylar thought that indeed, after all, defeating monsters alone would not bring him A rank and asked what he wanted in return. Then the guy invited Skylar to take part in the 2x2 constellation battle. It was important for the main character to know everything down to the smallest details, and it turned out that the guy serves the constellation, a fighter of sweat and blood. Skylar wanted to take on the challenge and help the boy in any way he could, but participating in the battle of the constellations without knowing anything was a little stressful for him. And then the constellation fighter turned to the guy and said that he would promise him a huge amount of soul stones and also tell him who was behind the incident with Argo and pay for everything needed for the battle of the constellations. The main character didn't lose anything from these conditions because even the constellation was going to tell him who was behind the incident with Argo, and apparently it really wanted to win. When Skylar asked who his opponent would be and what the battle would be, Mackenzie replied that it would be a race. Their opponents will be the endless explosions and the observer who returned from the cold place, and they will fight with their minions. Skylar became curious and wondered if the goddess knew anything about this, and she thought that perhaps this was an offer made by a constellation who had taken possession of a useful toy for fun. The rules of the race were too simple. Each of the constellation servants would strive for the finish line, and whoever reached it first would win. Not only was it difficult to even run in the territory of the abyss, but there was also the opportunity to attack other participants in various ways, although direct attacks were prohibited. The goddess asked the guy if he had something to ride on, but he replied that he could just run. The main character didn't think long and ultimately agreed to take part in this two-on-two battle of the constellations. The guy was incredibly happy about this and thanked Skylar and added that he would contact him as soon as the exact date was confirmed. Finally, the day of the Battle of the Constellations came, and all this took place in the dimension of the abyss. Skylar carefully studied the opponents who were next to him. One of them was on an ice dragon, and the other on a mechanical one, and it all looked quite majestic. Previously, the guy believed that there was no civilization more advanced than the Earth, until he saw the mechanical civilization of the abyss, which was truly impressive. Mackenzie looked at Skylar and asked if his constellation had given him nothing to ride with. But the main character came on foot, and this did not make the guy very happy, and then he wished him luck and suggested that he just try hard in the race. Skylar asked why the constellation Mackenzie hated him so much, because his animal didn't look very fast and clumsy. Suddenly, the robot turned to the boys and said that people are weak flesh, bones and fatigue cannot defeat them. Then the boy realized that for the constellations it was just entertainment, but for the servants it was a real battle, and so the battle was about to begin. Both sides had placed equal stakes, a contract had been drawn up, and in case of defeat, the existential force would not diminish. And so the start of the race was announced, and everyone except Skylar took off on their own pets. At that moment, the main character realized that it was a pig much faster than it turned out to be, as well as the other two animals. When the robot turned back, he realized that this race would be between the three of them and that martial arts user could not be counted. The guy couldn't believe that his constellation didn't give him anything to ride, and it looked completely heartless. Unexpectedly for all participants, a boulder rain from the abyss began. It was a phenomenon in the abyss in which clouds from other territories appear and rain down boulders. To deal with this danger, the mechanical dragon fired several projectiles that smashed boulders right in its path. Skylar said it was amazing, and then the robot came back and couldn't believe his eyes and screamed what he was doing there. The main character suggested going for a ride together because it was quite cozy here. At this point, a squabble began because the robot was not ready for this. When the constellation of explosions watched all this, he ordered the servant to get rid of him. Then the mechanical dragon stopped and began to get rid of the guy, trying to shake him off his head. At this point, his rivals were already slightly ahead, and Skylar advised him to concentrate on the race and not drag around at the back. The robot decided that there was nothing to be done in this situation, and they continued racing together on the dragon. Suddenly, a danger zone was detected on the radar. It was the poisonous fog of the abyss. After some time, the robot conducted an analysis, and there was no longer a threat, but there was a chance to get rid of the intruder. As soon as he launched the program, he turned around and saw that Skylar was still sitting behind him, although he should have collapsed from the poison a long time ago. Then he decided to study it carefully, and as it turned out, it had the ability to resist poisons, and for a robot it seemed impossible that a person would be immune to the poison of the abyss. Further along the track, a trap awaited the racers, a swamp that sucked in the dragon's legs. Then the main character realized that this was all and that he should run alone from now on. The guy ran with such speed that he was able to easily overcome the trap in the swamp. When the robot looked at the guy, he did not understand how he did it, because he had a weak human body that was capable of such a thing. The protagonist decided to use some of his internal energy to break away, even though it could lead to exhaustion. Then the kitten asked the guy to look ahead and slow down a little. Right in front of them was a mana tornado that was moving towards them. But while others screamed in horror at what they saw, for the main character it seemed at least something familiar. The protagonist immediately rushed forward. It was similar to what he had encountered before in the abyss, and the guy decided to follow this flow and then break ahead. Mackenzie screamed while Skylar jumped right in there, because surviving in the abyssal mana tornado was incredibly difficult. Despite all the warnings, the guy managed to get out of the tornado and, moreover, increased his own mana capacity. All the competitors were shocked by the speed they saw because it was simply incredible. And as a result, thanks to this action, the guy ran to the finish line first and won the Battle of the Constellations. All the constellations recognized his ability and also admired what the protagonist did. The constellation was incredibly grateful to him for the victory, because he never wanted to lose to them. The constellation could not give much, because it had little and really hoped that such a number of soul stones would be enough as a reward for the main character. Skylar was curious how much the constellation had given him to say so, and when he looked at his own balance, he saw 50,000 soulstone points on his account. The guy was shocked that 50,000 was not enough for him, because he had done so much before to get at least a few thousand. The constellation also added that he promised him as a reward to tell him about the constellation that called Argo to Jeju Island, and that it was the collector of noble crowns. It was the constellation that destroyed the hunters of Europe and captured the United Kingdom. The guy wouldn't be surprised if it was the constellation of a demonic god, but he didn't understand why a constellation from Great Britain would bother with Jeju. The constellation also added that the opponent the guy will have to fight is Glenn, who serves the collector. As it turned out, the B-rank league champion had made a contract with the demon god constellation. When fighting him, one had to be extremely careful, because his powers were both incredibly powerful and evil at the same time. When the guy arrived at the dragon's office, he was immediately met by the company's president, who congratulated him on winning the battle with the constellation. As it turned out, the man had arranged a surprise meeting with him because he had something for Skylar. As they proceeded to the research lab to continue their conversation, the boy saw a frosty blue short sword in the distance. It was several times stronger than all other artifacts made from existing azure iron rock. The main character was asked how he could create something like this, and he realized that now he couldn't blame everything on martial arts. Then the guy decided to say that all this was taught to him by the constellation he serves. The man believed that it would only be possible to create such an artifact for the first time if the constellation truly loved him. Skylar smiled sweetly and said that this was true, even though he understood that he was the only one who was this constellation. The man took Skylar's hand firmly and said that perhaps the path to creating artifacts was prepared for him. Then the man showed the guy the core of the monster, which supplied energy to the entire huge city. He shouted that the work of the hunters made everyone proud, but technology like theirs was what built the civilization they lived in. The man suggested that the boy create artifacts because in this way he had done much more for humanity. But these words did not touch Skylar at all, although the man assumed that it would not work and the guy was not going to stop working as a hunter. But in any case, the main character was ready to help him from time to time because it was not that difficult. Skylar understood that killing monsters would not get him very far in increasing his strength, and he needed to try different options. Then the man asked to take this card. It was the main character's name card, and he asked to use it everywhere he went. Skylar didn't understand when they managed to do this and why he was the CEO. The man promised that everything would be fine, and he would only need one thing from the guy, and that was the creation of artifacts like the sword, which are highly valued on the market. Skylar understood that they were talking about production, and it had to be mass-produced, and whether human technology could copy what he had done. At this moment, the goddess appeared and added that she remembered things from the past, but had nothing to do with blacksmithing. It was about a very long time ago, about her servant. The goddess had a servant, an outstanding black magician, but servants tended to resemble their own masters. And the black magician also became lazy. He simply ordered the living workers around him to do work and take care of food. He could not cope with many tasks. The boy thought that the undead had gone mad, but the undead that did not die and did not age should be quite an efficient workforce, and also wondered what happened to that servant. The girl kept him away because he was useless and a pain in the ass. At that moment, a movie was being filmed, in which Glenn played the leading role. The whole crowd was just crazy about the leading role in this drama. The man suggested that he take part in the dungeon, because then even more people would come and they would scream even louder when they saw him enter there. Suddenly, a little fan who was his biggest fan got past the security and asked him to sign the sheet. The impudent boy was almost thrown out, but Glenn asked him to stop. The man was happy to give an autograph because he had a great character and was #1 in the B-rank league. But for Glenn, it was quite a headache, because all this was necessary in order to maintain popularity and reputation. Glenn's assistant reminded him of the dare ticket he had given to Mackenzie and added that the boy had given the ticket. That ticket was now in the hands of Skylar, that martial arts user guy who had recently started to gain wild popularity. The man could not understand why the guy did this. Glenn was a great fighter and always gave 100% in every fight, and it didn't matter who he was fighting against. He always tried. Then the man made a call and said he wanted to organize a fight and show the arrogant upstart what kind of stuff champions are made of. The man decided that he should simply destroy it, because all this would be for the sake of a collector of noble crowns and just for fun. On the day of the fight, the Icaros clan was in the stands, and they didn't understand why the stands hated Skylar, but there were also those among the fans who continued to support him. Skylar thought about how they didn't like the fact that a rank 1 was fighting a rank 20 and continued to walk to the center of the stage and thought about how he just needed to win the fight. When the guy stood up, Glenn immediately greeted him and said that he hoped for a good match. And the long-awaited countdown of the match for the title of the B-rank league champion began. The man believed that the guy did not know that he had signed a contract with the constellation of the demonic god and was preparing to smear him in front of everyone. When the fight started, Glenn immediately rushed towards Skylar and was ready to throw his fist right at him. Nobody expected to see this, neither the stands, nor the commentators, nor the journalists, because it was simply an incredible match. It seemed like everyone was seeing a match like this for the first time in the league, and everyone would have understood everything if it had been done by the fighter Glenn, but Skylar. The main character knocked out his opponent in literally a second, and he was already lying on the ring, completely unaware of what was happening, because he could not believe that he was a servant of the collector and lost so quickly. It was an absolutely incredible match. If you draw an analogy, then this match was like a spear versus score, because Glenn was a little aggressive. While the man was attacking, he was simultaneously using defensive magic on numerous parts of his own body. It was perfect. However, he didn't hit with a single attack and Skylar only moved slightly, and everyone around was shocked that the guy demonstrated such high martial arts. And at that moment, when the fighter Glenn got tired and stopped for a moment, Skylar struck with one quick and sharp blow right from the blind spot. Because the fighter couldn't see where the attack was coming from, all his defensive magic was useless, and this victory was decided in an instant. The spectators in the stands did not understand what they had just seen. It seemed to them that perhaps Skylar had just been lucky with his victory. It was an unexpected outcome for everyone, because the fight was between the top 1 and top 20 B-rank fighters, and no one could know for sure what would happen in this match. Glenn was in severe shock, and no one could guarantee that he would be able to recover from this. Laura was furious, because she didn't understand why the commentators didn't just say that Glenn would have lost, even if he was twice as strong as he was now. In the waiting room, the main character was congratulated by the clan of masters on his victory, because the match was simply magnificent. A few minutes later, the others arrived and added that the fight was truly incredible. Skylar believed that Glenn was much stronger than he thought, and did not think that it would be easy with him, and sent him flying with one blow. But he still couldn't believe that he had a contract with the demon god constellation. After all, it turned out that they still had many servants on Earth who were stronger than he. At that moment, the main character suddenly had a vision and saw dead people lying on the asphalt. It was all Glenn's doing, standing on a pile of corpses and rejoicing at it. The guy knew that although the vision might be blurry, it never just happens, and if it was true, then he urgently needed to stop it. And then Skylar turned to everyone in the room and said that they should prepare for battle. At this time, in Glenn's room, his assistant was calming him down and encouraging him by saying that the fans were still rooting for him, and that this time, they just had no information at all about his opponent. The man suggested leaving and preparing well so that he could then take first place back. But Glenn didn't seem to be listening to him, because at that moment, he was meeting with the constellation. The collector of noble crowns was greatly disappointed by his loss to the servant of a low-ranking constellation. The man asked the owner to give him another chance, because he simply did not know anything about it, and at the same time, it was difficult to find a person as talented as him. The constellation did not agree with this, because since he was of no value, he should at least entertain him. At this point, the assistants tried to bring the man to his senses, but they were unsuccessful, and they did not know what had happened to him. Then Glenn suddenly turned around and said that it was all their fault. The guys tried to calm him down and asked him to take a break and return to this conversation later. But the guy didn't want to listen to them and took out a demonic sword, in which he was ready to kill them. The man did everything to make his constellation happy, but this was not enough for him. The constellation ordered him to grant as many sacrifices as possible right now. At this time, Skylar and his team were rushing to the stadium. He ordered everyone to go to the arena and immediately evacuate all people. Right in front of the entrance, a wall broke through, from which Glenn jumped out along with other assistants. But at that moment, Skylar appeared and managed to save one of the assistants right in front of Glenn's face. The man then activated the black hole, thanks to which he could direct magic balls with the same energy directly at the people in the stadium. But thanks to the protagonist's instructions, Anthony was already on site, who activated the protective circle of magic and prevented casualties. None of the people could understand why the hunter suddenly became ferocious, and they decided to simply evacuate everyone from here as quickly as possible. At this point, a fight broke out between Skylar and Glenn. The guy turned to him and said that he should have just quietly gone home and slept instead of smashing everything here. And the main character was furious and used a powerful force that threw Glenn far away from him. But despite this powerful blow, the man calmly got up, because for him, this blow was completely insignificant. The goddess warned the boy to be careful, because this mana contained existential power. The protagonist began to use the never-fading regeneration, and his wounds began to heal quickly. The guy could level up and start fighting him, but that could hurt the others. At this time, everyone quickly tried to evacuate fans from the stands. At some point, Eliza screamed that they had evacuated everyone and there were no civilians left here. For the protagonist, this was a signal that he could calmly begin the battle. A pillar of enormous energy emanated directly from Skylar, and no one nearby believed that it could be such pure and great sword energy. Glenn was confident that the sword's powerful energy would not work on him. But he underestimated this energy. He replied that people are too interesting creatures. He was sure it was because the guy had returned from the abyss or because of the constellation he had a contract with. But either way, it felt really good to get hit like that. But Skylar wasn't interested, and he struck his opponent again. Glenn didn't like that the guy interrupted his speech, and he thought it was too impudent, and then he used acceleration with the help of existential force. Soon the man opened a portal through which he was able to summon the rest of his own servants. The main character could not understand why this constellation would go so far for Glenn. Was he really doing it for his own pleasure? The boy entered into battle with these servants and dealt with them one by one without difficulty. The constellation turned to the guy and told him who he had just killed. One of them turned out to be a member of the royal family of the United Kingdom. After all the summoned servants were people, and the collector currently ruled the United Kingdom. But Skylar said that all people die sooner or later, and he didn't feel much emotion when he killed other people. The protagonist fought with each of the servants and defeated them with great ease, without experiencing any difficulties. The constellation could not think that this good-natured hero would not even waver. Apparently, he was completely heartless. The constellation added that he really thought he would be afraid of his master. And then the main character saw something extraordinary, because he clearly could not have expected such an outcome of events. Right in front of him was a giant of such size that it was larger than the stadium where the competition was taking place. All the hunters who were outside the stadium saw a healthy giant, but then they looked closer and realized that it was Glenn. And all this was because the forces of his servant were gathered together. The giant shouted menacingly that today this land would clearly hear his name and immediately struck his fist straight into the ground. The man outside screamed for help and asked the hunters to stop him right now. Otherwise, there would soon be no living place left here. The hunters were not against helping, but even they did not understand what they could do with a giant of such size. Suddenly, Skylar came running to them and asked if everything was safe. The protagonist turned to the hunters from the School of Masters and asked them for help, but warned that they could refuse because he was not forcing anyone. The request was that they go with him to finish off this evil giant. The girl immediately shouted that of course they would all help him because they were waiting for him. Then Anthony turned to Skylar and asked if he needed them, and he replied that no one asked them, and they were going with him by default. And at that moment, all the hunters rushed towards the giant as one. Skylar commanded the hunters from the Master School to construct the Azure Prison Sword. Skylar created the Azure Prison Sword system specifically for martial arts users, as it increased the strength of the weak several times over so that they could fight the strong. The guys both attacked and defended together, because it was not so easy to break this giant, and sometimes they were not enough to win. The entire team continued to maintain formation and use martial arts in battle. Suddenly, Skylar broke through under the leg, and with a sharp blow of his sword, cut off half of the right leg. Then the protagonist gave the next command for the second attack, led by Iris, and they attacked from the other side of the leg. After these attacks, the giant fell to the ground and could no longer rise on his own. The constellation didn't understand how this happened, and why simple martial arts could create so many problems for him. The moment for the final phase had arrived, and the Ikaros clans began to use magic for the next attack. At that moment, the guy rushed right behind the giant and tried to get through to Glenn so that he wouldn't listen to this evil constellation of a collector. But the giant did not want to listen to him, because he believed that Skylar was performing some kind of trick again, and his servant should not hear it. The guy made another attempt and turned to Glenn, asking what he thought his master would have done to him if he really were him, and whether he would not have helped him much earlier. Wasn't Glenn upset that he had gotten involved with some strange constellation, because someone like him could most likely achieve greater success if he signed a contract with another constellation? The constellation understood that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to control Glenn with each passing minute, and he ordered him to obey only him and no one else. After all, if he continues to use this power in this way, he may lose all the glory that he has earned and worked for so long, and the time will be wasted. And then Glenn realized that it was true, and it was not too late to get everything back, because the collector was just using him, and Skylar was right that he was a victim. At one point, the giant screamed that he had regained control of his body and asked not to attack him anymore, because he was not going to destroy anything anymore. The protagonist could not believe that his words had worked, and the constellation of the demonic god disappeared. Glenn added that all this time his mind was controlled by the constellation and asked not to beat him anymore because he would pay for his own sins for the rest of his life. The hunter has earned quite a good reputation over the years, and now he will have a chance to justify himself by placing all the blame on the constellation of the god. But Skylar wasn't impressed by these words, and he delivered a powerful punch to the jaw. Because did the giant really think that everyone would forget what he did with a snap of his fist? The boy beat the giant until he turned back into his previous form. Suddenly, a demonic spirit began to emerge from Glenn, which gradually began to get rid of this body. Everyone who stood nearby did not understand what was happening, because it turned out to be very strange for them. They had never seen the expulsion of a spirit from a body. Suddenly, Skylar saw a constellation that was next to Glenn and turned to the guy, saying that from Jeju Island until now, he would never forget what happened today. After these words, the constellation left the Earth, as well as the hunter's body, but it believed that one day it would definitely finish off the guy. The next day, already at Sam's mansion, everyone happily congratulated Skylar on becoming an A-rank hunter. All this seemed too early for the guy to be rank A, but he still thanked the guys for the holiday. But Sam explained to Skylar that this is usually the case, but this time the scale of the incident was too great, and if it were not for the main character, a great misfortune would have happened. A government official showed up to present the guy with a certificate of promotion to rank A as a hunter, and was happy to inform him about it. The man handed the boy a new hunter's card and documents and asked him to look at them. But because of the large number of pages, the guy replied that he would definitely read it all. But later, because he didn't see any pleasure in it. The man left and said in closing that he hoped that Skylar would continue to serve humanity and civilization in the future. When the civil servant left, Sam turned to the guy and said that he couldn't believe how quickly he got rank A and that he would soon become a real hunter because there are two dreams. The first of them is to return all the territories of the Earth captured by the constellations. The guy doubted this, because despite all this, the land was teeming with servants of demonic gods, and it seemed completely impossible to win these lands back. Then Sam added that there was a battle of the constellations that he wanted to talk about, because now Skylar became an A rank, and people would ask him to participate in the battle of the constellations, and if that happened, he would have to refuse at any opportunity. The main character did not understand why he should do this, and then the man replied that most of these proposals were garbage, and while he was away from Earth, quite a lot of crazy people had been added to the world. Sam decided to give an example and reached for Skylar's phone and asked to look at the Knights of the Sacred Temple. After the demon god constellation took over the United Kingdom, the exiled royal family and their hunters founded this group, where the main goal was to take back the United Kingdom. The main character didn't see anything wrong with that, and then Sam added that they kidnapped the US president and tried to fire nuclear missiles at Great Britain. He asked the guy to be careful, because now they would be attacking him from all over. Skylar heard the request and replied that he would be careful and asked what the second dream was. It was a trip to the gates of the abyss, because the first gates appeared in the middle of the earth, which were connected to the abyss, and most of the trips there failed. This abyss gate is one of the businesses that their company has previously invested heavily in. But the expedition there completely failed, and there was almost no information left, and Sam demonstrated everything they managed to get. Among all the territories of the abyss that are watched over, the first will be the Kingdom of the Abyss. When the guy looked closely at the picture, he realized that this was the territory of a warrior of sweat and blood. One evening, quite a lot of hunters gathered near the Icarus clan. All this seemed a little strange to the others from the Icarus clan, because they did not understand why they were all here. The girl then suggested that most likely the people were waiting for the hunter Skylar, who had been promoted to rank A. Then in the distance, the guy saw Skylar running towards them. The main character did not understand what the commotion was about near the stadium. And then the guys asked him if he had really left the car and run here on his own. Skylar felt like he was relaxing a little and decided to practice a little. The clan colleagues were happy to congratulate the main character on receiving a new rank. Skylar was incredibly pleased to receive congratulations from everyone, and he sincerely said thank you. Suddenly, the boy clapped his hands and said that now that he was an A-rank hunter, he no longer felt the responsibility placed on him. The protagonist will do everything he can to help other hunters of the Icaros clan become stronger, but in exchange, they will strictly follow the protagonist's commands. Because from this moment on, Skylar will rule the Icaros clan. Sam handed over all powers to him, and now he becomes the main one, and warned all his clanmates to prepare for consequences from now on if they do not show up when he asks them to. When the main character was leaving the hunter's dormitory, a man met him and said that he had a guest. A man appeared in front of the guy, who looked many times bigger than him, and said that he was waiting for him with impatience, because he really wanted to meet him no matter what, and introduced himself as Westham. West was one of America's top A-ranked hunters, nicknamed Ominous Rock. The man asked for help, and then Skylar suggested going to his room and discussing everything there. When they entered the room, the man congratulated the main character, because he had heard about how he became the manager of the dragon artifact and added that he was now working with the Parker family. It doesn't matter how good the hunter is. What matters is the power in the hands of the company. Skylar agreed with these words, but asked why he started this conversation. West added that he also wants power, since he never received the company shares that he was promised. One day, Sam walked by and threw the phone right into Skylar's hands. The main character saw the company's shares because they were absolutely his. But despite all this, the guy didn't need it. The main character replied that this story is not about him. He has had his shares for a long time. The man grabbed his head and said that Park Energy should have given him all the shares and made him work for them. And now they are simply paying him hundreds of millions of dollars so that he has no claims, and the guy thought it was a little too much. That's why the man wanted to work and fight with the main character. But he never thought that he would be treated so well. He immediately offered half of his shares from Parker if the guy would help him, and Skylar saw absolutely no reason to refuse. Then the main character asked how he was going to convince the chairman. The man took out a folder with paper and added that, although it would be difficult, he had a way to negotiate with him. In his hands, the main character held information about the White Dungeon. All dungeons are divided into two large categories. Red dungeons have restrictions on the number of people and time, and white dungeons, which are much safer due to the absence of any restrictions or prohibitions. It was clear that the white dungeons were especially valuable, as they allowed one to hunt monsters without any time limits or clearing the dungeon. This dungeon was ranked B and meant almost an endless golden duck. Parker's company illegally acquired this dungeon and uses it to finance its own factories. West decided to go after him to negotiate with him, since they had already gotten their hands dirty and he was sure that they would try to hush up the problem quietly. But the problem was that this dungeon was guarded by an A-rank hunter, and even for a man it was difficult, and so he decided to ask for help from an expert in the fight against people. And then the guy asked if he knew what kind of hunter he was. And this hunter's name was Jane, who was from Korea. The protagonist could not understand that it was she who guarded the Parker family's white dungeon. Then the main character replied that he could not interfere with her work, asked for an apology, but the man would have to forget that he had even started such a conversation. The man made an additional offer and asked to think about it again, because he could include Jane in the share, and then all the shares could be divided between the three. In any case, it made little difference whether they were divided between 2 or 3, since there was a lot of money at stake. Then Skylar told the man not to have high hopes, because even if she refused to join them, their chances of success would not increase much, and the idea could be forgotten. The protagonist dialed Jane's phone and approached her with a proposal to work together on one small matter. The girl didn't have time to listen to the guy's proposal. She already agreed, no matter what it was, and shouted that she would come right now. Let him just wait. The main character was shocked that the girl didn't even listen to him and immediately agreed. This was a great time for Jane to show Skylar her abilities, which was bound to make a good impression. When the girl arrived at the office, Skylar immediately told everyone about the approximate plan. She replied that the plan was really cool and was looking forward to its implementation. The main character didn't mind if she didn't want to go with them, just let her know about it. But with 10% of the Energy Park shares at stake, worth at least a couple of $1 billion, it was a much better deal to be involved. Then Jane immediately picked up the phone and decided to break the contract with the Parkers that very second. That same night, the guys decided to enter the territory, but 2 guards stood in their way. But Jane offered an alternative and said that they could just walk in and showed her ID. After security confirmed her identity, she and 2 other visitors successfully entered. The guys couldn't believe that everything was so simple, and it seemed that these people hadn't yet been told about her termination of the contract with the company. When they walked through the plant's territory, the guy realized where the materials from the White Dungeon were being processed. And the most surprising thing was that the dungeon was located right at this plant. Jane warned that the dungeon could appear anywhere, even on the wall of a house. When the guys went upstairs, the girl was greeted by a security guard and asked where the director of the laboratory lock was now, and the man replied that he was talking to the CEO right now. Then Skylar asked if by CEO they really meant the first son of the Parker family, and that it was all just like that, and quite unexpected to come here so suddenly. The protagonist couldn't understand why this was so important, because they could just knock everyone out and take everything they needed. But if they did that, they would raise a lot of suspicion. Then Jane made the guys happy by saying that this plant was illegal, and they would get absolutely no punishment for it. When they went towards the meeting room, a security guard met them and ordered them to stop, because a meeting was taking place there right now, and entry was prohibited. But this didn't stop the girl much, and she immediately started fighting with the guards. After that, they kicked down the doors, burst in, and ordered everyone there not to move and to stay where they were. But at that moment, there were already other hunters there, who had already tied up all the company representatives and were ready to leave the plant. One of the hunters immediately began to attack, and the man immediately built a defensive wall for protection. And then the guys realized that these were not ordinary guards, and they needed to take them as quickly as possible and run away from here. Jane screamed that they weren't going anywhere and cast magic on one of them, and the man in the wardrobe on his shoulders flew into the air. Then the man took one of the company's chairmen hostage and threatened to kill him. But the girl did not appreciate such a threat, because she did not care about some two old men. Then Skylar joined the conversation and asked why they needed this closet. But as it turned out, it was a dungeon, and the spatial gates were in this closet. The guy assumed that there were industrial spies in front of him, and he said that he would spare their lives if they handed him the cabinet. Skylar said that they also came here for him and said to do with them whatever he wants, because they only need the dungeon here. Suddenly, at that very second, a powerful explosion thundered throughout the entire territory of the plant. The guys shouted that it was the work of those hunters, but they denied it, because they were going to get out of there quietly. They had no need to cause such a powerful explosion. Skylar noticed a strange slime running down the windows, and he thought it was a monster, and asked how they ran the factory to have such creatures there. And it was really a monster, and the main character shouted that he was coming after them and ordered everyone to follow to the exit. When they successfully got out of the building, they were a little shocked, because he could not have expected liquid slime. Jane decided to attack first and summoned an advanced wolf, which immediately rushed at the monster. The girl couldn't believe it, but there wasn't a scratch on the monster. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the guy and warned him that she wasn't that weak and wanted to try again. But at that moment, Skylar screamed cautiously and miraculously managed to save her from the poisonous slime. The main character told the girl to concentrate. He himself did not understand who it was, because even in the abyss, he had never seen him. Then he assumed that this was another attempt by another constellation to cause a catastrophe for the city. This monster absorbed energy from the core of the refinery and became stronger and stronger with each passing second. At that moment, West approached Skylar and said that something terrible had happened, because all the nuclear factories around the world were attacked at the same time. The protagonist didn't know who was behind all this, but this person was very smart, because the summoned monsters became stronger if they were summoned to the nuclear factories, and something had to be done about this. But to do this, it was necessary to finish with this monster as quickly as possible. Then the main character decided to cut him until he died. Skylar immediately rushed straight towards the slime to deal him crushing blows. Unexpectedly, other hunters came running to help, but they were too late, because the guy had dealt with him long ago, and for him it was surprising, because in the other regions there was a fierce battle. Jane approached the main character and showed the main news at the moment, and it said that all factories in China, Korea, and other countries were attacked by monsters. At that moment, Sam called Skylar and asked if the guy knew anything about these monsters, but no one really knew where they came from, and the man suggested that some idiot could have done it, and the stock prices went into some kind of abyss. Sam was simultaneously talking and fighting with the slime, and he realized that in order to defeat them, it was necessary to burn them until they stopped regenerating, and asked the guy if he had tried it. The man then asked where Skylar was fighting now, but was told that he was a little busy and would call back a little later. Jane suggested that the guy go to Korea, and he thanked her for her help, and added that he would send her share as soon as he finished sorting out all this mess. The girl was embarrassed by this, and she replied that she was not there for the reward, but would gladly accept it. As the boys loaded the closet into the pickup truck, Skylar said he never thought there could be a dungeon in a closet. Then the men heard some mooing from the side, and it turned out to be those hostages, and then they remembered that the representatives were still not untied. The representatives asked how they knew this would happen. Skylar replied that they quickly received the information through their own sources and arrived to help for a joint defense. The man was glad that West had saved him. He was truly sorry that he had been so late and promised that he would definitely be able to convince the other directors to give him all the shares. But Skylar whispered to him that it was most likely just smoke and mirrors, because there was not an inch of sincerity. And it was all true, because Skylar was a constellation, and he was able to recognize Jacob's lie as soon as he said those words. After all, advanced martial arts users were able to read the thoughts of their opponents, and this seemed amazing. West then turned to Skylar and said that they were done here and needed to move on, and then they drove off in the pickup truck. And the company representatives remained in the same place, because everyone had completely forgotten about untying their hands, and they had no choice but to simply watch the car drive away. After all these events, Skylar returned to the Union of Minor Constellations and greeted the girl and the cat. The main character was called here because there was a great commotion among the constellations. The kitten added that a reward had been placed on the head of the constellation that had caused all this chaos. Skylar briefly dreamed that soul stones might not be so easy to get, and it would be great if he could catch this constellation. The main character asked how they were going to look for him, or whether he would have to search for him himself. But there was no need for this, because the constellations participating in the agreement sent him invitations to the Battle of the Constellations without interruption. But the constellation avoided these battles for too long and risked losing the chance to remain on Earth. Skylar thought at that moment about fighting him head-on, but in the abyss that was too rare. After all, no one would agree to put their own life on the line, which would be a great stupidity, and the constellation would not be impudent or reckless. Then the girl introduced the guy to some information. It looked like one of the most cruel constellations, and for a monster, the guy thought he knew the Earth too well, and assumed that perhaps there was some constellation from the Earth helping him. Then the guy decided to try to look through some information through the constellation channels and saw that everyone was only talking about him. And unexpectedly for the main character, an invitation to meet with the goddess of scales was received, and he was a little surprised, because why did she suddenly decide to meet? At this time, the goddess of scales tried on another dress and asked the servants how it looked on her, and once again heard that it looked perfect on her. Daniela, who returned after searching for Skylar for thousands of years, was delighted with the dress and said that it was truly magnificent. The goddess of scales asked if Daniela would be able to take part in the Battle of the Constellations now, and she happily agreed to compete for the goddess. She warned the servant that she would still have a training avatar with her, and that she would have to give it her all. The angel asked her if she still wanted this servant so much, but she pretended not to understand, because she didn't feel anything special for him. When Skylar first saw Daniela, the goddess of sloth was very surprised, because she had never seen such strong servants. The goddess was not surprised if other constellations tried to get her, but this could only happen if the angel wanted it. When Skylar saw the goddess, he thought that she looked different from before, but she still had a powerful existential force. The protagonist greeted the goddess and said that it was a great honor for him to meet her again. The goddess said that she called him in order to resolve the issue with the formless perceiver, because the constellations are hunting for him, and not many risk challenging him to the Battle of the Constellations, because they do not really know anything about him. But since the reward offered was quite substantial, it would only be better for them if they won. So the goddess suggested that they join hands to participate together in the Battle of the Constellations. But of course, first, she needed permission from the constellation Skylar. The kitten warned the protagonist that it could be a trap, but the guy felt that the goddess was being slightly underestimated, and it was not her style to do something like that. Skylar said that he would ask his own constellation about this, and the goddess was happy about it, and the guy added that most likely he would agree. The goddess also added that the shapeless constellation accepted the challenge to battle, and asked the protagonist if he knew in what format all this would take place. It was a sport in which hunters fought in a 6-on-6 format and was also a form of constellation battle. But since the entire Korean team was defeated, the guy was not very familiar with this sport. Then the goddess offered to take part in a training match so that Skylar would understand what it was like, since he had not been on Earth for 30 years. As the protagonist walked towards the training grounds, he noticed that there were more cool-looking buildings and strong servants, slightly different from what he saw last time. Upon arrival, the guy saw Daniela, who told him that she had been waiting for him. The girl was very happy when she saw the main character, because she was happy that she met him. After all this time she really wanted to meet him. It was a journey that lasted for centuries. The guys immediately began to play a training match. But not all skills were allowed, and there were also restrictions on statistics. This field was divided by 3 lines, namely the upper, middle, and lower. The restrictions will be gradually lifted after killing monsters and leveling up. But after pumping in this way, someone attacks the enemy base, and the first team to destroy the Constellation Sanctuary wins. Skylar immediately understood the essence of the training, that he needed to kill monsters, level up, and destroy everything. After that, the main character chose the desired skill, namely the Heavenly Strike, and prepared for the start of the match. The guy's energy dropped sharply, all the effects were greatly reduced, and it felt amazing to him, as if he had become an E-rank hunter again. The girl reminded that the guy should just take the top lane. She wanted to give some advice, but Skylar quickly rushed to the line, and since this was a practice match, it might be better for him to feel everything on his own skin. First of all, the main character met ghouls, which were used to level up, since he needed to conserve internal energy. He decided not to waste skills on these monsters, and decided to rely only on the muscle memory of the body. It seemed that Skylar had finished with the entire camp, when suddenly another one appeared from behind him and sharply attacked him. But the tower, which looked like a street lamp, helped the guy and destroyed the ghoul, thereby saving him from harm. The evil ghouls continued to come to the main character, and he defeated them each time. But he did not understand whether he was making progress from this, since he had absolutely no experience. He could not even understand whether everything was good for him or not. On the other line, the main character's opponent was leveling up by killing ghouls, and he was doing quite well at it. His strategy was that since his opponent was a human, and a complete newbie at that, he decided not to linger long, gain as much experience as possible, and go into battle. But at that moment, Skylar appeared right in his line, thanked him for the experience points, and delivered a punch right to the jaw. The blow was so strong that he died instantly and was reborn right on the sanctuary. The guy didn't understand what happened because he was unable to do anything to Skylar. Even though he was very relaxed, this man was clearly not a newcomer to him. At some point, Danielle decided to contact Skylar because it was his first time in the Battle of Servants. The guy replied that he was fine. Right now he was defending himself from a ghoul, and recently he had killed some angel. The girl screamed in horror. How could he kill an angel so early? But it was not against the rules, but rather the opposite. And the main character decided to continue in the same spirit because the positive feedback about his training from the angel gave him relief. Suddenly, the angel returned and stood right in front of Skylar. The main character considered him fearless, since he came back so quickly, although he seemed like a weakling. But the angel replied that he was not going to run away with his wings tucked in, because a couple of blows would not solve anything in this training. The angel tried to provoke the protagonist and shouted at him to try hitting him again and see if he could do anything critical this time. Skylar became curious about where the guy got such a skill of provocation and headed straight for him. The angel understood that in any case he had no chance in close combat, and he decided to simply lure the guy into a trap and limit his movement. He placed a magical speed-reducing trap right in the protagonist's path and waited impatiently for the guy to step on it. The guy looked at it like a little child and couldn't wait for the guy to step on the trap. But this never happened, because instead of provoking so stupidly, he should have learned to control his emotions. And then the main character used the spell of the heavenly finger, and the guy did not understand, because only recently he was waving his fists, and now he is attacking using long-range attacks. In the middle line of the training battle, two angels were also dealing with ghouls. Suddenly, their friend flew into them and asked for help on his line. They asked why he wasn't on the top lane and what was wrong with that new guy who was supposed to be on it too. At this time, Skylar was already moving towards them and said that it would be difficult for him to answer this, because when he asked him to show him the way, he refused him. The main character was here because he had already captured the top lane and was moving on to the next one. The angels didn't understand why the guy was emitting such crazy energy, because it was impossible to reach a high level so quickly. The guy didn't wait for the fight to start, and in that case, he started it first. But as Skylar approached the angel to strike, a notification suddenly appeared, stating that the training match had ended with the consent of both parties and that they would soon be teleported out of the arena. Suddenly, a servant of the goddess of scales appeared, and the main character asked him why the training match ended so abruptly and what happened. Then the angel showed a notice that the formless perceiver who pierces everything had surrendered. The guy asked if this could really happen, and the angel replied that no, and most likely it could be some kind of plan of the goddess because she is the best at this. No one could have expected such an outcome, but suddenly, Skylar received a notification that the formless perceiver was requesting a meeting, and the guy did not understand what he had planned and what he needed. The kitten suggested that this might be an attempt to negotiate due to feeling cornered, but the protagonist did not think so. When Skylar arrived at the meeting place with the Libra goddess, she suspected something strange, why the training avatar sent him instead of coming in person. Skylar didn't lose his composure and replied that his constellation trusted him in many ways. At one point, the boy saw a huge rock, but it was a formless comprehender piercing everything, who greeted both constellations. The main character was not going to spare him once he surrendered, because he was aware of the damage he had caused to the Earth. The formless perceiver replied that he had no other choice but to contact the constellations that had established themselves on Earth. He added that it was unfair, because he had not planned all this alone, and the goddess of scales screamed that it could not be, that the monster had not done this alone. The protagonist asked who was in the deal with him, and the comprehender replied that he was not going to hide anything, and that the collector of noble crowns had persuaded him to do so. Skylar realized it all, because he had set him up big time in order to use him to anger the other constellations. The seeker replied that he had guessed as much, and said that the other constellations were no longer speaking to him, and began to beg the protagonist for help. Skylar thought he was being stupid, but whether it was because he was a monster. But still, if the guy could get revenge on this collector like this, then it would be great. And the main character decided to help him with this, and then everyone around was shocked by such an answer. Because the goddess of scales said that he did not even need to help him. And if he got into the battle of constellations with the collector, then it would definitely not be better. But the boy replied that the goddess should not worry about it, because he was not going to participate in other people's battles. He added that he was going to ask a kitten he knew for help, and at that moment the kitten, stunned, asked if they were talking about him. When the guy returned back, his rank at the moment was 98%, and he was glad that he finally had a double-digit number and would soon be able to target high-ranking constellations. The goddess of laziness warned the guy not to rush to get ready for Olympus, otherwise the other constellations would not be delighted with this, and it would be better to take a short break. And the guy really thought about it, and therefore decided to take a look at the territories that belonged to him. When the guy arrived in these territories, he was very surprised, because it seemed to him that a lot had changed here, and he immediately noticed the cow that he had brought. Suddenly, the chicken he had recently brought here appeared, but they didn't even raise birds. The golem of the fantastic rock greeted the main character and said that he was glad to see him in this territory. Skylar replied that these territories had changed greatly, and was it really he who had done all this? But the golem replied that it was not him, and that most of it had been done by the orcs. The guy had a hard time believing it, because to be honest, if he had been told earlier that the orcs were an agricultural tribe, he would not have believed it. The orcs were very happy that their master had finally returned and immediately offered to let him see what they had achieved. The guy noted the orcs for their good work, because while he was flying here, he saw what a colossal job they had done. He also asked if they really raised the cows and chickens that he gave them, and that everything was correct. The protagonist wanted to cook something from them, but the orcs thought otherwise and raised them so that they would be strong and fit the protagonist's reputation. But as soon as they heard that they could kill them, they quickly became filled with berserker rage, and all their efforts went down the drain. This was not very normal, because soon they would eat all the cattle that they had raised for such a long time. But this did not stop them in any way, and after a few minutes they were already eating the most delicious bull and thanked the owner for such a divine taste. But at some point, the main character suspected something strange with the orcs, because they began to emit stronger energy than before and did not understand what was happening here. The guy decided that it was all because they were his servants, and under his influence they became stronger while they worked and ate delicious food. But he was not a farmer, although this was not bad, but still a little strange, and unexpectedly a portal formed. It was a traveling merchant selling destinies, and he was looking for a meeting with the main character, and also congratulated him on his victory in the Battle of the Constellations. He added that to celebrate his victory, he could buy something that would give him a new building and showed him a golden box of buildings. But there weren't many soul stones. And then the goddess of scales reminded him that it was time for him to take care of the defensive territory anyway, and it would be nice to buy some kind of building. But the guy was short a few thousand stones to complete the deal, and so he asked for a discount, but the traveling merchant was unhappy with him for constantly trying to lower the price. The trader realized that it would be difficult to make a deal with this guy, and said that next time it wouldn't work, and with tears in his eyes agreed to it. This chest looked quite sinister, considering that the guy gave away all the money he had, and perhaps he was in a hurry with the purchase. The protagonist decided that he had already bought it anyway, and would soon find out, and threw away the chest, and now his fate is being decided as chaos flows out of it. And suddenly, a barrier of a great warrior appeared from the chest, which shone with a bright golden light right above the head of the main character. The great warrior's barrier protected from the storm in the abyss and granted strength to all servants, and there was also the ability to pass this skill on to followers. This barrier was really good and useful because thanks to it, the main character could protect his own territories even when he was not around. The goddess of laziness added that what could be better for her busy successor, who constantly feeds off other constellations from the earth? And for the guy, it felt like she was insulting him. But in any case, it was a sin to complain about a good subject. At this time, Sam was sitting in the office and watching the prices of cores rise, despite the fact that the prices of his shares had dropped quite a bit because of the stupid slug. Skylar said that maybe that would calm him down, but he's getting the full treatment from the other constellations right now. The protagonist helped him, but it was only because they were using the monster against the collector's constellation. The kitten, in shock, asked if the guy really thought he was spreading these rumors. But the protagonist replied that the surprise attack on the core factory had harmed not only the good constellations, but also the demon god's constellation. So if rumors spread that the collector's constellation is behind all this, his position will definitely be shaken. And it all sounded like a great plan, but the kitten said he got the gist of it, but he didn't understand why he had to do it. But Skylar said that it was because the kitten was an expert at gossip and he left it to him. The news reported breaking news that A-rank hunter Joseph Grant had announced a moment earlier that he would be participating in the expedition to the Abyss Gate. When Sam heard what this guy said, he was very indignant, and the two of them started watching the news. At this time, in the conference room, a man was talking about how humanity had been under the control of the Abyss constellations for too long, and was constantly being attacked by monsters. The reasons for all this are hidden in the hands of the Abyss, and for quite a long time, out of fear, they avoided the truth in every way. But perhaps it is too late. But the guy decided to fulfill his own duty as an A-rank hunter. At this conference, Joseph Grant stated that he was going to the gate, and of course he would not be able to do it alone, and therefore would need help from other hunters. He will fight alongside other A-rank and above hunters, while the rest will be responsible for support. The man added that if anyone had a sense of duty as a hunter, no matter what rank he was, he asked them to join him and liberate the land together. The guys replied that the guy was really hot, and Skylar didn't understand what the problem was, and Sam replied that he always thought about something like that, but it was all a problem. The costs of all this were simply astronomical. It was necessary to hire civilian technicians to install the main objects in the Abyss and people for their screen, and there were just a lot of problems. But the biggest problem was that Joseph Grant was not the type of A-rank hunter who would take care of civilians or low-rank hunters. In fact, he would rather use them as bait to achieve his own personal goals. And Sam advised not to get involved in this matter, but the guy's eyes were already shining, and it seemed that he was already going to do whatever came into his head. The guy thought that although Joseph was an unpleasantly nasty person, his success would be beneficial to absolutely everyone. Skylar reassured Sam by telling him not to worry, and that he would take care of him if the man tried to do something stupid. Joseph is driven by his personal goals, and the fact that he decided to take action only meant that he was confident in this. All this was exactly so, but there had to be a reason for this confidence. At this time, at the Parker Group headquarters, Joseph Grant was being thanked for a good speech because he had blown up the press with it. But it turned out that some countries were unhappy that he would be the leader. But for the guy, it seemed completely unimportant, because he was not going to take command of foreign hunters. The only thing that was important to him was that they join the raid and distract the enemies. And while they are busy with this, his master, the General of Iron Blood, and he will carry out the planned plan. Parker Group Chairman Alex Parker said no investor would pass up the opportunity. And in return, if there is anything valuable in the raid, then its owner will share everything with Alex. The man called his son and asked Jacob to take on support this time and not think of it as a simple raid, because this battle would go down in history, and the boy replied that he would not let his father down. But while they are hanging around there, the man will think about what to do with that land and slowly make plans for it. At this time, the headquarters of the leadership was located near the gates of the Abyss. The protagonist said that he would not look after the Master Clan at all. But the Masters shouted in one voice that none of this mattered, because wherever they went, they would fearlessly follow Skylar. The guy was satisfied with this answer, and then he decided to go there as a small group of elite hunters, and they went straight to the center of the portal to conquer the Abyss. The man at the entrance confirmed Skylar's identity and the team of craftsmen and said they could enter. When they entered, they saw the first kingdom of the Abyss, where there was no maximum number of participants and no time left. Skylar told the boys not to worry, since they trusted him and followed him. He would do everything to protect them. Not far from the entrance, the guys saw the Icarus base, which was built by Sam's company. The protagonist was glad that the team of masters had a place to gather and ordered everyone to go with him for training. At this time, at the command base of the American expedition, Joseph was asked when the expedition would begin. The man asked everyone to wait because the time had not yet come. There were a lot more other expeditions here than they expected, which meant there would be a lot of people he couldn't control, and it was better to let them act on their own. They can take care of the orc forts in the vicinity, and once all the obstacles in their path are gone, that's where they will appear. At this time, at the Dragon Base, Skylar watched the hunters from other countries who showed strength better than he thought. The Icaros clan joined Skylar a little later, and they immediately asked if it was okay for them to just be there doing nothing, because there were some useful items in this location, and it would be too late if everything was snatched up before them. But the guy didn't think there would be anything valuable in the orc forts. The main character had a plan, and he wanted to watch it a little and wait. Sam and he decided that it would be best to covertly observe what Joseph was doing and then use it against him, as this way they could reduce the number of victims, even though it seemed mean. Skylar said that in any case, it would be better to wait for now and if anyone heard anything about the Korean expedition, they should report it to him immediately. Suddenly, the system sounded the alarm. It turned out that the monsters had united and were heading straight for the hunters. Skylar couldn't just watch all this and ordered them to get ready to leave, because in times like these, they should help each other. When the hunters saw the horde of orcs, they shouted that all this was expected and everyone should get into line and not panic. To begin with, they activated protective magic, and if the orcs get here, then nothing will remain of their base. But even though this was indeed expected, there were too many of them and the hunters were still in a panic and did not know what to do in such a situation. And then Skylar showed up and said that the team of masters would be busy maintaining the formation, because the monsters on the other side were too weak to break through their defense. Meanwhile, Skylar said that he would take care of their leader, and if the man wanted to fight with him, then let him stand in line and continue to support the magic. It was easier for the guy to go alone, and for a man it turned out to be complete madness, but Skylar didn't see any point in delaying it, and the main character found himself right in the epicenter of the battle. And after he had scattered several orcs, he menacingly asked where their leader was. But the orcs did not listen to him, and then the guy decided to deal with them and used the heavenly finger. The guy decided to continue in the same spirit and drive them into a corner and eventually find their leader. The warrior of madness and blood was impressed by how he dealt with his army. At that moment, the guy realized whose territory it was. Skylar came across a huge orc and asked him if he was the leader, because you could tell by his size. The main character praised the orc for his positive attitude to kill him, but unfortunately it was not this time, and he cut off his head. When 100 orcs saw their leader fall, they immediately started running away from the guy, and only a column of smoke was visible from them. Skylar decided that that was it, and after that, the others should take care of the others. And in that case, he decided to take a look at the site of the Korean headquarters, where large-scale battles also took place. One of Korea's A-rank hunters had already personally slaughtered 100 enemies and didn't even have time to rest. At that moment, a huge orc with a powerful axe suddenly attacked him from behind, and he barely managed to block the blow. The man realized that since he was definitely stronger than the other monsters, he was their leader. The enraged orc screamed that he would kill him right now and raised his axe straight above his head. He barely had time to take a few steps when Skylar's sharp sword struck him right from behind and killed him instantly. The hunter was happy when he saw Skylar, because the guy came to their aid to help sort out all this. And the hunters immediately entered the battle because Skylar killed the leader of the orcs, and it should be much easier with the rest, and all the hunters had to take advantage of this moment and push the orcs back. After some time, Skylar successfully helped the Korean hunters in this location. The man generously thanked the main character and could not believe that he personally came to their aid. Soon the protagonist recognized this guy, because he was part of the representatives of the fighting team in Korea, and he had seen him before, because he always got punched in the face. The Korean base was heavily damaged, but the hunter said it wasn't that bad, and there was no need to worry about it. Suddenly, another hunter came running, shouting that they now had a big problem, but the guy did not understand what problem they were talking about. Did they really find some more orcs who were hiding? But all this was not so. But to their great surprise, the gates of the abyss connected to the earth were completely blocked. Skylar couldn't understand how this happened, because when he tried to enter the portal, he was immediately pushed back. The Korean hunters assumed that while the orcs were attacking their base, several of them secretly entered here and they cast some kind of spell. But Skylar did not believe that they blocked the gates of magic and how it was even possible, and the goddess of laziness added that of course if it is temporary, then some magic is able to block them for quite a long period of time. The main character thought that a warrior of blood and madness was most likely involved here, and this definitely could not be ruled out. The guy thought that the warrior was just a fanatic obsessed with battle, and did not think that he was capable of such tricks. The goddess of laziness said that using force to break through is also not worth it, because no one knows what could happen to the guy in this case, and in this case it is better to either defeat the creator of the spell or lead the warrior out of this territory. After talking with the goddess, the guy decided to go back to the base to think everything over, and when everything gets back to normal, get together and solve this matter. At the dragon base, the guy shocked everyone by revealing that the gates were blocked. Eliza was very surprised by this. It was necessary to resolve the issue of food. After all, despite the fact that they had hunters and technicians here, there were too many people to feed. But the guy asked her not to worry about this, because since he was here, he was responsible for everything as a leader, and would not allow his comrades to go hungry. And with the help of the portal, a mountain of provisions appeared in a second. The girl was shocked that he had been wearing it all this time, but the guy replied that cooking was his hobby, but carrying so many things for some hobby was a little strange. Skylar ordered the hunters, who had nothing better to do, to move everything inside, and the technicians to start repairing the base. He also asked Eliza to warn the Korean Expeditionary Force and tell them that they could use their base while they repaired their own. But the girl did not understand why they needed this. But the guy reminded that the Korean squad suffered the most from the attack, and since they were fighting together, they should help each other because they were neighbors. The main character added that he knows that they won't do it, but if anyone dares to humiliate Koreans or bully them, he will perceive it as disrespect for him because he is also a Korean. But none of the hunters were going to discriminate against them and were willing to welcome them with open arms, and there was no need to worry so much. When the Korean hunters arrived at their headquarters, they were greeted as expected with balloons and a huge banner, and everyone hoped that they would get along until their base was restored. The hunters began to kindly offer fried rice with kimchi, packaged for consumption in the dungeons, and the hunters did not understand what all these joyful greetings were for, and sincerely thanked them for everything. They didn't understand why the Americans greeted them so well, but in any case, they needed to rest and inspect the entire base. The man was interested in how well everything was arranged here, so that they were able to receive hunters from other countries. And this place was really gigantic, because he wandered around it quite a bit, and there was still no end to it. Suddenly, the man reached what he thought was the training center. Suddenly, Skylar appeared, who was happy about such a meeting and did not expect to meet him here. The man thanked them for the invitation, as he should have gone to greet him as soon as they arrived here. But Skylar told him not to take it to his head, because they only invited them to share resources and asked them not to worry about it, and added, "Did he really come here to train?" But the hunter replied that he had wandered there by mistake and that he was not one to train much. Skylar didn't understand what the guy meant and why he wasn't training. As it turned out, he was already quite strong, even without additional training. Then, the main character said that he always wondered why their squad was constantly failing and why people criticized him, and it was all because of people like him. The guy grabbed the hunter by the clothes and said that he would go and train with him right now and would stop only when he allowed him to. At this time, at the American base, people were seeing how cunning the orcs were. After all, they moved in small groups to steal supplies and were much smarter than usual, and at this rate, the American hunters would quickly run out of provisions. Joseph then ordered that the expeditionary force of each country be contacted and informed of the proposal to begin preparing for the final attack on the organs. The man added that if they promised to follow their orders during the operation, they would hand over all the supplies. It didn't matter to them at all, despite the fact that they themselves were short of supplies, but they needed to reduce the number of mouths to feed in the form of low-ranking hunters and civilians. But they had one goal. As long as there was at least one worthy hunter, they were obliged to conquer the orc fort located in the center. At this time, Skylar was training the hunter. Did he really think that his opponent would just stand there and wait for his high-level magic to fly at him? The boy added that he should learn to force him to open up in order to keep his opponent under control, but the hunter had no experience in one-on-one fights. And the main character left him no choice but to train every day until they returned to Earth and go through a special training with him. Suddenly, Eliza ran into the training room with urgent news from the American base and wondered what the two of them were doing there. The girl said that in order to get supplies from them, they would have to join the final attack and follow their orders without question. And all this sounded more like a reminder of a threat slipped in the guise of an offer. Skylar decided that they were probably being slightly underestimated, because he would never have thought that he would be so openly treated as a non-entity. The protagonist turned to Eliza and said that since an offer had been made, it was worth giving a respectful answer, and asked to make sure that all the words were conveyed exactly as he said, word for word, and to send someone to observe him for reconnaissance. At this time, at the American base, the men were accepting positive offers from teams from other expeditions. It seemed like everyone was seriously hurt and responded to the offer almost immediately, and the offer to help worked perfectly. Even hunters from Germany and France, whom they contacted through a special channel, accepted their special offer and everything went just fine. But they did not receive a response only from China, Korea, and the Dragon Company, but for them, this was absolutely expected. Suddenly, the dispatcher said that they had just received a response from all of them, and everyone immediately rushed to see the response to their offer. Skylar recorded a video message where he said that they would join the final attack, but since they already had enough supplies, they would not listen to orders from someone like them. The guy also added that if they do not want to follow them, they will show mercy and consider such an opportunity. The man was skeptical about their offer and said that they could do whatever they wanted, because nothing would change if someone like them refused to join them. He also added that the dispatcher should tell all the expeditionary group who accepted their offer to gather and bring all the hunters here. And once everyone is gathered, they will begin the final attack. The main character noticed the orc fortress and realized that they had quite a lot of people. Then he looked at the exhausted hunters and realized that they would not be able to fight in such a state. The protagonist's team said that everyone had finished preparing and were ready to move out. The protagonist asked Eliza if there was any more news from intelligence. And at that moment, a powerful explosion thundered. This sound came from the great fortress. One of the hunters ran up to Skylar and said that the Expedition Alliance had begun their operation. But the guy didn't understand how they could start the operation if they hadn't even moved out yet. But it turned out that this was a bait-and-switch strategy, and the low-ranking hunters that made up the vanguard would lure the orcs. And once the orcs are surrounded, everyone else will deal with them at once, and they will soon move out to set up an ambush. But with such a strategy, most of the vanguard hunters would die, but that was their own choice and there was nothing to talk about. The orcs were fairly simple creatures, so it might work, but they were also too quiet despite the fortress gates being under such attack. The protagonist suggested that it felt like there was no one inside, and everything was exactly like that. On a high mountain, the main orc watched all this and laughed at the stupid people because their master had said that they would all gather at one point. And the great warrior Org shouted about the beginning of the operation, and the loyal servants of his master ran after him to kill every single hunter. At this time, the vanguard of the hunters heard a loud stomping on the ground. When they turned around, they saw a horde of orcs who were rapidly approaching them. They couldn't understand why the orcs were there, and after a few seconds, they realized that it was an ambush, and the orcs had already arranged it for them. The constellation watched all these battles and did not understand how stupid people were, that they could think so about the orcs, that they were lying in ambush so openly and had relaxed their vigilance so much. After all, no one could even guess that among them there were a bunch of spies of the constellation of warriors of blood and madness. But for the constellation it was even better, because in any case, the more deaths they bring, the stronger he will become. Suddenly, another squad appeared among the crowd of people, which greatly surprised the god of blood and madness. He saw the main character and immediately recognized him and realized that now everything would not go according to plan. In this situation, it would have been reasonable for everyone to retreat. But then all the hunters who were in the ambush were lying, and Skylar began to move forward with the squad. The guys walked around the battlefield because since ancient times, a house should be stormed while it is empty. The hunters did not understand why the barrier was so strong, and they could not get inside. After all, if they fail or escape, then the squad will not only not receive supplies from Joseph, but will also be obliged to issue compensation for disobedience and breach of contract. It was necessary to destroy at least the gates of the fortress, since they could not lure the orcs out. At that moment, Skylar appeared and asked the hunters why they still couldn't break through the fortress gates. The man said they attacked as much as they could, but the barrier was too strong. Then the main character thanked them for their efforts and suggested that they rest while he finished everything here. Gathering his mighty strength into one fist, he delivered a heavenly blow that destroyed the barrier in one blow. The main character said to follow him, because now they had to destroy the gate and quickly break inside, and in comparison with the barrier, it was nothing. The guy asked not to worry about the other hunters, because he was also going to help them so they could rest. At this time, on the battlefield, Joseph was already fighting a large army of orcs, and did not understand how they learned about their plan. Retreating might not work because their base was too far away, and by the time they got there, they would all die and no one knew what to do. But thanks to Skylar, who used existential power and captured the great fortress, he was able to reach out to everyone below. He shouted that those who wanted to live quickly ran to the fortress. The man couldn't understand what he was doing and when he managed to get there, because he wasn't even there. At the same time, all the orcs were shocked by the conquest of the great fortress and were also slightly stunned. Then the orc leader shouted for them to stop standing there like a pillar, because they would easily win it back after they killed a few hunters. The orcs were not particularly smart and asked various questions about what they would do if the owner got angry because they gave up the fortress and what they should do. First, recapture the fortress or kill these people. And the man made a strong-willed decision and gave the order for everyone to immediately stop fighting and retreat to the great fortress before the orcs came to their senses. When everyone arrived at the fortress, Joseph was glad to meet the hunter Skylar. He thanked the boy for the fact that while they were fighting, he was able to stealthily and brilliantly capture the great fortress. But he was content with just gratitude, because at such times and in such situations, everyone needed to help each other. The man asked what they would do next, but the boy replied that he had nothing to do with it, and that he would assign a region to each country and asked him to make sure that they protected their own well. The man was furious, because Skylar really wasn't going to take control of the fortress, despite the fact that he had captured it. But he didn't need it at all, because no one here wanted to listen to him. But the protagonist also added that he needed something from Joseph. Namely, he heard from the hunters in the vanguard that the reason they were risking their own lives was because he threatened them with astronomical fines. But the man replied that someone had dared to set him up and that this operation had been fully coordinated. And then Skylar warned that if he tried to deceive him in any way, he would immediately throw the man out of the fortress. Then the guy shouted for everyone to get back to their places. He knows it was hard, but he doesn't think there is time to rest now. But at that moment, the whole earth shook, and this meant only one thing: the advance of the orcs, who decided to attack with everything they had. None of the hunters had any strength left for the next attack of the orcs. They had been fighting non-stop all day and had not even eaten anything. Skylar approached the boys and asked if anyone here was hungry. The protagonist used a portal where he kept his always prepared food and offered to try the rice balls that he made all the time as a hobby. The hunters were surprised that the guy had done so much for a simple hobby, and the rice in these balls was special because it restored mana. One of the hunters could not understand why the guy was sharing something so valuable and why he needed it, which the main character was very surprised at. But the guy had already said this several times, that at such moments they should all help each other. Joseph and his partner watched all this from the side, and he didn't like that this hypocritical guy was playing some kind of holy man. It seemed to them that he had already lured people to his side. But for them, everything went as it should. It was better while all the attention of the hunters was focused on him. The man decided to quietly approach the other hunters with whom he had previously made a deal for priority in receiving the reward in the dungeon and carry out the plan. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of orcs was still trying to break through to the fortress. Due to the great pressure, the barrier slowly began to fall, and the command was given to everyone to focus. Anyone who could use protective magic had to go forward and do everything as Skylar said, and now they needed to help each other, because everything would be over for them if the orcs broke into the fortress. The orcs were too fierce for the guys, and looking at how excited they were, one could think that they wanted to end everything with one blow, because for them they were like rats driven into a corner. But the guys were worried about the fact that all the orcs were moving too coordinated, although they never listened to anyone. The protagonist assumed that behind all this there was a warrior of madness and blood, and in a special tent behind the army, there was a boss who received instructions from him. There was a constellation behind all this, and it was really hard to get out of this mess, but Skylar decided to personally go and finish it off. Eliza thought it was stupid because how could you go and kill the boss on your own? But the guy replied that it would be even better if he went alone. At that moment, the guy noticed how Joseph and the other hunters ran out of the fortress, and it seemed to him that they were up to something again. At this time, the great leader of the orcs, Igor, rejoiced at how stupid humans fought with them, because he understood that soon they would still dance to the tune of his master. After all, as soon as they give up, he will personally burst into the fortress and crush their heads. And thanks to this, he will increase the reputation of his master. When the constellation heard these words, it was convinced once again that making him the boss was a great decision. The constellation waited impatiently for the common people to be completely and accurately defeated. At this time, Joseph was watching all this and saw how the orcs relaxed, just as one person had said. The man asked the hunters from France, Adeline, and Germany, Ben, if they were ready to attack. And everyone was extremely prepared, and then they decided to run through the plan one last time. As soon as the man gives the signal, Adeline, who is proficient in ranged magic, attacks the guards near the orc boss. After this, Ben, a melee fighter, quickly approaches him and uses force to stop him. And finally, Joseph will follow Ben and use the artifact given to him by his master, and having an instant kill effect, he uses the poison of extinction to suck the life out of him. Ben asked if one blow would be enough to kill, and the man replied that of course it was, because this dagger was the same as the cloaks they received from the owner. It was a special cloak that allowed them to feel incredible strength, and the stealth skill of this cloak was simply amazing. After all, thanks to him, they were able to make this entire journey without using magic and were as if invisible. This artifact was impossible to reveal unless there was a constellation nearby, and the man was calm that the orc boss was definitely not him. This entire dialogue was overheard by Skylar, who was standing in a tall tree right above them. The main character didn't think that Sam's plan would work, and he couldn't have expected this even in his own dreams. The man reminded the other hunters that if the boss had the blessing of the constellation, he would see them if they approached him too quickly. If they screw up because of this, his security is increased, then they will no longer have a chance to kill him, and the operation should be successful on the first try. And then they started the operation, and Adeline started the attack according to the plan with ranged magic. The orc boss was furious and didn't understand what was happening here. He was informed that the people decided to attack them from behind. The next stage of the operation was already Ben's, who used a rocket dash and got close to the boss. When the guy approached him, a fight immediately began. He turned to the orc and said that he was wondering if he was really that strong, and that was why he was here. The orc boss was shocked that such a vile rat began to compete with him in strength and said that the man had no limits to arrogance and immediately began to surpass him. At that moment, Ben realized that despite the fact that he was under numerous magical enhancements, the orc was much stronger than he expected, and if he did not end this now, it would be very dangerous later. And to his great happiness, Joseph jumped out from behind with a powerful blade, which was ready to attack the orc at that very second. When he plunged the blade straight into his back, the orc's strength began to slowly leave him. This meant that the poison had entered the body, and now he just had to wait for it to spread throughout him. When the constellation observed all this and saw the blade, it suspected that it was covered in a disgusting existential force and must have belonged to the General of Blood and Steel. In the entire abyss, it was difficult to find a monster that could withstand such poison, and most likely they could be counted on the fingers of one hand. It was surprising to him that a powerful constellation would give such a valuable item to an ordinary person. Could it be that this time the general decided to go all out? But only the constellation knew that Igor was the strongest of that handful of monsters, and he was a warrior with the strongest life force. The orc grabbed Joseph by the throat and began to hold him in front of him and shouted that he was a servant of the warrior of madness and blood and would never lose until he died. He threw Joseph towards the hunters, and they couldn't believe it because they were sure of victory, since the man said that he would die from one blow. Then why was this monster still alive and full of energy? But this is what his master told him. Even for him, it was a great surprise, and he suggested that it would be better to run away from there. The orc boss Igor said that if this was the case, it was time to pay for their stupidity, and now he would unleash even greater force on them and finish them all off. The mad orc ran towards them, and in gratitude for the blessing that his master had bestowed upon him, he would cut off the heads of these rats and present them as an offering. And at that moment, the hunters realized that they had no choice but to simply start running away from here. But suddenly Skylar appeared and asked the orc, because it was he who said that he would not lose until he died. He imagined the sword right at the orc's neck and added that now he could fall with peace of mind. And for the orc, this was a great surprise, because the guy ended up behind him and he didn't even feel it. And in an instant, the main character cut off the head of the orc boss, which flew straight towards the fleeing hunters. Joseph, just like the constellations, were furious and did not understand why Skylar was here again and defeated this orc with ease. The great leader of the orcs, Igor, fell. The warrior of madness and blood lost this battle, and the first kingdom of the abyss became the territory of the earth. For the constellation, this was impossible, because all the orcs were expelled from this territory, and at that very moment, this meant only victory for the people. At that moment, the orcs, one after another, began to disappear and vanish from this land. But Joseph wasn't very happy with this turn of events. He didn't understand how Skylar got here. The guy replied that apparently they were both thinking the same thing, and thanks to his distraction, it was much easier for him to convince him. But the man didn't want to admit it, because according to him, he simply snuck in and took all the cream. Joseph couldn't let the protagonist take the title of clearing the first territory of the abyss alone. After all, this meant only one thing: to give up the rights to all the resources of this territory. The man had only one plan left: to intimidate him with their force in order to share these rights, since he was here completely alone. But none of the other hunters shared this point of view, and besides, they had no complaints about the main character. Then Ben reminded them that because of the irresponsibility of Joseph's master, they were screwed badly, because if it weren't for him, they would all be dead already. The hunters disagreed that the protagonist had taken all the credit and said that Joseph was completely ungrateful. Ben turned to Skylar and apologized for being a little late with his gratitude, and that this was not the first time he had found himself in his debt. The main character was surprised why it wasn't the first time, because had they really met before? But it turned out that the man ate one of the rice balls that he shared with him, and thanks to this, he was able to significantly replenish all his energy. Also, a large number of Adeline's comrades survived only thanks to this food. The man wanted to repay when the opportunity presented itself, and he was incredibly happy that he could help him right now. Joseph was puzzled that Ben was really ready to give up the rewards for the dungeon expedition for some rice ball, but the man was categorically against cooperating with someone who threatened others with supplies. He added that if Joseph was unhappy about something, he should have prepared better for the boss fight instead of blaming others for it. The man could not believe that this whole game of kindness and mutual assistance was only needed for something more. It was precisely up to this moment that he considered Skylar a cunning boy. The main character didn't understand why they were fighting with each other, but for him, everything went as it should. A few days later, in the Icaros clan, Laura read the news report that Skylar had saved everyone in the dungeon, causing a lot of commotion around. When she entered the training hall, she saw the main character training again, not resting. Because for him, training was already rest. The guy asked what the girl was doing there and whether she shouldn't be doing business, but she came to him to invite him to lunch. Skylar wondered if she was lonely because she was eating alone, but as it turned out, the dinner was not meant for just the two of them. It was about an ordinary banquet where the directors of the Dragon Company gather, and since Skylar was one of the SEOs, she hadn't invited him until now because she wasn't sure that he and such meetings were a good combination. But he did one of the greatest feats, and because of this people became more interested in their company's artifacts. But the protagonist thought it was an opportunity to see whether he could be an SEO or not. The girl warned that as soon as he sat down, a bunch of aggressive questions would fly at him, and she tried to refuse until the very end. But Skylar calmed her down and said that everything was fine, and he would start preparing right now. He already had everything planned out, and Laura didn't have to worry about it. At the banquet, one of the SEOs of the company congratulated the chairman on his successful march to the gates of the abyss. Sam suspected that all they were doing was just raising the issue of efficiency and disagreements and calling it all business advice. But today, they had suddenly become quiet, and were they all on the same side? The man added that the recent successful campaign is a truly huge opportunity, and they will now be able to dominate the market for the next 20 years. And one cannot but agree that the hunter Skylar contributed the most to this. It was incredible to think that such a hunter could do this for them, and he was delighted by it. But the man was also interested in whether his skills would be useful in business, and they should find out, since they were his colleagues, and everyone knew what happens to a business when people trust the reputation of a famous hunter and hire him as an SEO. Sam replied that this is what happens with small and medium-sized businesses, and it is very different from their situation. After all, their branch was the main one responsible for the equipment needed by other industries. They needed a professional. And if something happened to the company, it could cause serious damage to the entire corporation, and they asked Sam to think again. But at this time, Skylar was busy in someone else's kitchen, preparing another masterpiece. The chefs didn't understand what was going on here. They knew who was in their kitchen, but they didn't understand why an A-rank hunter was cooking here. Suddenly, there was a knock on the banquet hall, and they said that the food was ready, and they could set the table, and Sam was surprised that they had prepared everything so quickly. Everyone was a little excited because they hadn't eaten anything yet, and the man suggested continuing the conversation after eating. One after another, the men said that they had no appetite, or that the chef's skills were not so good, and that the food here, to put it mildly, was not to their liking. When the cooks were allowed in, they rolled in large cast-iron pots. Sam asked the chef why he suddenly decided to bring them, since he asked to cook some Western dish, but the man replied that he was not the one who cooked all of this. Then Skylar came into the room and shouted that it was he who prepared all these dishes, because it seemed to him that it would be completely wrong to come empty-handed. Sam was shocked to see the main character here and loudly asked what he was doing here, as if hinting that he shouldn't be here. The man asked why he was preparing this when he had not asked for it to be done, but should have just come here straight away. But the main character replied that it was all because of the directors who had gathered there. But they didn't understand why Skylar was late because of them. Then the guy started listing various illnesses, such as anemia, hypertension, chronic fatigue, insomnia, and asked if there was anyone who didn't have at least one of them. The directors were surprised that the guy named these diseases and did not understand where he learned all this from, because information about their health and diseases was strictly classified. But there was nothing surprising about this because when you study martial arts, it becomes easier to get information about the environment and people with just one glance. But since he found out all this, he simply couldn't leave it as it was, because the future of the company directly depends on their health. And so, to capture the first meeting, the main character prepared dishes that could help with their problems, and it was a spicy beef soup, which could be called a unique medicine. After all, bracken helps with insomnia and heart problems, and bean sprouts remove toxins from the body, while beef strengthens the immune system and prevents anemia. And if you add rice to all this, which the main character specially grew, then this will create an ideal combination with spicy beef soup. The main character recommended to hurry up before the food gets cold and to let them know if anyone wants more. One of the directors thanked Skylar for his concern, but they weren't here for the food. Skylar understood what kind of person had approached him and advised him that since he occupied such an important position, he should first and foremost take care of his own health. The guy continued to convince the man that if something happened to him, their company would suffer huge losses, and he hoped that he would eat everything and that they were doing all this to continue living and eating. Even though the director loved Korean cuisine, he smelled an unusually pungent odor that began to fill his nose, and the aroma simply made the man's mouth water. He replied that it smelled really good, and even though he had no appetite, he would eat it because the guy had put a lot of effort into it. Having eaten one spoonful of spicy soup, he screamed from the taste because the vegetables were incredibly soft, and the tender beef complemented this charming aroma. And all this, together with the hot soup, went straight into his mouth and caused an explosion of unprecedented spiciness. It was really spicy, and so the man decided to wash it all down with rice so that it wouldn't be so noticeable, and it was incredibly delicious, because his other colleagues couldn't tear themselves away either. Their reaction was much better than Skylar imagined, since he knew that the cows and plants that the orcs grew had a mana-restoring effect. But just think that they also help ordinary people restore energy, and most likely the taste was really excellent, since even picky rich people ate it with great pleasure. Thanks to all this, the guy had a lot of useful information, and it was great that he prepared all this and was able to learn something. Sam thanked the guy for the delicious food, because he hadn't eaten like that for a long time, and the main character was glad that everyone liked everything. One of the directors said that the guy is the director of the dragon artifact, and for this, he lacks simple cooking skills, and so they decided to find out about his future plans. Then Skylar replied that of course they were all worried that the company would go down in value if it was headed by an ordinary hunter like him. And if they delved deeper and deeper into the details, then the rest would be pointless, and so he would promise one thing. If the new artifact they are about to release does not take first place in sales, he will personally resign from his post. And for everyone, this turned out to be a very bold decision, because no one thought that the main character would be indifferent to business. Sam couldn't have suspected that this guy had an ace up his sleeve, because he didn't think he could convince them otherwise. But still, the first place in this industry is not so easy to get, and he didn't understand what Skylar was thinking. At this time, a meeting was also held in Parker's office, and they discussed Joseph Grant's failure in the dungeon. They proposed to discuss some countermeasures that they had prepared in advance and were based on research into Parker Company artifacts. Recently, the number of walker hunters has been steadily increasing in order to gain combat experience. Representatives assume that there will be a high demand for artifacts soon, and therefore, based on this information, they are going to release new products. Parker was intrigued by all this and asked what exactly they were going to create, and his colleagues were in the process of discussing this issue. There was no exact time to give. There was also no information about the advertising strategy, when everything would be ready, and what about the production time, and there were still too many factors to consider before they could all come to a common decision. Then Parker couldn't stand it any longer and asked that they were all idiots, because discussing the plan without a single detail was their countermeasure. The man no longer had the patience to listen to the rest, since the plan of the one who had volunteered to speak first was so bad. And with that, they ended the meeting and hoped to collect a little more of some valuable plans by the next meeting. Each of his colleagues knew what would happen if nothing worked out, and he immediately ordered everyone to get lost, because he no longer wanted to see anyone. All the directors did not understand why they had to take the rap, because the contract with Joseph was signed by the chairman, and now it seems that the team of artifacts of today will have to work night shifts, and they began to walk on thin ice. Suddenly, one of the men saw Odaigan, who asked him why the meeting had ended so quickly. The man asked why he was standing like that. Odaigan said that he did not know how much longer he had to protect him, despite the fact that his master had ordered him to be watched, because so many days had already passed, and the man screamed in horror that he could not just leave, because who knew when the traitor would come for him? Odaigan was appointed as Jerry Cooper's bodyguard after he betrayed the traitor holding the poisonous dagger. The goblin wanted to follow Skylar everywhere and was very unhappy, but could not disobey the order of the master, because for him, it was simply unthinkable. The man was ready to steal all the company's top-secret files just so the guy wouldn't leave him alone. And Odaigan only agreed that he would leave him alone because he had to participate in great battles with his master, but was forced to stay here. Meanwhile, in Sam's office, Skylar said that the whole poignant speech to the directors was just a bluff. The guy simply shared his ambitions because he strives to become better, but he didn't have a plan for this yet. But Sam was sure that this guy already had some sketches in his head, and he completely trusted him and told him to do whatever he thought was necessary. But the only thing the guy thought about was that if nothing worked out, he would just leave. But as we know, the main character was not a complete newbie in creating objects and believed that something would work out. Then they came to another topic about how many hunters began to visit the abyss, and they had many opportunities. Because on the ground, they can't just get into the dungeon, and basically people go there to raise their capabilities. But in the end, they get stuck there and die. On the other hand, there is an abyss, where the entrance is always open to them, so much so that they can only fight with those monsters that are within their power, and this is the best environment for hunters to gain experience. And if they show their skills well, they may even be noticed by some constellation, and not a single ambitious hunter will refuse such a thing. The guy didn't understand that they shouldn't stop them, because underestimating the abyss wasn't a very good idea. Sam replied that he had never seen hunters take counsel, and so he suggested sending their hunters there to gain combat experience. And he offered to go with them and said that Skylar didn't have to worry about finances, and it sounded really tempting to him. But first, the main character needed to check something, and he saw 99 unread messages. These were the messages where the warrior of madness and blood complained several times that he lost because of other constellations that taught people magic. The protagonist wondered if the constellation would be wary after his defeat, but it seemed they didn't care much. Suddenly, the kitten's rumors began to take effect, and the six-winged angel hunting dragons asked the collector to explain the rumors that he was behind the attack on the nuclear plants. After all, it was one of the most powerful good deities of the constellations, who had an aggressive character, and he really swallowed the bait. The collector tried to come up with an excuse and said that he knew nothing about it, but the angel asked him not to avoid the question and to answer clearly. The main character was waiting impatiently for them to start a fight, because at this rate the constellations would fight each other. And at that very moment, the angel said that he could not stand it any longer and replied that he would immediately attack the collector's territory on Earth. The protagonist was surprised that he would attack his territory on Earth, which meant that their servants would fight right in the middle of the cities, and this was very bad. As Skylar expected, the war between the constellations had serious consequences, and first of all, his shares fell in price again. At this time, anxiety was growing on Earth, because at this rate the Earth could be destroyed. Many problems bordering on a global crisis occurred. But the worst thing about this situation was that because of this, no one went on dungeon expeditions between the constellations. And the monsters that came out of them began to rage and attack peaceful people. The first sparks of this general catastrophe were in England, on the territory of the collector, against whom war was declared. Many people thought so, but in fact they started in France. At this time, the president of France could not understand what was happening here, and why the monsters that came out of the dungeons of England attacked their territory. He ordered the Minister of Defense to explain himself immediately, but according to his analysis, the monsters felt threatened by the conflict between the two constellations and fled to the territories closest to them. That's why they sent all the hunters to the sea, and fortunately these monsters were all only C rank, and so they had no trouble dealing with them. But the problem was different, because they sent all the people there, and at the moment there was no one to defend the city. If an A rank monster appeared and broke through their line, things wouldn't go too well in that situation. And so they contacted various clans overseas and asked them to send hunters to help with the defense of their territory, and to prepare for the worst, they also asked for A-rank hunters to be sent out of the country. The president didn't understand why they needed their help if they had 3 A-rank hunters. The only one they kept in touch with was Adelina. These people lived in the most luxurious conditions for hunters, but at the same time, when it was necessary, it was impossible to contact them. Then the Minister of Defense pleased the president by saying that despite the fact that their hunters were not listening to them at all, one hunter did not refuse to help them and happily agreed. They received a report that he would be arriving soon, and he happily agreed to help them. This was a man who had achieved great success, who combined competence and excellent character, and who was now more popular than ever. At the airport, Skylar was eagerly awaited and thanked for the long journey he had made, and he really did get there comfortably since they paid for his business class ticket. The protagonist immediately apologized for not being able to take his clanmates, but they were too busy in the Abyss territory, and so he had to go alone. But the guys were still incredibly happy that a hunter like him had come to their aid, and to begin with, they suggested stopping by the hotel that they had prepared especially for him. The guy didn't understand why he would go to the hotel if there was only going to be a strategy meeting there, because it seemed to him that he was required to destroy monsters. When the main character arrived at the hotel, he saw this mess, because all the hunters were relaxing and drinking alcohol, and he did not understand that they were not being paid for their help. Why were they all having fun and not working? Suddenly, Skylar saw a second acquaintance, who also recognized him and greeted him, and could not have imagined meeting him here. The guy suggested having a couple of drinks and talking about life, but Skylar wasn't interested in drinking and wanted to ask one more question. Why don't they all kill the monsters? But the guy replied that they are the saviors of this country that made a great decision to help them. And if it were about special monsters from which they can get excellent materials, then that would be a different matter. But France can take care of weak C-rank monsters on its own. Therefore, they are left to kill only those who penetrate the city. The French government will be furious when they find out about this, and it won't end that easily. Suddenly, a monster appeared in the sky on the streets of France, and numerous portals formed next to it. From these portals, dead people began to appear, entering this world, and it turned out to be an ambush. After all, the collector's servant Markle appeared before them and asked where their king was now. The president concluded that they were able to get support from foreign hunters, and he also has one A-rank hunter. They thought that they had taken care of all the pressing issues and that everything would be fine now, and there was no need to discuss anything else. The president wanted to end the meeting as quickly as possible because his head was bursting at the seams from all these thoughts. But suddenly, a portal appeared right behind him, and his colleagues shouted at him to be careful. A huge and powerful shot flew towards him, which destroyed half of the building, and the Minister of Defense miraculously saved the president from death. And right in front of the King of France, there appeared a servant who addressed him and said that his master had business with him, and it would be excellent if he humbly listened to him. As the guard ran into the room where the hunters were, he shouted loudly that an emergency had occurred and all hunters needed to prepare for battle. But they weren't inspired by this, because they understood that it wasn't worth it to arrange all this farce because of C-rank monsters, and now monsters weren't a problem at all. Then the man couldn't take it anymore and shouted that their president had been taken hostage by the collector's servant. This excited the hunters a little, and they decided that now was the time not to fool around and began to quickly get ready to return back to the country as quickly as possible. The presidential aide began tearfully begging them to stay, because before they left, they first had to save the president. But the hunters understood that they were doomed to failure, because he himself said that there was a servant sent by the constellation, and there was no way to fight him, since he was on a completely different level. The hunter added that if they wanted to send someone, then let them send their own, and left, because it was no longer his business. And suddenly their savior appeared. It was Skylar, because he had an A rank. For him, it was not a problem. Then the main character asked if he was on the front lines. Would they be able to fight him? And the second hunter did not believe that he was going to sort out this situation. The hunters thought that even an A-rank fighter would be in danger of confronting the servant of the constellation, because they did not come here to give their lives. Then the main character realized that these guys were even more shameless than he thought, and he needed people to take care of the little monsters. And unexpectedly for everyone, an angel appeared in the air, who asked people to fight and not run away, because her master saw with his own eyes the hard work of these lands, and personally sent her here. It was the servant of the six-winged angel hunting dragons, and on the orders of the master, she came to them to help deal with the servant of the collector. And then the hunters realized how extensive this battle would be, since the constellation sent a second servant here. She asked the hunters to take care of the little ones, and in the meantime, she would fight the collector's servant herself. But the hunters were not very happy about this, because even though she was a servant of the constellation, she could not give orders to do anything. And then the girl told them not to worry, because she had prepared an impressive reward for them for their help. And at that very second, she filled the room with the most precious artifacts, and all the hunters felt manna from just one look at them. And for each artifact, you could buy an entire building. She invited them to join, and then she would give these treasures to her owners. The servant added that in exchange, she would choose who would be the first to choose the items in the order in which they would swear to fight her. And after a few seconds, all the hunters immediately swore allegiance to the servant, because they were already ready to save France, since they were here. The servant thought that the people were too simple, just like her master had said, because those who joined were blinded by their own greed. And if she used these people to get rid of the collector's servants, then they would be able to greatly reduce the enemy's ranks without much loss. And at that moment, he asked one question: what exactly was the angel going to do, because the president was being held hostage by the collector? He asked what the plan was, since she was so actively inviting hunters to join, and the servant was worried that the man was too calm in front of all the master's treasures. She saw that this man was too different from everyone else here and always remains human. And then the soldier said that there was no need to worry about it yet, and that it would be easier for her to show everything rather than explain it in words. This was the current situation at the Elysee Palace, where a barrier had been erected by the collector's servant. He needed it to use the return magic, because he absorbed a lot of mana to connect the earth and the abyss, so he uses it to buy some time. And then Skylar said whether he wanted it or not, he would have to stay here. Suddenly, the president's assistant ran into the room and shouted that new monsters had appeared in the city. The crazy dead attacked the entire city, and the main character did not understand where they came from, and most likely they were brought by the collector's servant. The guy decided to get rid of them first and not go to the Elysee Palace, because if he left things as they were, there would be numerous victims. And the servant screamed at him not to make her laugh, because it was much more important to get rid of the collector's servant than to protect anyone. At one point, Skylar couldn't take it anymore and turned to the angel, saying that she was a servant of the six-winged angel, and he was an avatar of training, and he was not going to listen to her orders, and asked her to get lost for a while, because she was starting to get on his nerves. And then the angel began to feel pressure from an ordinary person, because his aura was very strong. The other hunters couldn't believe their eyes that Skylar had just defeated an angel that the constellation had personally sent to Earth. The main character asked everyone to get ready, because from now on the hunters will exterminate the dead in this area and move towards the Elysee Palace. The guy will distract the dead, and at this time others will just need to support him with magic. The hunters didn't understand why an A-rank hunter had to do such a mundane job, but Skylar was the type who hated people who shied away from their own work. And he added that if something similar suddenly came to someone's mind, he advised them to quickly change their mind. The hunters immediately began to listen to him in everything and follow his commands, and the guy was glad that everyone decided to work together. Skylar screamed at them to take advantage of this moment and end it quickly. But the hunters had not yet managed to conjure up an increase in magical power when the main character had already burst into battle. Skylar rushed past them like lightning, because these damn corpses should have stayed on the ground, and now it was their turn to go back to their own graves. At that moment, the main character was attacked by the local boss. It was a huge wolf, who immediately received a heavenly blow. After a few minutes, all the opponents were ready, and although from the outside it looked like recklessness, Skylar defeated them all almost single-handedly. The hunters were inspired by this moment, suddenly gathered themselves together, and entered the battle to kill every last one of the dead. At this time, in the Elysee Palace, a servant believed that everything people possessed was simply low-grade trash. But while he was collecting mana for the magic circle, this alcohol brought him true pleasure, and people no longer seemed so bad. The servant rarely and not so often praised people so strongly, and they could consider it as something great that happened to them in life. The French president screamed at the demonic god because he couldn't just leave after causing all this destruction in France because they didn't deserve him to do that to them. And then the servant replied that if he only wanted, he would seize their country because they were pathetic little people who could only maintain their own autonomy thanks to the generosity of his master. And how dare they show ingratitude and take the side of the good gods? After all his master wanted was to simply talk to the king of these lands and brainwash him to rid him of these indecent thoughts. The president of France was surprised by what it meant to rinse, and in that case the servant gave him a little taste of it. The servant asked to stop resisting and just accept this magic, because the effect is still incomplete, because he temporarily borrowed power from his own master, and this is how he will become much quieter. The president tried to say that he wouldn't get away with it that easily, because right now, the hunters and servants of the constellations of their allied countries were already heading here. But the servant didn't care how many pawns came here, because the barrier covering the palace drew on the existential strength of its master. And within this barrier of the ominous night, he possessed absolute power, and even he was interested in what kind of warrior would come to his aid. After all, be it low-grade hunters or servants of arrogant gods, you can call them here as much as you like. Until a real constellation of the current servant appears here, no one will be able to defeat him. At that moment, Skylar was fighting with the dead, and something itched in his ear, and according to an old sign, he thought that someone was remembering him right now. The regional news channels broadcast urgent information for the residents of Paris that the Elysee Palace was currently closed by a barrier installed by the collector's servant. Presidents and other important people are being held hostage, and new monsters are emerging from this place and are attacking people right now. If anyone is in the danger zone, they must evacuate immediately, and if they cannot get out on their own, they must wait for hunters to rescue them. Luckily for the civilian, Skylar arrived just in time and managed to protect him from the attack of the ferocious monster. The main character turned to the man and said that it was too dangerous to walk the streets now and recommended that he go into the building, and he immediately ran there. At that moment, other hunters ran up to Skylar and reported that they had studied the whole situation here. It was a great surprise to the guy that they followed his instructions perfectly because he considered them much lazier. And then the hunter replied that they had initially followed because they were a little scared. But killing monsters and saving people without counting the profits and losses was not so bad. And the guys were optimistic about this situation. That is, since they got involved in this matter, they should lead it to the end as professionals. Angel didn't understand what was going on here because just recently they were drooling over her treasure. She couldn't believe that people didn't put their own comfort above others, and yet they followed Skylar, doing useless things, and didn't even complain about this man. Then the girl flew up to the guy and asked how much more time he was going to waste, because she did not feel the energy of the dead in this area at all. Skylar replied that she had too nasty a character for an angel, and he heard her and asked her to calm down. He would begin to follow her master's instructions. Soon the barrier of the ominous night was discovered, and everyone felt a strong existential force from this barrier. The goddess of sloth felt that it would be more difficult than she expected, because in order to defeat the servant inside this barrier, the protagonist needs to use existential power, and quite a lot so that people can understand that he is a constellation, and this will put him in a difficult situation. The barrier was so powerful that it seemed to block the sight of the constellations from the outside, except for the collector. And she figured that if the guy used the power inside, the other constellations wouldn't know about it. But he would need to avoid being seen by that angel. And just at that time, this angel found Skylar and asked why he was standing there doing nothing. At one point, the guy just wanted to gouge out her eyes, but unfortunately, that was not possible. And since there was no more time to lose, the guy decided to enter the barrier. The servant immediately sensed a new guest, and he was wondering, since he was the new owner of this place, whether he should observe all the formalities and meet him personally. At this time, the bewitched president sat in place and asked the owner to be extremely careful. When Skylar walked inside, he was surprised that it was much quieter than he expected, which made him suspect that there might be some kind of trap here. But the angel screamed that there were no traps here, and she would now simply go to the servant and ask the guy to follow her and cover her. The servant suspected the vile Manna because she was one of the servants of the six-winged angel, and he decided to get rid of her first. The girl did not even feel the presence of the servant's power, and first decided to get rid of it as quickly as possible, and tried to fly higher. But the servant was not so weak and could not allow her to simply fly away. The angel couldn't move, and at that moment the main character shouted for her to duck immediately, because he was ready to deliver a powerful blow. And the collector's servant shouted loudly that he, as an ordinary human being, dared to challenge him. He couldn't believe that he was losing in strength to some person, and it was completely impossible. When Skylar threw him back into the distance, it was time to use a ranged attack, as it was the perfect distance for the heavenly finger. And to avoid this, Markle used the shadow of the collector of noble crowns. He couldn't believe that such a person existed, because in addition to incredible strength, he also had an excellent sense of combat and was not at all open to attack. For him, the angel's servant was not a problem at all. It was all too unexpected, and the collector's servant had to retreat. And in one moment he disappeared. Skylar realized that he quickly assessed the situation and fought very well, and it really would not be easy to deal with him as expected from a servant of the abyss. But at the moment there was a more difficult problem, because something was wrong with the angel. The servant's mana was rapidly absorbing her mana, and although he was much stronger than she expected, this ominous energy was exactly the necromancer's control magic. If this continues, she might become a puppet of this servant, and all the hunters around will be scared because of this. One of the hunters approached Skylar and suggested that if she was right, then maybe it would be better to kill her right now. After all, if she becomes a dead person, then they will have one more problem. The angel heard this and added that the man was right and asked to kill her, and she said this in all seriousness. She is a servant serving the six-winged angel, and she will die if necessary, but she will never become a toy of the demonic god constellation. The guy was happy because it was cool that she made an incredibly strong-willed decision. But as he said, he did not intend to obey her orders and would do as he saw fit. He suggested using even more power to erase that bastard's mana from her body. Angel thought that it wasn't that simple, because even she couldn't do anything with this mana. And then the main character began to use his own internal energy and try to do something. He warned that there would be a clash of completely alien forces in her body, and therefore she could experience excruciating pain. But in any case, it was better than dying, and she should just endure it. The collector's servant was watching all this healing, and was shocked that this man was refining his mana. Even though it was only a part of his master's power, it still contained his existential power. He needed to have a strong body to use the Dark Knight, and he didn't believe that someone like that could exist, because Skylar was just a mortal, and he would do anything to get him. After some time, the main character was able to heal the angel, although it turned out to be incredibly difficult, and she was infinitely grateful to him for this. After all this, the girl promised that she would listen to him in everything and asked what he was going to do next. The main character replied that since their goal was initially to free the hostages, they would simply break into the central area where this bastard was located. And at that moment, Skylar felt strong magic behind his back. It was a servant who thanked the people for the journey they had made, and now he wants to make them a very tempting offer. The servant said that since they were here to save the king and his subjects whom he had captured, he would release them right now so that they would not risk their own lives. But for this, he will have one special condition. He wants them to sacrifice the person who just fought him, and that was Skylar. For if they give him up, he swears by the name of his own master that he will return the hostages and all the others back safely, and then everyone will become heroes who saved the king of these lands. The servant was pleased to see the shocked face of the protagonist, because this was his perfect strategy for defeating people using their own ambitions. And now he was waiting for his comrades to grab him and throw him into the terrifying hell as a living sacrifice. And the servant will simply have to look down on all this and wait impatiently for victory. But everyone unanimously said that this was nonsense and that he would not receive any consent because it was too brazen to exchange politicians from another country for a rank a hunter. Even a truckload of these politicians wouldn't be enough to buy even one fingernail from Hunter Skylar. He couldn't believe that the king was completely unimportant to them and that Skylar was a being superior even to the king. The hunters immediately began to discuss the fact that, frankly speaking, their president is a real bastard, and someone heard that half of France can't stand him. It has reached the point where it might be easier and better for the French to elect a new president. But all this time, Skylar carefully analyzed and came to the conclusion that he agreed and he was ready to go along with the servant's offer. The angel screamed that this was nonsense and that he would fall right into his trap this way. But for the guy, it seemed like an excellent solution to end it all at once. It was too dangerous for the protagonist because he was an unusual servant, and even he would have problems. He asked the girl not to worry too much because he had a plan, but she wasn't worried and didn't want to show that she would worry about some person. Then the servant turned to him and said that he had noticed a faithful man and he had impressed him very much because this is how heroes should sacrifice to save the king. He hoped that he and Skylar could create a truly strong relationship and told him to enroll in one of the symbols in the center, and after that, he would meet him right away. And he immediately, as he had promised, freed the king of these lands and his subordinates. The main character didn't think long and stepped onto the circle, and the servant liked how quickly he acted. The main character turned back and confidently said that he would definitely return and that they shouldn't even worry. And so Skylar appeared inside the barrier core, and although he expected it to exude darkness, it was not that dark. Right behind him was a servant who turned to him and said that it was a little sad to hear him say that, because he had put a lot of effort into decorating this place. It seemed to him that despite the main character's fighting skills, he was lacking in the body. But it didn't matter, because once he made him a Death Knight, everything would be perfect. The guy was surprised that he was trying to turn him into a dead man, and that was exactly why he brought him here, because initially the servant did not plan to turn people into Death Knights. But it was all because Skylar was able to surpass even the warriors of the Abyss, and it was from that moment that his power attracted him so much, and because of this he decided to free the hostages just to transfer him here. The servant hoped that the guy without tricks would become his soldier, because although he promised to free all the hostages, no one said that he could not capture them again. Then the guy asked what would happen if he refused, and the servant was very amused by this and his audacity, because of course he could refuse. But this place was created thanks to all the power given to him by the master, and it was created especially for him, because even the constellations cannot look here, and the guy is completely isolated here, and he will have no choice. He ordered to silently give his own body to Skylar and accept all the conditions. But the main character liked the fact that this surrounding world was completely isolated, and for him, it was just great news. And then he used all the existential power he had, and the servant could not believe that he had removed all the shadows created by the power of his master. The main character wasn't going to explain to him where a simple man got so much existential strength from, because he was going to die soon anyway. Without the servant, things were not going as he had expected, and he decided it was time to retreat. But Skylar was so fast that even shadow teleportation couldn't allow him to escape. And then the guy struck a mighty blow, and in that moment he realized that he had used too much existential force after a long break. And the servant was still intact after all this, and then the guy decided to finish him off with the next attack. The servant's thoughts were that he could not cope with this hunter, and he could not even stop him. But there was only one way left among the shadows that he could summon, and that was the strongest shield that would stop him. The main character was surprised by this magic. He did not understand what the servant had rolled out this time. It seemed to him that he still had one more trump card up his sleeve. And this trump card was an angel who suddenly appeared from the portal and began to scream in horror about what was happening here. The girl couldn't understand how it all happened, but the guys really underestimated the servant's strength. But as it turned out, anyone who has ever touched his shadow will not be able to escape his control. And the servant turned to the guy and told him to get out of here as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would be the end of his partner. Then the angel screamed loudly that Skylar should never listen to him because he already knew everything, because she was ready to die for the sake of her master. And the main character is already very bored with these words because she has been dying like this for the whole day. Then Skylar shouted that he understood her and would do everything in the best possible way. The guy quickly pounced on the angel to punch her right in the face, but at one point his fist stopped right in front of her eyes. The servant laughed loudly because he knew that the guy was just pretending to be tough. But in reality, he was a simple and weak person who controlled the affection for his allies. And the demon again announced that he could still become his soldier, along with his partner. The guy turned to the angel and told her to hold on a little, because it was going to hurt a little now. The main character began to use the heavenly finger directly on his partner, and energy absorption occurred. And in addition, not only mana was depleted, but also the power granted by his master. Skylar's energy was so powerful that it instantly absorbed all of his shadows, and the power of the Shadow Crown was also absorbed. And thanks to this, the guy was able to save the angel, and he also saw a message that he absorbed the enemy using the shadow, which has power, and the absorbed opponent becomes a devoted servant. And for this, the guy was very grateful to the demon for such a wonderful gift. But was it worth it now to give Skylar something in return for such a generous gift? And it seemed to him that it was worth it. And he dealt a crushing blow directly to him, and the servant could no longer do anything without the power of the master, and did not have a single chance of victory. And then he decided that he needed to somehow escape from here and called the elite warriors of his shadow army from the portal. The servant ordered them to stop this brutal man who was threatening their master. But all this was useless, because it was only a pathetic attempt to buy some time to escape. And if the main character's assumption is correct, then he can no longer play the master for them. The servant could not understand what the main character was talking about, because these were his soldiers who had just been called up. And at that very second, Skylar screamed for them to grab Markle, because he was the one threatening their lives at that very second. The servant could not understand what these scumbags were doing to him and tried to stop them in every way possible, but everything was absolutely useless, because they were no longer under his control. Apparently, he didn't fully understand the essence of his power given to him by his constellation, but everything was in the description, because when a skill is stolen, all subordinates also pass to the new owner. The protagonist asked Markle not to be too upset, because he didn't care much about his puppets, and he was just going to finish him off along with them. At this moment, he noticed that the angel was unconscious due to the absorption art, and therefore there was no need to worry too much and use all the existential power. Markle screamed in horror, who was in front of him, and even the Lord of the Abyss did not possess such power. And Skylar told him that he had already told him before that he was not going to explain this to someone who was going to die anyway. And the owner of power, Markle, was killed. And at that very moment, the whole city began to clear itself of dark and gloomy shadows. Following this, the barrier of the ominous night also began to disappear. All the servants and monsters began to evaporate right before the eyes of the people. Suddenly, a man came out of the palace holding a girl in his arms, and all the hunters paid attention to this and looked there. As soon as the silhouette approached, they saw that it was Skylar, and they joyfully shouted that the main character had returned, and whether he alone could defeat the servant of the abyss. At that very moment, the angel woke up and started screaming that she remembered something had happened to her, how the collector's servant had grabbed her and the main character had calmed her down and asked her to relax because he had already defeated him. But the girl did not relax and asked the guy to let her go right away because she could walk on her own. One of the hunters was glad that the guy was okay and that he had returned to their ranks safe and sound. The protagonist reciprocated and asked if they had returned all the hostages, and the man replied that he had kept his promise, since it was quite unexpected for the servant of the demonic god. The hunter added that only the president was still in a strange state, but this was quite expected, because he almost died. All this could not be denied, because it was the greatest success. But the main character was worried about another question. What kind of cannonballs were lying all over the earth? These cores fell from the dead they killed while the protagonist was away. They didn't pick them up due to the commotion, so there should be a lot more of them out there. The main character asked everyone to look for these cores for him, because even though they were of so-so quality, it was just a shame to throw them away. Angel thought about why people are so greedy, and they need these simple cores. And at that moment, when Skylar asked to find them and bring them to him, something seemed to click in her head. She snatched one core right from the hunter's hands and said that it belonged to her. It seemed to her that her body moved of its own accord and did not obey her in any way. She approached the guy and offered to take this core, and the main character was very surprised that this was happening to her. Why was she giving it to him? Skylar was wary of this, because it might have been because of the power he stole from that bastard. But when Markle used it, the effect was not as strong. Then the goddess of laziness told the guy that this was all because of the change in the user's power level, and he had taken possession of a very useful power, and while she could not observe him from behind the barrier. Most likely, this contract only worked at full power when the constellations used it. This is probably why the collector tried to drag the president into the abyss, because brainwashing cannot be done by contract alone. His goal was to bring back the brainwashed president and use him to drag France into a war against the six-winged angel. But he could never have imagined that Skylar would eventually steal this power from him, and now he can only wait until this effect wears off. The goddess advised to first take this core, and then the girl would come to her senses, because she had fulfilled his order. And at that very second, the angel seemed to wake up and asked the guy what just happened. Skylar replied that all this was because he absorbed his power, and in the process, power over her also passed to him. And in other words, her body was no longer hers, but his too. The angel was horrified by what she heard and asked to stop it immediately, but the main character did not know how to remove this effect, because it can only pass with time, and asked her to calm down. And the girl immediately screamed for him to stop giving her orders and not force her to calm down. After this, the angel flew into the sky because she could not believe that this man had seen her in all her worst states, and now he was also commanding her. Skylar watched as the angel moved further and further away from him and thought that the distance between them was a great way to solve the problem, and they would definitely see each other again. At that moment, the president's advisor ran up to the main character and said that the president was behaving a little strangely because he was collecting every core he came across. And it seemed to him that his behavior was similar to that angel, and he came to the conclusion that the servant of the demonic god could do something to their president. And now the guy could control the president of France, and if he said something wrong, an international conflict could start. And in order not to create problems for everyone, Skylar asked them not to worry, because everything will be fine and he will just keep it a secret. The protagonist had no intention of ordering the president to do anything, so he should be fine and this A-rank hunter should be trusted. At that time, Skylar had no idea that the Shadow Crown had an additional effect, and it created strong feelings around the user among her servants. And all this could become the starting point for unprecedented decisions that will go down in French history for a long time. A few days later, restoration work began on the Élysée Palace building, and builders began actively repairing damaged areas. The French president read the news that a true miracle had occurred, and there were only 0 casualties thanks to the achievement of the American hunter Skylar. This incident was very serious for this country, and everyone realized how useless the selfish hunters of France are. And all this time, the president said that it was pointless to treat hunters with care. The presidential aide understood that he was starting to complain again about the uselessness of the hunters, but with each passing second it was getting worse and worse. Although it made sense, considering that besides Adeline, no other A-rank hunters showed up. The French president admired Skylar because he came from another country to protect civilians and risked his life to defeat the servant of the demonic god and is a true hero. And so he ordered the preparation of the most honorable medal of France, which would be higher than the Legion of Honor. To give away a simple medal when he had saved the president and the representatives of the nation was a disgrace to all of France. At that moment, another assistant knocked on the door and said that all preparations for the medal ceremony were completed, and the hunter Skylar had already arrived at the scene. The French president proudly proceeded to present the medal to Skylar as a thank you to all the foreign hunters who protected French citizens. From the monsters that happened in the incident, they awarded the representative of the hunter Skylar with this medal. The president did not have enough words to describe the guy's character and brave act, but despite all these words, the main character was just doing his job. The president added that the guy is very modest because he cannot be compared with the hunters from France, because now the entire internet is teeming with such comments and texts. And the main character felt it too, because now he is famous throughout France, and therefore his existential strength has increased several times. The president added that this incident was about the inferiority of his country's hunters, and he had decided to offer Skylar a business on which the future of France would depend. The man wanted the boy to take responsibility for building a French base in the abyss. All the reporters and journalists were shocked by such a statement, because how could a foreigner be responsible for a base in the abyss? It was complete madness. And although Sam asked not to create problems, things already smelled like kerosene for the main character. Building a base for any country in the abyss was of great importance, be it a clan or a business. And all this not only because it required the best people and machines and guaranteed fabulous money, but also because those responsible for construction receive privileges for more convenient trips into the abyss. This is why bases in the abyss are always entrusted to a national clan or enterprise to represent the power of the nation. When Sam heard the news, he realized that Skylar had broken that tradition and had gotten the contract to build a French base in the abyss. And this news pleased Sam very much because he had done something that would bring so much profit. Thanks to his antics, several of their branches will not have to do anything at all to survive due to the amount of money. Then the main character added that perhaps he should have refused some of the gifts, because the offers were too strange. After all, the president took him to the museum and took out several things and gave them to the guy. These were artifacts of Korea's cultural heritage that France did not allow anyone to approach. Sam couldn't believe that the guy had succeeded, because France considered any cultural value to be their property. In France, at the Louvre Museum, the museum director begged the president to leave treasures of immeasurable historical value. But the president believed that these were the treasures of Korea, and the only right decision would be to give them to a Korean hero. Even though Skylar was an American, he simply remained silent about it. When Sam began to look at the jewelry, his passion as a collector made his heart beat faster. And at that moment, the guy immediately stopped him, because he was going to return them to Korea to their rightful owner. And then Skylar had a great idea about what he could do with them. The main character decided to restore the image of the Korean fighting team, because it was not so good, and as soon as the match begins, he will definitely be criticized by Korean citizens. And thanks to this, all this criticism will at least fade away a little. The man didn't like this idea, because the guy knew how much he loved antiques and did everything to keep them out of his hands. The guy added that he did wrong considering how much profit was made from the station in the abyss. And then he thought about going to another company, but Sam stopped him and said that his side, which valued relationships, truly made him look good. Then Skylar was glad that Sam didn't mind him giving everything to the Korean clan. Speaking of the station, the outpost of their base was already finished, and the man invited him to take a look at it. At the entrance to the station, the man checked Skylar personally, and it was an honor for him to meet him, because it was his first time arriving at the temporary station. This was the first station where one could use a teleport, and to do this one simply had to go into the magic circle and then name the place where he wanted to be sent. When the guy stepped onto the teleporter, he asked to be transferred to the Dragon Company outpost. And then, at that very moment, teleportation from one place to another occurred. When the main character saw the new outpost, it reminded him more of an entire city. Elizabeth and her team of craftsmen were already there, and they greeted the hunter with pleasure. The main character asked why she was here, and not with the Ikaros clan. But as it turned out, the others had gone to scout the territory, and were already quite far from this place, and there was no one else here. So Elizabeth was in charge. This station was very cool, especially everyone was impressed by the barrier, which could constantly withstand protection and use the accumulator of mana and company. The lava and magma kitten was impressed by the technology, as it was truly amazing even for a blacksmith from the abyss. The main character became interested in how strong the people here had become, and he noticed that the entire team was trying to become B-rank hunters, and their internal energy had noticeably increased. Skylar expressed his pride in him, because after training with him, they should have become at least that much stronger. And since everything was fine with the station, and he didn't see any problems, he asked why they needed him here. But as it turned out, the problem was not with the station at all, but with the visitors coming to see it. The problem was the abyssal inhabitants who came here, although traveling through the lands of the abyss was difficult, but not impossible. And since they were seeing human civilization for the first time, there was nothing surprising in their curiosity. But the problem was not this at all, but that they were constantly getting into fights and were at odds with Earthlings. Not long ago, they secretly entered some establishments and tried to rob them, and if it were up to her, she would completely forbid them to leave. But this would deprive them of the opportunity to learn about the abyss and their technologies. In truth, the brawlers and robbers weren't as big a problem as the information brokers and scammers. There were too many of them here. At first, they purchased information about the location of the dungeon from the inhabitants of the abyss at a rather high price. And when they came there was nothing there at all. And now, although they don't fall for such tricks, they still feared deception. Then the guy asked her not to worry about it anymore, because he knew one person for such a problem. He promised that she would see him soon, because he was the best who knew the abyss than anyone, and also very obedient. At this time, Odagon did not understand what he was doing on Earth because he had to travel through the abyss with his master and participate in endless battles. He couldn't believe he had to defend this pathetic fool. At this time, the director did not understand why he had to do all this alone, because how could it be his fault? The financial hole arose due to stupid embezzlement of funds and accounting fraud. But the guy understood that it was his fault, because he was the one stealing all this money, and he did not understand how this man could become the owner of this company. Suddenly, Odaigon received a message on his phone from the main character, asking if he was busy right now. The guy was delighted and turned to the director and said that it had been very difficult until now, but of course not for him, but for the man. And the guy at that very second broke the glass and said that from that moment on it was all over and he was leaving. The man tearfully cried out where he was going without him, but Odaigon replied that he had already said everything and he needed to hurry. He showed the phone with the message and said that he was returning to the abyss to his owner, or rather to the hunter Skylar, who was waiting for him for the great battle. The president did not want to let the boy go, because he could not do this to him, but Odaigon shouted at him that he could continue to steal money just as he had been stealing before. Then the man asked if Skylar, whom he loved so much, hadn't told him to protect him, and how could he so irresponsibly abandon such a mission? The director added that if he really needed to go, he would go with him. The guy didn't understand how a Parker Group board member could go to someone else's outpost, since he could be caught there, but the director added that the guy shouldn't worry, since he could brush it off as a business trip. Odaigon underestimated him, because he was really cunning, and dragging him there in any case was not so difficult, and it was quite possible to do so. And then, at any moment, at the command of the owner, he will be able to get rid of it, and perhaps he will finally be able to get rid of this burden. Odaigon decided that the man would go with him, but he would keep a low profile, and most importantly, if he dared to stand out in front of the hunter Skylar, he would be punished. The director replied that he didn't want to attract attention at all, and the guy didn't even have to worry about it. At this time, Skylar was looking at information about the Parker Group company, and he could not believe that there was manipulation of financial statements, theft of funds, and all the stolen money went into shares of other companies. He approached the director and said that he was much more talented than he thought, but in any case, he thanked Cooper for coming to him, because now he would provide him with housing and security and offered to stay here as long as he wanted. Cooper thanked the guy for the opportunity and said he would go get some fresh air and think about a couple more ideas. Odaigon turned to the owner and asked if maybe he should just throw him out, but the guy didn't think so because he was spying for their competitors. And then Skylar said that enough was enough about this, and it was time to get down to real business. Odaigon was very happy about this and began to list what they could do. Perhaps it was a trip to an unknown dungeon, or maybe a raid on a super powerful boss. No matter what it was, his servant was ready to give his life for him. It was all too encouraging, and the guy was the only one he could tell it to, and it was an incredibly important mission, the outcome of which could determine the future of their station. Odaigon could not believe that the main character was entrusting such an important mission to him. The guy replied that his master could trust him with any task, and he would do absolutely everything, and Skylar ordered him to get rid of the traitors. The next day, a line of traitors formed directly in front of Odaigon. One of the sellers convinced the guy that this was a fire spirit crystal buried here, and that he really didn't need it, and in return he asked to give him their mana accumulator, to which the guy replied that it was just funny. After all, how could a spirit crystal be underground? And all this was similar to the ordinary gallstone of fire lizards, which is worth nothing. The merchant was very surprised that such a simple man could know such a thing. And then Odaigon took a stick and hit him hard on the head with it and ordered this swindler to disappear. The guy ordered to immediately throw him out and put him on the blacklist and ban him from entering here. He did not understand how it was possible that everyone who came up with great offers turned out to be scammers, since he had about 42 of them on his account. Odaigon already had a trigger for the word offer, which got him going. And when once again a new merchant approached him with an excellent offer for Skylar, and it was about the possibility of mutual assistance. But the guy couldn't stand it and didn't even listen to him and hit him right on the head, because to him they all seemed like idiots from the abyss who decided to show up here, and he didn't understand why there were so many of them. But the man started shouting that he was a fraud, and that he was an official from China, and he was an ordinary person. Odaigon immediately stopped and apologized for all this, because he thought that the man was simply disguised as a human and should have reported it earlier. But he did not have the opportunity, because the guy did not even let him start a sentence. As Skylar walked towards him, he wondered what the Chinese official was doing here. The main character apologized for his subordinate's disrespect towards him and asked him to take it normally, since he had overworked himself a little. But the man started shouting that the guy had attacked him, and he would file a complaint with the American government. Then the guy replied that perhaps this would not be enough and suggested talking about his proposal over a cup of tea. The conversation was about how they had made a deal with a distant tribe and received information about a B-rank dungeon, and they were going to raid it with him and share the rewards. The man added that this is all exactly how it is, and that the contract is very profitable, since they bear all the losses. But for the main character, all this was too suspicious, because the Chinese Hunters Association, which he knew, would never have incurred personal losses. And at that moment, Skylar became incredibly curious about what these bastards were up to. In today's hunting world, there is a customer whose requests will be rejected by even the most money-obsessed hunters, starting with false information to attract ignorant newcomers and ending with a contract leaving them with nothing. The infamous and strange requests coming from the Chinese Hunters Association. The Chinese government is behind all this, and they still go along with this proposal, and there was a whiff of something strange here. But it would be a shame for the guy to just give up on the B-rank dungeon without any evidence. Besides, it was a good opportunity to find out how strong the team of masters has become. And the main character accepted his offer, but warned that if he tried to pull something off, he could immediately prepare for the worst. The man replied that they couldn't do that to an A-rank hunter because it was simply unthinkable, and asked them not to worry, because something like that would never happen. At Skylar's request, the entire team of craftsmen gathered in one place. They discussed how to go on a campaign, and the girl suggested that they were plotting something against them or the elves. And this was also possible in principle, but in that case, they would create enemies and a chain of first-class American hunters, and therefore they would be afraid to take such a step. That is why the main character asked the girl and the whole team to focus on gaining real experience. Suddenly, the boys heard the sound of buses, and Chinese hunters arrived at this place, who practically represented all of China. They were the hunters of the Shaolin clan, and they would unconditionally carry out any order that came to them from above. They were like the watchdogs of the Chinese government. One of the guys approached the girl and said that they hadn't seen each other in such a decent way, and she was spreading such vile rumors about her former comrades, and all this only because she left for America and turned her back on her homeland. The guy added that he was very surprised that she had achieved some success, considering that she had been included in such an important mission. The girl replied that she was doing great, unlike the government dogs who combined some kind of pseudo-magic and fake martial arts. The guy didn't like these words very much, and he replied that such a policy had been a great help for them for quite a long time. And thanks to it, they were able to learn both magic and martial arts. The protagonist had never seen Iris so agitated, as if they were each other's worst enemies. Skylar decided to intervene in the dialogue and told them to stop their idle chatter, because they needed to get to work, and the man apologized for being so rude because an A-rank hunter shouldn't see that. The young man introduced himself as the leader of this expedition and added that their client was not far from here, and they could discuss all the details on the way. And as it turned out, their clients from the Abyss are elves, because they recently arrived from another territory and planned to settle in this forest. But they realized too late that there was a dungeon in the center of the forest, and although they wanted to go there, they didn't have the resources to do so. But it was hard for them to refuse such a good place, and they decided to hire them. For now, their camp is located on the outskirts of the forest, because they have no access from the center, and they want to finish the hike as soon as possible. But the Shaolin clan also had something to do, and there were not enough hunters for this, and that is why they turned to the main character. It was strange to the guy that they were trying so hard to please others. Maybe they wanted to make an alliance with the elves. After all, the elves were one of the strongest races, given their vast knowledge and excellent magic. And if China could form an alliance with them, thanks to this opportunity, then the reward for the dungeon will seem like child's play. Skylar wondered how reliable this information was, because he had heard a lot that there were a lot of scammers among the inhabitants of the Abyss. The guy replied that it was true and that they had to work hard because of them, so they usually don't take requests from the inhabitants of the Abyss unless it is 100% reliable like this time. It was strange for the protagonist that they were too sure about him, because there was some reason for all this, but as it turned out, they had already talked about it before. It turned out that their clients were elves, and Skylar was very surprised at this, because did they really not know anything at all? The guy added that the elven race values honor above all else, and they definitely wouldn't lie and everyone knew about it. Skylar was perplexed and did not understand what this guy was talking about, because among all the elves he met in the Abyss, you can count the honest ones on the fingers of one hand. Because the true appearance of elves without a drop of doubt can deceive any other races, just as they deceive foreign hunters. The head of the clan said that it was nothing special, and for the hunters of the Chinese Republic it was absolutely nothing, and asked everyone to hurry, because he was sure that the elves already knew that they were here. And the main character knew that not all elves were swindlers, so he could relax a little, although this situation made him a little nervous. At this time, the elven camp received information from a patrol that human hunters had arrived in their forest. The head of the elves was delighted by this and asked to greet them personally, because they were very important guests. After all, for the sake of the home of their new tribe, they will enter the dungeon on their behalf, and they would sacrifice their own miserable lives, and therefore these guests had to be regarded as very important. Upon arrival at the camp, the tribal leader greeted the entire Shaolin clan. He asked to accept their gratitude for what they were doing for them, because it was difficult to express everything that he was experiencing, and for the Chinese hunters, it was nothing. The guy asked before going into the dungeon whether he would keep his promise regarding the rewards, and everything was exactly as they had agreed earlier, if they cleared it successfully. The main character still found the elves too suspicious, and continued to wait for the guy from the moment he said that he would go and introduce them. The guy found that the warriors near the elder were quite strong, at least comparable to B-rank hunters, and there were several of them, so were they really asking for help from other races because they themselves lacked the strength to clear a B-rank dungeon? All this led to the thought that this dungeon concealed something more dangerous. In any case, it was a great opportunity to train a team of masters. The elder elf asked the boy who the man standing in the distance was, and he was told that he was reinforcements, and they shouldn't worry about him. The elf noticed how this man had incredible energy, because even in the abyss, it was not always possible to meet such a person, and therefore everything would go better than he thought. Soon the elf added that when they explored the dungeon, they discovered something, as they said earlier, mostly beast-like monsters lived there. For the most part, they liked to attack from the rear, and although they turned out to be ordinary monsters, they made very cunning ambushes. And so the elder warned them that as soon as they went into the dungeon, they should put the Chinese hunters in the vanguard so that everyone could conserve their strength and succeed in the campaign. The guy thanked the elf for the advice and promised that he would never forget his help, and added that they were going to the dungeon and told the elves to prepare to move to the center, because they would soon return. One of the elves asked why the chieftain had told about attacks from the rear, since usually these dogs attacked straight from the front. But the reason was that the weaklings in front would become bait, and this was precisely the Shaolin clan. The main character did not understand why there was such a rush, and the clan quickly ran forward. Skylar didn't like this, and he turned to them again and shouted why they had moved so far away from them. Then the guy shouted that they shouldn't shout so loudly because the monsters might hear them. The main character replied that he shouldn't worry because he would take care of everything, and asked again why they were so far ahead. The guy decided to answer that since they were the main team on the expedition, they should be the ones taking the main risks. Skylar was surprised that it was a sense of responsibility, but the girl added that it was definitely not, because they had no place for such sentimentality, and she was sure that the clan was up to something, and there was an ambush somewhere at the end of the path. The main character understood that it was impossible to fall behind any longer, because it would be much more difficult to cope with dangerous situations. Skylar yelled at the clan to stop this and come back to maintain formation, but the boy yelled at the hunter not to cross the line, since he had no right to order them around. It seemed to him that since they had proposed this expedition, they would be the ones to command it. The main character couldn't believe that he was reacting like that when he simply suggested slowing down, and he no longer had the strength to argue with it, and he decided to let the clan do what it wanted. At one point, Skylar noticed that there was something strange underneath them and asked him to listen and come back. But the guy stood his ground and shouted that he would be the only one giving orders here, and he was not going to repeat it again. After these words, the main character could not stand it and began to run straight towards him. The guy was surprised, because despite the fact that the hunter had rank A, he couldn't even keep up with him with his own eyesight. But all was not lost yet, because his clothes had high-ranking spell protection, and therefore he could withstand one blow with ease. But how sad it was to realize that everything didn't work out the way he planned, and he received a powerful blow to the stomach, and his plan didn't work. The Shaolin clan hunters were surprised how their captain could lose so quickly, since he had expensive artifacts on him. And at that moment, Skylar said that he would give orders to them all. And he immediately ordered everyone to return back immediately if they did not want to die. But suddenly, numerous tree roots appeared from under the ground, which immediately tied up all the hunters. Skylar realized that he was already too late, because he knew that the elves were really hiding something. After all, right in front of him was an A-rank monster called a carnivorous tree. This monster had combat abilities around rank B+, but its marching class was raised to A, and one of its abilities allowed it to steal the energy of living organisms that come into contact with it, after which it began to regenerate. When the tree grabbed all the hunters from the Shaolin clan, it immediately absorbed all their energy. The main character could not understand why the elves hid such information, because were they really afraid that China would not take on such a task because of its complexity? At this time, the goddess suggested that most likely they needed bait. Although the carnivorous tree was a monster, it was surprisingly quite cautious and would never appear in front of an enemy who was stronger than it. If the elves had revealed the true level of the dungeon, then an A-rank squad might have come to this place, and the carnivorous tree would not even have shown itself, and this expedition would have made no sense. Most likely they walked ahead precisely because the elf told them to, since the elves had planned to use them from the very beginning. One hunter from the Shaolin clan shouted for everyone to prepare for a general attack and destroy this vile tree. They activated the summoning of sword and fire and immediately pounced on the monster. The protagonist became curious about what they meant by combining magic and fire. Although it looked bizarre, their martial arts were garbage, because they moved along a straight and predictable territory. The entire clan ran straight towards the enemy as he attacked from underground. At that moment, Skylar's students ran up to him and thanked him for the training in energy detection and footwork, because thanks to it, they were able to avoid death. Then the guy suggested showing what they had learned over such a short period of time and taking it all as real training. They decided to show these pseudo-free people what real martial arts are like. The hunters no longer had any strength left, and the strong branches hid their throats and exhausted them with every second. And then they saw how Skylar and her squad ran to save them. The guy shouted that in order to defeat the tree, it was necessary to deprive it of the ability to use energy absorption. Otherwise, it would simply regenerate endlessly. In other words, they had to first cut off the branches with the Shaolin fighters and only then the roots that absorbed energy from underground, and only after that kill the tree. The protagonist ordered that as soon as they saved them, they waited for his signal, and the squad immediately made a jade sword formation and increased the user's internal energy several times. The fighters were too fast and unpredictable, and such attacks from the tree could only work on the Shaolin fools who couldn't even use their legs. In just a moment, everyone from the Shaolin clan was saved by a team of masters, and the girl screamed that the attack could begin. And Skylar began the fight with the sword's energy boosted and headed straight for the decrepit tree. But the combination did not end there, and the next blow was a heavenly fist, with which he tore the tree from its roots and it flew into the air. The guy immediately ordered everyone to finish him off as quickly as possible, because if he fell to the ground and took root, he would quickly regain his health, and before that happened, he needed to be chopped into pieces. And Skylar's clan successfully accomplished this task, and this is what was called real martial arts. For the Shaolin clan, Skylar's team of masters was incredibly strong. They no longer believed that they would allow these traitors from the master team to take all the credit, and if their association found out about it, then they would all be finished, and the guys didn't know what to do, and everything would be fine. But in such situations, the leader should always take responsibility. But their leader was lying unconscious. None of the masters team were hurt in this fight. Everyone was ready for the next training session, and they collected all the trees they could and loaded them on their backs. At this point, they began to make their way back to their precious client, who had a lot of explaining to do. Upon entering the camp, the elf greeted them joyfully and was glad that their heroes had returned safe and sound, and apparently his prayers had reached the heavens. But unfortunately, one of the main hunters of the Shaolin clan was not in the best shape, but he still thanked the heroes for their help. The fighters did not understand this, because they were the ones trying to deceive them, but now their reaction turned out to be quite sincere, and they assumed that perhaps the elves did not know about the carnivorous tree. Skylar couldn't believe that a bunch of hunters had fallen for these words again, and he understood why the elves had decided to trick them, but that was none of his business. The guy thanked the elder for such an emotional greeting and added that he would like to discuss the distribution of awards with him personally. He said that there were several amazing items of approximately S rank, and there were too many ears around to reveal such information about it, and he suggested that they and several members of the clan move somewhere more secluded. And then everyone moved to the elder's tent, because it had been cast with isolation magic, and there was no better place to be found here. The elf was incredibly happy that they not only managed to clear the dungeon, but also got hold of S-rank treasures, and it was necessary to get the most out of this situation, leaving them with a couple of unnecessary treasures. When they entered the tent, the elf invited them to sit down at a table, since the conversation was not going to be short. The elder was looking forward to hearing them discuss the S-rank treasures, but the boy interrupted him and said that he had lied about it. The protagonist immediately slammed the elf's head against the table and said that it was all a lie, just like the information about the dungeon that they had given them. Skylar knew that the elves knew that there would be a carnivorous tree in the dungeon and therefore used them as bait and asked the elf to stop lying, because the slightest trick and he could say goodbye to his head. To which the elf replied that they knew about the existence of the carnivorous tree, but they used a Chinese hunter as bait, so he told them to go in the vanguard so that he could finish the campaign in peace. But the main character continued to be tormented by the question of how the elf had the courage to commit such a deception, because if the Chinese Association found out about this, they would definitely take revenge on him. But the elder was sure that they would not dare to break in here, because their warriors would quickly stop them using the advantages of the terrain. People are not adapted to moving through the forest, and they were confident that they would be able to stop them no matter how many hunters came. But apparently the elf was not aware of the number of fighters in question, because he suspected that China was a fairly large country and assumed that a couple of juicy fighters, or, in the worst case, 2,000. Then Skylar said that if it were some tribe from the abyss, then it is unlikely that a couple of thousand warriors would come for their heads. But the population density on Earth was completely different, and especially in China, and amounted to more than 1 billion. The main character warned that after this they would have to deal with about 1 million hunters, and this was not a joke at all. The elf screamed in horror that it was impossible to give birth to so many people, but Skylar replied that this was how people were. The elder began to think that even if they mobilized everyone they had, and if they only sent hunters here, his tribe would come to an end. And then Skylar offered to help them protect themselves from them, although his clan was against protecting such deceivers. But they could be used well. After all, if they could monopolize their knowledge of magic and artifact production, they would be an extremely useful asset. And since they had gone through so much trouble to cover up their lies, it was worth taking the reward, and it made sense. The elf was interested in this proposal, because if they protect them, they will share everything they have, and it seemed to him that this man is so strong that he can be used for personal purposes, and he will definitely become more useful than the Chinese hunters. But Skylar immediately warned him not to even think about being cunning, just because this is a contract with people, as he said earlier. If he dares to do something like that, then his head will say goodbye to his body. At this time, one of the Shaolin clan told the commander that while he was lying unconscious, everything ended, and as a result, all the honors for the campaign were taken by the hunter Skylar and a team of masters. And judging by the way Skylar spoke with the leader of the elves, it seemed to them that he was trying to monopolize the relationship with him. And then the guy screamed in horror for them to get out of here because they were stupid weaklings. They couldn't do anything about it. But all these were just his thoughts, and perhaps he wanted to say so, but it was better to refrain, because everything could turn against him. Then they decided to go back and think carefully about what to do, and then return to this issue. The guy didn't know what they were planning, but whatever they did would still remain in the palm of his hand, and for such situations he placed listening devices in their artifacts. He was sure that a lot would spill out before him, so it would be impossible to use it in the report, but he had to listen to everything. The guy couldn't believe that while he was unconscious, his guys had conspired against him and betrayed him. He was furious, and he decided to let them know that he was not some idiot, and soon there would be nothing left of them. At this time, Skylar was carefully studying the contract that he would have to conclude with the elf. Suddenly, the guys from the Shaolin clan burst into the tent and tearfully began to ask the main character to save them. Their commander demanded that they all take responsibility for the failure of the campaign and accused them of disobeying his orders during missions and leaving the battle. The guy asked why they couldn't just give up on it, since there were many of them and he was just one. But they were sure that their commander-in-chief had contacted the association and told them a couple of stories, and that they were already expected there for desertion. The girl added that this could have happened, because this guy was capable of this, because he was sucking up to his superiors quite a lot. The boys continued to ask him for help and talk to him, because they were on a hike together, because the association couldn't ignore an A-rank hunter. The guy couldn't believe these words when these guys actually betrayed him. But putting the responsibility for the expedition on them when they didn't make any decision was clearly too much, and he agreed to help them. The hunters were very grateful that the main character could help them and asked how much he would ask them for it. But Skylar had no self-interest and he would simply tell the truth as it is. Although he was certainly annoyed by all their antics, they were simply following his orders and also fighting this carnivorous tree to save their comrades. The main character didn't need anything because he would just tell the truth. And if the guys really wanted to repay him with something, they could help him at the station. The guy turned out to be some kind of holy man. Nothing was even needed in return. And at that moment, he saw a notification that he had received existential power. And so the march from the elf village came to an end, and Skylar acted as a witness and refuted the story of the Shaolin clan commander-in-chief, which he told to the Chinese Association. The association was looking for someone to blame for everything, and made him a scapegoat and accused him of everything, and what happened to him later no one knows. After a few days, everything calmed down and a new legend began on Earth. At this time, in the laboratory of the Khan Energy headquarters, a man thanked the rather famous hunters for their time. There were indeed two highly renowned A-rank hunters who showed up for this meeting. They were invited here to test one of the artifacts. After all, the procedure was such that before putting an artifact on the market, the laboratory usually invited hunters to check it. Jane wondered why shouldn't the manufacturer check it, and why should they do this? But this was a different case. This company doesn't just have one main production facility, they also had a bunch of contracts where they were choosing and testing to get a better contract. Even though Jane was one of the successors to this company, she was not particularly interested in it, and only came here because of her grandfather's request. And the man announced that they could start the show, and this time their precedents would be these two. He showed some artifacts from the Parker Group, which were always good. One of the artifacts was a bracelet, and the other was completely new and was called the Dragon Artifact. The hunters were very surprised by this, because they knew that Skylar became the new director, which meant that this was the first artifact he made. The girl was glad that the Dragon Artifact won, because Skylar was now incredibly popular. But the man didn't want to rush and suggested just watching it, because this time, he would be tested to remain objective. This artifact was being tested for the first time, as ordinary people were unable to test its power. The products were selected by the candidates based on the technical specifications stated in their documents, and because they had the best contract terms. The man immediately put on one of the bracelets and decided to test its functions, which he was looking forward to. He was invited to go into the testing room, where dummies had already been prepared that had the same durability as Class B monsters, and they should be perfect for artifacts. And everyone else was supposed to watch from an observation post. First of all, the man started with an artifact that was created by the Parker Group. This artifact was truly better than he expected, and it simply incinerated almost all of the mannequins that were right in front of them in literally an instant. Only the main targets were partially destroyed, but the rest of the dummies remained unharmed. Such power required a small amount of mana, and the skill activation process was quite stable, and it seemed to him that the Parker Group had gone out of their way this time. The scientist added that this issue can now be considered resolved and noted that although this is Skylar, it will be difficult for him to show a better result. Skylar was truly an incredible person, but the creation of artifacts was a different matter. Jane, who was crazy about Skylar, couldn't help but agree that this artifact from the Parker Group was truly magnificent, and she didn't understand how much money they poured into it. But despite all this, it was necessary to finish testing the weapon of Skylar's artifact. The girl screamed for the man not to be greedy and to use as much mana as possible and show all his strength. But no matter what she said, the man was decisive and fair. Suddenly, the man felt the power of some other dimension. It was a hurricane whirlwind that flew out of the sword and was directed towards the mannequin. The girl thanked the man for listening to her and using a lot of mana, but he replied that he did nothing of the sort and used the same amount of mana as in the previous artifact. All the laboratories were extremely surprised by this and thought that there was nothing more to discuss here, because this time they had to conclude a contract with the Dragon Artifact. And on that day, the company announced that it was entering into an exclusive agreement with Skylar's company. Afterwards, the two companies were able to successfully cooperate without any problems, and thanks to this, Skylar's artifact was successfully put into mass production. Soon, Skylar's magnificent work of hunting began to appear on the hunting market. At this time, at headquarters, Skylar was reading the news and was not particularly sure that in the end, they were dealing with a company that had always occupied the first place in the artifact market, namely, the Parker Group. When they received the exclusive contract, he was already pleased with the result, but his artifact ended up being the top seller with a stunning result. The guy became interested in why this happened and whether someone had bought a bunch of artifacts without his knowledge, but the girl replied that of course not. And if he really wanted to know the truth, then she would assume that 80% of the matter depended on him. After all, many hunters left reviews on social networks, and this was an incredible case, because usually hunters do not share their opinions unless they are sponsored, and so they carefully studied this issue, and the reason turned out to be Skylar. From those he shared food with during the last expedition to the Shaolin clan hunters, everyone who left a review were hunters who fought alongside him. It might sound a little strange, but all his good deeds bore fruit. But the protagonist still wasn't very proud of it, because it was most likely a huge pile of money, and he knew that she would have a similar reaction, and so he moved on to the next question. And then there was an urgent call from Ikaros, where Eliza screamed where Skylar was now. Despite the important meeting, she interrupted it by saying that something had happened, and there was a warning about the discovery of a large wave of monsters. And this location was in his homeland right in Korea. When abyssal monsters invade the Earth through a crack in the dimension, the phenomenon is similar to a dungeon breakthrough. The only difference was that the monster emerging from the cracks was at least S-class. And one of these signs of such a wave was discovered in the Yellow Sea right in Korea. The Korean government has promised to generously reward every corner of the world that sends them hunters. All this only led to a huge wave of foreigners just because a monster showed up in Korea. But as it turned out later, most of them were here because of monetary rewards from the state or because of a thirst for fame. But Skylar came here even before the government made a request, and even gathered the elite of their clan and brought them here. The girl assumed that he was most likely doing everything possible because this was his homeland. But this was not the case, because he was simply taking part in the cleanup. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity for the boys to gain experience. Suddenly, other hunters appeared on the beach, one of whom was Jane, who was incredibly happy to see Skylar, and he reciprocated. The girl ran to Skylar in her arms to announce that the artifact he had released onto the market was simply amazing. She was crazy about him, and even in this business he was good, and she gave him 5 stars when no one asked for it. She also took a photo and uploaded it to social networks, and made all her hunter friends buy him. Her partner couldn't understand that this was the same Jane who fought like a dog when she was even a little upset, and beat all the anger out of everyone who caught her eye. She had changed since the last time we met and was no longer a mad dog, but rather a tame one. Then she turned to her partner and said that if he dared to do something stupid and get in the way of the hunter Skylar, then he would not leave her even in Class A. The main character also recognized the second hunter, and he was very surprised that he came to him without permission, because he was a little guilty before him. After all, if you look back, he was too rude to him, so he assumed that he would be uncomfortable when they met. But if he came himself, it means he liked the main character's methods of education. But in the end, everything was not as Skylar thought. In the Six-Eyed Demon Clan, the boys attached themselves to Skylar in this monster wave. The CEO of the company and his father did not understand why his son was so surprised by this. He wanted the boy to fight alongside the most competent hunter class of the modern era. He didn't forget how the boy had complained about how difficult Skylar's hunter training had been during his last foray into the abyss. The guy wanted to prove that he was not a weakling and was not afraid to go through these training sessions again, and he promised that he would try. He added that after the last time he went through his training course, he realized how lazy he was. That's why he wanted to be with them and watch them fight and learn how to do it. And Skylar thought that Chuan would be happy to hear something like that. Suddenly, the boy saw bets on the monster wave, and it looked like a competition to see which of the servants participating in the campaign would make the biggest contribution. And since all the servants of the constellation will be involved this time, it will be a big event, because they want to take the opportunity to see whose servant is the strongest. The protagonist didn't understand that they were bored with life, although it was not bad considering how passionate they were about this bet. They bet quite a large number of soul stones, and the invincible training avatar also joined the bet. The rare opportunity to get a bunch of soul stones was not to be missed. He suggested that everyone gather here, but now they have more people and so they need to discuss strategy again. Suddenly, the main character had a vision that one of the monsters would appear during this wave. But all this was rather strange, because this place was not even close to the sea. And if this is Korea, then why were people on the ground? And as it turned out, they were Chinese hunters. When the guy returned to his normal state, everyone around was scared and did not understand what had happened to him. But he said that he had just seen something. And at that moment, a sharp earthquake occurred on the beach, and there was no longer time to be distracted by extraneous things. After all, a truly huge turtle monster appeared, which no one could have expected here. It was a mountain tortoise with an extremely strong shell that covered all of its vital organs. It had a huge body that could destroy a building and was a Class A monster. She wasn't a C-class monster because she didn't have any special attack skills and moved quite slowly. But anyway, all the hunters who fought her complained about her category due to her incredible size. It was quite difficult to fight her at close range, so they tried to attack her with long-range magic. And by joining forces, they tried to do it at the same time. But unfortunately, this method did not work. At most, it could buy some time for further attacks, and the turtle began to attack people. After this magic, there was not a single scratch left on her, and besides, monsters lived in the holes of the shell, which pounced on the frightened prey. The hunters were not prepared for such a development of events and began to run away from the monster. The protagonist heard that when she appeared before, even hunters blessed by the constellations and leading the attack experienced difficulties. But they didn't have the fighting power comparable to this, and the hunters of higher classes began to play it safe and run away from the monsters. It was important for Skylar to study the situation at least a little more, but at this rate, everyone would die. The guy ordered the clan members to deal with the birds. This could lead to colossal casualties. And the Class A monster will be dealt with by hunters of the appropriate rank. Everyone fought with these idiotic pigeons with all their might and did not know how to stop this turtle. Skylar and his team of Class A hunters helped them with the birds, and they went straight to the main boss. On the one hand, the hunters were glad that Class A had started to move somehow, but on the other hand, they didn't understand what the three of them could do against such a monster. But the protagonist knew that killing the mountain tortoise was easier than it seemed, because the source of energy moving its huge body was a vital organ that was hidden deep in the shell. And after the legs stop moving, they will deliver a powerful blow to one point and break through the defense. The guy wanted each of them to take a leg and immobilize it for a while, and he would take care of the rest. Everyone understood Skylar's order, but the guy didn't understand how he was going to break through the turtle's shell alone. Then Jay couldn't take it anymore and screamed that Skylar had a plan, and that the guy should stop complaining and do what he was told. The girl used the magic of the highest class flame wolf and immediately summoned him, while the guy was using the dimension sword art, and thanks to teamwork, they were able to inflict significant damage on the turtle's legs. Skylar used air steps to get right above the turtle, as climbing a mountain turtle was nothing new to him, because he had fought her so many times in the abyss, and now it was his turn to attack. Of course, he never had any difficulty fighting her, and by applying a little extra existential force, he became so strong that he could break the shell with one blow. This time, he used too much force, so he decided to combine it with his own martial arts and used energy arts to protect his body and infuse power into it. He increased his own body weight by increasing his mass and increased his falling speed several hundred times. Along the way, he knocked down annoying pigeons, and one could say that Skylar had already become a projectile that was rushing straight into the turtle's shell. The hunters watched all this. The guy single-handedly killed the turtle with one blow. The guy showed everyone what kind of power lies in martial arts. After this victory, the boy saw a message that his trust and faith in martial arts had increased significantly, and his existential strength had increased, and his current rank had become 61. Because of this, he received the martial arts territory, and from that moment on, any faith and trust in martial arts would be transformed into his power. The territory, the medium of which becomes the source of the power of the constellation. It can be a sword, a spear, or any other weapon, even something like magic or magical arts. What they have in common is that the more people believe in the power of the medium, the greater the power of the constellation he will possess. But the main character had no followers of martial arts or anyone interested in it, and therefore there was no territory for it. But this fight made a huge impression on everyone around, because they were filming it all on their phone cameras and admiring the martial arts. And judging by how the constellations were seething, the Abyss also became interested in martial arts, and it was very strange that even the warrior of madness and blood expressed respect to him, and for Skylar, everything was not so bad. After the battle, Jane couldn't contain her emotions and immediately ran up to the main character and shouted that it was incredibly cool. Skylar thanked the guys for following his instructions and doing a great job. The guy had no intention of going back because someone was still bothering him. Suddenly, Eliza came running to them, shouting that they had problems because she had just received a report. At this time, a wave of monsters was also discovered in China, which was larger than in Korea. Skylar didn't understand how this was possible, since the monsters had been here just recently. But the girl replied that there had been cases when breakthroughs had occurred in several places, and that this shouldn't be particularly surprising. But this situation was unprecedented, because there were two waves, one after the other. Surprisingly, the Chinese Hunters Association also sent out a request for help. The waves did not appear at the same time as she was discovered, and it seems that they wanted to study the situation better, and the hunters were doing the same. During the monster wave, there was a good opportunity to increase their own value. They knew that it would be hard for them to fight something like the mountain turtles several times in a row. Eliza added that what was worse was that the help was needed by a Chinese association that was known to exploit hunters unless they promised a really attractive reward. The Chinese association was not going to take the initiative, and he saw this introduction as only Chinese hunters were lying on the ground. And then the guys came to the decision that they should also wait and first deal with the monsters that came out with the turtle and take a short break. At that moment, the warrior of madness and blood made an offer and asked Skylar for a personal conversation, and the guy did not understand what was happening to the constellation of the demonic god. Considering that he didn't have a very positive attitude towards him after the last expedition into the abyss, he still needed something from him. The protagonist replied that he was very busy and did not understand what kind of trick he wanted to pull off again this time. But the constellation replied that there would be no games, and that this offer would be as beneficial for him as for his master if he really did not trust him. And the warrior swore by his own real name that he would not cause him any harm. While it was normal for a constellation to break promises to people, a name oath was a completely different story. But it was a guarantee tied to their existence. If they broke the oath, they would lose a huge amount of existential power, and all this turned out to be serious. The warrior said that if the boy agreed, he would use his own existential power to invite him into his own territory. When the girls approached him and asked what was wrong with him, he turned away and said that everything was fine, and now it was time for a break and he needed to get some fresh air. After some time, Skylar found himself in the territory of the constellation to meet this madman. The demon god was quite pleased that they finally met him in person, because what he did last time was truly magnificent. But Skylar didn't have that much time for idle chatter, and he immediately asked what his proposal was. The warrior was surprised that the guy was on his territory, but he still remained arrogant and decided to get down to business. He proposed an alliance with his master, the invincible training avatar. His goal was that as long as he called it an alliance, they should just continue to punish the demon gods as before. After the Earth stole his territory, other constellations began to laugh at him. And the fact is that because of this, his followers on Earth began to go to other demonic gods. The constellation was furious that the cunning demon gods dared to steal his followers while he was in decline, and took the opportunity to throw him out as the strongest into the abyss. And then the constellation decided that even if he united with his past enemy, he would destroy all the demonic gods who dared to interfere with him and return his own followers. And at that moment, the constellation showed the main character the first gift. It was the second territory, which was connected to the Earth. After the Earth gained its first territory in the abyss, another gate was discovered on the outskirts. The countries soon sent experts to analyze the energy of these gates. And a little later, they announced that the gate was another passage connected to another territory of the abyss, like the one on Earth. Because of this news, the society was wondering who would be the first to be sent to the territory. As a result, the pioneers were those who were already in the territory of the abyss and observed the others, and no one dared to take the initiative into their own hands or act too aggressively. Because going into the abyss is not something so elementary that you would go there without any information, and everyone has long since learned this well from the last expedition. And the main character thought that if he wants to get more territory of the abyss, then first he needs to collect data, and this is already the business of hunters. But no one could have imagined that he would be able to obtain these lands in this way. Most likely he created this landscape with the help of magic, and it was incredibly amazing. It was truly the territory of the second abyss of the Earth behind the second gate. What was curious to all Earthlings, it was the territory of the demon of contracts and orders. It was a powerful constellation of a demonic god that ruled the African contingent, and it turned out that this time the territory was very difficult. Skylar was surprised and said that for the land of the demon god, everything turned out to be quite normal, because he expected something like burning sulfur. Then the demon suggested the guy to take a closer look at the jungle and pay attention to the demon in the suit, who was a servant and collected contracts from monsters. With one condition, to give permission to drink from the pond, because all demons loved the contract. But this one was really obsessed with them, so everything on his territory had to be sealed with a contract. And then the constellation added that his first gift would be this spectacle, because he had already spent a lot of energy on the next one. He provided the identities of the other constellations of demon gods that they had made contracts with complete information from their contracts. There were a lot of them. The main character even recognized a class a hunter from China, and no one would have thought that such a famous person served a demonic god. And this knowledge about another territory was already a lot for him, and he could not believe that the demon shared this with him as well. Apparently, no one expected him to betray his own colleagues to such an extent, and the mere thought of other demon gods going through something similar already made him nervous. The guy was sure that this demon was a complete psycho, but despite this situation could play into his hands. A few moments later, the main character returned back to Earth and was immediately greeted by Eliza. She asked what was wrong with his face and whether he had been hiking alone or something. But the guy replied that he had been at a meeting that had drained all the energy out of him. Skylar asked who was standing next to her, and the girl added that they were guests who came because they wanted to talk to him about something. These were the servants of the six-winged angel, and the guy was interested in what business they might have with him. The guy asked what happened to Jane's hair. Did she really get gum in her hair, and what was she doing here among them? But it turned out that it was her twin sister, Class B hunter, Sayla. When the boy left, Jane was escorted out by hunters from the Korean government, who called in all Class A hunters. Then Skylar apologized for this misunderstanding, but the girl replied that everything was fine. This happens from time to time and suggested to continue. They came here because their master wanted to form an alliance with him and thereby gain some points. But technically, they were still rivals. But the man explained that in situations like a monster wave, forming an alliance would be much more effective. Besides, now that he had single-handedly killed the mountain tortoise, it would be very difficult for them to take the lead. And in this situation, the gentleman decided that it would be better for them to unite with the first number and guarantee the second place, and added that the angel also trusted him and praised him very much. The main character was surprised that the cruel angel who took part in the French campaign suddenly praised him. She said that she wants and serves another master. She will gladly lend him her own shoulder in any battle. The boy then replied that since they needed all the help they could get, he believed that nothing bad would happen if they all united with the good God. And the man replied that this was truly a wise decision for a hunter. He said that in that case, they would form a 4-man patrol and deal with the hidden monsters on the islands along the way to China. And all that remains is to wait until they receive information about a wave of monsters in China, and this plan sounded great and everyone supported it. Skylar needed everyone to communicate with each other to form squads, because that was necessary. The guy brought him here to negotiate for him, but he turned out to be completely useless. There was nothing to be done, and when he asked questions to find out what topics would be interesting to her, she only nodded or shook her head, remaining silent. They had no choice if they continued to force her, because the situation could become even more awkward, so they decided to forget about it. After the last meeting, Leia became much more capable, and the guy did not know who her master was, but he was probably very proud of her. She wanted to keep it a secret, so the guy didn't really ask what clan she was from. But the energy emanating from her was not like that of a demonic god, so he was not entirely sure about it. But another ship began to sail to the same island, and the hunter was very surprised that they were late, and asked the hunter Jerry what they should do. The man was very surprised that someone had gotten to where he was going before him and ordered everyone to get ready for a fight. When the hunters began to approach the shore, they realized that, judging by the tower, it was the ship of the Ikaros clan. The sponsors of their clan, the Parker Group, were very upset when they lost the dragon artifact. If they defeat the scoundrels associated with them, they will be in good standing with them. Then the guy asked what if the hunter Skylar was there, and Jerry immediately grabbed him by the throat. He was sure that he would never give in to this stupid jock. Jerry told the little hunter to shut up and do as he was told, and if he continued to get on his nerves, he would be sent to be food for the fish. One of the hunters asked Skylar if they could move to another place, because it seemed to them that they were a little late here. But Skylar still felt the presence of many monsters here. Suddenly, the main character saw several ships that were about to dock at the island. There seemed to be a chance that they would collide with their ships, and apparently these hunters were unfamiliar with the rules of hunting ground etiquette. These were the Western Shieldmen, a large American guild sponsored by the Parker Group, and therefore they were often in conflict with them. And the one at their head was an A-class hunter, Jerry Gilbert. He was a high-class assassin with powerful buffing and recovery skills. The man could control his colleagues with his own incredible support abilities, and was also infamous for forcing them to fight until they were on the brink of death, earning him the nickname, the Puppeteer of Death. The guy asked the main character what they should do if they got into a conflict with him, because it would be hard with this guy. And to begin with, they decided to try to establish a dialogue with him. When the ship's crew landed on the shore, Jerry immediately said that he knew there was someone there, because there were ships moored near the shore, but he did not expect to meet such big shots. The man began to get acquainted with Skylar and began to introduce himself, but the main character asked without self-introduction, because he was not interested in it. He wanted to hear the reason why they had landed on this shore, even though it was obvious that they were here. But Jerry replied that they didn't need reasons, because they were rivals and it was normal for them to steal each other's prey. The man added that it would be nice if they even crossed paths by chance, and they could contain them. Skylar asked what kind of trick it was, but Jerry asked him not to worry, because they would just hold them off, as he said, only until they dealt with the monsters on the island. They were only interested in the smallest thing. They wanted to get all the points on this island. Although Skylar could have scattered them all, Jerry added that they were broadcasting live, which was transmitted directly to headquarters, and if they attacked first, he would send this video to the media. They will edit it so well that no one will ever guess how it all really was, and if this material is made public, the reputation of the main character will be tarnished, and he will no longer be able to become a hero. The boys couldn't believe how this hunter dared to threaten them so filthily. They asked Skylar what they should do, since he could very well do it, and then they would be at a disadvantage if they acted rashly. But the main character didn't think so, because they would be the ones who would end up in deep trouble if they did that. And at that very second, they began to attack the unfriendly clan. The hunter couldn't believe that Skylar didn't care what happened to his reputation. He replied that if he was asked, he would say that he dealt with the servant of the demonic god and his subordinates. But to the man, this sounded like some kind of nonsense. To the boss's surprise, their secret was revealed, and Skylar pointed to his partner, who served the demon. The hunter could not believe that he had been discovered, because he was sure, as the master had told him, that no one would ever guess. But fortunately, the main character had a bird that sang all this to him. Although she was a little eccentric, her abilities were quite useful. And he even knew that his master was the greedy master of the treasury. It was a constellation that owned the territory of greed. But after the abyss became connected to the earth, it absorbed the greed of the crowds of capitalist society and began to grow at a frightening rate, becoming a powerful constellation of the demonic god. Unlike other demonic gods who love destruction and dominance, this one preferred to wreak havoc in the world of money through economic crises, and was also known as the constellation of capitalism. And after that, the guy realized that his way back was cut off, and he took out the magic sword of the fallen Avenger, because he had no other choice but to immediately begin to carry out the plan. And then the guys grouped together to turn on the defense and fight this hunter. But to the main character's surprise, this guy didn't come for him at all, but for Jerry, and his commander was shocked by this outcome of events. The man didn't understand what was wrong with this bastard and what he was doing, because had the guy really forgotten how Jerry had taken care of him all this time? But the guy didn't agree with this opinion, because he called it care that he made people work for him during the hike without stopping. The hunter wanted only one thing, the death of Boss Jerry, and was already ready to launch a close attack with his sword. The main character didn't understand what was going on, but he ordered the guy to stop it immediately. The guy was angry about this because Skylar interfered in their affairs, although he knew that the man was also his enemy. But the main character had no goal to help him, and he decided to simply subjugate the servant of the evil god standing in front of him. But the guy didn't care much about that, and since it came down to it, he brought down the full power of the treasury master right on them. Skylar said that he had received a lot from the master. But among these gifts, there were certainly no artifacts that would grant him additional life, and immediately dealt a heavenly blow. The rest of the hunters stood in horror, because the guy defeated this monster with one blow and no one even had time to stop him. At that moment, Jerry realized that he had disgraced himself in front of his own subordinates, and now he was completely helpless in comparison to him. The man was safe and sound, and he added that thanks to the main character they avoided a catastrophe, although of course he could have figured it out on his own, but he still thanked him. Hearing the words of gratitude, the guy was glad that everything went exactly like that, and after that he told him to get lost, because this was their place, and threw him straight into the sea. Skylar turned to the other hunters and said that if they ever got in his way again, he would suck the brains out of them, just like he did with their leader. The guy was glad that everything ended well for them, and his team thanked him for once again dealing with everyone cleanly. The protagonist was interested in the question of whether Sayla was interested in how he saved them, but the hunter answered that not really. She only asked why he was helping these bandits. But when he threw Jerry away, she seemed to be a little pleased, because when he helped them, she was very upset. But now she is better. The guy knew she wasn't like Jane, but they really were completely different. The main character decided to deal with the remaining monsters and quickly return, because they needed a rest. But the man replied that most likely the guy would not have time for both, because there was an urgent call on the radio. He added that China had finally contacted the overseas clan and other countries, and they had promised a very attractive reward and wanted them to send them Class A hunters. At this time, in the office of the head of the Chinese Hunters Association, the head of the Tao Association could not believe that they had to bow to other countries because of some monster. It was a great shame for them, but there was nothing they could do, because the monster that appeared during the wave was none other than a dragon monster of Class S. This dragon torch had already destroyed more than 10 villages and was not going to stop there. And if that were all they had, they could have handled it without any problems. But the real headache was that he was heading to where the foreign corporations were. The talk was about the heart of the Chinese market, Suzhou, which was famous in the economic market and was among the top 10 cities in the world. If it weren't for that, they would have allowed him to destroy as many villages as he wanted and head to other countries. But everything was getting worse with each passing minute. The man asked what the countries and clans they had contacted had responded with, and whether they had sent out Class A hunters. The countries were willing to accept the proposed reward, but wanted them to show sincerity first. Since they were sending out A-class hunters, everyone wanted them to level the playing field and send him out. And in this situation, they had no choice, and the head asked to convey to the countries that put forward such a demand that if they send hunters, they will reciprocate. And they will send the strongest hunter, who was the symbol of the first-generation hunters, the S-class hunter, Chan. At this time, in the center of Suzhou City, there was a gathering point for overseas hunters. No one could have imagined that so many A-rank hunters would gather here, when usually there would be none. The guy thought it was normal, because in China they not only offer attractive compensation, but also the opportunity to meet with Chan. Jane wondered if he was really that good, since she had only heard his name, and the guy added that this hunter was exceptional among all the first generation. The boys were amazed at how Skylar praised this hunter, and he must really be incredible. But the main character heard that his whereabouts had been unknown for over 10 years, and the Hunters Association could simply be hiding him. But it was hard to imagine who the S-class hunter needed to be protected from. Suddenly, all the hunters turned their attention to the approaching motorcade. It seemed to them that it was precisely him. The long-awaited hunter of all times, Hunter Chan, stepped straight out of the car. It was indeed him, despite the fact that there were rumors that the man was dead, but he looked completely healthy. The protagonist couldn't believe that he was seeing the legend of the first-generation hunters with his own eyes, because frankly speaking, he considered him much weaker. But despite this, the huge amount of mana he emitted was like in his best years. And it was very strange for the guy that he used protection when he was so strong and there was possibly something they didn't know about. When the man came out, he immediately noticed the hunters and asked what they were doing there, because he had never seen them before. One of the hunters replied that they were sent here to help deal with the torch dragon monster. The hunter did not understand what they were talking about and what kind of monster they were talking about. Then he began to look around and noticed that he was really in China. While he was speaking, a security guard was already running behind him, who kindly asked him to just be quiet and wait 1 minute. But there was a feeling that this great hunter was not here, and he immediately asked if anyone had any treats. S-class Hunter Chan had heightened senses so that no one could follow him, as well as a strong and modern body from endless training. On top of that, he had a noble heart and put life before other priorities, and some might say that all his stats reached the peak. But he remained a legendary first-generation hunter. The main character couldn't get his head around the fact that his idol had dementia and was not of sound mind. None of the guards understood what had happened to him, since everything had been fine in the morning, and why he had gone mad again. One of the guards couldn't stand it and yelled at him, reminding him that he had come to take part in a hunt for a monster on the orders of the Chinese Hunters Association. But these words made him very angry, because how dare he lie to him? Because Chan didn't look like the type to listen to these rotten bastards. And now he understood everything. Why there were so many unfamiliar faces here. They must all be spies from the Hunters Association, sent to kidnap him. And the old hunter could not allow this to happen and longed for only one thing, for all the spies around to die, and began to use magic against them. The main character did not understand what this crazy old man was doing, because he was in a completely terrible state. But he could still move so perfectly, it seemed that this hunter was on a completely different level. But it was clear how strained his relationship with the hunting association was. And at this rate, all the hunters who had gathered with great difficulty could die at the hands of an S-class hunter, and not a monster. Skylar managed to slow him down a little, and immediately asked Hunter Chan to calm down a little, because they were not kidnappers from the Hunters Association. The guy added that they were rescuers from abroad who had come to get him out of here. The historian could not believe that they had come here for him. Skylar continued that he had taken out many hunters, and there were many foreigners here, and if you looked closely, many had huge noses. He quietly whispered that they were under cover of the monster fighting squad and would take him back after the battle, and therefore asked him to cooperate with them, because they would not only save him, but also feed him delicious food. The old man liked this and said that first they would kill the torch dragon and then have a delicious dinner. The security couldn't understand what happened there and what the guy said to the hunter that made him calm down so quickly. Suddenly, one of the security guards received an urgent call from the department. He was told that the first Chinese detachment that was sent to stop the torch dragon had been defeated. The Chinese Hunters Association had developed a plan to defeat the dragon with a torch, which on paper was incredibly simple. They wanted to use world-class anti-aircraft weapons, and also gathering high-ranking hunters in China and beyond, who were divided into the first, second, and third squads for attacks. To gradually weaken him without leaving any chance, however, this plan failed even before the foreign hunters gathered together. After all, the first detachment that quickly set out on a journey with the aim of stopping the Torch Dragon was completely destroyed. The main character didn't know whether this was good or bad, because he thought that all the hunters were dead. But some of them were captured alive and held by some powerful magic called spatial confinement. It was one of the most powerful spells and captured the victim and absorbed their mana. No one could believe that the dragon was able to use it on multiple targets at once, and this monster was definitely on a completely different level. Skylar was asked what they should do, since there were so many hostages and the A-class hunters would not be able to attack, and China would not be able to use anti-aircraft weapons. And at that moment, the main character regretted 1,000 times that he took this hemorrhoid and probably should not have accepted their offer. As it turned out, an hour ago, the men from the Hunters Association ordered Skylar to take charge of the expedition to hunt the monster. It was certainly strange for a foreigner to command the operation, and it was truly unprecedented. But they had no other choice since the Chinese hunters had already been eliminated. And while they didn't know what to do, he was the only one who was able to keep Chan in check. That's why the Hunting Association in China decided that he was ideal for the task and asked him to take on the expedition. And the main character had no choice but to agree. And first of all, he said that they needed to free the hostages, and only then would they be able to focus on the dragon. First, they will get closer and remove the spell and deal with it all together. Hunter Chang was looking forward to this, because once they killed the worm, they would be able to get out of this damned country. At this point, Jane asked if they could handle it together, and Skylar asked her not to worry, because in such operations, when it is important to act quickly, the fewer people, the better. Anyone who could use flight magic had to catch the hostages. The two hunters went into battle using air steps and headed straight towards the dragon. And the monster immediately began to use a mass magical discharge, and the main character liked it, because this is exactly how a dragon should act. Skylar decided to strike back and use the divine finger, but Chan stopped him and said that he would handle it. The main character was impressed by this because Hunter Chan was simply incredible. And then he added that if the guy really wants to see something impressive, then it should at least be something like this. And he instantly used his own unique style to deliver a magical blow to the dragon and shouted for the guy to take the chance and get closer. The hostages could not believe that the great hunters had come to save them and that there were only two of them. Both hunters began to use divine finger magic and great mana chain, which allowed them to destroy the shackles and free the hunters. And as soon as they started to fall, they were immediately grabbed by Skylar's squad, and as a result, all the hunters were successfully caught and were safe. Then Hunter Chan used the most powerful magic and chained the earthworm. Right above the monster was Skylar, who was curious, because the turtle that appeared with him was knocked back by one heavenly blow, and would he be able to withstand it now?